cartoon, and he's already perhaps considered by many to...
Okay, so if I want to go to the South Pole, how do I get there on a flat Earth?
By going to it.
Buckle up for this one. It is so rare that I see something so dishonest that I've got to stop what I'm doing in the middle of the week. I normally make my videos on a weekend, but to stop in the middle of a week to make a video on something is extremely rare. You know what you're about to see is special when it comes to flat earth dishonesty. It is absolutely incredible, and it all involves these two men here.
So extremely hot that any ship would vaporize from the heat before it got anywhere near the sun's surface.
Yeah.
That's Flatzoid learning about the sun from a children's cartoon, and he's already perhaps considered by many to be the most dishonest flat earther on the internet. And then there's this man here, Pastor Will Duffy. This is Will Duffy, a man who led an expedition down to Antarctica, taking flat earthers with him so they could see for themselves the 24-hour sun in action. This caused an absolute exodus of flat earthers from the flat earth scam. So well done, Will Duffy. Now, for anybody who's got an ounce of intellectual honesty, they would realise that this 24-hour sun absolutely destroys the idea of a flat earth. But Flatzoid and his crew, they don't fall into that category. So Will Duffy bobbed over to ask them a very simple question.
I was watching one of your old videos where you were talking about flights to the South Pole.
Yeah.
And you said that they fly to the South Pole, but then they change direction.
Yes.
Where are they flying to before they change direction?
To the South Pole.
He's gonna say the South Pole, of course.
Where is the South Pole?
Now, before we look at Flatzoid's hilarious sequence of dishonest ducks and dives to this very simple question, I want to thank Where's Wally and recommend everybody goes and subscribes to his channel. He's the man who first spotted this video and suggested that I should perhaps cover it. Thank you very much for that, Where's Wally. And secondly, for those people who aren't really sure why this question is a problem for flat earthers, I've put this together. It's 60 seconds long. Feel free to skip it. Will Duffy really wants to go to the South Pole, and here it is, the ceremonial South Pole. It's a stick in the ground. It's about 100 meters away from the geographical South Pole. So for the purpose of this video, we're going to treat them as being the same place. The problem is, Will is confused about how to get there, because people like Flatzoid have been saying the Earth is flat. And if the Earth is flat and you start off at the North Pole, any direction you head is south. So it is pointless to say to somebody, head south and you'll get to the South Pole. That doesn't make any sense. For example, if the South Pole is over here, it makes more sense to say, head to Australia and keep going. If it's over here, head to the bottom of Africa and keep going. And if it's over here, get your swimming boots on and keep going. Simple as that. So all Flatzoid needs to do is give him a little bit more information than simply head south. And I'm sure Flatzoid and his team will be able to deliver that no problem. And if you've ever seen my videos and you know me by now, then you'll know I mean the exact opposite of that. Of course, they're going to have no hope at all. In fact, I think they'd have better luck trying to force a marshmallow into a money box with a hammer. So here is just some of the hilarious ducks, dives and dishonest dodges to what should be a relatively easy question. Enjoy.
Where is the South Pole?
It's a ceremonial place.
And where is it?
At the ceremonial South Pole place where they put the pole up.
And where is it that they put the pole up?
In Antarctica.
But where in Antarctica? You guys make Antarctica so big. Where is it? I want to find it on a map.
At the ceremonial South Pole.
Okay, so if I want to go to the South Pole, how do I get there on a flat Earth?
By going to it.
I want to know where the South Pole is on a flat Earth, just so you guys know.
In Antarctica, 90 degrees south.
Hey,
that's wherever they placed the ceremonial South Pole.
You guys talked about a ceremonial pole.
Yes, that people made like a pole and they stuck it in the ground and said, this we shall call the ceremonial South Pole.
Where is it?
In Antarctica.
Where?
90 degrees south.
Okay, Flatzoid, you're going to regret this. For example, if it's over here, then I would need to go to Australia first or something to get there. I wouldn't want to go to South America first. So I need to know where it is.
It's just 90 degrees south. So what's the problem?
No. Two people at the North Pole could go in the exact opposite direction. They both would not end up in the same place.
Yeah, because it's flat Earth, dude.
Why would they?
So how do you get to the South Pole?
By going to 90 degrees south.
Now, I often mock flat earthers for, getting stuck in revolving doors or getting confused about the symbols on the buttons of a calculator. And of course, all those things are perfectly true. But in this instance, I really, really cannot believe that Flatzoid can't get his head around what Will is saying. This is the most dishonest deflection I have ever seen in my entire life. Brought on, obviously, by cognitive dissonance and absolute panic. But Will is a patient guy. And eventually, he gets somewhere.
Everyone in the world knows where the South Pole is except flat earthers. Everyone can show where the South Pole is on a map except flat earthers. Flat Earth is finished.
No, we definitely know where it is.
And though we have it, Will's patience has paid off. Flatzoid now says, no, we do know where it is. And he gets one of his team members to tell Will. And after all this nonsense about saying, just go south, just go 90 degrees south, just go to Antarctica, his teammate is obviously going to come up with something different. His teammate isn't going to repeat the same mantra. His teammate is going to give us a straightforward answer. I'm sure you all can't wait to hear it. Here it is.
Easy answer. When you are on the, let's say, North Pole, whatever direction you go south.
Yeah, there you go.
Only kidding. Of course he wasn't going to give us a different answer. Of course he was just going to say, just head south. Because when you're a flat earther and you're presented with a question that you don't know the answer to, such as, where is the South Pole on a flat earth? Or what is 3 + 1? It doesn't matter what answer you give. All that matters is that you have an answer to give. Some kind of soundbite, whether you just simply say over and over again, just head south, or whether you simply say over and over again, show me bendy water. It doesn't matter, because to a flat earther, as long as you have something to say, you are in the debate and you are doing well.
If I want to get there as quickly as possible, which continent would I start in? Would I start in Africa, South America, or Australia?
Doesn't really matter which one's closer.
Well, which one of those continents is closer to the ceremonial South Pole?
I'm guessing Chile.
Yes, because you guys don't know. So that is an incorrect answer. So
well done, Will Duffy. But Flatzoid, he didn't like being told what he didn't know. Instead, Flatzoid decided to say, I tell you what, I'm going to show you exactly what I don't know. And in this instance, he didn't know how a globe works. And more specifically, what he didn't realize is, on a globe, you do only have to just go south to get to the singular point, which is the South Pole. In fact, he was so desperate to show us how little he understood about that very, very simple fact that he decided to say this.
If you fly from, even on your globe, from Australia to go to the South Pole, you don't just travel directly south. You travel southeast. If you travel from Chile, you travel southwest.
Now, at this point, Flatzoid had a power cut and could no longer appear on stream, so Will Duffy was left speaking to his teammates. And unfortunately, they weren't faring much better.
Roger, where's the ceremonial pole in the ice?
It's at a location, dude. It says particular. I don't have it right off the hand, so I can look it up.
I'm just exposing you guys for not doing your research. You should know where
we don't research it because we're not worried about it, because it's not a real place, dude. It's not an actual place on a ball.
But after a while, Roger loosened up, and he no longer wanted to say that the South Pole was just at a specific particular place. He decided he was going to open up and start to give a little bit more detail.
So here's my next question: is that little peninsula that they call Antarctica, is that at the bottom of the ball?
It's not at the South Pole.
Well, that's where the South Pole ceremonial place is. The archipelago right down there at the bottom. Yeah, yeah, it's right. It's on their map.
Roger, you're helping me. You're helping me.
How? That's not.
And he was helping us in the absence of Flatzoid due to his power cut. He's now about to tell us exactly where the South Pole is on a flat Earth. I can't wait for the answer. Will can't wait for the answer. And I'm sure you can't wait for the answer. But unfortunately, that is exactly where the stream ended due to a power cut at Flatzoid's house. It's all very complicated for me. But in the comment section, Flatzoid's habit of dishonestly ducking and diving questions lives on. As Jedi Tech says, notice how Duffy never mentions a final experiment because he knows it's falling apart. Quite the statement, until he's asked by Brandon, 1708, where is the evidence of it being fake, men? Now, despite being asked for evidence for his claim, this is a case of monkey see, monkey do, as Jedi Tech has obviously learnt from Master Flatzoid. He's been asked a question, and the only response he was ever going to give is this. Of course, the answer is, he won't entertain an answer. He won't give an answer, because unless you agree with him in the first place, you simply don't deserve an answer from him. So it seems that the best answer we are ever going to get from Flatzoid and his dishonest crew about how do we get to the South Pole on a flat Earth is this.
Okay, so if I want to go to the South Pole, how do I get there on a flat Earth?
By going to it.
Anyway, well done, Will Duffy. I will be interviewing him on the 7th of March, which is a Friday at 9 PM UK time. Where's Wally's channel and Will Duffy's Final Experiment channel are both linked in the description. Something different today, just a short little one that I thought I would knock out on a weeknight. And hopefully I'll be back with something a little bit more like my old self at the weekend. Goodbye.
Where is the South Pole?
It's a ceremonial place.
And where is it?
At the ceremonial South Pole place where they put the pole up.
And where is it that they put the pole up?
In Antarctica.
But where in Antarctica? You guys make Antarctica so big. Where is it? I want to find it on a map.
At the ceremonial South Pole.
Okay, so if I want to go to the South Pole, how do I get there on a flat Earth?
By going to it.
I want to know where the South Pole is on a flat Earth, just so you guys know.
In Antarctica, 90 degrees south.
Hey,
that's wherever they placed the ceremonial South Pole.
You guys talked about a ceremonial pole.
Yes, that people made like a pole and they stuck it in the ground and said, this we shall call the ceremonial South Pole.
Where is it?
In Antarctica.
Where?
90 degrees south.
Okay, Flatzoid, you're going to regret this. For example, if it's over here, then I would need to go to Australia first or something to get there. I wouldn't want to go to South America first. So I need to know where it is.
It's just 90 degrees south. So what's the problem?
No. Two people at the North Pole could go in the exact opposite direction. They both would not end up in the same place.
Yeah, because it's flat Earth.
Why would they?
So how do you get to the South Pole?
By going to 90 degrees south.
I have been waiting to make this video for over a year now. Yes, for over a year, I have looked forward to making this video once and for all, clearing Anthony Powell's name. The Flat Earth community as a whole has tarnished Anthony Powell's name and his reputation. I am here to restore it. I'm here to make things right. And I sincerely hope that the Flat Earth community will follow my lead and do the same on their channels and to their audiences. That would be the only right thing to do. So who is Anthony Powell?
My name is Anthony Powell. I grew up on this dairy farm in Taranaki, New Zealand, but I've actually spent most of my adult life living and working in Antarctica.
Raised in New Zealand, Anthony is a filmmaker, photographer, and camera equipment builder. But more importantly, in 1998, he accepted his first job working in Antarctica. And he has been returning to Antarctica ever since. He's actually in Antarctica right now, marking 27 years of routine time spent in a place that most people will never get to see with their own eyes. Now, while in Antarctica, he met someone very special.
Christine and I met down here, and I proposed to her in the winter of 2003. 6 weeks later, we had an impromptu wedding down here on the ice.
In 2003, he married his wife, Christine, in Antarctica. Yes, their actual wedding took place in Antarctica.
The flowers were all handmade with folded paper, Christine's friend Laurie made up a dress from donated fabric, and the plumbers cut us some rings made of brass.
Anthony and Christine have spent over 20 years physically in Antarctica. And part of that time includes 10 winters there, where you cannot leave and you live in months of unending darkness. Now, for years, Anthony captured the beauty and wonder and enigma of this harsh continent. And in 2013, his film, Antarctica: A Year on Ice, premiered for the first time at the New Zealand International Film Festival. His documentary would go on to win 20 international film awards. Now, if you have not seen Antarctica: A Year on Ice, consider watching it with family and friends as you gather for Christmas and New Year's in the coming days. Now, part of his documentary was video of the Antarctic 24-hour sun that he took back in 2008. And this is where the controversy begins. You see, Flat Earth did not come back on the scene until 2014. The modern day Flat Earth movement started 10 years ago in 2014. So when Anthony Powell filmed the 24-hour sun back in 2008, and when he released his film, Antarctica: A Year on Ice, in 2013, Flat Earth was not a thing. But after Mark Braun and Matt Powerland and Eric Dubay started talking about Flat Earth in 2014 and 2015, the Flat Earth ideology began to grow like a wildfire. And as it grew, those who knew we live on a globe started pushing back against them and countering their arguments. And it didn't take long for people to find Anthony Powell's documentary about Antarctica and realize that a 24-hour sun in the south would falsify Flat Earth.
So Brother Paul recommended that I watch this documentary on Antarctica. And it was called Antarctica: A Year on Ice. And he said, you got to watch this. It's really interesting. So I pull this thing up and I start watching it. It was a fascinating documentary where this guy goes through what it's like to live in Antarctica he lives there year round. And I'm watching on the airplane and he's going through the fact that in the summer months, the sun never goes all the way down. Well, this guy, I'm watching this film, nothing to do with this foolishness of a flat earth, but I'm watching this film and I get around, minute whatever, and I nudge Paul and I said, Paul, this movie just disproved the flat earth. Because I said, this is what the guy does. The guy literally does a time lapse where he points the camera at the sun and he follows the sun all the way around for 24 hours. He shows the sun go around him and it kind of goes up and it kind of goes down, but it goes around him.
Now, one thing that flat earthers are really good at is looking at things under a microscope. Figuratively speaking, of course. They'll look at every pixel of a picture, every frame of a video, and someone, I don't know who, noticed that the clouds at the end of this time lapse of the 24-hour sun were the same as the clouds at the beginning. And I honestly give credit to the flat earth community for discovering this. But what happened next was completely uncalled for. What happened next was nothing short of despicable. The flat earth community as a whole decided to create a narrative that fit their preconceived ideas that the earth is flat and there's a worldwide conspiracy to cover it up, and that Anthony Powell must be part of that massive cover-up. And then they immediately began dragging his name through the mud and treating him absolutely horrible.
invented. You can watch him.
This is no way to treat a fellow human being. I've come down hard on Globers for how they treat flat earthers, but now it's time for me to do the same with the flat earth community. This is no way to treat someone. Anyone who jumped on this bandwagon against Anthony Powell, you should all be ashamed of yourselves. You call yourselves truthers, but nothing could be further from the truth. Show me evidence that any of you cared about the actual truth as to why this video was edited. All these years, how many flat earthers simply reached out to Anthony to ask him why the clouds repeated at the end? 0. Not one. You know why? Because you are not truthers. No, you are confirmers. I would encourage you to look up the term confirmation bias, because that's exactly what this is. Instead of seeking out an understanding of the truth of why this happened, you immediately came up with a story which fit your preconceived ideas. That is confirmation bias. So that makes you a confirmer, not a truther. When I was made aware of this, because I actually do care about the truth, I did what anyone who wants to know the truth would do. I contacted Anthony Powell. Isn't that what a truther would do? I didn't create my own story of why he must have done this and made sure that my made-up story made me feel good about what I already believed and just confirmed what I already believed. No. I'm not a confirmer, I'm a truther. And what I quickly learned was that the editor of the film actually had 36 hours of continuous footage of the sun circling McMurdo Station, and he needed to cut it down to the 24 hours. It's a 24-hour sun. And they wanted to have the aesthetically pleasing mountain in the background be both at the beginning and the end. But because of where the camera started its time lapse, the mountain was only captured once over the 36 hours. So the editor looked for a spot in the time lapse where there were very few clouds in the sky and made a cut there and then wrapped that portion into a loop, a circle, in order to have the beginning and end be that mountain, which would show a full 360 degrees over 24 hours. Not only did I get a perfectly reasonable explanation for this edit, but I also learned something far more important. Anthony had released the unedited footage. So the unedited footage has been on YouTube for over 3 years, and no truther has found it. Or if they did, they haven't said a word about it. This is the problem when you are a confirmer and not a truther. You look for things that confirm your bias, and you ignore things that contradict your beliefs. Anthony and Christine, I'm incredibly sorry for the way you've been treated by the flat earth community. You didn't deserve this, and all anyone had to do was reach out to you as I did. But I will say that despite the way things played out, I am in a way thankful, because had this not happened, we would have never connected and built our friendship. The final experiment would not have succeeded without you. You taught me how to film in the extreme cold for 24 hours straight, which came from your own experience, which I'm sure took many attempts to figure out. I told you from the very beginning that one of my main goals with TFE was to clear your name and vindicate you and your work. I hope this video achieves that purpose. And to showcase your incredible work, everyone should visit AntarcticImages.com. And I am so happy to broadcast right now your uncut and unedited time lapse of the 24 Antarctic sun at McMurdo Station that you captured over 16 years ago.
Space is fake. There's a fake sun. This is about one thing. They're taking $65 million a day from you. They're hiding the fact that there is a creator. They're hiding the fact by making fun of me.
The world ocean, think of it as a giant lake with all of the continents. What's beyond it? I don't know. What if we lived here? What if this is where we lived? Right there. These are other ponds with their own suns. This makes sense.
Thank you for confronting NASA, which everybody knows actually means not always telling truths. My question for you is...
The James Webb Space Telescope is a fake sun. The true sun went out. That's what coronavirus was about, guys. You think I'm joking?
How many people do you reckon are infected with parasitic worms on this earth?
So what I do is I triangulate everything in the center. We're not going to be able to get to the Garden of Eden according to the biblical model because there's an angel forming a reset line. The only thing you need for this model to work is 3 extra dimensions.
So when you hop in an airplane, you're actually hopping in a spacecraft.
And I've gotten death threats. I run up on gang members. I run up on people getting high in alleys, bro. And as you guys can see, and I stay barefoot. My feet are dirty like this earth, bro. I walk in stores barefoot with no mask on, and I just let these managers come up and say something.
Jeez.
I'm just saying I go barefoot everywhere to let this dirty electricity get out of me, bro.
So what is a quasar?
Well, you say it's like a really hot mass of just like a galaxy being formed, right? Just a hot mess. I say that it's a whole bunch of volcanoes.
Because when I was in the airplane, I can't believe that half of what I can do when I look at an airplane, 35,000 feet. It's just like a horizon line, and it's like a flat ironing board.
Did you measure it?
Somebody's going to assault me one of these days, and I'm going to spill blood for this. I was lost until I found Flat Earth. I'm a born-again Flat Earther, bro. I'll die for this, bro. I love Flat Earth.
About 4 years ago, I stumbled across something that changed my life. And others around me, too. I discovered the flat Earth.
Now, I don't quite remember when or exactly how, but at some point recently I got sucked into the, let's just say, fascinating world of those that believe the Earth is flat, and the debates that take place between them and those who attempt to defend the generally accepted scientific model. It's harder than you'd think attempting to describe exactly why I personally find this discourse appealing.
Just stop being a condescending prick, all right? Try.
Why don't you stop condescending to the entire human race and pretending that every scientist ever is a liar and satanic deceiver? That's much more offensive than me calling you stupid, which you are.
Dave, what is the sun?
I've come to discover that there's quite a lot you can learn about somebody by how they react when you just so happen to let it slip that you have a morbid fascination with spending some amount of your free time watching two adults argue with each other publicly on the internet about the shape of the Earth.
What's that?
Where's your camera, dude?
My camera, dude? My camera's right there. I'm getting ready to hit a bong.
You don't want to show a bong hit on camera? Okay, dude.
No, I don't want you to see it. No, I usually hit it on bong, but I was worried about you rebroadcasting. I was being courteous to you, but if you don't mind, I don't mind.
No, I really don't give a shit. Anyway.
All right, cool.
Now, there's something about this particular topic that triggers a kind of fight or flight response in everybody involved in the conversation, including myself. There's always an immediate momentary tension that can really only be resolved by addressing the painfully obvious elephant in the room. What shape do I think the Earth is? Now, at this point, I feel compelled, as if at gunpoint, to preemptively reassure them that, don't worry, I believe that the Earth is, in fact, not flat. Now, almost without fail, the response that I get comes in question form, and generally falls into one of four major categories. And I've come to discover that you can learn quite a lot about somebody from which of the four you get. The first response is one of curiosity. So wait a minute, do they think you'll just fall off the edge of the Earth? What do they think about the moon and the other planets? Are those flat too? Do any of these people debating ever have their minds changed? If this is some kind of massive cover-up, what's the point? Why would anybody need to lie about the shape of the Earth? Now, the second kind of response I get is cynicism. These people are, at best, uneducated and closed-minded, and at worst, mentally ill. Why give them any attention or platform their paranoid delusions? Listening to these debates would infuriate me. None of these people are interested in rational discussion. I feel my IQ dropping 10 points every time they speak. No thanks. The third kind of response I get is that of skepticism. Wait, there can't really be people that actually believe the Earth is flat. I thought this was all a meme. No mature, educated adult in 2024 could possibly be this ignorant. None of these people actually believe this stuff. They're just desperate for attention and want to be contrarian. Are you sure they're not just trolling? And the fourth and final kind of response is, well...
You ever seen the Earth curving? No. Me neither. You know why? It's because the Earth is flat and it doesn't spin.
Now, this video is my attempt at answering the questions at the core of each response. Are flat earthers actually real? What exactly is it that they believe? How is it that somebody can actually come to believe that the Earth is flat? Should we be engaging with flat earthers? And if so, how and why? Why does any of this matter? Why should we care? And exactly how much am I being paid by NASA to perpetuate the lie? In order to begin to understand what it is that flat earthers actually believe, I think it's important to put into perspective just how significant this one seemingly trivial idea actually is. To get into their heads, to understand their worldview on a more fundamental level, we first need to realize that it's dominated less by all of the things that they believe to be true, and instead, more by what it is that they believe to be untrue. A worldview seemingly dominated by rejection. Now, it goes without saying that flat earthers don't believe that the Earth is the shape that we've been taught our whole lives, an oblate spheroid. And we'll, of course, be getting to that a little bit later. But first, what's fascinating is how the rejection of a singular element of the currently accepted model of our universe kicks off a sort of butterfly effect. An irreversible cascade of credulity that causes one to call into question literally everything else that we understand. If the Earth is flat, then what about the other planets? Are they flat too? Why would the Earth be the only round one? Now, if the other planets aren't spherical, then why is it that they look like they are? What even are they? And what about their moons? What about our moon? What about our sun? What even is our sun? If you think about it, it does look quite a lot different than the other lights in the sky. And what are those, anyway? How do we even know that the lights in the sky are actual physical objects out in space somewhere? Maybe they're just lights. And come to think of it, if our moon isn't round, then what the hell was the moon landing? All of that NASA footage? That would all be bullshit, right? If that was fake, then why the hell should we believe anything else they've told us? All of the rockets, space stations, telescopes, satellites, probes, rovers, it's literally all lies. We never landed on Mars. All those images from the Hubble and the James Webb are all fake. And of course, the International Space Station isn't real, which means that everybody in it is lying as well. Why would they go through all of that trouble? What are they hiding? And if they lied to us about all that, hell, doesn't that mean that they're willing and capable of lying about just about everything?
And who exactly is they?
Then how do I know this? I don't know. How do I know this? I know that everything is a fucking lie. That's how I know it.
You know, I've been trying to figure out how to, because I have no proof, no evidence, nothing. I have shit. You just have to take my word for it. I'm a little confused, okay? All right, it says that it's refracting and reflecting off of some bullshit. Nonsense! It's absolute bullshit what you're seeing on fucking Google.
When you have kids, are you going to tell them that we actually landed on the moon? Because this is all bullshit. They're just going to continue doing nonsense to make you think you still live on a spinning wet ball. You will never, ever, ever see anybody on the moon except nonsense like this. And that's my case in point to you. When the fuck are you people gonna wake up? When?
I had one woman come up to me the other day. She said, my whole family has had COVID. Really? Really? I'd love to see the paperwork. Are they dead? No, they're all still alive. It was a common cold. It's like, oh, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. See, they had to do this because of flat Earth. I mean, they had to do this, guys. And I'm sorry, but it's getting out there too fast. It's going from country to country to country, from person to person to person, and more of them are waking up. It's as simple as that. They've got to quiet us down. Are you still asleep? Huh? Are you still asleep? Wake up! You're going down. Okay? When the shit hits the fan, you guys are going down. People have woken up to the flat Earth. Enough of them have woken up to a point right now where it's a domino effect at this point right now. And it's coming to an end soon.
And we all know this is all bullshit. So wake the fuck up. Wake up!
Conceptually, the introduction of the idea that the Earth is flat is at odds with just about all of the knowledge that the scientific community has accumulated when it comes to the nature of our universe. But that's, of course, kind of a problem, right? People, individuals, the average everyday layman are not exactly members of the scientific community. After high school, other than what we hear on the news, most of us don't think about science at all, and if we do, it's usually some caricature of it. Doctors in lab coats with test tubes, cloning farm animals, and putting some hair in a DNA decoding machine to figure out who the murderer was. Most of us have forgotten most of what we learned in school about the history and philosophy of science. Everything we hear in the media remotely tangential to science is needlessly dramatized, over-sensationalized, and egregiously politicized. Forget about scientists trying to expand human knowledge and understanding, attempting to answer the fundamental questions about the nature of our universe. No. It's all about profit or promoting some agenda. In the minds of the masses, science is inseparable from politics. Every conversation we see on any remotely contentious science-adjacent topic always has a quote-unquote expert on both sides, giving the appearance of a debate that's evenly split right down the middle. Now naturally, what you should believe about that subject is determined not by the evidence, but rather by your political affiliation. A world where the truth is decided democratically. This is a dystopian view of the world that feels like it's becoming more of a reality every day. We are entirely out of touch with what's going on in modern science, the bleeding edge, and are so far removed from whatever the nebulous concept of scientific consensus says on any particular topic that it feels impossible to know what's true and what's propaganda anymore. A serious problem exacerbated by the popular media. Professor Dave explains this wonderfully.
The way science news is reported today is absolutely abysmal because of clickbait culture. What happens is that headlines typically fall into one of two categories. It's either, we just found out that everything we know about physics is wrong, or we just found out that there definitely are parallel universes and we can probably go there. The first variety is always a complete lie, and for people who read the headline but not the story to get some context, which is almost everyone quite frankly, it produces the sentiment that science is hopelessly uncertain, being constantly torn down and rebuilt anew, therefore it can never be trusted. This is very dangerous. And the second variety is also a lie, or at least a misrepresentation of experimental results. It produces a blind trust in science to solve all of our problems, which in my opinion is nowhere near as serious or rampant a problem as the baseless distrust, but is still illusory. Sensationalist reporting of science news, no matter which way it leans, is destroying public perception of science. But the blame is with the media outlets, not with the scientists.
Now here's the thing. This political view of science may or may not be true for some scientific topics, but those are for another video. Today, we're talking about the shape of the Earth. And although I opened up this video talking about how much I love watching debates about it, I hope it goes without saying that there is, of course, no real debate about the nature of our planet, moon, sun, or solar system. Literally nobody whose opinion really matters on the subject. Not the politicians you vote for, not the celebrities you watch, or the influencers that you follow, but the actual scientists who are educated on these subjects and are working in the relevant fields of science and engineering. None of them are actually debating any of this. There's no question, controversy, or drama about the shape of the Earth in the scientific community. This is precisely why the scientific debates about the shape of the Earth aren't going on in academia or in the scientific literature, where actual controversial paradigm-shifting cutting-edge scientific research and discourse happens, and instead between random non-scientists on YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. So how the hell could any serious person actually have the hubris to believe that, despite not having any actual scientific expertise, that they know better, that they are one of a small few who've cracked the code and figured out the truth? Well, buckle up, folks. We're at the point of no return. If you aren't equipped with a cringe-proof hazmat suit and sufficient facepalm protection, there's no guarantee that you're going to make it through this video unharmed. You've been warned. I've consumed nearly 1,000 hours of Flat Earth content in the last 6 months. Hundreds of discussions had in bad faith, debates gone off the rails, and documentaries that were, well, frankly, just bad. And I believe I have, for all intents and purposes, heard it all. While the entirety of the Flat Earth movement has been built upon a foundation of absurd claims, laughable contradictions, and embarrassing misconceptions, it's become painfully clear that the uncountably large number of issues with that worldview that caused them to come to the wrong conclusion about the shape of the Earth are really just symptoms of the same 4 fundamental flaws.
Here's a map of ancient Egypt. I've inserted 2 sticks or obelisks, one up here in Alexandria and one down here in Syene. Now, if at a certain moment each stick casts no shadow at all, that's perfectly easy to understand, provided the Earth is flat. If the shadow at Syene is at a certain length, and the shadow at Alexandria is the same length, that also makes sense on a flat Earth. But how could it be, Eratosthenes asked, that at the same instant there was no shadow at Syene and a very substantial shadow at Alexandria?
Okay, one last time.
These are small, but the ones out there are far away. Small, far away. Ah, forget it.
The scale of our universe is unfathomable, incomprehensible, inscrutable. Understanding the number of members in our tribe, the total number of arrows that we can carry, and how many of a thing we can eat. Those numbers confer a survival advantage. For our ancestors, quantities much larger than this served no practical purpose. Humans simply did not evolve the ability to wrap our minds around large numbers, to grasp the scale of things beyond our everyday experience. Now, so many of the foundational arguments that are put forth by flat earthers, intentional or not, exploit this fundamental limitation in human cognition, and almost always come in the form of a question.
Where is the curve?
One of the most common flat earth talking points begins with bringing up photos or videos from out in the desert, up on a mountain, over the ocean, from high altitude balloons, literally anywhere and everywhere, asking why can't they see the curve? Now, while this is a fair question that anybody seriously looking into this topic could reasonably ask, the unfortunate truth is that for flat earthers taking part in the conversation, this is where any semblance of fairness and reason begins and ends. What you'll find almost immediately is that they're both unwilling and unable to take the next step that anyone looking to continue the conversation in good faith absolutely needs to take, to entertain the question of exactly how much curve should we actually expect to see.
I'm not sure what you're getting at, because that right there.
You can't test to see if the Earth is a globe if you can't actually calculate the what you should or should not see on a globe. So how do we calculate what should or should not be seen on the globe if you don't have any of the details of it? How do you know this is not possible on a globe?
There's never been curve proven on the y-axis.
Okay, how do we know what is supposed to be seen on the globe? Did you do that?
Supposed to be,
did you calculate the consequences of that?
Because there's supposed to be curve. Where's the curve? Where's the curve?
How much curve should you see?
At least some.
Without fail, flat earthers run into two fundamental problems here. Firstly, they're always missing some or all of the crucial factors related to the photo or video evidence in question, the information required for any remotely serious examination like this. Things like the elevation of the camera where the images were captured, or any of the relevant details about the camera itself and the lens that was used when the images were captured.
What was your elevation?
Like I said, it was just me with the tripod, so
okay, I told you. I said if you don't have the details, then it's pointless because we can't even test to see if it should be matching the globe or not.
Now that brings us to their second problem. That even if they had the specifics about the images in question, they'd have no goddamn clue what to do with it, because they're entirely ignorant about any and all of the relevant concepts involved in determining just how much curvature we would expect to see in any given situation if we actually did live on a globe.
What do you see? What do you see in the bottom center there? Your evidence.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see in the bottom center?
Well, there should be more curve than that.
How did you calculate that? Show me your calculations.
That's not my balloon, so I don't know.
Okay, so don't tell me there should be more curve than that if you didn't do the calculations to know how much curve should be visible with that camera at that elevation.
And what we're ultimately dealing with are real-world applications of scale, perspective, and geometry. The first thing we need to understand is just how large the Earth actually is, to fully grasp the scales that we're dealing with. And one of the best ways to do this is through modeling and simulation. Unfortunately for flat earthers, successfully implementing a model and understanding scale go hand in hand, so that tends to go just about as good as you'd expect. This demonstration from a particularly disgusting flat earther named Democ is the kind of demonstration that you tend to see from flat earthers, and what he's attempting to explain here is, well, I'll let him describe it.
The globe doesn't exist. When you go up in the air in a helicopter, you don't see anything tilting away from you that you couldn't see down into.
What you need to pay attention to is what you can see that's inside the cap. Let's look down inside the cap, Globers. Come on, can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we look down? Can we look down? Inside the cap, Globers. Oh, a couple foot off the ground ain't good enough for you. A couple foot off the ball. A couple foot off your globe. That would only be 40 inches, right? 39, whatever. 40.
He can't
40
scale.
inches.
Oof. Rough.
Couple off of your globe. Look down. Do you see in there? Do you see in the lid? Hello? Look at this, Lewis. Look at this, Lewis. Max height. Max height. We're in the ISS.
But what's immediately clear to most folks watching this was that the questions that he has related to what anybody would or should see on a round Earth demonstrates that he has a massive misunderstanding of the scales involved. At first, he was talking about being in a helicopter and begins lifting the camera up off the surface of his model, and then later raises the camera up quite a lot higher and starts talking about the International Space Station. Now, the absurdity of what he's attempting to demonstrate here might not be super obvious, so let's take a moment to do some rough estimates of the scales involved here, using what looks like one of those 5-gallon buckets as an initial reference. These buckets are about a foot in diameter, let's say for simplicity's sake 30 centimeters. And it looks like the diameter of this Earth analog is roughly 4 buckets wide, or about 120 centimeters. Now, the diameter of the Earth is about 12,742 kilometers. But to keep it simple for any flat earthers watching, let's round it to 12,000 kilometers, which is the equivalent of 1.2 billion centimeters. This means that what we have here is on the order of a 1 to 10 million scale model. Now, plastic bottle caps can range anywhere between 1 and 2 centimeters tall, but again, to keep this simple, let's just say 1.2 centimeters. Now, this means that the bottle cap, if scaled up to the appropriate size for this model, on Earth would be 12 million centimeters tall, or about 120 kilometers, which is 10 times higher than commercial airliners fly and more than a quarter of a way to the orbital height of the International Space Station. For all intents and purposes, to scale, this bottle cap extends from the surface of Earth into space. So the fact that he truly believes what he's attempting to show here is remotely applicable to something like our perspective from a helicopter, or even the ISS, tells you everything you need to know about how flat earthers struggle to grasp scale. Now, MCToon, one of the more prominent members of the Flat Earth debunking community, who you've seen already a bunch, and you're going to see a lot more in this video.
My background, sometimes people want to know my background. Well, I successfully graduated middle school, so that qualifies me to debunk Flat Earth.
Attempted to explain this glaring issue to our friend DMUC here, although from his response, I'm not super confident he got the gist.
Show how your ball does.
Hold on, no. Your analog did not show helicopter heights.
Listen. You're talking about something that doesn't exist. There's no analog here, and there's none of that dog shit you're talking about. Get your ball, put your markings on there, and show us what you're talking about. Show us how mine's wrong. The whole point is you can't see into the cap. Welcome to No Globe. No Glober is, they're allergic to fucking physics and balls. They'll never touch a globe.
But you don't know anything about
never
physics.
Demonstrate it. Shut up, fat boy.
You don't know any. All right, well, it's got green here, but it's actually a black, a Sharpie.
Blue hump, green tilt, orange rise, yellow curve.
All right. Oh, he wants to play colors. That's cute. Just listen to the yapping.
Spectral apocalypator, spectral analyzer with the rainbow. What kind of gases and planets are in our rainbow that we see right here on our fucking planet? Spectroscopy, boy. You fucking. Why don't you carbon date that rainbow while you're at it and give me the weight of it? And why isn't it pulled down by gravity? How did it get up there? So which color weighs more? The bottom color of the rainbow or the top color, fat boy?
Oh my gosh,
they all float down here, fat ass. Spectroscopize the fucking rainbow, bitch. Spectrological fucking aspirations of air colors. You stupid fucking loser, moron, fat boy. Fat boy, do some forensics with the real ball, fat ass. Do you know what forensics are, bitch? Where you touch the shit?
Oh my gosh.
Fat boy, dog boy.
All right.
Do you get glow pox when you touch what a ball looks like?
All right.
Show McKeegan what a ball looks like. You. If you're it's not for me and it's for him, you need to up this motherfucking loser with no IQ who's allergic to balls. Go get a ball from the hardware store or a play toy store. Get a beach ball of some sort and show this dumb fat hard loser what a ball looks like, and we can go over a ball versus flat reality.
Well, he seems like a nice guy. Now, for contrast, let's see what a proper demonstration looks like. One that accurately represents the scale, geometry, and perspective dictated by the globe model. One that actually calculates the consequences of what the model predicts, while at the same time comparing those predictions to real-world observations. Allow me to walk you through an incredible visual demonstration made available by Walter Bislin, a Swiss engineer who has put together a website full of insanely helpful calculators and other useful applications that we'll be taking advantage of more than once in this video. Here we're shown the first-person perspective of somebody 6 feet tall standing on the surface of an Earth-sized sphere. We have a fairly narrow field of view here to start, so this is probably a bit closer to what the view would look like through an average camera. Now, looking left to right, we really don't see any curve on the horizon, but remember, we're standing on a sphere, so clearly initial looks can be deceiving. Let's compare this to a normal photograph taken at sea level, where the curve is effectively impossible to discern with the naked eye. Now, let's rise up to 500 meters in altitude. There's not much visually different here, even when using a 21mm wide-angle lens, although there is actually a measurable curve here if you were to go and count the pixels. And when we compare the simulation to a real-world photograph under the same conditions, we see the simulation so far is spot on. Now let's compare this to what we'd see if the Earth was actually flat. The horizon would remain at eye level compared to the round Earth model, where the horizon has dipped noticeably. Now, climbing to an altitude of the typical commercial jetliner, we can see an even more drastic dip of the horizon below eye level. And again, we see curve here that's still too slight for us to see with our naked eye, although it is noticeable when lines are drawn and pixels are counted. Now, let's compare what's predicted here with a photo taken with a phone using a Theodolite mobile app, which gives us information about where eye level is, our altitude, and more. Now, the predictions for the shape of the horizon and for where eye level is, thus far have been 100% accurate to real-life observations. Now note, if we zoom the camera in, reducing our field of view, the curvature almost entirely disappears, which just goes to show you how important knowing information like what lenses are used, what FOV is represented in the image, what our altitude is, and more when analyzing photos for curvature. Now, climbing again to 100,000 feet, the height reached by many amateur balloons, and with this field of view, the curve is very small. But if we zoom back out, we can see a much more prominent curve on the horizon. Let's simulate what this altitude would look like through a 38mm focal length lens. Spot on. Let's now compare this view again with what we'd see if the Earth was flat, and climb up even higher. Once again, even from this altitude, zooming in has the ability to effectively eliminate the visible curve from the image. Now let's compare what our simulation predicts the view should be from the International Space Station. Now, how about that Tesla that SpaceX sent up to space a few years ago? We have a few images from varying orbital distances from Earth. The first is from 4,000 kilometers. Now, how about the second, at around 7,000 kilometers? This simulation appears to be an extremely accurate and reliable model of our Earth, corresponding perfectly to every observation that I've put up against it. I personally took 3 images from 3 different videos where the relevant camera, lens, and altitude information was provided so that I could put all of that information into Walter Bisland's application and verify myself. The first 2 videos were from a flat earther named Dwayne Kellum, with the first titled High Altitude Balloon 24, I See Stars, at an altitude of 121,000 feet with a Sony A7S camera and a Sony FE 50mm f1.8 lens. The second was titled High Altitude Balloon 15 infrared camera, where he filmed from 113,000 feet using a GoPro Hero Black with a custom 4.35mm low distortion lens, described as having, quote, special optics that make this lens rectilinear, so there's no fisheye distortion at all. And the final video was from an amateur rocket enthusiast named Kip Daugertis, entitled 56 Miles Above Earth, Successful Amateur Rocket Launch, where he filmed his rocket hitting over 293,000 feet using a similar aftermarket GoPro lens without the fisheye effect. Let's see how the calculator compares to all of these observations. Now, I gotta say, that's pretty goddamn impressive. Now, closely related to this is another flat earther talking point, questioning the legitimacy of various images of Earth from space because of the differences in the relative sizes of continents.
When NASA's images of the ball Earth are compared with one another, the coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents are consistently so drastically different from one another as to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that the pictures are all fake.
You know, all these pictures that NASA have put out over the timeline of the Earth from space, where you see the actual globe, yeah? Uh-huh. How do you explain the fact that in some of it, the land masses look absolutely, totally out of perspective to each other, and sometimes they don't seem to be the same? The land masses I'm talking about, not the actual shape of it.
Here's 2 pictures they tell us are from space of the Earth. I want y'all to look at North America. Which one is correct? Because the one there, the big one, seems like North America is taking up a big section of the ball there, much bigger than it really is. So we get these kind of things, and they want us to trust them, but it's just impossible.
What do you think it's? What do you think it's showing there?
Do you see Africa is taking up that much space on the ball?
Yeah. And how far away was that picture taken?
Are you talking about like the if it's close?
So I think that is. I think you're showing the 1972 blue marble, right?
Most likely, maybe.
Most likely. You don't know which meme you're showing?
Dude, I just collect stuff that looks weird. That's all I'm doing. I'm like detective. You know what I mean? I'm not like you, a scientist.
I believe you.
This is a clear-cut example of their inability or unwillingness to take even the most basic steps to understand something most 5th graders are able to grasp: perspective. And even if this concept isn't something immediately intuitive to most people, it's trivial to demonstrate, and any intellectually honest person would have a really hard time disagreeing. Now, for starters, what they're describing is a well-known principle in geometry. The visible surface area of a sphere is a function of your distance from it and its radius. Put simply, the closer you are to a sphere, the less of it you see, and vice versa, with the visible area increasing to 50% as your distance approaches infinity. Now, this can be easily demonstrated in multiple ways, such as with the use of modeling or simulation tools. In this case, I use some software called Space Engine. Removing the atmosphere and clouds makes this demonstration a bit more clear. First, let's start off relatively close to the Earth and take a snapshot. Then let's move back some distance so that the Earth is smaller in frame and take another. When zoomed and cropped so that the angular size of Earth is equal in both images, which is always how these photos are presented when flat earthers make this argument, we can fade back and forth between each and can clearly see that less of the Earth's surface is visible when we're closer to the planet. The farther away we get, the more of the surface of the sphere we can see. Now, for those extra skeptical folks that might think this kind of software is doing something tricky under the covers to mislead us or something like that, you can just do this with your own eyes. Grab a globe, look at it up close, then walk 10 or 15 feet away and take another look. I took these 2 photos this afternoon outside with my iPhone, and this clearly demonstrates the point. Now, I don't want to complicate things more than necessary, but it's worth mentioning briefly that there are other aspects of some images that can have different factors that contribute to how much of the globe we can see, like different style cameras with different settings and lenses, and in some cases images of the globe are composites made up of multiple closer, much higher detail images that are stitched together. Now, flat earthers love to point to composite images as some kind of dishonest manipulation, but the only ones being dishonest are them. There's nothing being hidden or misrepresented here. Now, despite this being absolutely trivial for anybody with a spherical object and a pair of eyes to undeniably demonstrate for themselves, for reasons we'll be diving deep into later, no matter how easily debunked their arguments are, the explanations are unquestioningly rejected by flat earthers, and these arguments continue to be parroted every day.
No, he's literally distorting the image to give you a false impression.
I didn't want to say that. That's why I said I'm going to overlook myself.
Yeah, it's just a distortion of the image. It's a Photoshop, right?
The problems that we've seen thus far with the flat earth worldview are only scratching the surface of what's to come. It gets worse. Much worse. Which brings us to the second fundamental flaw that all flat earthers suffer from.
Let's get back to the reason that we're really here. Without much further ado, I give you the Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good.
What is this?
A center for ants?
What? How can we be expected to teach children to learn how to read if they can't even fit inside the building?
What is the sine of 90 degrees?
Well, it's just a right angle, so I don't know what the sine is. It's just 2 lines at a right angle.
It's talking about a trigonometric function, the sine.
S-I-N-E.
Oh. What, now?
No.
Anthony, if a triangle has the sides 1, 1, and 1, do you know what the angles are?
Which kind of triangle are you on about? Are you on about like a right angle triangle? Well, it would be an equilateral triangle, wouldn't it?
Right, so what are the angles?
I'm gonna pull up a triangle calculator.
Is somebody recording this? Because this is just priceless.
Well, the one I'm using it's not giving me any when I do it. So either this calculator is wrong or you're wrong.
Anthony, the fact that you can't answer these simple math questions is ridiculous.
Why can't you just apply it to right angle triangles?
Fine, 3, 4, 5. That's a right angle.
How do you know it's a right angle triangle? So
because it physically is. There's no other triangle it can be.
All right. Well, I don't know that's true, so I want to test it. How do I test it? Well, this is irrelevant. I've already stated my position.
No, it's not. Your inability to do math is totally
triangles. We don't use equilateral triangles to calculate the distances and stuff.
It applies to you not having a clue what you're talking about and being extremely confident when you talk, regardless.
So if you have a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
I have no idea.
I believe you.
Joe, if you have a triangle with sides measuring 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
I have been in geometry class since I was 14. I'm 31. Move on.
So to be clear, you get 3 observers on your hypothesized flat Earth, and then you have those 3 people create a triangle with 90 degrees between each of them.
Right, so they create an equilateral triangle. They're the observers.
With 90 degrees at each corner of the equilateral triangle? That's on the flat Earth? Okay.
So you asked for the math. I showed it to you. You asked for the zooming of the boat.
Math was
I showed
wrong.
you the image.
Yeah, I showed you that the math is wrong. I told you that.
I showed you the official Pythagorean proof of curvature, which fails at 3 miles. You don't like that math. You don't accept that math. Refraction gets rid of that.
The official.
What do you want, man?
I want you, if you're going to talk about math, to do it right.
Because we're going to look at something, trigonometry here. Can you just explain to me, just so I know that I don't need to explain to you, pretend it's a maths test. Let's pretend that you've got the angle that I've given you, and that you've got that distance on the blue line that I've given you. And all I'm asking is, forget the Earth, forget Polaris, forget anything like that. Treat it as a maths question, because I want you to know the significance of what's about to happen. How would you calculate the distance to Polaris there? How is your trigonometry? Can you do it? And by the way, trigonometry is something we teach to 12-year-old children in England. I'm just pointing that out. Can you calculate that distance?
So your argument is that the north, I personally can't calculate that. I don't work in kilometers. I normally work in miles. And the distance to Polaris, I have to see your measurements. I'd have to see your measurements for the distance to Polaris. Is that what you're trying to show right now? Is triangulating the distance?
No, it wasn't. I'll carry on with my explanation. I think everyone who's watching understands the point I've just made.
If you have a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
Don't know.
Oh, come on. Come on.
All right,
maybe 90 degrees. 90 degrees, maybe.
So all right. So now let's say you have 5 and you divide by 0. What's the answer?
Here, 5 hits 0.
Wrong. Here, yeah. All right. Man, you're not doing well.
You have 5 and you divide by 0. That's 0.
Nope.
No.
And what is it?
Undefined.
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 Here, I can explain it to you like this. Let's say Cookie Monster is 5 cookies. I'll scroll down here. Here's the derivation of the formula and the correct formula. Right here, formula 4 is the correct formula. You'll see here H sub H is the hidden height. The HO is the eye height of the observer. Now, when you use 8 inches per mile squared, where do you put in the eye height?
That's too many numbers and letters for me. I don't understand that.
Okay, right here. Sine of pi over 6 is equal to 1/2.
Sine of 30 degrees. Nope. Sine 30 degrees is equal to pi over 6.
But that's not right.
Why don't you Google it right quick, Tony? Geez.
Sine of 30 is not pi over 6. Sine of 30 is 1/2 or 0.5.
Mm-hmm. It equals 1/2, and it also equals pi over 6. Yes, I know. That's what I'm trying to give you the way to do it.
So
you're going to do sine 30 degrees equals pi over 6. Pi over 6 is equal to 1/2. Since pi over 6 is equal to 1/2, that gives you the ratio of what pi is.
Sine of 30 degrees is not equal to pi over 6.
Again, people, this is what I mean. Why do this argument? A math book is right there. It'll tell you. If Cat's going to argue over this, why do you guys think they're going to not argue over something even deeper? Come on now. Okay.
Because you're wrong. Okay. Because none of this is right.
Your false attempt at math. Yes.
In Sweden, I don't know what's the educational system there like. Do you do trigonometry in high school?
They probably do, but I'm an artist. I don't care for brainwashing. I don't care for brainwashing. Yeah, I don't care for brainwashing.
Or even just close to the moon. Okay, the moon, they said, is 10 to the negative 11 torr. For those of you that want to know what that is in PSI, it's a negative 2 billion PSI. So full fucking vacuum.
There's no such thing as negative PSI, but okay.
That's what the scientists tell us, is that it's 10 to the negative 11 torr is the pressure or negative.
Just a quick question. Do you think a negative exponent makes it a negative number?
Dude, I'm using your guys' numbers. That ain't my number. I don't think that exists at all. I don't think it exists at all. I'm using the number that your NASA scientists and your astrophysicists use. This is the number that they use.
But if you don't understand what they're talking about, then how can you properly decipher what they're telling you? So
it's the absence of positive pressure.
I go back to my original question. Do you believe that a negative exponent on a number makes that number negative?
I'm just telling you what the fucking number that your people give us. What is it then? What is the number? What is the pressure of space? What is the pressure? Hold on, Red. What is the pressure of space?
It makes it a decimal point, not a negative number.
Okay.
So for you to say that NASA is claiming that they're asserting negative PSI means you fundamentally do not understand what NASA's been telling you. So this entire time, you've been arguing
10 to the negative 11. Okay, well, you tell me what the pressure of space is then, Red.
Or you want to evacuate the chamber so that you can do it in a partial vacuum, like 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? Is 10 to the negative 17 a negative number?
I mean, it ends 17, so yeah.
Now, let's be honest here. There really isn't any shame in forgetting so much of the basic math that we learned in middle school, especially if we haven't used any of it since then. It would be a bit cruel to just make fun of a random person for not knowing some geometry trivia. But remember, we're not dealing with any old random person. The difference between a normal, intellectually honest person and the types of flat earthers we've seen thus far is their hubris. Their entire worldview is dominated by a belief rooted in math they should have learned when they were about 14 years old. Basic math they consistently do not understand, while at the same time attempting to argue that they actually understand these and other drastically more advanced concepts more than all of the scientists and engineers on the planet. This has less to do with somebody's intelligence and their ability to memorize equations, and more to do with their competence and self-awareness. Flat earthers are the essence of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
On the x-axis, we have the students divided in 4 groups, according to how good they performed in the test. The y-axis shows at which percentile a given test score stands in relation to all the other test scores. The graph for the actual test scores looks like this. The average score of the group with the lowest scoring students ranks quite low. The scores of the highest scoring students rank comparatively high. No big surprises here. Now comes the interesting part. If all the students had perfectly assessed their own performance, the graph of their perceived ability would perfectly match the graph of the actual test scores. Instead, it looks like this. The students in the lowest scoring quartile grossly overestimated their ability relative to their peers. They thought they had scored better than average, when in fact their performance fell in the 12th percentile. This can be explained by the aforementioned concept of metacognition. If you lack the knowledge to answer correctly, you also lack the knowledge to correctly assess your own performance.
So at the end of the day, does this really matter? Does their incompetence when it comes to basic math invalidate their arguments? Well, all I can say is that it absolutely contributes to their inability to understand the implications of their worldview. If they had a better understanding of even the most basic geometry and how to apply it to real-world observations and measurements, they might begin to understand some of the fundamental problems with their belief about the shape of the Earth. Recall that excerpt from Carl Sagan's Cosmos that I included earlier, discussing the experiment first done by Eratosthenes over 2,000 years ago, where he measured the differences in the lengths of different shadows cast in different geographical locations, and observed the lengths of those shadows varying in such a way that correlated with a round Earth and a very distant Sun. Now, in 2017, a group of 23 volunteers from 9 different countries set out to replicate this experiment, all taking their own shadow measurements during the September equinox, the period where the sun crosses the celestial equator, and the results were aggregated together and presented in a video by Sly Sparkane. He used the data to create a visual representation of the observations that could be compared between the generally accepted model of our solar system, having a round Earth and a distant sun, versus the commonly held idea of a flat Earth with a local sun. During this equinox, when the sun is directly above the equator, when standing at 45 degrees latitude, which has the known distance of 5,000 kilometers from the equator, we measure that the angle to the sun is also 45 degrees. Now, the implications for the flat Earth model are clear and pretty much undeniable. When we do that pesky triangle math they hate so much, we can determine that the sun must be about 5,000 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, rather than the generally accepted 150 million kilometers. Now, this is what the basic geometry dictates, but good luck getting any number of flat earthers to agree on anything about their model, like the distance to the sun, which is, of course, a problem in and of itself, but I digress. Now, assuming that the Earth is indeed flat for the sake of this demonstration, we'd expect to see all of the angle measurements converge on a point pretty much bang on that 5,000 kilometer distance from the equator. The gray lines shown here represent the angle predicted by the flat Earth. Now, how accurately do you suppose the actual measurements correspond with the predictions made by the Flat Earth model? Now, it should come as no surprise that the elevation angles collected failed to correspond to that single location above flat Earth, effectively ruling this hypothesis out entirely. Now, you might be thinking, but how do these measurements correlate with the globe model? They don't exactly look like you might expect when trying to visualize them on a globe, but luckily SliceBarcane helped us with that. Let's see what all 23 angles look like when the latitudes and angles are mapped onto a sphere the size of Earth. Not only are all of the measured angles within 1 degree of exactly perpendicular to Earth's axis, matching the predictions of a globe with a very distant sun perfectly, but when mapping all of the angles of the sticks from each participant and continuing them down through the Earth, we can see they all converge nicely on the center of the globe. Now, this was a masterful demonstration of the power of combining conceptual models and mathematics with real-world observations, something flat earthers almost by necessity must either fail to understand or outright reject. Now, from the beginning, the shape of the Earth was not assumed or presupposed when all of the observations and measurements were collected, and each participant was operating independently from one another, and yet when all of the data was compiled and compared against what both models dictate, the globe scored perfectly, and the flat Earth completely and utterly failed. Not only do they not understand the consequences of what their model requires, and are unable to grasp how the math demonstrates the very basic problems inherent in it, but what's worse is that they refuse to accept that the essence of what these abstractions dictate even apply at all. They deny the practical utility, descriptive value, and predictive power of anything abstract, like models and formulas, fully believing that not only do these tools have no practical connection to the quote-unquote real world, so they're effectively useless, but even to attempt to create and use things like models and math to understand and describe the world is inherently problematic. Flat earthers suffer from what I'd like to call Zoolander syndrome. When we try to explain to them some idea related to the globe, they call us morons for believing that billions of people could fit on a sphere that small.
Derek, it's just I don't want to hear your excuses! The center has to be at least 3 times bigger than this.
He's absolutely right.
They still don't understand the relationship between math and science. They think that when we use math in science, that somehow the math is we're claiming that the math is being manifested in physical reality. No, it's not. We've identified something in physical reality, and we've identified the relationship in physical reality has a mathematical relationship to it.
So
unbonded.
It's completely because the atmosphere moves with the Earth, and it is using the atmosphere
you
to
have
create
zero
the
evidence for that.
drag.
You keep making these fucking crazy claims.
It's part of it, right?
Back.
This is my model.
Right,
if you want to argue my model, this is my model.
We don't live on a fucking model, dumbass. We're talking about
a model
reality.
is a description of reality.
No,
you fucking moron.
Talk about your model and your description of some reality that doesn't exist.
The other kind of evidence is the one that I'm not too keen on, and that's like evidence that's based or connected with like a model or a concept or an idea. And here's an example. The solar system, just in your mind, imagine the solar system. It's not here on the ground. It's not where you're seeing it. It's a concept, or it's like part of a model, like a heliocentric idea. Earth and all these planets are going around the sun. And it's not something that we actually perceive or observe with any of our senses. It's more of an idea.
How do we have data for flat Earth if there is no flat Earth?
Okay, now this is a difference between a flat earther and somebody that's trained in science. I can imagine a flat Earth. I can imagine.
So you can use your imagination a lot better than flat earthers. Okay, go
Yes,
ahead.
exactly. Exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I can imagine if the Earth was flat and I had a North Pole sitting on a pole 3,102.65 miles high.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand that if I'm standing directly under that, it'll be 90 degrees above me. If I start moving away from it in any direction, and I can calculate every angle because it's simple geometry. And I did that for every single degree from 90 to 0.
Well, that's your problem right there, Bob, is your imagination. The globe, you start with a presupposition, you imagine...
No, I started with a presupposition that the world was flat, and I calculated based
No,
on
again,
the
why
North
would
Star.
you suppose, again, why would you do that?
That you're able to ignore the sky turning above your head because you have a concept idea that the ground is turning. I'm not saying that you're wrong or something. I'm saying that you are able to ignore your own flawed perceptions in order to. So
because I have more accurate equipment I can rely on.
And
Absolutely.
that's actually exactly what I'm pointing out, is that you're relying on the equipment rather than your actual senses that you make.
I am not going to rely on my. I'm not going to rely on my senses when driving. I'm going to look at the speedometer.
Then you said predictions of a model, right? I've already went through this in one of our debates, right? Models cannot be observational evidence, right? Because especially mathematical models, because mathematics is not reality, it's numbers on a paper, right? But if you create a model that works in real life, that still doesn't give you truth, because I can create a model of something based upon certain elements and map it correctly. That doesn't mean that the model is true. That just means that the model fits for what I've mapped. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if the Earth really is a globe, but then I map all the points on the globe and then model it flat successfully, that doesn't magically make the Earth flat now, does it? No, it doesn't. So just because I make a good model, that's not observational evidence.
The obsession with models is weird because it doesn't prove anything one way or the other. You can have the concept of the globe and build the model around the observations. And you can build the concept around the other, and you can just work the math until it works either way. But it's neither here nor there. Models are irrelevant to the debate.
Well, what you do is you line up the edge of the sphere with one of the sides of the angle, one of the lines, and the other would be eye level, which the Theodolite app gives me. So all I did was measure the dip from eye level. Super easy.
So your height above the ground, and then the object in the distance.
No height.
And then the point below your altitude.
No height
that wouldn't
involved.
make 3 points of a triangle?
No height involved. I didn't measure anything related to my elevation when I measured that angle.
Gregory.
What object has one angle?
The angle
An
that
angle
I measured.
does.
I measured
What
the angle.
polygon has one angle?
It's not a polygon. It's just one angle.
How do you have an angle in a vacuum? Like, how do you have angle just itself?
It's not hard to do. I don't know why.
You have no other objects involved to measure the angle in relation to other objects?
Correct. Why
An
is this
angle
hard?
is a vertex. An angle is a vertex and two lines.
Points.
2 lines.
No, 1 point and 2 rays. That's an angle.
So I have line number 1 and line number 2, and one of these points, and both of these lines are intersecting. I would, in principle, have 3 points.
No, they don't intersect except at the vertex, Gregory.
So I posted a video of myself.
The lines in the triangle, when measuring the angle, are supposed to be, in principle, representative of the distance between all the objects involved.
No, the angle, not the distance.
No.
Angle,
the
not
points
distance.
at the lines
Angle.
don't represent the objects in real life.
You said
of which
distance.
you're measuring the angles between.
I said angle. You said distance.
The lines in the triangle, in principle, do
There's no
in
triangle.
principle represent the distance relationship between all the objects involved.
But there's no triangle. It's one
This
angle.
doesn't make any sense. This is asinine.
I get it. It's hard for you to understand, but it's one angle, not
So
not
explain to me how you don't have any lines involved and
There's
how
2
the
lines.
points at the lines don't connect when you're measuring angles. Explain that to me.
2 lines, 1 angle. Not hard. 2 lines, 1 angle.
So when you measure angles, you don't have in principle, lines intersecting at a point? That doesn't make any sense.
They can be tangent to a surface.
They're tangent to a surface.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
so you're going to
not hard.
conflate the difference between the concrete entities trying to be measured in real life as opposed to the in principle lines that correspond to a triangle or at least two lines intersecting at one of the 2 points of the line. You're going to conflate these two, but I'm the simple-minded one?
Models in science are like maps. Think about any given place in the world as if it were a scientific concept. A concept that we may not be familiar with, something that we want to explore and understand. Models inform us about so many aspects of the world around us, give us clues as to what we could expect if we were to explore it, help us navigate and make predictions about what we'll see when we do. Now, not only do flat earthers seem to think that models serve no purpose in helping us navigate the world, but they also appear to think that we claim that the models are literally the things that the models are describing, that they're one and the same. Of course, this is absurd. It doesn't matter how much detail we pour into a model, we could improve it more and more until it was a one-to-one copy, atom for atom, a perfect replica, and it would still not be the place in question. It would only be a representation of it. At no point have we argued that the model is the reality that we're trying to explain. We simply make use of models, equations, and other abstractions to help explain, describe, quantify, and communicate. The value of a model comes from its utility, and in every other context, flat earthers understand this, whether they know it or not. They still use Google Maps to get them from point A to B, even if those roads they see on screen look like they're way too small for a car to drive on. They're benefiting from these abstractions without realizing it. All too often I hear flat earthers throwing around the phrase reification fallacy, accusing globe proponents of treating something abstract or hypothetical as if it was the actual real thing in question.
Especially mathematical models, because mathematics is not reality, it's numbers on a paper, right? But if you create a model that works in real life, that still doesn't give you truth.
The notion that we believe or claim that the models are quote-unquote truths is, of course, a straw man. Although it makes sense that if flat earthers don't actually understand what the purpose of models in science actually are, that they also wouldn't be able to grasp any of the arguments that are being made using them. It's a well-known adage that all models are wrong, but some are useful. They're all just approximations of whatever they intend to represent. And the more refined they get, the more they're tested, make predictions, and have those predictions vindicated, the more confident we can be that we're gaining a deeper understanding about the actual real-world phenomenon that the models were created to understand. What the flat earther Ross attempted to argue is really fascinating to me, because I think it gives a kind of a unique insight into the way that flat earthers tend to struggle when it comes to understanding models.
Because I can create a model of something based upon certain elements and map it correctly. That doesn't mean that the model is true. That just means that the model fits for what I've mapped. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if the Earth really is a globe, but then I map all the points on the globe and then model it flat successfully, that doesn't magically make the Earth flat now, does it? No, it doesn't.
Now here's the thing, Ross. If you could actually do that, that would actually be compelling evidence that the Earth might be flat. But of course, you can't. Maps communicate quite a lot of information, and how useful a map is directly tied to how closely the map represents a few key aspects of the world it's attempting to describe, or specifically, the relative locations of different points, their relative sizes, and the distances between them. Now, Ross claimed that if he was able to successfully map the globe Earth onto a flat map, that wouldn't prove the Earth was flat. But we can't even really evaluate the conclusion of his argument because there's a fundamental problem with the foundational premise. Namely, that he could accurately model a three-dimensional object in 2 dimensions. Unless you're literally looking at a globe, the vast majority of the time that we interact with maps, we're interacting with something called a projection. The most common projection that we're all surely familiar with is the Mercator projection, but there are many others. Now, there's no agreed-upon map of the flat Earth, but the closest thing we can get to any semblance of a generally accepted flat Earth map would be the azimuthal equidistant projection. Imagine taking a globe, centering it on the North Pole, cutting a hole in the South Pole, and then stretching out Antarctica around the circumference. Now imagine actually doing this in real life, like imagine you were peeling an orange. If you cut a hole in the bottom, slide the peel off, and then try to flatten it out, unless you were to stretch parts of it significantly or make a bunch of cuts, you literally can't do it. Now this is precisely how we end up with the various map projections, all of which need some kind of cutting or stretching to represent the globe on a flat 2-dimensional plane. Using something called Tissot's indicatrices, we can get a much better visualization of the effects of the different map projections. On the globe, all of these little circles are exactly the same size and are placed along the meridians and parallels, providing a baseline reference for relative distances and scales. Now, once the various projections are created from the globe, we can look at the sizes, shapes, and distances between all of the resulting dots, at which point the quote-unquote cost of each projection will be easily visible. The Mercator projection was created with the primary intention of being used for navigation, with the desired attributes being that up represents north and down represents south pretty much everywhere on the map, and the local directions and shapes are generally fairly accurate, with the biggest trade-off coming in the form of having the land masses that are further away from the equator scaled up disproportionately to those closer to the equator. Now, the azimuthal equidistant projection is designed such that the points on the map are the correct distance and direction from the center point, the North Pole, and that comes at the cost of drastically butchering the scale of everything the further you get from the North Pole. Again, turning Antarctica into a massive ring around the entire perimeter, effectively eliminating the concept of a South Pole. The fact of the matter is, the locations, proportions, and distances on the globe are not only successful in describing what we experience in real life, but are also incapable of being accurately projected onto a flat map. It's fundamentally impossible to create a truly accurate flat representation of the world if the Earth was indeed a sphere. The shapes of the continents, relative sizes of the bodies of water, distances between cities and other major landmarks, and that fact is far more significant than Ross and other flat earthers realize. It's not that our model demonstrates that the Earth is round, but more importantly, that their inability to create a model that corresponds to reality demonstrates quite convincingly that the Earth can't be flat. Models don't make things reality, but reality can be modeled. And this concept is at the heart of why there aren't any real flat Earth models, either in the physical sense or any kind of robust conceptual framework that can make predictions and explain observations. The moment flat earthers attempt to account for one aspect on their map, like the relative sizes and shapes of the continents or distances between them, all of the other aspects of the map suddenly become wrong. Now, in very much the same way, as soon as they attempt to explain any given observed phenomena, such as the day and night cycle, they invariably fail to account for or outright contradict their explanations for all of the others, like eclipses, the seasons, and the movement of the stars in the sky. Flat earthers are simply unable to make their models match reality. And despite them invariably arguing that models aren't reality, so of course it doesn't matter, the very fact that the globe model is able to account for all of the relevant observations and phenomena that we see and experience, while no flat Earth model exists that can account for more than one or two things at a time, tells us a little something about what the shape of the Earth is most likely to be.
The globe itself and the heliocentric model and everything, that was established by hundreds of people over thousands of years. They've been working on this sort of stuff, and flat earthers think with Google and 10 minutes of cherry picking they could suddenly break all that apart, and yet they can't actually build their own working flat earth model at all because none of it actually works. The globe and everything else is the only thing that works, whereas flat earthers to try and explain how we see things on a flat earth, you want to see some of the bloody models that they've tried to pull up just to explain one thing. Like, have you come across everyone's got a personal sphere of the night sky, if you like, their own personal dome that they're seeing, and they show you how the stars are supposed to be moving, and they're dancing all over the place because it's the only thing they can get to work. And it's like, right, great, put that into the context of everything else and see how well you get on with it. And they can't. They have to change the model every single time just to explain one thing and then the next and then the next.
The end result of all of the problems facing the flat Earth model is quite fascinating, to say the least. What we end up seeing is that flat earthers can't stop at merely rejecting our models, but because these models are infinitely better at accurately representing reality than anything they can come up with, they're very often forced to outright reject reality.
So anyway, you guys, this is what us globe people believe Australia looks like. And then here is what the flat Earth map says Australia looks like. So right off the bat, just from a simple logic standpoint, we should know that both of these cannot be right. They're drastically different.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yeah, they're just a concept.
I want you to take a look at the drastic difference that the globe people believe is the shape of Australia and the flat Earth people believe is the shape of Australia. So my question for you, Austin, is which one of these do you think best represents the actual size of Australia?
Great question, man. I don't know. Like, I would say maybe somewhere in the middle. What about that? Because my answer remains the same here. This is just a concept. It's a construct. We weren't even allowed to make but one type of map. You can't even freely and privately explore the Earth.
The fact of the matter is that we know the distances from coast to coast, both north to south and east to west in Australia. Anybody can pull up a map, hop in their car, and make the drive. There's no shortage of flat earthers that live in Australia. It would be trivial for any of them to do this themselves to debunk the globe. The idea that we're not allowed to freely explore the Earth, as if somebody would prevent you from making these coast-to-coast drives, is absolutely bonkers. It's straight up nonsense, just like pretending that we don't know the actual distances between these major cities. You can pretend like the globe is merely an abstract concept all you want, but if the globe model tells us exactly how far these cities are, and those predictions correspond with reality, then you've surely got some explaining to do if you're a flat earther.
I mean, actually, when they traveled in the South back in the day, assuming a sphere, they consistently got lost. So what did they do? They had to start sending out magnetic declination surveys and trying to correct and correct and correct to try to get it to match the globe. That's why when you go in the South, you're just navigating with corrections. But when people actually went to the South, when these maps were first being put together, it didn't work. We had to make gross corrections to them. So that's the unspoken truth here.
This is just more nonsense to distract from the main point being discussed here. Magnetic declination isn't a topic that I really want to get into in any detail, but in a nutshell, what he's referring to has to do with adjustments that need to be made to magnetic compass readings while navigating, which actually has nothing to do with the geometry of the land masses or the maps at all. If the map tells you to go due north and your compass is off by some amount because of the difference between magnetic north and geographic north, that doesn't mean that the map is wrong. He's purposefully misrepresenting the implications of magnetic declination to divert the conversation away from where it's clearly going, because he's simply too afraid to have to answer extremely basic questions about his model of the Earth, which Pastor Will Duffy attempts to do, asking for his explanation for the fact that the distances in duration of north to south and west to east flights are within 15% or less of each other, which makes perfect sense on a globe with Australia the size that our maps dictate, while making absolutely no sense on any of the flat Earth maps that show Australia as a hot dog instead of a hamburger.
So what are you suggesting? It should be grossly different if the Earth is flat? What exactly is your argument? The fact that they're 8 minutes apart, assuming a globe distance to get an assumed speed?
Here would be the flight paths on the Gleason map. And by the way, the Gleason map is the only flat Earth map I could find on the entire internet that actually has the names of cities on it, which is bizarre to me. And if you look, this flight right here is 2.5 times shorter distance than this one. So Austin, why are these flights both within 5 minutes of each other, 3 minutes of each other on average? What is your explanation?
That is not to scale. You have to apply a scale to the outer regions of the map. It's literally on it.
So
it's literally a legend on the map.
Okay, so help me out here. Why can't you or Jaron or anybody else give us just a simple map of Australia? I'm not asking for the whole world. I'm not asking for you to go over the ocean. Why can't we just get a map of Australia that has the right scale and looks the right shape? Why?
Can we ask you though, what every single map that's ever been made, every coastline that's been mapped has all been done by government money, kings and queens. There's no private person going out and building maps, but you expect Austin and I to do that from our house. We're just supposed to go out and map the world for you.
Just help me understand why we can't get the proper shape of Australia when
I just told you.
We already
give me $10 million, I'll do it.
And millions of people, and we can go out there and do it, and then map entire coastlines and make very specific physical measurements, and not just make globular assumptions as we then beg the question of a spherical distance, and then we can't really figure out nautical miles and distances, and
so. Where does the shape of Australia come from on the globe side? Where is that coming from? Are you guys saying that that's made up or what? Where does it come from?
No, you guys have those very resources that we're discussing, assuming that the Earth is a sphere the whole time. And what happens now is in 2024, people can come along and be like, look how good our map is. Oh, but let's talk about what actually happened, which is that it consistently failed. It didn't work. When they went to the South, assuming the Earth was a sphere, all of the world's bestseller says this does not work. south is not symmetrical to the north as it should be. We are getting lost. We're off by 200 miles a day sometimes. We're off by tons and tons and tons.
Okay, so Austin, I would be content if you and Jaron would admit right now that the globe shape of Australia must be way closer to the truth than the Gleason map because of these flights.
No, I'll never say. But if you want us to draw the Earth for you, to draw the map for you, then you just need to get us the source code for GPS and explain to me why it's hidden by the United States government.
I don't have that, obviously. But again, I feel like you guys should just be willing to admit that if these two flights right here have an average flight time within 3 minutes of each other, that those distances are about the same. Why can't you admit that?
Well, they're 300 miles difference, though.
Speed that they travel. One's going north and one's going east.
Well, it tells you that right there. You got a 300-mile difference, but you're saying they're within minutes of each other. So how is the plane doing that?
So you're saying one's traveling way faster than the other one, right?
Somehow, to flat earthers, it makes more sense to say that the 15% difference in distance that could very likely be made up by the increased speed provided by the west to east jet stream is somehow a distance significant enough to call into question the entire thing, while completely ignoring the fact that westward flights on flat Earth would need to travel something like 250% faster to account for that massive difference in distance. Every single response they gave was a blatant red herring, straw-grasping attempts to divert the entire conversation away from the very basic reality that flat earthers are simply unable to create an accurate map of the world. And it's not because the government's preventing them from doing so, it's not because they haven't had enough time or don't have enough resources to do it, it's because the Earth isn't flat. The flat earthers' arch nemesis, geometry, strikes again.
If you don't have a map, then you're done. You can't actually go past that inside because a couple hundred years ago you could, when we didn't have fast international travel, but now we do. You get on a plane, you can get within 24 hours, you can get almost anywhere. And all of this is done using some sort of navigation, using some sort of a map. So there's a map being used. What map is it? Well, it's a globe. And they're like, well, it's all faked because it's the navigators do it, or it's in the software, or, okay, so what map is it? I don't know. We don't have access to it. Well, then why would you claim that there's a lie happening to it? You don't have any evidence for it. It's just a religion.
The fact that by using our knowledge and understanding of physics to model out around Earth within our solar system, we can predict with insane fidelity not only the date and time of solar eclipses down to the second, but more importantly, their precise path of totality, says something about how our model corresponds to reality. The fact that I and anybody else had the ability to see what would be happening in the real world literally months before it happened in a goddamn video game, because that video game is actually a remarkably robust model of our solar system, demonstrates the value of models, their predictive and explanatory power. It should tell you something when a video game can do what no quote-unquote flat earth scientist has ever in human history been able to do. Understanding these things in the abstract allows us to gain a deeper understanding of the real world. We're not saying they are the real world, but for some reason flat earthers can't seem to grasp this. And when combined with their inability to comprehend scale, their incompetence when it comes to doing basic geometry, and the ever-relevant fact that the world simply isn't flat, there exists no flat earth model that's capable of accounting for what we actually observe in the real world.
Hold on, first of all, where's the stars?
Sorry, I'm not that smart to understand that question. Yes, the stars are above our head.
Are they? Like are they like in the dome?
Actually, now the dome and the firmament is something that I don't know. I do not believe in outer space, but now some flat earthers believe in this firmament thing over us, like this, that makes the dome. That I don't really know, because that's like some flat earthers say this, some say that, and I honestly don't know on that subject.
Okay.
But I will tell you this, that the stars are not light years away from us. They're just as they appear.
Do you agree with this statement? Sydney and Johannesburg are 6,863 miles apart on flat Earth.
No, not necessarily.
What distance are they apart?
I don't know.
They want you all to believe that the sun is all exposed 360 degrees, which is not, because it's tucked into the Milky Way. The back of the Milky Way is night time, and that's where the full moon is. It's a no-brainer.
I mean, all the empirical evidence overwhelmingly suggests that there's an enormous 200-foot ice wall holding the oceans in level and flat. The sun and the moon are luminaries, same way there might be some dome with the crown chakra being the pole star.
That's the sunny side. That's the side we don't see. What we see is this dark side, it's the cool side of the moon. New moon, nothing. Still nothing. Because the sun is now facing this way, right? Or this way. And now it's like this.
On the moon phases, real quick, I was curious. What is a full moon and what is a new moon on your model?
Good question, man. I think it's probably like a magnetic cycle, and just like the center of a ferrocell cell image of a magnet, it's just completely black. It's actually just pure inertia in the center, the ferrocell cell image of a magnet. I think that's what it is. It just actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle, and it goes back. Purely speculation. I don't know what the moon is at all. It's a very beautiful thing. The creator made the heavens so that you can't understand them, so that you have to acknowledge that he exists.
See, the sun sits here and projects its energy frequencies across the amplifier. The black hole is the amplifier. So there's your sun, there's the black hole sitting in front of the sun like that. The sun isn't the black hole.
So are you certain this is what the Earth looks like?
Pretty sure. Almost. I mean, there are some details to be worked out, sure, but the basic concept is sound. Absolutely sound. And one thing, again, we absolutely know for a fact, this ain't it.
It's all related to man and woman on Earth. It's the same system. The sun's the man, moon's the woman. Full moon, it's her pregnancy, about to give birth.
The flat Earth is essentially that the North Pole is somewhere center-ish of Earth under Polaris. The continents spread out from the north and go out toward the ocean to maybe Antarctica, maybe it's open sea, maybe there's ice in some parts. We don't know.
And we're going to be moving in opposite directions, and that's where you get...
We're going to get stuck.
The day and night.
I mean, how does a lunar eclipse work?
That I'm not real sure about.
Or explained it in such easy terms like I've been doing. I can go online and I can find stuff explained just as simply as what I've done now.
All right, everybody. So I know this is a really long video, and I appreciate that you've made it this far, but I have to say that this story gets way, way crazier than what you've seen so far, if you can believe it. But before we get back to that, I gotta do the kind of content creator housekeeping that I usually hate to do, but is actually necessary to keep the channel going. I've been trying to transition away from being a gaming-focused channel to being more on the scientific, skepticism, and educational side of things. Not to mention that I'm obviously taking on some controversial topics involving some controversial figures. And that's honestly pretty complicated. I've had to work with lawyers, incorporate, all kinds of stuff I never thought I'd have to do as a content creator to protect myself, which of course is both expensive and time-consuming, not to mention working probably 60 hours a week over the last 4 months to put this project together, all the while having no clue if this video would actually succeed, entirely at the whim of the algorithm. So all of that's to say that if you appreciate the amount of work and effort I put into these projects and want me to continue making content like this full-time, please consider supporting me on Patreon. I can only continue to do this as long as it's paying the bills, and I would love to be able to provide more content like this for you going forward. I also have to shout out my music on Spotify. Most of the music you've heard throughout this video is my own, so go check that out. I'll have links to everything in the description. And if you want to see what I'm working on next, or give me some ideas about what topics you want me to dive into, come by my Twitch stream. I'm live almost every day, usually hanging out playing games and doing research. And finally, I want to try something I haven't done before that I just recently learned about. If you take a look under the video, apparently if I say, hit the like button, and then mention how a small percentage of you guys watching this video are actually subscribed to the channel, and ask you to consider subscribing, apparently the like and subscribe buttons light up or something. I've only seen this once and wanted to try it on one of my videos. Alrighty then, thanks to everybody for hanging with me. I genuinely appreciate you all. Now let's get back to the show. So far, we've only scratched the surface, covering only a few of the problems inherent to the flat earthers and their worldview. They don't understand scale of perspective, they can't grasp pretty much anything related to abstract concepts like math or models. And so with all of that out of the way, the third inevitable problem with the flat earth worldview should come as no surprise to anybody paying attention.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law.
In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply, and then we compare those computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience. Compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
What you just said, predictions isn't science, is one of the dumbest things I've heard a human say, because
prediction... It's not conclusive scientific evidence.
Predictions are literally one of the steps in the basic scientific method.
But is it conclusive?
You have to make a prediction to be able to test it.
But
and you know what happened today? Do you know what happened today? Was we made a prediction using the globe model that there would be an eclipse with a path of totality, and then we tested it live.
But you think it's a globe model? It's really not a globe model you're using.
Well, you can say that, but you're wrong. It is absolutely the globe model. Just saying it's not doesn't stop it being the globe model.
Let's clarify. Are predictions conclusive evidence?
I never said the testing of the predictions is evidence.
It should be easy just to say no, right? Come on, no.
The testing of the predictions is the evidence.
Are predictions and right predictions, if you test them and they come out, is that conclusive evidence on its own?
Science never says anything is conclusive, so it's an irrelevant question.
Okay, so we agree that it's not conclusive evidence.
You would not talk about proof if you understood science, because science doesn't deal with proof.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That is the dumbest.
And that shows your lack of background in science.
It shows that you will twist a goat into a chicken.
As soon as you talk about proof, you have moved into pseudoscience. I did not claim. Well, yes, you have.
In that case, anything that anybody talks about is pseudoscience. You might as well just accept this nihilistic fact.
I didn't claim proof, you see. That's the difference. I know that claiming proof is pseudoscience. So I wouldn't do that.
Then nothing is real.
No, then you don't understand science.
That's the stupidest thing ever.
You don't understand science.
Science is nothing but science is stupid, honestly.
There's a handful of flat earth leaders that have discovered that science very easily shows that the earth is spherical, so they must reject science. So they don't even allow a model. They think that if you use a model, they'll call it a reification fallacy, which is, you can't actually do science without a model.
What you think is a refutation against flat earth is a mathematical imagination you have contrived. Why are we trying to scrutinize imaginations in the first place?
I agree, flat earth is just imagination. I'm with you. Back in the 1800s, Samuel Rowbottom started with it, and he rejected science by saying, well, we shouldn't do science, we should do zeticism. So he invented his own word and his own process. And that process that he crafted makes it possible for him to do crappy science, basically. But now the new flavor is use the word science, but just redefine it.
One thing about flat earth, it doesn't have to be proven. Only globe earth have to be proven, because when I walk outside, I experience the earth flat.
When your senses and your observation that you actually make is that the room you're in right now is not rotating, spinning, or anything that you can tell. And then when you have an instrument that basically flies in the face of what your observations are this moment, what do you do with that?
There is an old saying, seeing is believing, and for most that is at the very heart of the problem. So it is the same for the masses, sadly. The only way they can ever change their minds is to see with their own two eyes the truth of the shape of the earth.
Look, guys, you guys want to get all technical and all that and all arsey and that, right? But unfortunately, just use your eyes.
I can't see my own balls without my glasses. Why the fuck would I trust my eyes?
Flat earthers are role-playing. They claim to be champions of science. They claim to be the only ones to know the processes and understand the findings of science better than even the scientists themselves. Now, the unfortunate truth is that the majority of them never seem to complete the unit on the basic scientific method in elementary school, as their understanding of science as a whole appears to be stuck there, in a state of arrested development. Most of them seem to have a bizarre fixation on the most basic, simplistic, traditional version of the scientific method taught in day one of science class, and call anything and everything that doesn't fit that one extremely rigid and limited description of the process not science. The result of their lack of education and experience with practical, real-world applications of science is that flat earthers tend to come in 3 different forms. The first is generally harmless, and takes the form of flurfs cosplaying as scientists. Now, I'm personally quite familiar with this, as I recall spending about a full week running around with a magnifying glass and rubber gloves, RPing as Harriet the Spy when I was about 8 years old. This is effectively what they're doing. The second is infinitely more harmful, coming in the form of science denial. Now, this is a rabbit hole that I don't want to go down in this video, but I will say that once you start to go down the path of blindly denying any and all of the generally accepted science, whether it's climate change or vaccines, it's a slippery slope that can have major consequences for you and everyone around you. Now, the third form is a bit more complicated because, much like the first, it's a facsimile masquerading as the genuine article, with the primary difference being that pseudoscience isn't quite so overtly amateur. It's not so obviously a caricature of real science. Pseudoscience is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It sells itself as the real thing, and I mean that quite literally, with a global market size easily in the billions of dollars, including things like homeopathy and other alternative medicines to self-help and other mysticism woo-woo nonsense. Understanding and identifying the few similarities and the many distinctions between real science and its bastard cousin is a genuinely important skill. And once you come to understand them, you'll start to see so many of the aspects of things that you see sold on TV or promoted on YouTube for what they really are: junk science. Once you can easily identify the differences between science and pseudoscience, your new challenge is going to be finding any meaningful distinctions between pseudoscience and the quote-unquote science done by flat earthers. What flat earthers end up doing is effectively trying to pass themselves off as culinary masters, vehemently claiming that you're not really cooking properly if you don't follow exactly every single step of one particular predetermined recipe. That if you're not following this exactly, you're not doing it right.
What are you? An idiot sandwich.
And not only that, they're constantly attempting to argue this to Michelin star chefs, claiming that those guys aren't actually doing real culinary arts, while the only cooking that flat earthers have ever done is preheat the oven and toss some Totinos on a baking sheet.
Mister, please just let me go. I promise I won't tell the cops.
Oh. My pizza rolls is done. Do you want some pizza rolls?
Are you unsure of where you belong? Don't like how things are going? Are you feeling dissatisfied? No purpose? No meaning? Don't fret. We can help. Repeat after me. I am a free thinker. I am a truth seeker. I do my own research. I want to be awake. I am a free thinker. It's time to wake up. Authorities cannot be trusted. Governments all around the world have been infiltrated. The elites, the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the powers that be are lying and have been lying about everything forever. Scientists cannot be trusted. They're paid by the government to perpetuate lies. They say science doesn't prove things, but we have proof, and now so do you. Scientists do not do real science. We do. NASA says you live on a ball. Living on a ball is silly. You can't live on a ball. You'd fall off. Living on a ball is silly. But NASA says that we live on a ball. They're lying. NASA says we landed on the moon. They say they have pictures, that it was on TV. If space was real, we'd see stars. How could we have gone to the moon if space isn't real? NASA says space is real, but they're lying. The Earth is not a ball. If it was a ball, how would the water stay on? Water flows down. Water doesn't bend. Flat is level. Level is flat. Earth is level. The Earth is flat. Citizens cannot be trusted. They've been indoctrinated by the globe Earth propaganda, programmed since birth to believe in the ball. Globes in the classroom, globes on TV. But we are free thinkers. And you're one of us. I am a free thinker. I am a truth seeker. I am a free thinker. I want to be awake. I am a free thinker. I want to be awake. Wake the fuck up! They will try to confuse you with ball earth disinformation, but they are either shills or sheep. If they confuse you, it's a trick. Do not believe what they tell you. They will try to convince you that you're wrong, that you've been deceived, but you can't be wrong. Academia cannot be trusted. They are either shills or sheep. Education cannot be trusted. The Jews cannot be trusted. You are not a sheep. You know nobody can be trusted. Trust me. We are free thinkers, and so are you. We've done our own research, and so have you. That is why you're here. You figured it out. You have proof. Everyone else are just sheep. You wouldn't want to be a sheep, would you? The Flat Earth movement has uncovered the truth. The evidence is all around us. Look at the sky, the water, the stars. Look at the dome. You can see it, can't you? Can't you? I am a free thinker. I am a free thinker. I'm a free thinker. I am 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 a free thinker. I'm a free thinker. I'm a free I am a free thinker. 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 I'm a free thinker.
They don't do scientific. They follow the forms. You gather data, you do so and so forth, but they don't get any laws. They haven't found out anything. They haven't got anywhere yet. Maybe someday they will, but it's not very well developed. But what happens is, at an even more mundane level, we get experts on everything. Now, I might be quite wrong. Maybe they do know all this thing. But I don't think I'm wrong. See, I have the advantage of having found out how hard it is to get to really know something. How careful you have to be about checking the experiments. How easy it is to make mistakes and fool yourself. I know what it means to know something. And therefore, I see how they get their information. And I can't believe that they know it. They haven't done the work necessary, haven't done the checks necessary, haven't done the care necessary. I have a great suspicion that they don't know that this stuff is, and they're intimidating people by it. I think so. I don't know the world very well, but that's what I think.
When we examine the major qualities of science, the scientific method, the philosophies and methodologies, the day-to-day practices of real professionals in any of the different scientific disciplines, ultimately the way that they view and approach the process of determining what we might call truths about our world, we'll find that pseudoscience has its own variation on each of those qualities, a kind of dark side, so to speak, that manages to poison the entire process, eliminating any reliable connection that its conclusions might have with reality. The primary goal of science is to make testable and falsifiable hypotheses, following the evidence wherever it leads. In contrast, pseudoscience specializes in making untestable, unfalsifiable assertions, and then later uses whatever strategies it can muster to claim that they've proven whatever their predetermined conclusion was. Pseudoscience works backwards, hoping to find whatever justification they can for the beliefs they've had from the start.
This is called the double slit theory. It's not a theory, it's proof, actually. We had a couple scientists that proved it.
Outside of the colloquial usage of the word proof, where folks are generally using it to mean some piece of evidence that supports a claim, whenever you hear somebody talk about something that's been definitively proven in science, or reject something else on the basis that it hasn't been conclusively proven, that should be a major red flag. Falsifiability is the backbone of science. You can't do science without it. The moment something is proven, then it's no longer falsifiable, putting us outside of the realm of science. Now, when it comes to making hypotheses and predictions, science offers plausible, coherent, and naturalistic mechanisms as potential explanations, and makes specific predictions that can be tested against observations, measurements, and experiments. Pseudoscience, on the other hand, suggests unprecedented, implausible, and even incoherent mechanisms that border on magical, and almost always refuses to make any kind of prediction, instead creating ad hoc explanations to try to explain whatever you saw after the fact as somehow being consistent with what you predicted.
Because in the model that's in the Bible, the sun is down here on the widest path.
Dude,
it's under the cosmos.
Chris, the Book of Enoch says that the sun at nighttime goes through portals.
It does.
Yeah, that's
it does.
at nighttime.
And when half of no, it doesn't say that. It says the sun is always in the face of heaven. It says that it does a circuit in the sky, like a Jacob's ladder circuit,
and it goes through
when
portals
half of
at
the
nighttime.
sun
Underneath.
Okay, so when half of the sun is sticking out of the western portal, half of it is coming out of the east on the other side.
And when it comes to the consideration of alternate explanations for whatever phenomena you're trying to understand and explain, scientists usually have enough respect for new competing hypotheses that they're generally willing to engage with and try to understand them. You never know. Perhaps some or all of these explanations could be valuable or relevant to your model, and in some cases, they might be even better. Pseudoscience, on the other hand, tends to show a lack of respect not only towards competing explanations, but even more specifically towards whatever is the current generally accepted model within the paradigm. Pseudoscientists rarely attempt to engage with alternatives, and when they do, more often than not, they misunderstand and misrepresent them, either due to incompetence or dishonesty. Let's take a look at one of the most frequently brought up scientific concepts within many different contexts of the flat earth discussion, something called refraction, which is related to the behavior of light. Now, there are lots of different ways that refraction can manifest, but one of the easiest to demonstrate is just by looking at any glass of water that has a straw in it. We can clearly see here the path of light from the straw to our eyes is not traveling in a straight line. Something funky is going on here, and what's actually happening is quite interesting. Another slightly more dramatic example is what we often come across as we're driving down the road on a very hot day, seeing what's effectively a mirage, what appears to be water rather than road, even showing the reflections of the cars driving on top. Both of these observations are caused by the same underlying phenomenon, the refraction of light. Let me try to run you through a super fast crash course on what refraction is and how it works, because understanding some of these details are going to be really helpful as we examine so many of the arguments that are raised during these flat earth debates. So for starters, the speed of light in a vacuum, otherwise known as c, is 299,792,458 meters per second, or just under 300,000 kilometers per second. Now in reality, there are no perfect vacuums, even in space. So light is effectively always traveling through some kind of medium, and as such is always traveling at some speed slower than c. With the speed of light in air being very close to the speed of light in a vacuum, the speed of light in water being about 25% slower, and the speed of light through glass being about 2/3 that of the speed of light in a vacuum. Now there's one singularly relevant property of light that's really at the heart of this discussion, something that's common to many other things that behave as waves, like sound, and that's that if it enters a medium with a different index of refraction, the change in its speed will also result in a change in its direction, which is effectively what the refractive index is, a value that represents just how much a medium is able to bend the path of light. The relationship between the different angles the light travels before and after refraction is very well understood, and can be described using something called Snell's law. All you really need to know what the resulting path is going to be as light travels from one medium to another are the refractive indices of the two media, something you can easily find anywhere online, and the angle of incidence of the light. Now this is of course super useful if you want to get into the finer details on refraction, but it's not terribly practical for, say, the average person in their day-to-day life just casually considering how refraction might be playing a role in something they see. So let me share a useful analogy that helped me get a bit more of an intuitive grasp on what's going on here. This little metaphor will hopefully help you get an idea for how the path of light generally changes when it enters a medium with a different refractive index. Imagine a car driving over some asphalt in a straight line, approaching an area of road at an angle covered with a thick layer of sand. Now the asphalt doesn't have a ton of resistance against your tires. It's quite easy to drive over, representing something akin to a less dense medium with a relatively low refractive index. Now the sand, on the other hand, will provide much more resistance to the car as it drives. It's much more dense and represents a medium with a relatively high refractive index. When the car first makes contact with the new medium, it'll only make contact at the front left tire. The added resistance from this denser medium will cause that tire to slow down, while the front right tire will still maintain its original speed. Now, this difference in speed will cause the car to veer to the left as the left side of the car is decelerating relative to the right side, which continues to travel at a constant speed. Now, this veering will continue until eventually the front right tire makes contact with the sand, causing it to decelerate to match the speed of the front left, with the end result being the car traveling at a slower overall speed in a new straight line direction. Visualizing refraction in this way, and of course the same in the opposite direction, will hopefully allow you to quickly figure out which direction light is going to bend as it changes medium. Now, in the vast majority of cases in the context of flat Earth debates, what we're talking about is atmospheric refraction, which causes the light that we see coming from distant objects like buildings or mountains to shift in apparent position and even get squashed or stretched. Now, as I mentioned before, refraction isn't limited to situations where light goes from one medium to another. It can also happen within a single medium, like our atmosphere. Earth's atmosphere can vary widely in any number of ways, from temperature to pressure, humidity, and all of these factors are affected by the general climate and the location, the elevation, the weather conditions, and much more. And because of this, coupled with the effect of gravity attempting to pull everything down towards Earth, what we end up with the vast majority of the time under normal circumstances is a temperature and pressure gradient, with higher atmospheric pressures and temperatures near sea level that then gradually decrease until we basically hit space. Now, based on what we just learned from Snell's law, that means that under normal conditions when we're viewing distant objects through the atmosphere, what we'd expect to see is downward refraction, the light from those distant objects being refracted downwards towards the denser parts of the atmosphere. Visualizing the atmosphere in this way is of course a bit misleading, because this is of course showing very rough, stepwise transitions between different density layers, but in reality it's much more of a smooth, continuous transition. Here's a great visualization made by the YouTuber Science It Out, showing the effects of refraction on light as you simulate the atmospheric density gradient with increasing detail. Now, there's no shortage of problems with how flat earthers interpret and understand the effects of refraction, with one such issue being what they claim would be the ultimate effect of downward refraction from the perspective of an observer.
I just want to know how light, when you get into a denser medium, light bends down. So if we're looking over long distances and we're looking through a medium, the atmosphere, and it's most densest at the surface, we should all be able to tell from Derek's opener that light would bend down, not up. So I would like to hear specifically what type of refraction is happening when we're seeing these observations, these long distance photography observations from hundreds of miles all the time, as well as people from Chicago are seeing the Chicago skyline 4 or 5 times a week from 50 miles away. What type of refraction would you guys invoke?
Okay, so for context, let me briefly explain what he's talking about here. Look at this totally not to scale representation of Earth, showing an observer on the right, a skyscraper on the left, and the atmosphere gradient around the whole thing. When light from the sun reflects off the building, it reflects in basically every direction, and anybody in the line of sight of these rays of light would be able to see the building. That's just literally how sight works. Now in this example, our observer over there is not within line of sight of the skyscraper due to the curvature of the Earth. It would be below the horizon line. But of course what we're missing here is what we just learned about, refraction. So how would that change things? So again, remember that light refracts down into denser mediums, and the atmosphere is more dense the closer we get to the ground. So the end result is that under the right atmospheric conditions, light can bend around the curvature of the Earth, making distant objects appear over the horizon that would otherwise have been hidden. This is another good moment to give a shout out to Walter Bislin, who made a tool that simulates the behavior of light under these different atmospheric conditions, showing us exactly what we might see if we were observing a distant object throughout the day as refractive effects varied along with atmospheric conditions. So now let's go back to the debate and hear what everybody had to say.
You answered your own question in your statement. The denser air, right, refracts light downward. Right, you both said that, and Derek said that in his opener. And you showed a video of the sugar in the tank bending light downward. Now, you're confusing bending light downward with objects moving downward. But bending light downward actually makes the object appear higher, which is why, and yes, you can shake your head, however, okay, an object with the light bending downward from where it is actually appears to make the object higher because the light is entering your eye on a downward angle.
You know
the light,
no, he keeps going.
That's literally how refraction works. You can't really, light coming in, your eye sees it going that way up. So it raises the object up. Where downward refraction raises an object up. That is just how it works.
Casey, you got a minute to retort? Oops.
Do you know how eyesight works? And it reflects over to you, which is what you see.
Right.
On its way over to you, it's bending downward. You cannot pretend like light bending downward somehow makes it appear higher in the air. Light, as it travels, moving downward, is going to appear lower. I don't know where this idea. In order for it to bend downward into your eye, it would have to be up above your eyesight to drop down into your level of eyesight.
Let me say one thing.
What about this? Did you not?
Hold on, Globey. It's now your time. Now your time, buddy. So also, I wanted to suggest that Globey is saying that downward refraction refracts things up. Upwards. This dude is literally contradicting himself in the exact same sentence. How is downward refraction refracting things up?
Something tells me this little guy wasn't invited to many birthday parties as a kid. But anyway, therein lies the problem. Flat earthers, as usual, get it entirely backwards. It's actually as if they're so simple-minded that they can't get past the downward part of the phrase downward refraction and conflate what direction the light bends with where the resulting image would appear to be to the observer relative to its actual physical spatial location. It would be one thing if they got a little bit confused about it and said, whoops, corrected themselves and moved on. But this wasn't an accidental oopsie. You can see all three of them repeatedly smirking and shaking their heads in disbelief, in unison, as if the Globers were the ones getting it wrong. But once again, what we have here from the Flat Earthers is a fundamental misunderstanding of a phenomenon that's one of the most crucial to the entire Flat Earth debate, and it's painfully easy to recognize their error. The dude even explained himself how the light being refracted is traveling downwards, but then says it would appear to be lower than it actually is. How nonsensical this is can be easily visualized. Let's use an exaggerated example to make it painfully obvious. Imagine a situation where there was a distant object, and between it and a nearby observer was some obstruction. Under normal atmospheric conditions, you wouldn't be able to see the distant object, as it would be visually obstructed. But then let's imagine we have some refractive conditions causing downward refraction, bending the light at a downward trajectory over the obstruction. Now, in order for the light to enter your eyes, you'd have to look up. And naturally, by looking up and allowing the refracted light to hit your eyes, you'd be seeing the object in precisely the direction that the light was coming from, meaning the light would appear to be coming from a source that would undeniably appear to be higher than the actual position of the object the light was coming from. This is refraction 101, and is precisely the opposite of what these nitwits are saying would happen. Plain and simple, downward refraction causes objects to appear higher than they actually are, no matter how confidently, condescendingly, and arrogantly these clowns assert otherwise.
It's coming into your eyes straight. So it assumes the object it's seeing from that light is straight ahead of it. Doesn't matter where the light's coming in. So if that light is bending down towards you, where it's entering your eye, you're going to draw a straight line from that, and that's where the object appears.
So a distant object that's the same eye level as you. Light hits that object, bends downward, and makes that object appear higher.
That's what they're saying.
Right.
We realize light bends down. You're looking at a building. Two light rays come up, bends down to your eyes. So what does it look like? Well, it's entering your eyes at an angle, so it'll look like it came from higher. That's all Globey's saying.
Well, it's patently false. You can demonstrate with that little cartoon.
This is just optics. This is just standard optics.
Demonstrate it then.
My guy, you can put a pencil in water and watch it be the denser medium below the pencil. The pencil will displace down towards the denser medium. Your cartoons don't change physical demonstrations.
Okay, Globe side. Globe, you got a question?
Can you show us a physical demonstration?
Well then, I thought you'd never ask. There's a couple of great YouTube videos done by a guy named Dang Joss, where he uses liquid nitrogen as a means to create a large enough temperature gradient rapidly in a fairly small localized area as to allow for the light coming from the spray can he's using as the target to be refracted downwards around a visual obstruction towards the camera, undeniably showing the effect of downward refraction in real time, causing objects to be raised visually, the thing the Flat Earthers literally laughed at while getting it entirely wrong themselves. And again, this isn't like controversial, it's basic optics. One last fantastic demonstration of this is from Dave McKeegan. He used a strip of plastic and placed it in a tank of water that was slightly shorter than the strip, allowing the strip to curve, acting as an analog for the surface of Earth. He then used a laser to visualize the effects of refraction in the water under two different conditions. First was just normal water, and the second was water with about 1 kilogram of sugar added to it. The result of this is that the sugar dissolves in the water and settles to the bottom of the tank, creating a gradient of density in the water very similar to that of our atmosphere. The resulting difference in behavior of the laser in both cases is exactly what we would expect.
To see just how cool this really is, here's a side view of the fish tank. I shone a laser from the bottom of one side of the plastic strip when it was filled with just water, and it is not able to get to the bottom of the other side of the tank in front of the plastic strip because the curvature of the plastic strip is blocking the laser. However, when I repeated this after the sugar was added, the laser beam is still straight when it's pointing upwards, but as I angle it downwards, it begins to bend. And I can actually get it to bend pretty much perfectly along the plastic strip to the very bottom of the other side. And with this, the refraction increases the lower the light is. If the laser's level with the peak of the plastic, the light is only just bending around the second half of the plastic strip. But when the light is dropped a bit lower, it's able to bend much more and still reach the same spot on the far side. So, we can show how refraction can bend light over a curved surface to allow us to see further than we would with no refraction.
The opposite effect is what causes the mirages on hot road surfaces that we talked about earlier. The air directly above the asphalt is very, very hot, and it cools off rapidly as the heat rises, creating a situation where the denser air is actually above the less dense air temporarily. A generally unstable set of conditions that is what leads to the sort of wobbling effect we see here, as the hotter air and colder air are constantly trying to swap places. In this situation, we're actually seeing upwards refraction. The light is being refracted upwards from ground level, appearing to be literally on the road itself. And what we're actually seeing looks like a reflection of cars or people on the road, and that watery effect is literally the sky. It's the opposite of what we just talked about. Just like downward refraction makes distant objects appear to be higher than they are, upwards refraction can make distant objects like the sky appear to be literally on the ground. When will flat earthers learn? Whenever we get the rare opportunity to see how flat earthers do science out in the field, they demonstrate how lazily and carelessly they operate, which brings us to the next topic, the methodologies and standards of evidence. Good scientists employ strict, rigorous, and well-defined methodologies, being careful to control for confounding variables, attempting to collect as much detailed, high-quality data as possible. This maximizes the chances of others to be able to replicate your research, and if both parties get the same result, that adds more support to your hypothesis. If you happen to get different results, that indicates that either your methodologies were not well designed, well defined, that at least one of you was sloppy with your implementation, data collection or analysis, or the original hypothesis was not valid. Pseudoscientists, on the other hand, tend to be extremely sloppy, very often with no real understanding of the mechanisms underlying whatever phenomena they're attempting to quantify, let alone the equipment required to properly measure them. They tend to ignore confounding variables and lack proper controls that would otherwise prevent undue outside interference. Because of this, their evidence tends to be sparse and unconvincing, so they have to rely on anecdotal evidence and other unreliable sources, such as people's memory and eyewitness testimony.
Thunderstorms over the ocean don't go over curvature. And that's the thing. If you can see hurricane clouds from 300 miles away, Michael, the Earth is not a sphere. It can't be. That math doesn't add up, and it never will add up. And we can make that observation every day.
Hurricane clouds from 300 miles away?
Absolutely. At sunset, absolutely.
I'm going to need to see that.
Ask anybody who lives on the ocean that's watched a hurricane come in when the sun goes down.
So, according to him, anybody with a beach house is going to tell us that they can see a hurricane every day, and they have no problem determining its distance accurately out to hundreds of miles by just eyeballing it. That's the kind of numbers and precision that we deal with when it comes to flat earthers. Or how about the time this flat earther claimed to debunk the 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration of gravity by doing intensive calculations along with precision measurements?
9.8 meters per second squared, meaning that every object in the world have to fall is accelerated at the same speed. This is not observable because I could drop a penny right now from my head to my toe. I'm 5'10", and a penny would take literally a whole second to hit from my head to my toe. That is not no 9.8 meters. 9.8 meters equals 32.15 feet.
Okay. But have you measured this actually, or are you just kind of going off the kind of a feeling about how fast it might go?
No, I literally counted. Listen, I measured myself. I'm 5'10", and I counted Mississippi because that's how long it takes for you. That's how long a second is. Mississippi. It's a 4-syllable word. Mississippi takes 1 second. And from my head to my toe, that thing hit the ground, which means that penny traveled travel 70 inches per second downward. That debunks that 9.8 meters per second.
To Corey,
as a matter of fact.
Yeah, can I respond to that? I think that the precision of your measurement apparatus might be at fault there.
And would you be surprised if I told you that the very idea of controlling and isolating variables within an experiment, the very thing that allows us to be remotely confident that what we're observing and measuring is signal rather than noise, that this principle of science is very often perceived as a bad thing to flat earthers and pseudoscientists? Now, in the case of the following clip, the context of the conversation was around an experiment that's been done a number of times that demonstrates that the acceleration due to gravity on Earth of 9.8 meters per second squared is the same for everything, regardless of mass, by showing a feather and a bowling ball falling at the same speed, just as long as you're able to remove the major variable that prevents this demonstration from being easily reproduced pretty much anywhere else: air, hence this massive vacuum chamber. The flat earther sees controlling confounding variables, one of the most crucial elements of proper, rigorous scientific research, as a problem.
Yeah, here's the thing. When we're dealing with science, we don't alter reality. We just demonstrate it in reality. So like I said, due to the fact that we live in a medium and we don't live in a vacuum in the atmosphere, we live in the atmosphere, which means he was supposed to show that in the atmosphere because he say, why do you fall in the atmosphere? But yet the experiment that he showed is isolating all of that. So you got to change reality to make gravity exist.
You really think that's what the sun looked like?
Well, this is what a friend of mine took a picture of it. Yeah, so
you think that's what the sun looked like?
That's what happens when you take a picture of it. Yes. Okay.
I know when I take a picture of the sun, it don't look like that.
Well, maybe get appropriate equipment and don't use your phone.
I don't need it. I don't need that. Y'all always say that though. Y'all
If you use the right tools, the right tools, then you get the right image. A phone is not designed to take close-up images of the sun that include its details.
Oh, the Samsung Galaxy S23 is.
Boats on the ocean are one of my personal favorite demonstrations of the curvature of the Earth. Simple, elegant, and compelling. So of course, naturally, flat earthers have to get that all completely wrong as well. They will try, with all of their might, to convince you of a bunch of alternative explanations for what it is we see on the ocean. But despite how confidently and nonchalantly they'll inevitably attempt to hand-wave it all away, I want to assure you that, like everything you've already seen thus far from them, it's all nonsense. There's really only two primary competing hypotheses when it comes to how boats will appear as they travel away from you over the ocean. On a flat Earth, the most significant factor is perspective. On a globe, what's far more relevant is geometry. Now, of course, straight from the start, this doesn't exactly bode well for the flat earthers, as what we've seen time and time again is that these two particular concepts are among the ones that they, let's just say, struggle with.
Yeah. I think we need to do so. James, I've got a simple question for you. I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1. What are the internal angles?
A triangle of 1, 1, 1. So it'll be 360 degrees, won't it?
Now, for the following examples, let's ignore a bunch of confounding variables like atmospheric conditions. Some of these things are going to be more relevant for later in the conversation, but not for now. Perspective dictates that as an object travels away from you, it will uniformly reduce in angular size. That is to say, it'll maintain proportionality. There's not going to be any stretching, skewing, or squashing, and it will continue to reduce in angular size until the object is simply too small for your eyes or a camera to resolve. Now, this is what we would expect to see as a pair of boats sail away from us over the ocean on a flat Earth. Both boats would shrink until their angular sizes rendered them unresolvable, with of course the smaller boat disappearing first. Now imagine that we had a camera that could zoom really, really far, and we zoomed in towards each of the boats. On a flat Earth, because we have a straight line of sight to both, as we zoom, eventually each boat's angular size would increase to be large enough to once again be resolved. So on a flat Earth, we could zoom distant objects back into view. Now, perspective is perspective, whether or not we live on a flat Earth, so everything I just said would still apply on a globe. The smaller boat would become too small to be resolved at effectively the same distance as it would on a flat Earth. Although geometry dictates that if it was large enough, like our boat on the left here, As it travels away from you along the surface of a sphere about the size of Earth, well before perspective would cause it to become too small to be seen, it would begin to become obstructed, bottom up, by the horizon, as the curvature of the sphere itself would literally be between the object and your line of sight, eventually disappearing below the horizon entirely. Now let's say we bust out that camera again and zoom as far as we can. Because our vision is limited by perspective in the case of the smaller boat, we could successfully zoom in and see it again, just like on a flat Earth. But that doesn't hold true for the larger boat, because it's geometry that's the limiting factor in that case. We literally no longer have a direct line of sight to the larger boat, which means no amount of zoom could ever bring it back into view. So these distinctions are critical to the entire argument. I just showed a few different examples of potential observations that we could see when looking at distant boats over the ocean, and there really were just two primary types. The first case was when boats became hidden by perspective. They became too small and far away to be seen with our eyes or captured with a camera, and is exactly what we'd see from basically all boats, large or small, and technically at any distance if the Earth was flat. Now on a globe, this is also exactly what we'd see from smaller boats that became too small to see anywhere before they reached the horizon. Regardless of the shape of the Earth, we could use cameras or other kinds of optics to zoom in where these boats were last seen, and they'd become visible again. Let's call these types of situations Type A observations. Boats that disappear due to perspective, and the amount that they can be seen changes based on how much we're able to zoom in. Now, the second type of observation is one we would only expect to see on a globe. Past a certain size threshold, larger boats will be fully visible until they reach the horizon, at which point they would become increasingly obstructed, bottom up, the further they travel away from you. No amount of zoom will ever bring back the parts of these boats that have been obstructed by the horizon. We can zoom and zoom forever, and all it will do is enlarge the parts of the boats that are above the horizon. Our limitations in sight here are due to geometry, not perspective, which is why zooming in more doesn't allow us to see anymore. Let's refer to these types of situations as Type B observations. So remember, Type A observations work on both a flat Earth and a globe Earth, but Type B observations only make sense on a globe. If we see a Type A observation, that doesn't really tell us much. But if we see a Type B observation, that's bad news bears for the flurfs. So when it comes to this topic during debates, what are some of the real-world examples that flat earthers bring up as their best evidence? Alright, so straight away, this is a clear example of a Type A observation. We can even see here that the boat hasn't made it to the horizon. It was just a really small boat, far enough away to not see until you zoom. It's pretty dishonest to title this video zooming in on boats behind the curve with a little winky face, don't you think? If we slow the video way down and zoom in, we can even see pretty much the exact moment that the boat becomes resolvable by the camera. And even at this point, it's pretty obvious that it's not at the horizon yet. And as we continue to zoom in more, all we see is the boat in more detail. We never see more of the boat. This example proves nothing. Let's take a look at another. Okay, so it's just another example of the same exact thing. Now this time the boat's significantly bigger, and it seems to be pretty damn close to the horizon. It's hard to say without knowing what the bottom of this boat looks like, just how much is obstructed by the horizon, if any. But the most important factor here is that as he zooms in, at no point is he quote-unquote bringing anything back over the curve. The amount of the boat that's visible remains the same the entire time. As we zoom in, all we're doing is increasing the detail, not the amount that we see. I'm beginning to see a pattern. Let's continue. And again, we have more of the same. One good way to visualize this is to zoom in and crop the images so that we can see what the boat looked like earlier, right as the camera was able to get enough detail to begin to render it in the image, and compare that to later on as we're fully zoomed in. Now granted, the one on the left is super blurry and low detailed, but it's pretty safe to say that the same amount of the boat is visible in both. In the same video, he has a couple more examples that show the exact same thing. Now, I do want to mention that not all of these videos are from flat earthers meant to be presented as evidence that the earth is flat. Some of these are from people who are just probably camera enthusiasts or boat enthusiasts. But that, of course, doesn't stop flat earthers from presenting these during debates as evidence. So that's why they're worth discussing. So that brings us to our final example, where the guy who made this video has us playing a little mini game where he zooms in on a very small boat, and the moment that the boat becomes visible to you, you're supposed to pause the video and write down what your score is. You can ignore that number in the corner for now. I want to show this because this is such a great demonstration of exactly what we see in the videos presented by flat earthers, because this boat is so blatantly and obviously never remotely close to the horizon. It's simply too small to be visible until it's zoomed back into view. And even with this example that undoubtedly never involves the horizon at all, nothing is being quote-unquote zoomed back over the curve, and yet there are flat earthers in the comments saying that this is proof the earth is flat. Just another demonstration of how these clowns have no critical thinking skills whatsoever and simply see what they want to see. So, what do you think we're going to see when we actually go out and get proper, relevant observations? Something tells me you're not going to be surprised. This video right here, from Dazza the cameraman, is for sure the best example that I've managed to find, and I'll just come out and say it. It utterly demolishes the idea that the earth is flat. Now, what he does is exactly what I showed you a moment ago. He zooms in on a pair of ships off in the distance and takes a few screen grabs along the way so that we can compare, side by side, what proportion of each of the ships is visible at varying levels of zoom, as he goes all the way up to the Nikon P1000's 125 times optical zoom. Now, we're going to be zooming in on a couple of ships that look just like this. They have the same sort of size and structure with rows of what look like, I don't know, crane towers or something. I don't know anything about boats, don't fucking at me. But once we start zooming, you're going to notice that there's something a bit different about one of the boats compared to the other. And this difference is what sets this observation apart from all of the others that we've seen before. Either somebody needs to call the goddamn Coast Guard because the ship on the far left must have hit an iceberg, or a massive portion of it has been obstructed by the horizon, hidden behind the curve. Notice how as he zooms in and we compare it to those snapshots he grabbed along the way, no more of the ship is brought back into view. The same amount is obstructed regardless of the level of zoom. A perfect demonstration of a type B observation, the one that only makes sense on a globe. Earlier, you could even see a third ship on the right, and these three side by side show perfectly what I explained earlier. Three ships that appear to be the same size at varying distances near the horizon, with three different amounts of bottom-up obstruction based on their distance. This truly is a chef's kiss observation. Now, hilariously, just like the flat earther from before that viewed controlling variables in experiments as a bad thing, flat earthers actually try to dismiss this and observations like it, implying that their shitty examples zooming in on tiny little boats that are clearly not over the horizon is actually the proper way to do this test. Their ability to grasp at straws never ceases to amaze.
That's just one video. We got videos that show the opposite too.
Okay, but I don't care about the videos that you're showing right now. Please respond to this video here. And it shows that zooming
we're not
in,
showing anything.
This is literally showing in real time that zooming in does not bring something back. So why is it not happening here?
I don't know. Why does it happen in the video that we'll show is the question.
See, so what we can see here is the boat being unresolvable. It's not disappeared bottom up. Literally what we just saw was the boat becoming unresolvable in totality. It does not disappear. When something has disappeared bottom first, like I showed, you could see the bottom of those boats were over the horizon. No amount of zooming in will bring that back, ever. It's never, ever been shown in a video. Yep, once again, the bottom, the bottom hasn't disappeared. In fact, there's a part of the bottom missing there, and no amount of zooming is bringing it back.
What are you talking about? In your video that you showed, that's undisputable proof, from the furthest back zoom out, you could see the tops of the ships. Both of our videos from the fully zoomed out part, you could not see the ships whatsoever.
Because it was unresolvable by the camera, yes.
Taller, and you're using possibly a much closer distance than ours. So I don't see how you'd say ours isn't proof, but yours is.
Think about the argument this guy's making here. He's literally saying that the boat on top wasn't as far away as the one on the bottom, because they didn't need to zoom in as far to see the highest part of the boat on the top, and they had to zoom in much farther to see the boat on the bottom. Not only is he ignoring the fact that the boat on the top is clearly much, much larger compared to the one on the bottom, which obviously means it would be visible with far less zoom, but he's also destroying what every other flat earther tries to say, which is that the bottom-up obstruction that's so obvious as to be undeniable must be caused by something like perspective. that somehow perspective is hiding the bottom part of the boat. So if it was perspective that dictated that such long distances is what causes that massive bottom-up obstruction, so how is it that he can argue that the boat on the bottom has to be much further away than the one on the top, when we see none of those perspective effects here? Of course, it's because it's nonsense. In order for what flat earthers say to be true, when you saw a boat like this, obstructed from the bottom up, zooming in the camera would make it look like this. And that doesn't happen, it's never happened, and it never will happen. All flat earthers do is try to present type A observations while trying to convince you that what you see in the video is actually this. It is at best delusional and at worst dishonest. Now, sometimes they come up with even more absurd explanations, with this one coming from a flat earther who calls himself Bev, Try Thinking. Let's see what happens when he tries thinking like a flat earther.
All right, so I have been told just to let that play. What we see here is a tanker ship. As you can see, we cannot see the bottom of said tanker ship, but we see that the tanker ship is indeed there, just not the bottom of it. It appears to be blocked by, water, which obviously is below the ship because the ship is sailing on said water. All right, so the question is this. Can you explain to us what we are seeing in that clip?
I don't know, something weird. Looks like it could be a swell that is occurring. I haven't got a clue. It can't be. Definitely not a hump of water.
The beta swell.
That's ridiculous, right? There isn't a hump in the middle of water.
So just to be clear, your theory as to what may be occurring in that video clip is that it could be a swell?
Could be, yeah. Could be.
We unfortunately encounter the same kind of sloppy science and misunderstandings when flat earthers attempt to explain the setting of the sun over their supposed flat earth. Most of us are familiar with the globe earth explanation for sunsets, that Earth's rotation causes the sun to be obscured by the horizon until it's no longer visible. If the Earth was flat, the sun would never actually set, and would probably be visible to everybody all the time, although that's a different can of worms entirely, so let's ignore that for now. What flurfs claim is that the sun does not actually set past the horizon, but instead shrinks in angular size to the point where it's no longer resolvable due to perspective.
But where's the sun in that picture? I mean, and you even said the sun sets below the mountains in the last example that you used, but that doesn't make sense. I mean, the sun doesn't set on a flat Earth model; it just moves away from you, right?
Well, it moves away from you and then looks like it's going down. Just like if you see a plane flying towards you, it looks like it's going up. Then as it flies away, it looks like it's going down. Or if you look down a long street, you'll see street lights look like they're going down. They're all the same height though, right? It's just perspective. The same reason that a hallway converges, the sun does the same thing. And actually, we have many observations of the sun disappearing above the horizon. So the sunset happens above the horizon. So that actually perfectly matches plain Earth. The sun is just small, local, moving away from us. Looks like it's going down and then disappears into the distance. But on a globe, it should always be going behind the physical curved horizon. We see the sun disappear above the horizon.
We see the sun disappear above the horizon?
Yeah, yep.
Not in the sunsets I've seen.
Both of these are easily verifiable, testable claims, and are mutually exclusive, so at least one of them must be wrong, meaning what we actually observe will not match the hypothesis. So, what happens when we actually look? Here's a few examples of the types of videos that flat earthers present as demonstrations of their claims. Now, anybody who knows anything about cameras will have immediately picked up on the flaw in these claimed observations. Perfect examples of how sloppily flat earthers operate. In all of these examples, what we're seeing is not the sun shrinking in angular size, we're actually seeing the cameras capturing massive amounts of glare, blowing out the image, resulting in the perceived size of the sun being far larger than it actually is, then shrinking in perceived size as it approaches the horizon due to the reduction in light hitting the camera's sensor. The moment you control for this variable by using something like a solar filter to effectively eliminate all of that glare, you get an entirely different picture. Literally. Now, what flat earthers won't show you are videos like this, where the sun is clearly and undeniably falling below the horizon, being obstructed bottom up, not changing in angular size at all. They can try to hand-wave away the clear issues with their observations they provide by invoking perspective or refraction, but that's just another element of their pseudoscientific tendencies that we'll be getting to later. Now, there's one last thing I want to talk about on this topic before we move on. Like everything else, flat earthers have no shortage of ad hoc responses to explain away these pretty damning observations, always seemingly teetering on the edge of plausibility, but once you've gone through and examined a few of them, it starts to become quite clear how this is merely the first stage in a perpetual cycle. Pseudoscientists making absurd, untrue claims that get eaten up by science-illiterate people living in their own echo chambers, science communicators and educators getting a hold of these claims and debunking them for the nonsense that they are, their science-literate audiences being both baffled and entertained by the stupidity of it all, but ultimately just moving on with their lives unaffected, at least for now. At which point the pseudoscientist responds to the criticisms, entirely misunderstanding and misrepresenting the evidence and the arguments, before starting the cycle all over again by responding with more absurdity that their audiences will once again devour unquestioningly. This, of course, isn't a phenomenon limited to flat Earth. We see this pattern across all pseudosciences: the anti-vax movement, creationism, alternative medicine, astrology, and even crazier beliefs. It's an endless loop that no amount of argument or evidence will ever have a chance of breaking, and the unfortunate casualties are those who are outside of this feedback loop, consuming the raw, dishonest, and sometimes dangerous pseudoscientific content, unfiltered and unchallenged. The sad truth is that the two sides of this debate are communicating to two different audiences, and those that are at the largest risk are those that aren't equipped to see through the pseudoscientific sneakiness or sloppiness. One of the most common responses to the bottom-up obstruction arguments that we just went over, related to boats over the horizon and sunsets, etc., is this demonstration.
I'm just going to show you this. Of course, we've all seen this. If the boat went over a curve, there'd be no way to bring it back. But as you see when you zoom in, the boat's there. Now, if it's over a curve, you can't see it. Nothing would enable you to see that boat. But I don't care how powerful your zoom, but when you zoom in, the horizon's empty and you zoom in and the boat's there. They're not disappearing over a curve. They're just getting out of our ability to see it.
All right, at this point in his presentation, the video he plays starts playing super loud, annoying music that makes his voice really hard to hear. So rather than subject you to all that, I'll just read to you what he says. Here's the video I showed you about perspective. There's the guy walking away. Notice that his feet are disappearing, and it goes up to his knees, and then up to his waist. He's walking on a flat football field, y'all, but he's disappearing from the bottom up. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people say, you want to know how it's curved? Go watch a boat go over the horizon. I mean, they still say this, and I can't believe that they don't know this, right? I think they intentionally deceive us. So you see him coming back. That's just how our vision, how our eyes work. It's not a curved surface.
And of course, here's, so you're telling me you can drag that ship back over the curve with that little telescope there.
Once again, we see these folks accusing their opponents of exactly the things that they almost exclusively do. He says that he can't believe that we don't know this, that we're intentionally trying to deceive people. But what did he also claim? For starters, he shows a video zooming in on a little boat not over the horizon and claims that it was brought back over the horizon. That is a straight-up lie. And now you know exactly what the lie is and how obvious it is to spot. Then he describes the football field as being a flat surface, that there's no curve there, that what's responsible for the bottom-up obstruction is only perspective. Now then, you have to ask yourself, why is this demonstration basically the only one that flat earthers ever present that shows people's feet being obstructed bottom-up walking such a short distance? And why was this demonstration done on a football field? And if you were actually capable of zooming it back into view because it was perspective, then why don't we see that demonstrated here? If this was a basic principle of perspective, surely the bottom-up obstruction and zooming back in to reveal what was hidden would be trivial to reproduce, like literally anywhere else, right? And surely, if you weren't being dishonest and hadn't been called out for it, there'd be no reason for you to take the video down, would there? And then surely, if the original had been taken down, flat earthers still wouldn't be using it as evidence, would they? Well, all it takes is about 3 seconds of research to find out that our pastor friend over here is a dirty, dirty, lying little liar. And that football fields like this are not at all flat. They're intentionally curved by design. It's almost like flat earthers are perpetually celebrating opposite day. The curvature on these fields allows for water to drain away from the playing surface, which keeps the grass healthier, avoids the formation of puddles, and generally keeps maintenance costs and time down to a minimum. The last thing you want on your football field are a bunch of little muddy holes all over the place. Football fields are about 160 feet wide, and there's generally a recommended slope of 1/4 inch per foot from the center, resulting in the center of the field being about 20 inches higher than on the sidelines, which also results in the same overall slope from end zone to end zone. Now, for reference, to scale, when you visualize what a 20-inch grade on a football field would roughly look like if a camera was on the ground in one of the end zones, and the average adult male was standing across the field in the other end zone, you'd get something like this. It's safe to say that this demonstration wasn't exactly the slam dunk that they hoped it'd be. And of course, what we just saw was that guy accusing other people of being deceptive and intentionally lying while showing blatantly dishonest demonstrations and then openly lying about them. The hypocrisy is palpable. Flat earthers are always talking about how they'll only believe what they see with their own eyes, and yet they'll look at this and have to believe that it's got to be something tricky or manipulative because it disagrees with their predetermined conclusion. And at the same time have to deny the basic fact that football fields are specifically designed to be curved, not flat, attempting to rationalize how something we know is curved, something that behaves and looks like a curved surface, is actually flat, despite everything we know from basic research and what we see with our own eyes. This one demonstration is almost like a perfect metaphor for the whole goddamn thing. Flat Earthers' last bastion of cope on this and other subjects like it involves blurring the truth behind yet one more layer of obfuscation. And by that I mean the side of a dinner table.
Like I said, things vanish on a horizon from the bottom up, just like we see here, just like with the setting sun, just like the picture rhetoric showed us, where he showed you lost a little bit of the bottom of the building. That's because you're on a flat plane, and as things go far away from you, you lose more of the bottom of that thing. Like I said, if we was at a big plane and I walked away from you, I would start to vanish on the horizon from the bottom up too.
I don't know if I should be shocked or just surprised or whatever that you don't see the obvious flaw in that video. The camera is below the surface of the table. If I was to replicate this observation in real life with a lake, my camera would have to be below the water.
Let me go ahead and make a point to you, because I'm baffled that a person like you, you should know this, don't know this. Let me explain mathematics to you, sir, please. Just 1 minute if I can.
Sure thing.
The reason the camera is below the table is to compensate for the length of the table as opposed to the length of the actual beach horizon. So in order for us to see the quarter, the star vanish, in order for us to see the quarter vanish on the table, how we see the sun vanish on the horizon at the beach, we will have to put the camera lower to compensate for the length of the ocean. This is simple mathematics, and I'm gonna tell you why right now. If the camera was the same length as the table, how we stand at the horizon, the quarter still would vanish at the bottom, just like he did when the camera was low, but he would need a long ass table for us to observe that. So to make up for the fact that his table is not that long, like his table is not the fucking size of the beach rhetoric.
So yeah, he puts a camera next to a table, puts a coin on the table, and moves it away from the camera, showing the coin being obstructed bottom up. When the obvious major flaw of that demonstration is pointed out to him, that the camera is below the top of the table, which isn't a fair comparison of what we see when we're filming the horizon from some altitude above sea level, he condescendingly acts like he's going to teach us something about math, says nothing at all about math, and then just demonstrates for like the 7th time in this video that flat earthers don't understand scale. Every time a flat earther does one of these demonstrations, it has one or more flaws that make it not a fair or accurate representation of what we see with the Earth's horizon. Dave McKeegan has a fantastic video on the subject. I'm not going to go ahead and repeat everything he says there, but in a nutshell, their cameras are always below the surface of the table, which, just like Earth's horizon, causes the objects to eventually be obstructed bottom up due to geometry, not perspective. Hell, even when they're acting as if they're being rigorous and demonstrating that their camera is actually level with the table, they end up completely debunking themselves.
Now, Game Changer used a very similar setup. They also had a spirit level sticking off the edge of the table, except you can clearly see the underside of their spirit level, and the underside of the spirit level is rising up in the frame as you get closer to the camera, meaning the camera is below the underside of the spirit level and thus below the top of the table. I can only reproduce the flat earther's results of disappearing bottom first when I lower the camera down slightly, which obviously isn't possible on a flat earth unless you're standing in a ditch.
The moment they'd raise the camera up to even slightly above the top of the table, their demonstration would no longer work, and they'd easily be able to see the bottom of the object as it moves away from them. Well, unless of course they botch the demonstration in the other major way they usually do, which is by not understanding how cameras or lenses work, and then claiming it's a demonstration that they can zoom things back into view.
As we covered earlier, zooming in creates a shallower depth of field because it's magnifying the apparent size of the iris opening. So not only when they zoom in is the minimum focus distance being pushed back towards the object, but the iris is being magnified so that it can appear more over the top of the counter. In the footage at the moment, the camera is set to f22, which is the smallest iris opening this lens will allow, and the bottom of the object is clearly obscured by the countertop. However, without zooming in, if I just open the iris up from f22 up to f2.8, the iris is now much bigger and part of it can see over the top of the counter, and the bottom of the object now comes into view. As long as part of the lens has line of sight to the object, the obstructions can be blurred out of view. Photographers use this regularly.
Alrighty, so at this point, if you aren't convinced that flat earthers are entirely incapable of doing proper experimentation and demonstration, as well as being entirely incapable of analyzing evidence collected from such activities, let alone understanding any of the underlying mechanisms related to literally any of the things they claim to be able to talk down to actual experts about, then more examples isn't going to do it. So let's carry on. As science grows and our understanding of the world around us evolves, it's necessary for our language to evolve with it. The technical language employed in science changes to meet the needs of those working within it, and as such, it tends to be convenient for common words or phrases to be co-opted from their everyday colloquial usage, taken and adapted to carry very specific and distinct meanings within each specific context. And this serves those working, quote-unquote, on the inside very well. The terminology used within each discipline, its nomenclature, often referred to as jargon, is very well understood by those working within each respective discipline, because they are, quite literally, the people that are making it. Because of the idiosyncratic nature of this kind of language, its usage within the appropriate circles can convey quite a lot of nuance, help demonstrate domain-specific expertise or knowledge, and overall allows for more effective and efficient communication. Now, the downside, of course, is that for those of us on the outside looking in, whether viewing the work of science directly while watching lectures or reading papers, or when communicating directly with scientists working in the field or listening to science communicators, it can be challenging to know what's jargon and what isn't, to recognize when a phrase or idea is being used in the more familiar, casual sense, or if it's actually a reference to some domain-specific nomenclature. It can sometimes feel like doublespeak to those not well-versed in science or even any other jargon-heavy field, like engineering, law, or medicine, but that of course isn't the goal. Now, one of the hallmarks of pseudoscience is the use of, or perhaps the misuse of, this kind of language. Whether it's due to ineptitude, ignorance, or malice, pseudoscientists tend to mix and match a combination of related and unrelated jargon, colloquial terminology, and often just straight-up technobabble, leading to a massive amount of confusion, obfuscation, and ambiguity. It's a common tactic for pseudoscientists to make use of word salad, the mixture of words or phrases that individually have actual real meaning, but together in the order and combination they're presented are simply unintelligible and confusing. They're effectively saying a lot without saying anything, and are usually doing so with the express intention of either intimidating the person they're talking to, confusing them, or appearing to be more intelligent or knowledgeable than they really are, rather than genuinely attempting to effectively communicate information. Now, pseudoscientists, especially flat earthers, aren't very often interested in actually communicating information at all. They're more interested in communicating something else entirely, sowing doubt and distrust in the accepted science and the underlying establishment. And one of the primary ways in which they do this is through the dishonest manipulation of language. Rather than discuss the underlying principles or mechanisms, argue about how we might go about testing one hypothesis versus another, they refuse to even meet us that far by refusing to acknowledge our careful, specific, contextual usage of language, refusing to operate inside the framework in which the science actually exists. Rather than engage in actual discussion about what's going on in the real world to better understand it, flat earthers instead want to redefine the words that we use and then tell us we're wrong to use them that way. But the sad and obvious truth is that they have absolutely zero grasp on any of the concepts or terminology that they're claiming to debunk. For example, they reject that gravity, either in the Newtonian or Einsteinian sense, actually exists. Their parroted explanation for what causes things to fall down is generally, quote-unquote, density and buoyancy. But in order for this to make even a minuscule amount of sense, they need to redefine half of the terms and fail to understand exactly what the explanation provided by gravity actually accomplishes. What we're examining is why things fall to the ground. An oversimplified explanation for gravity is that the curvature of space-time results in an emergent attractive force between all masses that's proportional to their mass and inversely proportional to the square of their distances. Now, that explanation provides answers to the why, the how, the direction, and the magnitude. We can explain everything we see and make predictions about what will happen under various conditions, and for all intents and purposes, it all works perfectly. And I'll try and keep this simple for any flat earthers watching. Why does a bowling ball fall to the ground? Earth, very big mass. Bowling ball, little mass. Ball drawn towards big mass. Ball go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. Why does a bowling ball and a feather fall at different speeds? Earth, very big mass. Bowling ball, little mass. Feather, very little mass. Ball and feather drawn towards big mass. Ball and feather go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. Air between ball and feather get in way. Air push much more on feather than push on ball. Feather slow down. Why does a feather and a bowling ball fall at the same speed in a vacuum? Earth, very big mass. Bowling ball, little mass. Feather, very little mass. Ball and feather drawn towards big mass. Ball and feather go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. No air between ball and feather to get in way. Fall same speed. Now, really quick, I want to clarify something because lots of people get hung up on this. They think that because the bowling ball has more mass, it should have quote-unquote more gravity, so it should fall faster. But that's not exactly right. The acceleration due to gravity is constant. That's the 9.8 meters per second squared for everything on Earth. What changes in the equation is the resulting force, not the acceleration. There's much more force involved to accelerate the bowling ball the same amount as is required to accelerate the smaller mass of the feather. Two different objects with different masses still have the same acceleration applied to them. What's different is the total resulting force.
Well, in my left hand I have a feather. In my right hand a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather for our falcon. And I'll drop the two of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that? It proves that Mr. Galileo was correct in his findings.
Why does a helium-filled balloon go up? Earth, very big mass. Balloon, very, very small mass. Air, slightly more mass. Air and balloon both drawn towards big mass. Air drawn towards big mass make big pressure. Big pressure push up on balloon. Air go down, balloon go up. Why does a helium-filled balloon go down in a vacuum? Earth, very big mass. Balloon, very, very small mass. Balloon drawn down towards big mass. No air in box, so no big pressure push up on balloon. Balloon go down. Why doesn't a house at the base of a big mountain not get sucked towards the mountain? Mountain, very big mass. House, small mass. Earth, very, very big mass. Earth make big pull on house. Mountain make small pull on house. Earth win. Now, flat earthers can disagree with any and all of those explanations. That's fine. But what they can't argue is that in all of those cases, gravity serves as an explanation for the direction and the magnitude of the acceleration that we see in every one of those cases. It serves as the baseline definition for up and down. Down isn't simply some arbitrary direction. It's literally defined by the vector of gravity, the direction towards the center of mass of the Earth. That is why things fall down rather than up, or left or right, or any other direction. Now, density is just a measurement of mass per unit volume, how much stuff is in a given area. It isn't a force or a vector. It's a scalar, a quantity that only has a magnitude, unlike a vector, which has a magnitude and a direction. Gravity, on the other hand, is a vector. We have a magnitude and a direction. Now, weight is our mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Weight is meaningless without gravity. It's where the notion of weightlessness comes from when we talk about floating out in space. Now, buoyancy is a force that results from gravity. It's a function of the resulting force of gravity on objects of varying densities. Now, with all of the definitions I just went over, we can answer all kinds of very simple questions, as I just demonstrated, with the most important relevant one here being why things fall in the direction they do and with the magnitude they do. So now, let's return to the notion that flat earthers believe they can explain everything I just explained by invoking density and buoyancy alone. Of course, there's a few problems here straight away. As I mentioned, density is just a measurement of mass per unit volume. It's a scalar, not a vector, and it's not a force. Nothing about density has anything to do with a force moving something by some amount in some direction. So that's simply nonsense. Now, buoyancy, as we just went over, is literally defined as a gravitational force. It has g in the equation. So it seems awfully odd to try and replace gravity as an explanation by invoking something that gravity is directly responsible for. What it seems like they want to do is hijack the term, benefit from our understanding of it, and just ignore that gravity bit because it's inconvenient for them. Buoyancy without gravity is like dinner without food. You can point to a bunch of silverware and dishes on the dinner table and say that you prepared a meal, but that doesn't actually serve as a functional replacement. You gotta cook something up as an alternative, otherwise you haven't provided anything of substance. By removing gravity from the equation, you've removed the singular element that explains the direction and the magnitude. And the painfully obvious thing is how, when flat earthers are challenged to explain the direction, it's clear they're operating under the assumption that gravity exists without acknowledging it or even realizing it, demonstrating they never really understood it to begin with. When asked why, using their half-cocked explanation, a helium-filled balloon goes up, they say because it's less dense than the air, and the air goes down, so of course the balloon goes up. But that's only an intuitive answer to them because they live in a world where gravity pulls things down. That direction is very specific to gravity, and without it, it's entirely arbitrary. With their notion of some kind of disequilibrium of density, there's no reason why denser things wouldn't go up or left or right. They just unironically say that denser things go down, without realizing they're piggybacking on the fact that down is defined by gravity. They really are oblivious to the irony. When you ask them why, in a vacuum chamber, when there's no density gradient or pressure forces involved, does a helium-filled balloon fall downward towards the Earth, the flat earthers just straight up short circuit, are forced to change the subject or deflect in some way, because it's such an embarrassingly simple demonstration that density and buoyancy are completely irrelevant to the downward acceleration of objects on Earth. Just like density towers in zero-G flights, substances with different densities arrange themselves from most dense to least dense, bottom up, because they're experiencing the buoyant forces caused by the downward acceleration due to gravity. When you take one of these into a parabolic flight that simulates freefall, a temporary zero-G-like experience, there's no longer a force acting on them that puts them into that nice ordered density-based arrangement, and they simply all mix together randomly. Until, of course, the plane levels out again and they begin experiencing that 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration, at which point they begin to arrange themselves by density once again. If it was simply density and or buoyancy alone responsible for that downward acceleration, there's no reason why we would see anything like this. Pay attention to the way that they respond to simple questions. Questions that the accepted model of gravity can answer easily and unambiguously. It should become clear rather quickly that they're just throwing around terminology that they don't fully grasp. It's all just hand-waving explanations, devoid of any actual information whatsoever. They have confident answers, but they don't communicate anything. They convey nothing of value that could be used to make any real, specific, measurable, testable predictions. They're talking like salesmen selling products that they don't really understand, not like scientists.
Right, the question is, in a vacuum chamber, when you let go of something, it goes towards the ground. It accelerates towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? Why does it do that? Why does it go down instead of another direction?
Because it's got weight to it.
Weight is mass times, yeah, if you say weight is mass times gravity.
No, just forget about gravity. You can...
No, just you can't say weight and forget about gravity because weight is gravity.
It's heavier than the air around it.
There is no air.
Well, it's heavier. It's the heavy...
But why down instead of another direction?
Because it's trying to find the lowest level.
What force caused the acceleration to start?
It's exactly the same as you saying what causes something to fall anyway.
The important thing here is in a vacuum chamber, there is no density gradient, right? At all points around the object, density is the same. So when it starts moving, how does it know to go down and not another direction?
Because it's got weight to it that is heavier than the
Weight
air.
is mass times gravity, so are you saying gravity is the answer?
No, I'm saying you can work everything out that you're claiming you need gravity to work out, merely using density, buoyancy, and mass.
No, but buoyancy is also containing gravity. The equation for buoyancy is rho v g. G stands for the acceleration due to gravity. So if you say buoyancy, you are again admitting to gravity. If you say weight, you are admitting to gravity. Why does it go down and not another direction?
Because I don't know, mate.
Hold on. But we can observe it doesn't happen, which is science.
How? Where?
Stand and look at a mountain and see if anything's getting pulled towards it.
Like I said, you can actually empirically measure that with a pendulum.
I don't believe you.
I don't care. Yeah, again,
Okay.
I don't believe you is not a refutation.
It is nonsense because
So you said with zero evidence.
And Mount Everest is the biggest mass of mountain in the world. Nothing. Why aren't the houses that are in Nepal getting pulled to the base of Mount Everest?
Oh my gosh.
Why is that?
This is the stupidest question I've ever been asked, Al.
The fourth mandatory conditional for the globe theory to work, gravity, so that people could stand on the bottom of this pear. Do you see? And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or do, you know what I mean? This is what the globe theory is telling me. Since I've been a kid in school, this is what the globe theory's been telling me. People are standing on the bottom of this pear dancing, right? Gravity, right? Now, as I understand gravity, it is the greater the mass, the greater the force of attraction, right? This is what I've heard. You guys, I don't know if you guys still agree with it or not, but greater the mass, greater the force of attraction. The reason we know that isn't true is because if there was something that weighed 100 pounds and something that weighed 1 pound, if gravity were true, the heavier object having more mass would indeed fall faster.
I think gravity is buoyancy and density, but y'all think buoyancy and density is an effect of gravity, which is beyond me.
I think buoyancy is an effect of gravity. I think density is not.
Okay. Well, buoyancy, that's crazy because when something, okay, but off that.
Cool, bro. Hey, so if I take a plane from here to Sydney, I'm in California, at what point does the plane reverse and go upside down? Like over what part of the globe does it reverse?
Not understanding it doesn't disprove it. It just shows that you don't understand it. It doesn't go upside down.
Interesting.
Yeah, down is towards the center of the globe. So it doesn't go upside
level
down.
means curve, right?
Absolutely.
And orange is the new black.
No.
All right.
Well, I mean, that's a show. It's a TV show.
What I'm saying is, why can't you create some sort of vacuum chamber then?
Because vacuums don't get rid of gravity.
Okay, exactly. And even in the vacuum of space, where you said there's still gravity in space, didn't you?
There's gravity everywhere, yes. The people on the ISS
so
have about
gravity-
88% of the gravitational acceleration that we do.
Yeah, so there's gravity in space, and we just, break through there. Like, because I notice, because I always hear it referred to as the
break
vacuum
through
of
there,
space.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I always hear a vacuum of space.
Yeah, well, vacuum is a colloquial
It's a
term.
vacuum, or is it gravity?
You can have gravity when there's still a vacuum. Those two things aren't
Okay, so then why
exclusive,
can't
mutually
you
exclusive.
produce that within a small-scale experiment?
Because it would still be on the gravity of... Wait, let me ask. Do you think that having a vacuum nullifies gravity?
No, I think gravity begins nullified. I don't believe gravity is real.
I don't care what you believe. The experiment I explained demonstrates that it is real.
I think we have magnetation. It's magnetic.
Yeah, cool. Magnets don't work on wood. Sorry.
Magnets don't work on what?
Wood.
No, I wouldn't say it's. It's the effect of things falling to the earth, right? And it's little g, gravity. Of course, it exists. We use it for engineering. We use it to determine weight. Of course, it 100% exists. But why? What is it? Is there a force pulling everything down to the earth? Well, that's what the globe needs. The evidence for gravity is the way that it's been defined is that, well, the earth can't be a globe without it. But no, actually, density causes things to go up and down, and electrostatics.
Wait. Why does density cause things to go up and down?
Because of buoyancy. So the relative density of the object with the medium, the pressure mediation causes it to go up or down like a ping pong ball floats in water, golf ball.
Because of gravity, because buoyancy is an effect of gravity, because without gravity, there'd be no reason for it to go up or down. It would.
Wait. We got to. Okay, so the principle of density, right, long predates the idea of gravity, but eventually we did throw little g in there. Like I'm saying, little g isn't a problem for flat Earth at all. It's just the downward acceleration. Little g is not the cause, it's the effect. Everyone knows the effect exists. Things go down when they have weight. Gravity, gravitas, means heavy, how heavy something is. Weight. We don't dispute that. We dispute the claimed cause of gravity, that the bending and warping of concepts called space and time somehow create illusions where everything shrinks and slows down and makes things fall to the earth in a straight path that's curving at the same time. That's just all pseudoscience. Density and buoyancy is observable and repeatable. That's
but
why
it doesn't, it's not a force. Density does not accelerate
the need
things.
for a force due to the self-imposed understanding of the metrics and the relationships between the celestial bodies.
You like saying self-imposed, huh? So here's the deal. Things fall 9.8 meters per second squared. They just do, right? And you don't have an explanation for it. You say density, but density is not a force. What is the force? There is a force, right? If we look at F equals...
Why is a downward force needed? Why could it not be a residual reciprocation of the upward force?
Because that's just word salad.
No, it's literally not. There's a residual reciprocation of the action coming from Earth. That is what makes things go down. I explained this in the...
It's still just words.
Sure, it's word salad.
It doesn't make sense.
It does make sense.
But if it does, if it's real, then what's the equation for it so we can test your hypothesis?
I'm sure Tesla has an equation for it, bro. I don't
Tesla
have
does, it's hidden somewhere.
One of the most common hallmarks of a pseudoscientist is attempting to redefine the context-specific usages of words within a discipline, especially when the folks attempting to do so aren't even remotely close to working from within it. These folks simply refuse to accept that language evolves, that words can have different meanings in different contexts, and that the primary goal of language is to effectively communicate meaning, not to adhere to a rigid, unchanging set of specific definitions. They often argue that the nomenclature specifically developed, used, and understood by those working in a particular field is somehow incorrect. That even though the scientists all know what they mean and have no problem communicating effectively and unambiguously amongst themselves using said terminology, that because the pseudoscientists on the outside interpret it differently or don't like it, it suddenly becomes invalid. Words can have multiple meanings, and in general, there's no quote-unquote right one. But in all kinds of limited contexts, the usage of many words or phrases have very specific meanings. Only one interpretation or definition applies. And just because it's not convenient for pseudoscientists like flat earthers, that doesn't exactly mean it's up for debate. The mother of all examples of this, the one that pervades every debate that occurs between the scientific community and the cranks that are attempting to rewrite all of the textbooks, is, that's just a theory, bro.
And you're confusing theory with hypothesis.
No, I'm definitely not. I mean, anything that's not a fact is not a fact.
What's a theory?
You know what I'm saying?
What's a scientific theory?
Something that was put together by multiple people. It was an educated guess. Educated from experiments and...
Okay, it's not an educated guess, so you're off there.
Okay. All right, but you know what? I'm smart enough to know what a fact is. And I know that what you guys believe in is not based off of truth. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Okay, let me read you something. Universal gravity is a theory, not a fact, regarding the natural law of attraction. This material should be approached with an open mind, studied carefully and critically considered. The universal theory of gravity is often taught in schools as a fact, when in fact it's not even a good theory.
You didn't read the first line.
But you can't isolate it. That's an
nothing can be perfectly isolated. Never.
Then that's a problem.
Every single measurement you've ever done has been affected in some minute way by lots of billions of other potential factors.
And that's why I'd say something stay theories rather than laws.
No.
The colloquial understanding of laws and theories, the ones perpetuated by pseudoscientists any chance they can get, is that theories are guesses and laws are facts. But this is simply not how these terms are used in the scientific community. Any attempt to represent these concepts in this way by someone purporting to represent science is a giant red flag. They're either woefully ignorant about how science actually works, or they're intentionally trying to mislead you. Theories and laws have very special, specific purposes in science. There are not different levels on the same spectrum where as soon as a theory gets quote-unquote proven, then it gets promoted to being a law. There are two different things that serve two distinct functions in science, although there are some commonalities. Scientific laws and theories are both well supported by large amounts of observational and/or experimental evidence. They should both be able to make reliable, testable, and accurate predictions about some phenomenon in the natural world, and they both need to be falsifiable through the presentation of countervailing evidence. That is to say, evidence that is at least as, if not more, compelling than what currently supports it. Those that describe something as quote-unquote just a theory, as if to denigrate their relevance or importance in science, very often don't realize just how many of the things in their day-to-day lives that they make use of or otherwise rely on that are built entirely on the foundations of scientific theories. They don't think to question atomic theory, the germ theory of disease, cell theory, or plate tectonics. But all too often, they're quick to dismiss something like gravity because it's only a theory, without realizing that many aspects of science, just like gravity, are understood and outlined not only with theories, but laws as well. Again, these two things have different purposes, and they very often overlap. The distinction between these two concepts in science is that theories explain and laws describe. Let's take a look at a concrete example to better understand the distinction. Newton's law of universal gravitation states that every particle of mass attracts all other particles in the universe with a force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It can be summarized by the equation: the gravitational force is equal to the gravitational constant multiplied by the mass of object 1 and the mass of object 2 divided by the distance between their centers of mass squared. In the mid-19th century, based on observations of what appeared to be anomalies in the orbit of Uranus, two mathematicians calculated the necessary gravitational force required to account for that unexpected orbit, and using Newton's law of universal gravitation, were able to predict the precise location in space where astronomers should point their telescopes to see the culprit. And within hours, for the first time in human history, an astronomer looked through their telescope and saw Neptune. Laws in science describe patterns that we see in large amounts of data. They describe what we see happening in nature, but they explicitly don't explain how or why nature behaves that way, why these patterns exist, what the cause is. That is where theories come in. Scientific theories are actually broader in scope than laws, and very often contain one or more laws inside of them. In 1915, Einstein published his general theory of relativity, providing an explanation for what we had come to understand as the attraction of masses over distance as described by Newton, namely that gravity was the result of the curvature of space-time caused by the presence of masses. General relativity grew to be a massive framework consisting of a number of different principles, a ton of equations, and most importantly has led to, and continues to lead directly to, a number of incredible successful predictions. The logical consequences of the geometric nature of space and time as described in his theory. General relativity predicted black holes, regions of space-time where enough mass has been condensed down so much into such small area that the force created by gravity is so strong that nothing, including light, is capable of escaping. This prediction has been confirmed through direct imaging of black holes on multiple occasions, among other evidences. General relativity predicted time dilation, the phenomenon causing a difference in the measurements of the elapsed time between two different observers with either different velocities or experiencing different gravitational potentials, because of the interconnected nature of both time and space. Gravitational time dilation was confirmed in 1960 in the famous Pound-Rebka experiment. General relativity made predictions regarding gravitational waves that had been proposed in the late 19th century, demonstrating that they were the consequence of the geometric nature of the universe outlined in the theory, where large accelerated masses like binary stars or the collisions of black holes would result in ripples in spacetime itself. In 2016, at LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, scientists announced the first ever successful detection of gravitational waves. General relativity predicted gravitational lensing, the effect of light from distant objects appearing to warp as its straight-line path through space is bent because of the curvature of space itself caused by large concentrations of matter. Countless observations have confirmed gravitational lensing.
Do you know what a scientific law is?
Yeah.
Okay, what is a scientific law?
Well, scientific laws, can be definitively substantiated. I know that people say that there's a law of gravity, but that is far from the truth because gravity's never been proven. So I prefer to interpret the scientific method literally, not the modern cult of science and pseudoscience. So, if something can be repeated and observed and recreated, then it can then be considered a law.
Both laws and theories are fundamental to the functioning of science. Neither one is better or more proven than the other. They serve two integral and distinct purposes, and understanding the distinctions between each is vital to properly understanding how science works. Given that pseudoscientists, like flat earthers, generally don't understand much when it comes to real science, it's no wonder that they also get this aspect of science wrong. Just remember this the next time you hear somebody say, "That's just a theory," as that's a pretty big sign that you might be dealing with somebody engaging in pseudoscience.
Gravity's a theory. You know, it doesn't matter if you call it the law of gravity, it cannot be recreated. It's literally never been recreated, so I don't consider gravity a law.
Now, there's one more issue related to language that I want to cover that's extremely common and specific to the Flat Earth community, and it's their usage and understanding of a single specific word.
Hang on to yourself for a second. This is the Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. This is from copyright 1975. And if you'd like, I'll read every definition to you of the word level that's in this. And nowhere in this entire thing is the word a curve or a globe or perpendicular to the center of the earth or any other such nonsense mentioned in it. This is something that's been added recently. Dude, I've worked in construction for years. Level is not anything curved. Okay? An arc is not a line. Level is a line.
But I'm talking about sea level. It's not sea curve, it's sea level.
Because it's not fucking geometry, mate. Because you just
Then what the fuck is it?
It's fucking not what you claim it is, mate. It's it, mate. I'll tell you something now. All seas are level, right? You've got it where there's about to be a wave. All seas are level.
Why is the water getting in the way of the towers? Why is it intersecting my line of sight with the bottom of the building?
Because obviously, because the weather when it's been like that, it hasn't been flipping level weather. It's been a flipping shitty day. Mate.
That's a new one.
That's a new one. I've never heard bullshit like that before.
Level weather.
Level
weather. Measure the sea. That's how you use level. That's where you get your level from. That's how straight the sea is, because it's a level sea. It doesn't matter where you go. That's why people use it as a level. Dudes, why are you arguing that the sea isn't level?
Well, here you keep using this word level as if you think it means something other than it actually means.
Look, here's a bigger one. Here's a bigger one.
That's a noun level, not an adjective level. I'm talking an adjective level.
Any idiot can see what this does. And if I tip it just a hair out, we're no longer level.
What are you doing? You want your shelf level or not? And if I say yes, you're gonna provide that for me with that? Yes, see the bubble? I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball and a bubble of fucking air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry. You're drunk. You wanna put up a shelf? Put up a shelf. You wanna experience true level? Do you? Yes?
This is the definition of flat. You ready? Level, to make a line or surface horizontal. Make a flat or level. Synonyms: flat, flush, even, plane. Level, flat, plane, even, smooth means having a surface without bends, curves. What's up with that, man? Do you think you live on a level curve?
No, I just think you cherry-pick definitions and don't take into account the context.
I cherry-pick definitions. Do you know what cherry-pick means? You friggin' clown, you. Cherry-picking is taking something out of context. So, how did I take this definition from Merriam-Webster out of context? You friggin' crayon muncher. Show how this definition is cherry-picked. You friggin' crayon muncher, you. It would be easier to resurrect Alexander the Great's horse than to show this being cherry-picked.
Okay. In the very specific context that the term level is used during these conversations, we're talking about whether or not something is level, like the surface of water. And if we want to describe something as level and we care about the definitions, then what we're going to be looking for is the adjective form of the word. The problem here is that the definition our friend is using for the word is not the adjective, it's the verb. But that doesn't make sense here, which is precisely why he was accused of, and is demonstrably guilty of, cherry picking. He very literally is using the term out of context. We're not talking about leveling a bench in our wood shop. That's a different usage of the word in an entirely different context. In exactly the same way that we're not talking about leveling a building or level 1 of Super Mario. So then, what happens when we take his source, Merriam-Webster, we don't cherry pick, and we actually look at the correct version of the word, the adjective? What do we see? Level. Adjective. 1. Having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. Well now, kind of backfired on him, didn't it?
Wow, it's so... Oh my God. Oh, Christ. Yeah, true level, bitch.
And in front of them is a reflecting pool with like a gimbal to keep it level. Because the majority of the time, it's really, really hard to see the horizon, so you use the reflecting pool instead.
To keep it level?
Yes.
What would level would be flat.
In pretty much every single context within the flat Earth discussion, the word level does not mean flat. Flat and level are different concepts. This tabletop is flat and level. This tabletop is flat and not level. They are distinct concepts. Now, in the context of the last clip, we were talking about a slightly different version of the term level, another adjective, but applied to an object within a specific reference frame. Suppose we're building a table and we want to ensure that it's level. In this case, we would use the noun level, aka a spirit level, to measure this. But let's think for a moment what we're talking about when we say level here, and what exactly the spirit level is telling us. It's not like it's magically scanning the surface of the thing you're putting it on to tell you how flat or level it is. When looking at that little bubble inside the liquid, its behavior is determined by buoyant forces, which, as we just learned a few minutes ago, is determined by gravity. The construction of the spirit level itself allows us to effectively create an imaginary line in space where it's placed. And what the bubble shows us is a representation of the liquid's relationship to the downward vector of gravity. And as such, this imaginary line's relationship to straight down, or plumb. If this imaginary line is perpendicular to plumb, then the spirit level is considered level. And as long as the surface that you placed it on is a reasonable approximation of a line parallel to that imaginary line, then you can safely say that that object is level. Just like everything else in language, the concept of level is context dependent. And in the context of the conversation about the shape of the Earth, there's one particular context that's arguably the best within which to examine this and other related ideas. In the same way that I don't prefer to cite the dictionary when I want to understand domain-specific nomenclature, such as understanding what theory means in the context of science, I'd much rather defer to the people actively working in the relevant field. And when we're talking about long-distance measurements, large-scale engineering projects, and other things closely related to the shape and size of the Earth, it seems to me that the most applicable discipline would be that of surveying. So, what do surveyors say? In the Theory and Practice of Surveying, 1814 by Robert Gibson, page 284, section 9 on leveling, he writes, "Leveling is the art of ascertaining the perpendicular ascent or descent of one place or more above or below the horizontal level of another for various intentions and of marking out courses for conveyance of water. The true level is a curve conforming to the surface of the Earth as ABG."
True level, bitch.
In a treatise on surveying, 1843, chapter 8, leveling, page 239, the surface of an expanse of tranquil water or any similar surface concentric with it is called a level surface. Any points situated in a level surface are said to be on the same level, and any line traced in such a surface is called a line of level. Leveling is the art of determining the difference or differences of level of two or more places. In consequence of the globular figure of the Earth, a level surface is not, as it appears to be, a plane surface. It is nearly, though not exactly, spherical. In the operations of leveling, we may, without sensible error, regard a level surface at any place as being strictly a spherical surface with a radius equal to 3,956 miles, the mean radius of the Earth, or, which is more exact, with a radius equal to 3,968 miles, the center being in a straight line conceived to be drawn downwards from the place perpendicular to the level surface. The Earth, if we disregard the inequalities in its surface, is an oblate spheroid. Its polar diameter is 7,899 miles, and its equatorial diameter, 7,925 miles. A level surface is therefore a spheroidal surface. In a treatise on the principles and practices of leveling, 1870, part 1 on the principles of leveling, page 9. Leveling is the art of tracing a line at the surface of the Earth which shall cut the directions of gravity everywhere at right angles. If the Earth were an extended plane, all lines representing the direction of gravity at every point on its surface would be parallel to each other. But in consequence of its figure being that of a sphere or globe, they everywhere converge to a point within the sphere, which is equidistant from all parts of its surface. Or, in other words, the direction of gravity invariably tends towards the center of the Earth and may be considered as represented by a plumb line when hanging freely, and suspended beyond the sphere of attraction of the surrounding objects. As the Earth is a globe, its circumference must be circular, as IKL in the annexed figure. The straight line AB will therefore not represent the surface of the Earth, but the sensible horizon of an observer stationed at the point I, to which point it is a tangent, being at right angles to the radius of the circle, IC. A line which is parallel to the sensible horizon of the observer is the line traced out by our spirit levels, and is tangent to the Earth's surface at that point only where the instrument is set up. Thus, AB is a tangent at I, and DE a tangent at F. Such being the fact, the difference of level between any 2 points cannot be determined by simple reference to a horizontal line, since every point on the surface of the globe, however near to each other, has a distinct horizon of its own. If the Earth was everywhere surrounded by a fluid at rest, or that its surface was smooth, regular, and uniform, every point therein would be equally distant from the center. But, in consequences of the undulating form of the surface, places and objects are differently situated, some further from and others nearer to the center of the Earth, and consequently at different levels. The operation of leveling may therefore be defined as the art of finding how much higher or lower any one point is than another, or, more properly, the difference of their distances from the center of the Earth. Referring to our last figure, we have seen that the line AB is a true horizontal or level line at the point I, but being produced in the direction A or B, it rises above the Earth's surface, and although it may appear to be level as seen from I, yet it is above the true level, which is represented by the circumference of the Earth at every other point, and continues to diverge from it the further it's produced. At G, the apparent line of level, as the horizon line AB is called, is above the true level by the distance GH, and at M by the distance MN, the difference being equal to the excess of the secant of the arc of distance above the radius of the Earth. I could go on and on with countless more examples, but I won't bore you. Whether flat earthers like it or not, in the context of the shape of the Earth and anything related to it, level means curved.
What is level? Well, when we look at definitions of level, we see it means flat, horizontal, no curve with no part higher or lower. Yet, we still find a contradiction creeping in some translations, like the Merriam-Webster dictionary, after stating that it is flat, horizontal, and not curving, still at the end tells us to have the balls to level is a curve of the Earth. If you do not see the contradiction, then I'm afraid you have successfully been indoctrinated.
Understanding something that most first graders are able to grasp, that a word can have different definitions in different contexts, is, according to flat earthers, indoctrination. Every time flat earthers parrot the beaten-to-death phrase that water always finds its level, thinking that it's a gotcha for the globe, they're demonstrating that not only are they clueless about the words they're using, but those very words debunk their entire argument. Because, as we covered in the beginning of the video, they don't understand scale, they simply can't fathom the concept of true level as it applies on the massive scale of Earth when looking out over the ocean, and instead have to envision a complete and utter caricature of reality, implying that we believe in quote-unquote bendy water, when they once again have no clue what they're talking about.
Flat. You have measured flatness.
You're comparing apples and oranges. You're showing me a solid item in the cell phone. You're bending it. You're putting it at an angle. Do that to water. Demonstrate water like that, please.
Flat earthers are entirely ignorant to the fact that multiple forces can and always are acting on everything all the time. They say water doesn't bend, water doesn't curve, water's always flat, it's always level, but that simply isn't true. Water simply responds, according to well-known and understood laws of physics, to all of the forces acting upon it. The gravitational pull of Earth, pulling everything equally towards its center, is what results in the liquid parts of Earth's surface to be curved around it. When flat earthers ask for you to prove it, the easiest way to do that is to show them this, but of course, they just say it's fake. There's just as many examples of water being quote-unquote flat as there are water being anything but naturally flirts are required to ignore them all or rationalize them away. They say that water doesn't bend, even when it's easily demonstrable in countless circumstances where any number of other forces are involved, but they're forced to outright dismiss that the same works for gravity because their worldview prevents them from accepting that gravity is what it is and does what it does. They want us to show them water sticking to a ball, without the elementary level understanding of gravity required for them to realize that the gravity of the Earth is orders of magnitude stronger than any ball we try to stick it to, so their challenge is patently stupid. This boneheadedness extends to so many other topics as well. They picture planes flying upside down and claim if the Earth was round we'd feel and could measure them constantly nosing the plane down to keep up with the curve so as to not accidentally fly off into space. They simply don't understand the basic physics involved, while arrogantly asserting that they're the only ones that do. They don't understand that down is not a fixed universal direction, but is instead the ever-changing vector of gravity, and that planes flying quote-unquote level automatically account for the curvature of the Earth because a level flight path around a sphere, one that maintains the same altitude, is a curved path.
I've been on planes where I've taken a level, put it on the ground, and watched it, and it stayed level.
As expected on the globe. And do you know what the definition is of level?
Yeah, it's level and straight, my friend.
Okay, so level is flat. Okay, it doesn't. They calibrate it to the runway, bro. The runway's flat. They don't calibrate it to a curve, but to a flat surface. That way, the plane that's flying, can stay level and flat. Okay, because if all of a sudden the Earth dropped out away from it, okay, it would still fly into space. That's how the physics works. Now, you go educate yourself about how aircraft work.
All flat earthers can do is lie about the meanings of words used by actual real professional scientists and engineers to try and trick laymen into believing their nonsense, or argue that they, despite not working in these fields or having even a tiny fraction of the knowledge or expertise that these professionals possess, that the flat earthers know better than they do. The hubris is borderline delusional. Scientists know the research, they know the literature, the major papers that have been published demonstrating or testing particular phenomena. They're not just pulling stuff out of their ass. Of course, in the context of academia or published research, citations are obviously critical. But even more casually in debate or discussion, those on the side of science should be ready, willing, and able to provide relevant citations for their claims. And of course, what they provide should obviously not only be relevant to their particular claims, but also support them. Now, the trouble here is that pseudoscientists don't actually publish any research, which is something that we'll be getting to. But what that means is that proponents of pseudoscience never actually have any citations to back any of their claims. There's a reason why the underlying foundational beliefs that most flat earthers adhere to are based on memes. Why memes are the language and currency of the flat earth movement. But why is it that they love memes so much? Well, because of how extremely effective they are as propaganda tools. They're the ultimate media for indoctrination, efficiently communicating a very specific message in a very specific way to a very specific kind of audience. The key to the success of memes is the one-two punch of requiring no attention span and no critical thinking. They get you to question something, an observation, a fact, whatever, but they don't leave any room for you to actually analyze the claim being made because they simultaneously tell you exactly what to believe. Whether intentional or not, they simply leave no room for critical thought. It's unironically programming. It's eerily similar to all of the charlatans, snake oil salesmen, crank doctors, and cult leaders. They explicitly tell you to distrust everybody, while sort of implicitly hinting that, of course, you can trust them. The implication being that because they're critical free thinkers who've done all their own research, they can challenge you to independently verify any of their claims, knowing that most people won't bother. That the majority of the time, if you've gotten this far in a conversation with them, you just want to be told what to think. The memes and the people that make them know that you won't bother calling their bluff. Now, memes are, by design, conveniently disconnected from any of their source material. There's no references to any of the original sources, there's no citations provided, we have no idea where any of the images came from or who the sources of these quotes are. What you see is just as likely to be completely batshit insane as they are to be straight up lies or fabrications. And what makes it so much more insidious is that due to how they're made and how they spread, infinitely copy-pasted, screenshotted, uploaded, downloaded, texted, screenshotted again, which is obvious by how low quality they all are, we can never really know who made them or where they got their information from. There's simply zero accountability. I can't think of a less reliable source of truth, and yet this is all too often flat earthers' best evidence. Now, chances are if you were to take any random normal passerby on the street and ask them if they believe the earth was round, they would say yes. And if you were to really grill them on why, ask them to provide their sources for their beliefs, They absolutely wouldn't be able to point to anything outside of their education or what they see from documentaries. And flat earthers use this fact as a kind of sword and shield, pointing to it as proof that we're all just indoctrinated sheep. Now, ignoring the absurdity of expecting everybody to have some kind of robust evidentiary framework for every single little thing that we accept as true, as if we're all supposed to have arguments and references available on demand to anybody at any time to defend the germ theory of disease or atomic theory, what we have to do is address the obvious problem that flat earthers expose with their approach. They almost exclusively make the argument that they used to believe the earth was round until they, woke up to the truth or whatever. If flat earthers' strongly held beliefs were the result of extensive research into massive bodies of evidence across every field of science, then it would be trivial to present literally any of it, right? The average person doesn't claim to have based their entire worldview on having critically analyzed tons of evidence over the course of years, especially on something they haven't thought about since grade school. But flat earthers do. So naturally, we should expect them to have significantly more evidence to cite as compared to the average person not intimately involved with this debate, right? Well, oddly enough, they all seem to show up to these debates acting like an insolent middle schooler who clearly forgot about the assignment, asserting that the dog must have eaten the homework that they definitely emailed to their teacher that they must have lost, blaming the teacher for the slight and demanding that they get an A for their inconvenience without having to present anything.
Well, so you understand that redshift theory has been disproven over and over again.
Ooh, send the DOI links to it. Go ahead.
You understand that Hubble's redshift has been disproven by quasars.
Send the DOI link to it, and I will have a look. Yeah.
I'll send you some stuff. I mean, that's cool.
All right. Do you know what a DOI link is?
I mean, is that a serious question?
Yes. Chris.
Yes.
Do you know what a DOI link is?
A DOI link?
Yeah.
A digital object identifier system?
Hey, good job looking it up quick.
You're telling me that that's not CGI?
No, this was taken in 1969. There was no CGI. Let's have a look at CGI in 1969, shall we? Here's CGI
How do you know? How do you know there wasn't CGI in 1969? Because there are patents for CGI in 1940.
No, there's not patents for CGI in 1940.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Present
because
it.
you don't know about it.
Show
you don't
me
have the knowledge of it.
Again, I've checked. This is a claim I've heard before, and no one's ever managed to present the patents. They've just said things.
You can look it up yourself.
You're just saying it. Can you give evidence of this in any way?
You can look it up yourself.
I've looked it up. I've looked it up. Right, it's just a claim that you've made. So
the information is there.
Show me the information. Show me the information. I've done the research and I did not find that claim.
You ain't done enough of it.
Show me it then. Prove it to me. Show it to me now. Just give me the link if you've got it.
Bro, all you gotta do is type in technology patents in the 1940s and they'll come up. Not on Google. See, that's the problem. You're using Google. Google is controlled.
2 hours later.
The circumference of Antarctica is 63,000 miles. That's the Antarctic Circle. So you're telling me you went through 63,000 miles.
The Antarctic, just the circumference of Antarctica is not 63,000 miles.
So Captain James Cook,
who told you that?
So Captain James Cook, when he traveled around the Arctic Circle and saw the ice wall, he mapped it at 63,000 miles.
No, he did not.
So he didn't map that 63,000 miles.
No, he did not map 63,000 miles in circumference.
So what was it then? What was it?
Nobody has ever mapped 63,000 miles in circumference.
You want to bet on that?
Yes.
So Captain James.
No, let's have a bet on it. £1,000.
You can look it up, bro. You can look this information up.
Are you gonna put a bet on? Are you gonna put a bet on it? You said you want to bet. Let's put a bet on.
Okay. You can look. This information is public.
No, right.
You can look it up.
If you can get the information right now that shows Captain Cook mapped 63,000 miles, I'll give you £1,000.
And it took him and his crew 3 years and 8 days to do so while mapping and naming landmarks. You said you went around Antarctica like it was nothing. It didn't take you no time.
Come on, put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is, right? I'll give you 5 minutes. Right. I'll give you 5 minutes to find the proof that Captain Cook mapped an 63,000 mile circumference Antarctica, right? 5 minutes. If you do it in 5 minutes, I'll give you $1,000. If you don't do it in 5 minutes, you give me $1,000. How about that?
Bro, like I said, you can look this stuff up yourself. You keep asking me to do it. It's free. It's public knowledge. You can look it up on the internet yourself.
Dude, you can make £1,000 right now.
If flat earthers were telling the truth when they said they based their beliefs on evidence, and they really truly wanted the truth to come out, they'd have no reason not to happily present it to us when asked. Now, in the rare moments where they do actually provide evidence or citations, what do you think happens? Well, it turns out that guy was referencing this website as his source. Some guy's GeoCities blog from like 1997, whose first reference is a meme from the Cosmic Egg Alliance's Instagram page. Not exactly off to a great start. How about that time that a guy who claimed to be an engineer claimed to have a study that proved that Antarctica was a, quote, semi-infinite floating ice wall? That had to have gone better, right?
Something about a mechanical engineering background is can you just explain your background?
Actually, and so I do understand engineering, and I did go to school for it, and I have a degree. I can show it to you.
So like when you took engineering math, did you have the Kurzik book?
Are we here to discuss my math, or are we here to discuss flat Earth? And it doesn't actually melt; it disappears into nothingness, and it's actually what the sky is made of. And I know this sounds crazy, but you can actually research things. And in Antarctica, when they do and run these like ice board, there are journals.
All right, send me the first one. I'm still waiting.
Yeah. Okay. When you understand like the propagation of flexural gravity over a semi-infinite floating ice wall that oscillates, you understand every single word I just said.
Just okay. Send me the link.
Okay. But actually, funny story, meteors and things like that, they come from airplanes too. The Air Force is actually involved in basically proliferating the idea that there are rocks that could come in.
All right. Let's keep your list of claims to one.
They're not. These people can research this. You have Google.
Until you provide the citation, right? Make a claim, send the citation. Wait to make another claim until you've sent the citation for the first claim.
Okay, we're gonna be waiting for a lot of citations.
Yep.
Okay. Halite is ubiquitous. Sodium is the major cation, ranging from 78 to 90% of cations by measurement, kilogram one sediment, and chloride is the major anion, 59%, nearly all samples. However, a wide variety of salt phases and morphologies
hold on. Wait.
to be identified through scanning.
Go back a couple sentences here, starting with sodium. Yeah. With sodium,
halite is ubiquitous. Sodium is the major cation, ranging from 78 to 90% of cations.
The major what?
The major cation, cation.
What's cation?
It's cation, like the actual, like the thing in question.
What the fuck? Sodium is the major cation. And chloride is the major anion.
A cation is an ion with positive charge. An anion is an ion with a negative charge.
And so I do understand engineering, and I did go to school for it, and I have a degree. I can show it to you.
What's a cation?
What is a cation? It's a measurement taken. It's like part of an experiment. It's one of the measurements taken. It's like it's a class, a classification.
A cation is a classification.
Yes, like it's a part. It's a word. It just means thing, essentially.
Cation means thing.
Essentially.
Sodium is the main cation.
The major part, the major of the range of things that have been measured, it is the major one.
It is not cation. Sodium is the main cation.
Cation?
No.
Cation? It was together. So? Sodium is the main categorized ion, cation.
No.
Yeah.
Not categorized ion.
What is it then?
Cation.
So it's part of a cat?
Oh my gosh. Trey, cation is a positively charged ion.
Cation.
Yes. You also use
like a cathode. Like a cathode.
You also pronounced the word anion as anion, like onion, which is a negatively charged ion. But because you don't have the background in this topic, you had no clue.
So whatever I just read you is like null and void because I mispronounced two words?
No. Because you didn't understand any of what you were reading.
You don't know what I understood. That's a cation.
It's
no. Part of a category. It's categorized ion. The other one's another ion. It's the other one.
And you just went back and doubled down on it.
I'm going to triple down on it because Antarctica's made of salt, boy.
If you were an engineer, you would understand that.
That's what I was saying. You were acting like you didn't know. I was like, I'm about to teach this guy something.
No, you're not going to do any of that.
You wouldn't want to learn anyway. You're here to argue.
If you were an engineer, you would understand modeling. But since you're not,
you know what?
Since you're not an engineer, you don't understand modeling. You are not an engineer. Trey,
I'm not an engineer.
You do not have a degree in engineering like you claimed.
Do.
Where? What university gave you a degree in engineering and what's it called?
I went to a technical college.
They do. Okay? Technical colleges do not give degrees in mechanical engineering.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
In what kind of engineering?
I actually have a BA in digital media design.
Okay, that's not engineering. All right, you lied.
Data? When you work with data and you're actually coding engineering. I'm an engineer.
You lied. You have a BA in digital media, so you can make pamphlets and websites. And you call yourself a mechanical engineer?
Look, my job position was prototyping engineer. Okay, I was in prototyping engineer.
You're not an engineer.
I am an engineer. Look at this. Look, that's my phone holder right there. You know what that is? That's a snare stand into a microphone. You know what? It doesn't matter. It's no big deal. It's not a big deal.
What you read, you did not understand.
I did understand it. I know it was a cation. It's a part of cation. What's a cation? Cation.
Wow.
Dumbest thing I ever heard.
All right. So I take it that you took the globe model and you did the analysis, and that the analysis that you did disagrees with observations?
Absolutely, yep.
All right. So could we see the analysis you did?
I went outside and looked up.
Yeah, but you applied the globe model, right? That's what you did, right? So what does the globe model say should happen to the stars in the night?
They should whoosh.
I'm hoping that you're starting to get the picture. And for contrast, what's it look like when a flat earther challenges one of their opponents to provide them citations for their claims?
I have 15 measurements of rotation on my website, mctoon.net/spin.
Is that procured from a scientific experiment deliberately meant to fucking test?
Absolutely.
Rotation? Okay, let's see.
How to detect the Chandler and annual wobble of the Earth with a ring laser gyroscope.
No. What is a large ring laser gyroscope for? What did I just explain that was for?
That is to measure rotation. That uses the Sagnac effect to measure rotation.
Doesn't measure rotation. It doesn't measure rotation. What it measures is absolute flat.
Well, you disagree.
Look it up, man. Put that on your fucking computer right now. Put a laser ring gyroscope right now.
So here we go.
Simple observation.
This is I mean,
you just went to it. I didn't see it, dude. Put up a fucking laser ring gyroscope.
I'm reading the abstract from that particular study here.
I know. I'm using the word scientific and experiment. Those are two different words. It's not one word like
the Earth
scientific
rotation data
Cool.
From the International
Laser Ring
Earth
Gyroscope.
Rotation and Reference System Service.
Look up what you just said. Yeah, I know. I don't care about a study. I want a fucking scientific experiment.
That's
Hey,
what
do
this
you want-
is.
I can come up with a
You can
scientific
deny,
experiment that proves curvature.
but that doesn't make it and
Can you come
stop
up with
being
that?
an experiment just because you don't like it. But
yeah,
now-
it doesn't. No, it's
here's-
just because it's scientific, and it doesn't adhere at all to any kind of method
So,
of science.
all right, here's another one. I like this one.
That's why
This
your
is-
shit's called theory, man.
So here is
It's
the
theoretical.
detection of Earth rotation diamagnetically levitating gyroscope. So here they used an actual gyroscope. They
Another
used
gyroscope.
They used a
That is not science, dude.
Just
That is
saying
you
it.
witnessing a thing
just saying
spinning
it
around.
isn't science doesn't stop it from being science. It's still science just because you don't like it.
So, they're unable to provide actual scientific citations for any of their claims and pretend as if they want actual scientific citations from globe earthers. But really, they won't accept any of them when presented. But there's got to be something they produce to back up their claims, right? Well, sometimes they do actually produce reputable, genuine citations for their claims. Although the problem is they always say exactly the opposite of what they think they say.
Can I ask you one quick question, just because I was listening to the last debate, and I don't want this to take us completely off, but did you say that the Michelson-Morley experiment wasn't trying to pick up the orbit around the sun?
Correct. That was not anything that they were looking for.
That is exactly what the Michelson-Morley...
One of the best examples of this is them pointing to the Michelson-Morley experiment, stating that the purpose of the experiment was to test whether or not the Earth was in motion around the sun, that the experiment was negative, and as such, it was proof that the Earth was in fact stationary. Not only do most flat earthers clearly misunderstand the historical context surrounding the experiment and its purpose, many of them intentionally quote mine from the paper and other related writings. They love to bring up this whole notion that the results they got from this experiment were quote-unquote the greatest of all negative results, i.e. that it debunked the notion that the Earth was in motion. But as usual, they get it completely backwards.
Physics has its folklore and its legends just like any other culture. For example, I'm sure you remember the famous story of Isaac Newton and the apple. Well, there's a legend about the Michelson-Morley experiment that's just as deeply rooted as the story about Isaac and the apple. It goes like this. Michelson and Morley did their experiment and proved that there was no ether. And so Albert Einstein was forced to invent the theory of relativity in order to explain that result.
The Michelson-Morley experiment was done in 1887, at which point we had known for quite some time that the Earth was in motion. This was not at all in question. 40 years earlier, we had Bessel's measurements of stellar parallax, and 111 years before that, we had Bradley's discovery of stellar aberration, among many others. That wasn't the point of Michelson-Morley at all. The TLDR on Michelson-Morley was that at the time, we knew Earth was revolving around the sun. We knew the speed of light, and it was believed that, because light behaves like a wave, is obviously traveling through space, and all waves were thought to require a medium to propagate, there must be something filling all of that space out there, some kind of invisible, undetectable medium. Something that was known as the luminiferous ether. Let's go ahead and do what none of the flat earthers actually do, which is read the damn paper. The paper mentions two hypotheses that were used in tandem to attempt to explain what at the time was an unexplained observation related to the fact that the measurements of aberration did not change as expected when measured using a telescope filled with water versus one without. The first hypothesis was that the ether was at rest, with the second hypothesis being related to how transparent media was suspected to interact with the ether as it moved through it, requiring said media, like water or glass, to drag the ether along at some rate slower than the media itself, which would explain the measured differences in the speed of light based on that media. Now, the paper claims the second hypothesis had been sufficiently experimentally confirmed, although the first, that the ether was at rest, had not yet been. And, quote-unquote, the experimental trial of the first hypothesis forms the subject of the present paper. So the Michelson-Morley experiment very clearly and unambiguously states that it was testing the theory that the ether was at rest, using the known movements and speeds of the Earth and light as a basis for testing the relative speed between the Earth and the assumed luminiferous ether. It's like literally in the title of the paper, the relative motion of the Earth and the luminiferous ether. The general idea was they would measure the speed of light at two different angles, one in the direction of the motion that the Earth was traveling, and the other 90 degrees perpendicular to it, expecting that it would travel at measurably different speeds through the stationary ether in either direction. Now, what they found was that there was no difference. completely destroying the whole notion of a stationary luminiferous ether, which of course, as we know now, ultimately led to the development of Einstein's special theory of relativity.
So here's a quote from Einstein. It says, "While I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to know the strange result of Michelson's experiment." That's the Michelson-Morley experiment. And he comes down to say, "Since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun." So he just straight up says, I believe the Earth is moving around the sun, but I can't actually detect it with any optical experiment. So this is, of course, that test. They shot perpendicular light rays. They expected that there would be what's called a fringe shift or an interference pattern of a certain amount based on the assumed revolution speed of the Earth around the sun. They did not see this, so what they actually said was that the apparatus contracted in the direction of motion with length contraction, so it just made it look like the Earth wasn't moving. It's called the most famous failed experiment in history because it was a quote-unquote no result, although if you look closely, there actually was a slight fringe shift.
Yeah, so first, the flat earther Austin Whitsitt dishonestly quote mines Einstein, implying that he believed it to be experimentally impossible to know that the Earth was moving, but for some reason just believes it, as if on faith alone. This is, of course, nonsense. We had already experimentally measured Earth's motion in multiple ways for more than a century before Einstein said this. And then he tries to hand-wave away the results of the experiment by referencing later work surrounding the Lorentz contraction, something that happened literally years later, and then implies that the experiment was a quote-unquote failure because it had a null result, as if they had fucked something up or had no idea what they were doing, when in reality it's regarded as one of the most important experiments in physics because of its quote-unquote negative result, because it failed to support the original hypothesis, i.e. that the ether existed, the thing that flat earthers are so desperate to hold on to. Now we get some fantastic additional context in his biography, entitled Michelson and the Speed of Light, just in case there was any doubt as to the original purpose of the experiment or the interpretation of the results. They made thousands of observations both at noon and at 6 p.m., day after day for 16 different directions, while the Earth was constantly changing its position. They strained their eyes looking for interference bands and for any shift in the patterns of interference bands. The final observations were made in July 1887. When all the data had been recorded and analyzed, and all the calculations had been made, checked, and rechecked, they had to face an obstinate fact that had destroyed a beautiful theory. No shift had been recorded on the order of magnitude demanded by the hypothesis of a stationary ether. It looked like a verdict of death to the notion of a calm ether sea. This was contrary again to all expectations. Michelson's thinking had kindly taken to the idea of an ether that could be detected. Scientists all over the world could read the conclusion. There was no observable difference in the velocity of light in whatever direction the observer was moving. What it meant, incredible as it might appear, was that no matter how fast you ran after light, you could not catch up with it. Now, since the Earth moves around the Sun at about 18 miles per second, the speed of a beam of light traveling with the Earth's orbital motion should be greater than that of a beam traveling in the opposite direction. Yet Michelson's experiment denied this assumption. To his utter amazement, the experiment produced a zero effect. Michelson could find no drag on the transmission of light in any direction. The data were almost unbelievable. The so-called ether wind had had no effect whatever on the velocity of light, whether the beam was traveling with the quote-unquote wind or across it. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. Now that last line is one that's famously been used time and time again by flat Earth proponents and geocentrists alike as evidence that this experiment proves the Earth was stationary. But naturally, they leave out the rest of the quote. This, of course, was preposterous. Now, it says a lot that flat earthers always leave this bit out when they quote it. And when their cherry picking is called out, they'll try to dishonestly twist this to imply that science was simply too scared to accept the stationary Earth, and that's why it was considered preposterous. The actual reason why is because we had tremendous amounts of evidence supporting the idea that the Earth was in motion, as I've already covered. The hypothesis of the ether was merely an assumption that just kinda jived with our understanding of other closely related phenomena and observations at the time, but was heretofore not generally well understood, well described, or substantiated. For more than a century at this point, we had made countless observations, taken countless measurements, done and repeated many experiments, with all of the independent evidence pointing to an Earth in motion. Thus, when faced with an experiment whose results could potentially contradict either idea, Occam's razor tells us that the hypothesis of the stationary ether, the one introducing a massive number of additional assumptions into the mix, is going to be far less likely to be true, hence preposterous. Observations are observations, facts are facts. Reluctant as he was to do so, Michelson had to report what he had found. He recorded his findings in the August 1881 issue of the American Journal of Science under the title, The Relative Motion of the Earth in the Luminiferous Ether. His conclusion was short and unmistakable. The hypothesis of a stationary ether is erroneous. These dishonest attempts at rewriting history aren't limited to Michelson-Morley. They do the same for other experiments, like the Michelson-Gale-Pearson, an experiment colloquially known as Airy's failure, and basically everything having to do with Einstein and relativity. In all cases, it seems as if the flat earthers have either never read the paper and are just parroting the other flat earthers that say this, or they're all just knowingly dishonestly representing the science. Without fail, flat earthers are either unwilling to present citations for their claims, they pull completely unrelated, irrelevant citations out of their ass, have no understanding of what they say or mean, and simply hope that the people they present them to don't have the wherewithal or knowledge or expertise to call them out on it, or they actually do reference actual real science and blatantly misinterpret or misrepresent it. Either way, flat earthers are like every other kind of pseudoscientist when it comes to citations. Okay, so real quick, I have a last-minute edit that I need to toss in here because I just came across a debate and needed to show an even more blatant example of the dishonest tactics employed by flat earthers.
As we can see here, Michelson-Morley experiment, they expected a fringe shift to pick up the 30 kilometers per second assumed rotation or orbit around the sun. This conclusion, well, this is what he said after the experiment was done. This conclusion directly contradicts the explanation, which presupposes that the Earth moves. Every experiment in the history of mankind has substantiated this exact same statement, showing that the Earth is not in motion at all.
Now, I saw that clip and thought to myself, I don't remember reading that in the paper. I must have missed something. Went looking for it and couldn't find it. But eventually I did manage to find where this quote was actually taken from. And when I did, of course, I discovered that this insufferable flat earther, Caleb, was dishonestly misrepresenting more than one thing about this quote. Firstly, he attributes the quote to Albert Michelson in 1887, saying that he was speaking to the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. That is incorrect. What he's quoting here wasn't from 1887. It was from the experiment that preceded it. It was in fact done by Albert Michelson, but it was done by Michelson alone in the basement of the Astrophysical Observatory Potsdam in Germany in 1881. Michelson-Morley took place 6 years later, and was actually an attempt at replicating this original experiment with greater precision. Now let's be generous and chalk that mistake up to laziness or sloppiness. What's far more important is what Caleb says about the actual experiment itself, and what he quotes from Michelson. The paper he's referencing was from the American Journal of Science, 1881, volume 12, beginning on page 120. Let's start right at the beginning. Caleb stated that they expected a fringe shift to pick up the 30 km per second assumed rotation of orbit around the sun. Caleb, just like others before him, attempts to represent the experiment as a test of the quote-unquote assumption of the Earth's motion. But again, just like Michelson-Morley, the major underlying assumption being examined in the experiment was the existence of a stationary ether. The paper literally begins by saying, the undulatory theory of light assumes the existence of a medium called the ether, whose vibrations produce the phenomena of heat and light, and which is supposed to fill all space. And then later says, quote, assuming then that the ether is at rest, the Earth moving through it, the time required to pass from one point to another on the Earth's surface would depend on the direction in which it travels. So already it's clear Caleb is lying, attempting to obfuscate the fact that this experiment was testing the assumption that the ether existed and implies that the motion of the Earth was merely an assumption and was somehow in question. This is made even more clear by reading only 4 pages later, where he writes, quote, at this time of the year, early in April, the Earth's motion in its orbit coincides roughly in longitude with the estimated direction of the motion of the solar system, namely towards the constellation Hercules. The direction of this motion is inclined at an angle of about 26 degrees to the plane of the equator, and at this time of the year, the tangent of the Earth's motion in its orbit makes an angle of negative 23.5 degrees with the plane of the equator. Hence, we may say the resultant would lie within 25 degrees of the equator. Again, this demonstrates that the motion of the Earth wasn't in question. It wasn't an assumption being tested. It was a known, understood, and measured value that was being used to determine the relationship between the known motion of the Earth and the hitherto unknown properties of the ether. Now, unfortunately, it gets worse, and one of the most blatantly dishonest things I've seen from a flat earther yet, quoting Michelson and implying that the conclusion of the paper contradicts the explanation that the Earth is in motion. And in doing so, not only does he cut out the middle of the sentence that has some important context, but he ends the quote with, which presupposes that the Earth moves, period. End of sentence. Well, let's look at the actual paper. This conclusion directly contradicts the explanation of the phenomenon of aberration, which has been hitherto generally accepted and which presupposes that the Earth moves through the ether, the latter remaining at rest. Well. It's awfully odd that he just left that out, don't you think? It's awfully dishonest to pretend as if his sentence just ends after Earth moves, leaving out the rest. It's almost as if they know that they're wrong and are simply okay lying about it. Now, of course, there's even more. He left out some rather important context from the preceding paragraph, because it clearly and unambiguously states what the conclusion actually was. The interpretation of these results is that there is no displacement of the interference bands. The result of the hypothesis of a stationary ether is thus shown to be incorrect, and the necessary conclusion follows that the hypothesis is erroneous. There it is, in plain English. The hypothesis of a stationary ether is incorrect. There really isn't any more misquoting or taking out of context that they'll be able to do to try to spin this. Now, I wouldn't be calling these folks liars if they haven't already been told countless times that they're misrepresenting these papers. Everybody makes mistakes. I'm sure I'm going to have at least one error somewhere in this video. But the difference between them and myself is that if I'm demonstrated to have gotten something wrong, I'll own it, admit that I made a mistake, try my best to make a correction, and not do it again. Until these people acknowledge that they've been misrepresenting these and other experiments for some time and stop perpetuating the lies, they will be labeled as liars. Now, I feel the need to take a moment to call out something that's been arguably the worst aspect of my journey researching this topic. For some reason, unbeknownst to me, flat Earth content, without fail or exception, is some of the lowest quality, most outdated looking, straight up ugliest content I have ever seen from any group of people. Everything they produce is disgustingly low resolution, with some fucked up aspect ratio. None of them know how to use green screens or have good taste in background music, know how to use fonts, color palettes, or anything related to visual design, and they're terrible with every piece of technology they use, especially anything remotely related to audio.
Denver's own Bob Nadell.
How's everybody doing? Besides your eardrums are bleeding, I understand. All right.
Oh god, I'm having flashbacks. They also happen to be notoriously bad at designing t-shirts.
It's so awkward, and he's so sure he's owning people and looks smart. I'm getting sympathy anxiety for the people he's talking to. It's just, no, stop it.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that looks more like a lunar module or a homeless tweaker shelter, if you had to pick one?
Is this really happening?
Just if you had to pick one.
Why did he choose such an unwieldy quote to use on the shirt he designed and then was going to say a lot in a video? Why is this his opening to his It's such a terrible shirt. Why did he?
So I'm wearing a shirt now. I recreated it to try and understand what the deal is, what's going on here. And frankly, I still don't get it. It was a complete waste of time.
Now, this guy, named JM Truth, fancies himself a professional filmmaker, as well as an expert in CGI and special effects. And this is what his professionally produced content looks like.
Enya, run!
The dude even spelled his own name wrong in the credits of his own movie, among about 1,000 other brain-dead typos and mistakes that this guy compiled into a playlist. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll be coming back to JM Truth in a little bit. There was this one flat earther I came across while watching a debate, and when checking to see if they had made any flat earth content themselves, I found out that they had a music channel. So of course I had to check it out. Prepared for the worst, I checked out one of their videos, and for the first time was actually pleasantly surprised with what I saw and heard. It literally wasn't the worst thing that I would see and hear all day, which describes basically all flat earther content. And then I thought to myself, hey, at least there's one competent flat earther. Oh. It seems as if, rather than film in a more cinematic aspect ratio, or do the simple thing that even I do and crop out the top and bottoms of the video to create that black bar effect, they instead just decided to drop blackrectangle.jpg onto their video, forgot to actually align it with the top of the video, and just called it a day. And listen, nobody's immune to these kinds of problems. God knows I've had my fair share of embarrassing typos and mistakes made during editing, glass houses and such. I'm sure there's going to be a dozen issues with this video that I'm going to miss or won't be bothered to fix. But I don't think you could say that I didn't meet at least some minimal standard of acceptable quality here. So that's all to say there's only a few guarantees in life: death, taxes, and content made by flat earthers will, without fail, be cringe-worthily low quality. And that brings me to the pièce de résistance, the most flurf-esque flurf video I've ever seen. It exhibits all of the flurf media qualities, and even some that I've never seen anywhere else before or since. I'm going to just cut out a few of my favorite bits and just let it play for you. As much as I want to do some zooms and add some subtitles to emphasize some of the absurdity, I will refrain. What I'm about to show you is raw, unedited excerpts from some genuine Flat Earther video content, presented live during a debate by FTFE on behalf of the Flurf Sperschemo, unironically and unashamedly. I'll be honest, this should probably come with some kind of content warning, so consider yourself warned.
Newton's third law. For every reaction, there is an equal and opposite reaction. General movement requires an object to push off another, such as when we walk, the foot pushes off the ground. When you throw a ball, your hand pushes the ball and the ball pushes your hand. The oar pushes the water, which in turn pushes the oar, and thus the boat. Pushing or pulling involves you or your vehicle applying some force to an external object such as the floor. There are other forces that cause movement that doesn't involve you or your vehicle pushing off an external object. Force equals mass times acceleration. Acceleration due to relative density is approximately 10 meters per second square. Density applied on a 5 kilogram weight should be 50 newtons. So, if Newton's third law is applied exactly the way it was in the previous slides, buoyancy is an upward force exerted by fluid that opposes the weight of an immersed object. The following equation states the buoyant force is equal to density times gravitational acceleration times the volume of fluid displaced. Let's say we have a jug of water which has a density of 1. Yes, water has a density of 1 kilogram per liter. Put a container full of air to the bottom of the jug. Container will move to the top. The volume of the container is 200 milliliters. The following is the equation to calculate the pressure gradient force based of difference in pressure and density.
The driving force for wind is the pressure gradient force. When pressure is different from one location to another, the difference in pressure exists. Now, if gas moves due to pressure gradient force calculated to be 10 newtons south, is there an opposite force applied of 10 newtons north? When the wind blows on the back of your head, did the air in the front of you push off your face when the air started to move away from you? Obviously not. To lift the container, the air movement must apply a force greater than 1 newton. However, this is not seen on the scale. As you can see, the balloon can't begin to accelerate nearly as much as when the vacuum gauge was near the balloon open. This first equation is how NASA says how rockets work. The second equation is the fluid dynamics equation for movement of fluids through a pipe. Similarly, the rocket exhaust, which is a fluid which moves through the nozzle pipe. Both equations have velocity, so let us substitute velocity in the NASA equation with what velocity equals in the fluid dynamics equation. Mass flow rate is equal to density times volumetric flow rate. You can convert volume to mass with density. Volumetric flow rate equals mass flow rate divided by density. Now let us replace volumetric flow rate with mass flow rate divided by density. There is a mass flow rate exiting the pipe, but no force is applied to the pipe. The fluid dynamics equation is used in many industries. The fluid dynamics equation is used in many industries, and the NASA equation is used by one or perhaps two industries that are mainly run by the state. Why do they lie? Like most people, lies are told to collect money. NASA collects taxpayers' money. Nessa, like college students, used his money tuition, which was obtained from the parents to party and perhaps buy the girlfriend a new phone, instead of using the money to pay for school.
Well, it's good to know that JM Truth is still getting work as a director and editor.
All right, I'm going to be honest, this video is getting extremely long, and I would like to move on to some more interesting and entertaining topics, so I'm just going to kind of fast forward through a couple of these real quick.
Yeah, science isn't something this guy really does care about. You're right.
No, I like real science.
No, you don't care about science. Science includes evidence.
I like ancient Sumerian texts, and I like the Dogon.
That's not science.
Who NASA stole their science from.
NASA didn't steal anything.
The Dogon tribe knows real science, real astronomy, real astrology. NASA stole all their knowledge from the Dogon tribe.
Science champions the peer review process, the critical analysis of the greater community over the published research of others, as well as the welcoming of the careful attempts at replication of their results. Pseudoscience does not see critical analysis and peer review as opportunities to improve, revise, or grow the body of scientific knowledge. Anytime replication occurs or is even attempted, even if we're putting something generally accepted to the test, we're either going to be increasing our confidence in it, which is a good thing, or we're going to be discovering something that we hadn't known about it before, which is also a good thing. This is the same process by which we test a generally accepted hypothesis, like the luminiferous ether, and end up coming to the conclusion that our assumptions about the universe were wrong, leading to major paradigm-shifting breakthroughs in science. The attempts to test or replicate the currently accepted models, the major process by which they would ever be falsified, are paradoxically viewed as anti-science by those who are in fact anti-science.
To refute things that Red said, he started out by talking about Slice-Barkane's test, which is exactly what I said at the beginning would be done, is pointing out tests that do not have any kind of fear behind them, because you're just going out and reconfirming exactly what we already know. Earlier this year, Wolfie went to Honolulu on the equinox to film the sun setting at 270 degrees and called that proof of anything. That's pseudoscience, because it's just going to prove, to reconfirm what we already know to be the case. There's no way, and he knows that he's going to come across evidence in the contrary. So that's not scientific in my mind. You're not trying to disprove anything. You're simply going out to reconfirm, and that does no good for anybody.
Attempts to test or replicate any of the fringe pseudoscientific hypotheses are viewed as attacks, with those who are anti-science often invoking conspiracies as a means to explain their failures versus peer review and critical analysis, rather than accepting that they're simply not doing proper science.
No, these things are assumptions based on a false model. And the bias in the scientific community is aligning with the false model instead of telling the truth.
The collaborative process of science is about presenting a case to the jury being the larger scientific community as a whole. You should make your arguments, present your evidence, argue for whatever conclusion that evidence has led you to, and should be ready, willing, and able to stand up to cross-examination. Pseudoscientists just stand in the middle of the courtroom screaming guilty at the top of their lungs and hope how loudly and confidently they do so is compelling to you. Proper scientific research is published in peer-reviewed, accredited academic journals, allowing independent researchers to assess the legitimacy and reliability of the procedures and conclusions. This process acts as a filter, allowing for good science to rise to the top and bad science to be discredited or otherwise ignored. This process, like everything else we do, is not without its history of problems, but it has the benefit of being self-correcting. That is the core goal of the process. Anything like ideological, cultural, political, or personal biases that get in the way of the acceptance of incoming research are, hopefully, only temporary outlier situations that eventually are discovered and rooted out, making way for even the most controversial or revolutionary research, as long as it's quality. In very much the same way that a young Vera Rubin wasn't able to apply to Princeton's graduate school for astronomy, as they wouldn't be accepting female graduate students for at least another 25 years, and that her thesis and doctoral dissertations were considered controversial or outright ignored, it wasn't until many years later, decades after Fritz Zwicky had proposed the radical idea of dark matter that was also considered controversial, that after teaming up with a respected male astronomer, Kent Ford, that her work would finally be taken seriously by the scientific community, where their observations and measurements of outer stars and spiral galaxies rotating just as fast as those towards the center, suggesting additional unseen mass present contributing to all of that extra gravity, would back Zwicky's hypothesis from decades earlier, something that would change the face of astronomy to this day. Pseudoscientists don't publish real science in legitimate publications simply because they can't. It almost never meets any of the quality standards to be accepted, and if they are, the methodologies, the data analysis, or the conclusions get eaten alive by their peers. They love to paint a picture similar to that of Vera Rubin, attempting to argue that such prejudicial treatment is not the exception, but in their case, this is, in fact, the rule. They argue that there exists systemic, permanent biases against their research, and that this is why their studies are not accepted into legitimate academic literature. They dismiss the real and valid criticisms of their work as a conspiracy to maintain the status quo, unfortunately diminishing the real and actual barriers that are still faced by many inside of the scientific community for the aforementioned reasons, and instead opt to publish their shoddy research in their own self-created, non-accredited, and non-peer-reviewed publications that they're then able to pass off as legitimate to wider, non-savvy audiences. The sad thing is that even these wackos know that Flat Earth is pseudoscience. The worst of the worst pseudosciences, like Flat Earth, don't even go that far. Most of their quote-unquote research is nothing more than poorly put-together memes, and the best they have is from a handful of YouTubers that are role-playing as scientists. What's even more depressing is that the few times that anything remotely close to competent scientific research was done by Flat Earthers, they end up coming to the right conclusion, that the Earth is not flat, at which point their ideological biases force them to do what they accuse the greater scientific community of doing to them, rejecting their own findings. The most famous example of which, coming from the late Bob Nodell. In 2018, Behind the Curve, a Netflix documentary about flat earthers, followed the stories of a number of prominent flat earthers and the goings-on within the community, including Bob Nodell, one of the founders of Globebusters, a YouTube channel dedicated to promoting the flat earth worldview. Bob wanted to do an experiment. They wanted to prove once and for all that the Earth was not rotating, debunking one of the core tenets of the globe Earth model. But how did they plan on doing that? Well, with the help of another member of the Flat Earth community, they got themselves a $20,000 ring laser gyroscope. What does that do? Well, here's a super fast breakdown. The principle by which what we're about to see operates on is something called the Sagnac effect. Imagine you have a device that allows you to shoot two lasers of the same frequency and wavelength in opposite directions around the same path, and you allow them to converge on some point where you have some kind of detector set up. When waves, such as light, interact with each other, we get something called wave interference, and this interference produces a specific pattern based on the properties of each wave. Now suppose you take the device and rotate it. The result of this is that one of the beams of light will take slightly longer to go around the path, and the other will take slightly shorter, changing the resulting frequency and wavelength of the waves, resulting in a noticeable effect on the interference pattern, an effect that can be detected and quantified, allowing us to measure how much rotation actually occurred. Modern ring laser gyroscopes, like the one Bob procured, are extremely precise and require no moving parts, so they're what's used in most modern navigation systems on things like commercial jetliners, fighter jets, ballistic missile systems, and even on the International Space Station. So, what did Bob do with it? Well, if the Earth was indeed rotating, then the generally accepted rate of that rotation is once per day, which is 360 degrees in 24 hours, or 15 degrees per hour. A rotation rate that such a piece of equipment was well within measuring. So, what happened?
But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift. Now, obviously we were taken aback by that. Wow, that's kind of a problem, right?
So they picked up what seemed to be the rotation of the Earth. While that was what any physicist would have told them was going to happen, it obviously wasn't what Bob had hoped for. Unwilling to accept that the detected rotation was caused by the spin of the Earth, the next step was to attempt the measurement once more, this time surrounding the gyroscope in something called a zero Gauss chamber to shield it from what they suspected was the real culprit, some kind of motion of the sky, the heavenly energies, or perhaps that pesky luminiferous ether. But they ended up detecting the same rotation. Now, according to Bob in the documentary, there were plans to try again, using another kind of container as a shield, but as far as I can tell, this either didn't occur, or the results were never published. Now, I do have to commend Bob for his attempt to use proper scientific equipment to conduct a proper experiment. He went infinitely further than the vast majority of flat earthers have ever attempted. Although the goal of science should be transparency, sharing the results of your experimentation regardless of the findings, subjecting it to peer review, and allowing the community to learn from it, suggest feedback, attempt to replicate it themselves, whether it's officially published in some scientific journal or even just less seriously in a YouTube video. Now, the easy thing for me to have done was to assume that Bob never published these results to the wider scientific community, and they only saw the light of day because of the release of Behind the Curve. But because of his unfortunate passing in 2023, and with that of course came his inability to defend himself, I wanted to give this some extra due diligence before coming to that conclusion. Now, unfortunately, it seems as though this was the case with the gyro test. As best as my research was able to discern, there was no talk about this anywhere online prior to the release of the documentary. No videos released on Globebusters or any of the other channels that I was able to find some connection to, and I wasn't really able to find a concrete timeline for when filming occurred or when the experiment was actually done, so I can't say for sure if the results were ever circulated by Bob, even throughout just the Flat Earth community, let alone to a wider audience. Although what we saw in the documentary itself might give us a hint as to why that might have been the case.
At a conference in Raleigh, we want to have proof there's no curvature. And if we can do that, it's game over. But the rotation is not looking good at this point. We don't want to blow this, you know?
Right.
I mean, we got $20,000 in this freaking gyro. But yeah, if we dumped what we found right now, it'd be bad. It would be bad. So what I just told you is confidential.
Okay, I won't say anything.
Now, it's bad enough that they're incapable of wrapping their heads around the foundational aspects of math and science that are required to actually be able to engage successfully in these kinds of conversations. But just when you thought things couldn't get worse, the flirfs say, "Hold my beer." If their worldview was merely the product of ignorance or stupidity, you might actually have a chance to reason with them, to explain the fallacies at the heart of their arguments, to provide them with evidence that they're apparently asking for. Education would actually be an answer to how to turn these discussions into something positive and fruitful. Unfortunately, what makes these conversations as insufferable as they are is not that they don't have the capacity to engage, because believe it or not, there's actually some reasonably intelligent flat earthers out there. What's foundational to the toxic futility at the core of every one of these debates is that they're entirely unwilling to engage in good faith. The fourth symptom of the flat earth worldview.
Essentially, like, this is the easiest way to understand it, right? So, like I said, there's a lot of different technical things, and we could watch hours and hours of footage of them explaining this if you want, but basically, if they let go of space-time, right, and they understand what we see as space-time, right, all of these elementary particles, right, if we understand that as basically a user interface, as so to speak, and not reality, right, computing the scattering amplitudes becomes basically a billion, not exaggerating, a billion times easier. So basically, the geometry, right, that we use to identify our world, right, which is at the crux of the conversation we're having when we start talking about electrons, etc., right? The geometry is basically a different facet of coding, right? So basically, you can look at locality and unitarity as they're basically different loops of movements. I know Craig is behind the 8 ball; he might not understand that, but if anybody understands what I'm saying and you're familiar with this, you understand that was very simply and obviously an oversimplification, but essentially that's what it is, right? They're agreeing with the unified field theory. Essentially, there's no such thing as electrons and neutrons.
There is no curve of the Earth.
But there is a curve. I beg to differ. Because we have shown you evidence, and you're still going, it's CGI, even though right there is evidence that the Earth is curving. Your only answer is that is CGI. There's the evidence. The Earth is not flat, it's curved.
It's probably a mixture of things that they do. There's probably CGI, green screens, fisheye lenses. You know, they probably really good at faking this stuff. That's obviously CGI because the Earth doesn't curve.
No, it isn't.
Well, I know it's not real because the Earth doesn't curve.
Except we just showed you it.
But the Earth does. But the Earth does curve.
No, it didn't.
And you saying it's coming back down. Well, what you're actually seeing is this. You're looking at from the other side of the rocket.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're looking at from the other side of the rocket, reality. And you're seeing it come down. That is what is happening.
It's not reality.
Yeah, there's the reality.
No, it's a computer program. What's that line that's cutting off the buildings? What is that?
I'll show you.
What's that called?
So that's called the horizon.
So the horizon is the curve?
The horizon is the point at which your line of sight is tangent with the surface. That's what the horizon is.
It's the effect of curvature.
That's the effect of a curve.
As we've discussed before, Hip Hop Hippie, it's the effect of curvature. It's the effect of curvature.
The only reason you have a horizon is because there's a curvature.
So the horizon is not the curve then. I told you what I think it is. It's just an idea. That's it.
No. I'm not asking what you think it is. I'm asking what it is in science. How does science define a model?
I don't know.
Well, then how can you say we don't have one if you don't know what it is?
Just to be clear, a scientific idea or a scientific conjecture is a hypothesis.
No, it's not.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
It's not though, because it's a poorly formed question. It's a poorly formed, ridiculous question that you were trying to get a gotcha with, and it doesn't conform to reality.
Is the horizon the curve? Yes or no?
The horizon is caused by the curve, and that's the only answer you're
So
going to get from me.
is that a no? Is that a no?
That is the only answer you're going to get from me, because I know what you're trying to do, and it's not going to work here. We don't play that fucking game here.
Yeah,
the horizon is caused by the curve.
What the implications are.
You don't have to agree with me.
Why are you being such a
You don't have to agree with me. Just repeat after me. The horizon is caused by the curve. Why
is the horizon the curve? Is the horizon the curve?
The horizon is caused by the curve. Can you repeat after me? The horizon is caused by the curve.
Why won't you answer
the spinning water ball thing is just beyond hilarious, because y-axis curve has never been proven.
You keep saying that mantra, but I've shown it to you.
If you want to use
three different videos I showed to you, including one that you wanted to show.
Okay, let me pull one up right here. And the sun's right there.
Why did you play that? There's a curve in that. Can you send me that video? I want to use it. I want to add it to my list. There's curve in the horizon.
That's expected.
That's the fourth time that two of them from me, two of them from you of the curved horizon. Tyler, what are you doing? What? Who's that?
No, I'm good. Wait. That's my mom. Mom, is Earth flat or a globe?
It's not flat. It's not flat. That's it. Yeah. It's not flat at all. Okay? Don't you worry.
There's a staggering number of ways in which flat earthers regularly approach both formal debates and casual discussions in bad faith, and I personally find it fascinating, even if ultimately unsurprising, how eerily and frustratingly similar most of these debates end up becoming. It's one thing to bring common talking points and the same old arguments to these debates. I wouldn't expect these folks to be reinventing the wheel every time, but what I never expected was that there would be so much similarity, so many clear and obvious patterns shared between the flat earthers when it comes to certain kinds of dishonest and toxic behavior. Now, I admit I always end up feeling a bit uncomfortable when describing something that I attribute to being shared or common between the majority of flat earthers, and then only show one or two clips as examples and then move on. I worry it'll be interpreted as a kind of cherry picking, taking things out of context or using one bad apple to try to unfairly spoil a bunch. It's one of the primary reasons that I've felt the need to compile so many of these lengthy montages. I really want to drive home the point that I'm not trying to be dishonest or uncharitable, that the wide brushstrokes I'm painting really are fair representations of what we see, that these traits really do seem to be baked into the worldview itself, much closer to being rules rather than exceptions. The sad truth is that a significant portion of my time spent editing this video was spent deleting most of the example clips that I put together, simply because there were far too many of each. I was originally going to be breaking all of these things up into their own little subsections and going into a bit more detail on each, showing little montages of examples along the way like we've already seen, but I ran into a few problems. The first was context. So many of the best examples of the dishonesty are just subtle and nuanced enough that without potentially multiple minutes of lead up before the moment that they get exposed, it might not be obvious or convincing. The second is overlap. Frankly, it was too hard to categorize most of these examples simply because any individual clip can exhibit multiple toxic traits simultaneously. It's actually kind of impressive how flat earthers are able to commit 2, 3, or sometimes even more of these bad faith behaviors as a part of a single argument. There are a few aspects of their behavior that do still deserve their own little standalone montages, but I think it'll be more enlightening if during this part of the discussion, rather than go wide with each behavioral aspect and show a million examples from just as many different people, we instead go a bit deeper into specific individuals and debates. Let's begin by taking a look at Austin Whitsitt, one of the more prominent debaters in the flat earth community, as a great first example of the challenge of engaging with the intellectually dishonest. They make a positive claim about problems with the currently accepted models in science, and then you ask them to substantiate their claim with evidence. Now, of course, it'd be nice if they were to link to maybe a paper from a peer-reviewed scientific journal, or at the very least, maybe a YouTube video with some kind of experiment or demonstration. But unfortunately, when asked for their best evidence, all they can do is ask a question.
Your claim is that the model is wrong.
Yes, the heliocentric model cannot be substantiated.
Okay.
That's
Provide your evidence.
Okay, so there's tons of evidence. Well, for most of these evidences, you will just have to dismiss them to coincidence.
Not exactly off to a good start.
Start with your best. Start with solid stuff, not coincidence.
Okay, has it ever been recreated or observed or repeated that an object due to its mass can cause another object to revolve around it?
Okay, cool. He wants us to give an example of something orbiting something else. And one of the things he said he'd accept was an observation. Something pretty easy to do.
Well, the moon does that all the time.
See, no, that is self-imposing the current metrics of the heliocentric model.
Now, he immediately rejects this example in what seems to be a half-hearted attempt to accuse us of begging the question. But let's not let him distract from the original focus of the conversation, that he says he has all kinds of evidence that demonstrates that our model is incorrect. He currently has the burden to demonstrate how our model, our explanation for observed phenomena, is incorrect. And then when he flips the burden and asks us for an example of an observation of a specific phenomenon that our model explains, he rejects it on the basis that it's using our model. Now ask yourself, if he was being honest, what would he really be asking for here? He challenges our model by asking us to provide an example of something predicted by our model, but won't accept any examples that are based on our model. That is, of course, dishonest nonsense. The appropriate response here would be for him to explain the flaw in our model, to outline how our model's explanation for this particular observed phenomena is invalid in some way, perhaps demonstrating how our observations conflict with what the model predicts, not by simply responding with, nuh-uh.
The answer is simply no. No, it has never happened, and it never will happen.
Well, we have confirmed that mass attracts mass.
You keep on. This is so semantical. It's insane.
MCToon was making an important and valuable distinction here, and Whitsitt once again dismisses it entirely, as merely being semantics. But the only one playing word games here is the flat earther. What he's questioning is if, how, and when gravity has been observed or demonstrated. And in its purest, most succinct form, gravity can be described as mass attracting mass. This isn't semantics. It's being clear and precise with language and terminology.
I'm asking you very simply, bro. In the history of mankind, has anyone recreated an experiment where an object due to its mass has caused another object to revolve around it?
Yeah, in a one-to-one scale, we do that all the time.
When does an object revolve around another one due to gravity? Please
the moon.
Can it be recreated in a controlled experiment on Earth?
It doesn't need to be. We can just observe it.
It doesn't need to be. That's the problem.
Just observe it. And
so we just believe it.
And satellites do it all the time too.
So it isn't odd that this experiment can't be recreated, but you know it to be definitive because of your self-imposed metrics of the heliocentric.
It's not myself. It's an observation, right?
What Whitsitt is blatantly attempting here is to confine the discussion of a complicated topic such as gravity to his extremely rigid and arbitrary boundaries. There's, of course, so many ways to observe or demonstrate what he's talking about, but he, of course, ignores all of that and demands observations and demonstrations that conform to his unreasonable standard of evidence. Rather than discuss something well-established, controlled, reproduced, and understood, like the Cavendish experiment, an actual scientific experiment measuring the attraction of two masses in a lab, the fundamental concept being discussed here, he instead imposes the inane requirement that we need to reproduce orbits in a lab on Earth. Something that, for all intents and purposes, is impossible to do. Now, Whitsitt's been in the flat Earth debatosphere for many years now, and talks specifically about gravity all the time. I want to be generous here, but I'm not really sure which is the more generous interpretation. That he's actually too stupid to understand the very basic equations related to gravity after years of not only allegedly studying, but also debunking it, or that he knows exactly what he's doing and is purposefully muddying the waters of the discussion because he knows his flat Earth audience doesn't understand any of the underlying principles and will just see all of this as some sort of big win. Now let me briefly explain exactly why what he's saying here is so blatantly stupid. Newton's law of gravitation is this formula, which basically says that we can calculate the force that emerges between two masses as being proportional to the product of the masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance. In other words, the more mass you have, the stronger the force, and the more distance you have between them, the weaker the force. So let's think about what it would take to design an experiment that would satisfy what Whitsitt is asking for here, to demonstrate one mass orbiting another mass in a lab on Earth. How hard could that actually be? Well, what if we wanted to do something real amateur as a proof of concept? We could use a basketball, just like flat earthers do in their science experiments. What would it take to get something like a tennis ball to orbit a basketball? Well, let's calculate what the force of gravity between them would be if they were only a few centimeters apart. It looks like there would be there's only about 26 billionths of a pound of force being applied to the tennis ball by the mass of the basketball. That's kind of a problem, given Whitsitt's requirement that we do this experiment in a lab on Earth, with the relevant bit there being on Earth, because the gravity applied to the tennis ball by the Earth during this experiment is about 1/8 of a pound, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's 10 orders of magnitude larger than that of the basketball. Even if we were to increase these experimental masses to a degree that's laughably unreasonable, like if we were able to stuff 1 million kilograms of mass into the basketball and increase the tennis ball up to a kilogram, we'd still have no chance of getting it to orbit the larger mass, because it would simply fall to the ground before having any chance of even doing a tiny fraction of an orbit around the larger mass, because the Earth's gravity is still something like 2,000 times greater. Think about it. What Whitsitt is asking us to do to demonstrate gravitational orbits in a lab setting on Earth would require a mass larger than the Earth condensed down small enough to fit in a lab. He claims our model is wrong, and his argument for this is effectively, if we can't make Earth 2.0 in a laboratory, then our model can't be substantiated. And that is, of course, the crux of his intellectual dishonesty. He has to manufacture these absurd requirements, move the goalpost, and try to play word games to get around the fact that even though we can't get two masses to orbit each other in a lab, we can and have measured the gravitational forces between them. The whole orbit thing is a giant red herring. Not only do the observations and measurements we make when doing things like the Cavendish experiment in a lab match the predictions made by our model, but outside of the lab we can demonstrate one mass orbiting another every time we put a rocket into space, not to mention all of the observations of this exact phenomenon that occur every second of every day in the natural world, as all of the moons orbit their planets and the planets orbit our sun. He can reject our model all he wants, but he can't use the fact that we do demonstrations and make observations that confirm our model, but can't do absurd, impossible demonstrations that our model tells us are absurd and impossible as an argument that our model can't be substantiated. If he was intellectually honest, he would recognize the clear and obvious absurdity of his argument, that he's rejecting valid responses while simultaneously asking that the impossible be done, or else he wins. If he was intellectually honest, he would be approaching the conversation entirely differently. He'd be willing to engage with the model that he's purporting to debunk, and to demonstrate that he at least understands the basics of what he's claiming to disprove. But, unfortunately, he's not. And this kind of behavior is, frankly, par for the course. Now, adjacent to all of that, perhaps now you've caught on to a bit of a whiff of the arrogance that's inherent in this worldview, which Whitsitt personifies quite successfully. The idea that they have tapped into some kind of knowledge that only a select few have, that they somehow arrived at the correct answers to questions that apparently every other scientist, mathematician, and engineer in history has been wrong about, while simultaneously themselves not having any actual proper education, training, or expertise on any of these relevant subjects, requires an unfathomable amount of hubris. These folks literally believe that they're more knowledgeable and intelligent than people like Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein, very often talking about them as if they had no idea what they were doing, like they were cranks without a clue. I reckon it'd require a considerable amount of narcissism to believe something like that, which is something that flat earthers, like Whitsitt, have no shortage of.
And they'll say, oh, you just can't understand math. And I literally used to get accused of cheating in my algebra honors class, right? Because I wouldn't show my work and I'd be the first done it, and she thought I was cheating. She'd give me a new piece of paper, a new test, and I'd just breeze through it in front of her. Numerous math classes this actually happened, but it doesn't matter. I'm certainly not trying to brag. Yeah, like when I was good at algebra and I would just like breeze through algebra and do it in like 2 steps.
You should call and talk to some of my teachers. I used to get in trouble because they said I was cheating on my algebra because I didn't have to work it out.
But I had like an aptitude for math. Like if I sat down with you guys when we were in high school and Algebra 2 honors, I would have smoked you, dude. I used to finish long form algebra without showing the work.
But I literally have an aptitude for math, bro. I have an aptitude for math. I'm so tired of people saying I can't do math, dude. I scored like incredible on my math entry exams in the college preparatory classes and stuff like that. Dude, it's well known that I have like an aptitude for math.
Dude, I'm not trying to brag here or whatever just to make my point. I'm in the higher percentile of IQ.
You would get demolished. I would wipe the floor with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Literally, I would demolish that dude.
Oh, okay. My 160 IQ disagrees with you. They'll claim I'm stupid, claim I'm dumb, when my IQ literally proves that that's not the case.
Now, what's curious to me is if folks like Whitsitt really did have literally genius levels of intelligence, why they'd have to lie about so many of the subjects and sources that they talk about. Why would he have to dishonestly cherry-pick so many quotes from someone like Einstein to attempt to give his arguments an air of legitimacy?
Because Einstein mentioned two specific things. He mentioned aberration from 1727, and he mentioned annual Doppler shift. So Vogel and Schneier in 1887 so those are the two things that Einstein mentions in this same book that he's quoting here.
He's quoting
2 pages prior.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And if you believe in the current model, you have to believe that you can never actually measure, detect, or prove that it's moving around the sun.
That's a lie. And Einstein, 2 pages prior, mentioned he knows this. Whitsitt knows this. That's what's really sad.
What do you mean? He's perpetuating lies?
He's not just perpetuating lies. He knowingly perpetuates lies. Whitsitt knows that Einstein mentioned 2 specific things. So it can't be that Einstein is 2 pages later contradicting his previous statement, right?
Well, yeah, but that's actually his claim, though, isn't it? That he's pointing out contradictions, but he has to twist the words to get those contradictions to work.
Yeah, I think Whitsitt has to assume in here that Einstein is unknowingly contradicting himself.
Right, that's what he's doing.
That Whitsitt is so much smarter than Einstein. That Whitsitt sees Einstein's contradiction, but Einstein didn't. That's how smart Whitsitt thinks he is.
He knows what Einstein meant to say.
Yeah.
Not Einstein.
If he truly was as intelligent as he'd want you to believe, then why would he demonstrate such an elementary misunderstanding of gravity, regurgitating the most common and basic misconception about it, that more mass equals more quote-unquote gravity, which must mean a faster acceleration?
If your argument is that it's not gravity, that it is density, then even with the electromagnetism aspect, you could take a 10-pound bowling ball and an 8-pound bowling ball. They should fall at different rates.
No. I mean, to maybe I could just ask you the same question, right? So, like, if you think that gravity is causing it, if there's a more dense object and a less dense object falling, how does gravity make them fall at the same rate if they're just different densities?
Because
gravity pull one
density
stronger than the other?
It's incredible that he's been debating this stuff for as long as he has, while still not understanding the basics. Now, you can tell by what he says that he's simply confusing the variables in the equation. Remember that more density in the same volume simply means more mass. And recall that the approximate 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration on Earth is a constant value, meaning it doesn't change. So all we're changing in the equation when we compare these 2 different falling objects is their mass. His confusion becomes clear when you listen to his language, the implication of which is that quote-unquote pulling stronger means faster acceleration, which is wrong, which is the common misconception I explained earlier. With a constant acceleration and variable masses, the relevant difference here between the 2 masses falling in a vacuum on Earth is the resulting force. That's what pulling stronger would actually refer to, assuming you wanted to use this language. And then, of course, when this misconception is explained to him for the umpteenth time with references to actual demonstrations of this having been done, he goes back into denial mode and changes the subject.
As some experiments in, I think, some of the vacuum chambers.
There have been experiments where they've dropped bowling balls and feathers in a vacuum chamber and they fall at exactly the same rate.
Yes. And,
that's what people think.
That's what's on video.
No, actually, a university has proven that dropping different chemicals fall at different rates. Literally different.
Or how about the time he provided some math that he claimed was deriving the value for the acceleration due to gravity from Coulomb's law, attempting to debunk gravity and explain its effects as being merely electrostatics, something that would, by itself, probably be worth a Nobel Prize. Why would somebody who's a self-proclaimed math genius pretend to have done this when it was really just copy-pasted straight from ChatGPT? I mean, Christ, he didn't even think to format the text that's so obviously from ChatGPT, background color and all, to match the rest of the email that he actually did type, and he even forgot to delete the part where ChatGPT caveats its response by saying, "Look, bro, I'm just an AI and I'm kind of making shit up, so don't go sharing this as if it's a fact, otherwise you'll look like an asshole." I even publicly and privately called him out multiple times about a clear and blatant lie that he told during another debate.
We already made one, an eclipse model that predicts the locations of the eclipses as well.
And of course, I never got a response. Why wouldn't he be able to stand by such a simple claim if it was true? Perhaps it isn't. And what he was saying was just so stupid that even ChatGPT couldn't bail him out, not to mention that he'd hopefully already learned his lesson from the last time, when he provided a bunch of fake citations again from ChatGPT, never actually bothered to click on any of the links that he was providing, otherwise he would have figured out they were all just fake, then had to go lie about it, acting as if he just mixed up some links, and then later had to change his story to say that he got the links from somebody else. All of this, and he fancies himself an intelligently gifted individual. Someone who claimed to struggle finding debate opponents that he considers worthy.
I think I've done pretty well in the debates, and typically the opponents are not all that worthy, humbly.
Right before having his ass handed to him by an unlikely opponent, Harrison Smith, one of the hosts on InfoWars, a notoriously crazy platform. Only minutes before, one of the most batshit crazy humans alive today, the infamous Alex Jones, called him out live in front of what had to be the largest audience Witsit had ever debated in front of for having a laughably stupid worldview.
In this picture, I'm pretty sure they actually compressed it. You can take a picture. It's so deceptive.
All right.
You can take a picture of a desk.
Hold on.
Flat.
Hold on, Austin. We have a guest appearance here. Alex Jones has made his appearance at the Flat Earth debate.
Listen, I'm only going to ask you a real quick question. Are the sun and other planets flat as well? Because I've been a big astronomer since I was a kid with my dad when we had professional telescopes when I was a kid. Now anybody can get them that have the computerized controls. I've sat there overnight drinking a 12-pack of beer and taken photos of Saturn and Jupiter and watched it as it's turning, watched the globes turning. I put green lenses on the telescope and could watch the sun and over an hour see it turn and see see coronal mass ejections moving in the time lapse. Boom, it's round. Done.
Debate over, Austin. I'm sorry to tell you, you have now lost the debate.
I will eat your ass. I will eat my neighbors. I'm not letting my kids die. I'm just going to be honest. My superpower's being honest. I've extrapolated this out, and I won't have to for a few years as I got food and stuff. But I'm literally looking at my neighbors now and going, I'll eat my neighbors.
Now, what's probably the most infuriating part is that flat earthers like Witsit are the kings of the pot calling the kettle black. They accuse their opponents of trying to play sneaky games or use dishonest debate tactics when that's the primary strategy of flurf debaters, and even go so far as to accuse other people of being narcissists, when it's clear and obvious to everybody watching that they're just projecting. Let's take a look at another case study, this time taken from a debate between Fight the Flat Earth and a guy named A Cruel Vision. As usual, this conversation touches on a bunch of topics, curvature, gravity, space, all sorts of things, but I want to focus on a few moments that demonstrate more of the Flat Earthers' special brand of intellectual dishonesty. Let's start by taking a look at a conversation they had about a demonstration done by a guy named Rory, something that actually comes up quite a lot in these debates and is quite often misunderstood. A great summary can be found at mctoon.net/left-to-right curve, but I'll do my best to briefly explain here for context. This test took place on the Spanish island of Ibiza at an elevation of 603 feet. What we see here is a table supporting two interesting-looking objects, each being a pair of some kind of metal rod of some sort bound together. These basically are going to be acting as straight edges that we can use for a reference. Now, the benefit of this rather unique setup is that there's a gap between the straight edges that allows us to align the horizon between them, acting as a handy visual guide that will help make any curvature on the horizon more apparent if it exists. Now, as we discussed earlier, from this perspective on Earth, if it's round and if it's the size that we believe it to be, we'd simply be unable to see the extremely slight curvature on the horizon without examining photos more thoroughly. Now, one of the more common criticisms I hear from flat earthers about this is that there's no proof that the straight edges are level. Like, they didn't put some kind of spirit level on the table showing that it was perfectly level with the horizon. But don't let this distract you. This criticism is missing the point entirely. It's not about being perfectly level. Levelness has nothing to do with this demonstration. All we're looking at is straightness versus curvature. The table could very well be off from perfectly level, but that wouldn't change the results of this test, something that's going to become a little bit more apparent in a moment. The most compelling part of this particular demonstration comes when we do something called a horizontal compression on the image. If you have a bunch of lines in an image, let's say you draw some perfectly straight horizontal lines, a few perfectly straight diagonal lines at varying angles, and then you draw two lines with very slight curves to them. Curves that are so small that when you zoom out you can't really even notice. If you then take the resulting image and shrink only its width, maintaining the same exact height, you've got this squished final product. But notice, all of the lines that were perfectly straight before the compression remain perfectly straight after the compression, regardless of whether or not they were perfectly level or drastically diagonal. But the two lines that had even the slightest amount of curvature have that curvature exaggerated to the point where it becomes easy for us to see. This is the benefit of horizontal compression. Straight lines stay straight, curved lines become more obviously curved. This is precisely the reason why we included the straight edges in this little experiment. Again, it had nothing to do with level. What we wanted to do was have another set of horizontal lines that we could use as reference lines, acting as a kind of control variable. So if something like the lens of the camera was introducing any distortion, like maybe it had a fisheye lens, we would see that all of the straight edges also have a noticeable curve. So what do we see when we horizontally compress the image from Ibiza? Well, first things first, clearly not every one of the 16 or so horizontal edges of the straight edges are perfectly flat. But that's okay, because there's plenty of lines that are, for all intents and purposes, perfectly straight here. The straight edge has served its purpose. It included perfectly straight lines here that we could use as a reference to know that there wasn't any curvature being added to the image by the lens. And then of course we have the horizon, which I don't know about you, but it looks pretty curved to me. Now surprisingly, this flat earther says what I've never seen any other flat earther actually say.
I see the same thing you see. I see that there's actually curvature in that photograph. And the reason why I felt like I really wanted to actually debate you with this photograph is because I think this photograph actually had a huge, it has the potential to actually be very, very, you know, like a huge conclusive type of evidence, but there's just holes with it. There's just problems with it. So,
okay, interesting. So what are those problems?
Is that the only photograph that you have of that location?
So as far as I'm aware, that is the only photographs he had of that particular location.
Okay, all right. See, and therein lies the, you know, a little bit of the problem. It's just one photograph, and it could, you know, so you have to have a data set. So what I'm trying to debunk here is the whole premise behind that entire picture.
Okay, so because there's only one photo here, he thinks that debunks the entire premise of the demonstration. He doesn't have any criticisms of the methodology or any of the underlying principles. Well, in response, FTFE showed him another version of this experiment done by somebody else in an entirely different part of the world that pretty much has the same result. So then what's his response?
But the point is that you did not manipulate your independent variable, and you also did not take it with multiple cameras. That's my point. I'm not saying that your picture is fake. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get you to understand that that's not conclusive evidence.
So now the primary criticism sounds like it's that in both cases there's only one image from one camera. Apparently two different people using two different cameras at two different locations independently verifying the same thing isn't enough for him?
Yep, this particular photograph, like which clearly shows that there's curve.
Right. Now, do you have another photograph with a different camera exactly in that same that same position?
Probably not, because that's not how science works.
So if you take a picture here, you're saying you should move the camera and go somewhere else, and that's how you conduct experiments, is by changing experiments? Or what are you saying?
You're saying that I have to take a bunch of different cameras and take the same image with different cameras to check that they're right.
If someone claims that the presumed cause is not the curvature of the Earth, and it's something to do with your camera as the first one, rolling shutter, or your lens, or your whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, the point is whatever the presumed cause is.
So now he's bringing more variables into this. saying that the curvature could have been introduced by the camera or the lens, ignoring the fact that we have those straight edges in the photos for exactly that reason, and even goes so far as to invoke rolling shutter, which in this context couldn't be further from relevant. It really does sound like he's grasping at straws here, which was surprising because, again, at the beginning, he seemed open to this evidence. And then he moves the goalpost one more time.
Are those photos being compressed in different programs as well? My main issue with it is that it's not, you don't have enough for it to be considered a data set.
So now he demands that different photos be taken from the same exact location with different cameras, and then multiple different images each need to be run through different image editing programs, just in case one of them somehow resizes images in a meaningfully different way that just so happens to result in only the horizon appearing to be curved, while the straight edge in the photos still appear to be straight. Man, that's a really impressive resizing algorithm they've got, huh? And then what he says next gets even more confusing.
So you showed me two different pictures is where I'm getting at. There's two different locations, two different pictures, two completely different cameras, etc. And it's also still showing the same curve in the same direction with two different locations and two different pictures. You know what I mean? It's showing two. It's still showing two different things.
So before he was complaining about only having one picture, and then now it's a problem that he's showing two different pictures. But why would having two photos from two locations with two different cameras that show the same phenomena be a problem? Isn't that exactly the kind of thing that we're looking for? The entire point is to ensure that none of the variables that we have control over are altering the results in any way. He keeps demanding that a bunch of arbitrary variables have to be changed in order to be quote-unquote valid, but these seemingly reasonable variable alterations, some of which he actually asked for before, are suddenly not okay. And then it gets even weirder.
It's two locations, so if you have different types of software and you actually compress it with a different software and it's showing you the same result with the same software, it also goes by the camera, the lens, and if it shows you the same result there, you understand what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I actually do understand that you're not ashamed to be blatantly grasping at straws, hand-waving away any and all evidence presented to you simply because you have no other response. You can't actually address what the implications of these photos would be if they weren't invalid in some way, so you need to cast doubt on them in any way that you can. Now, what he says next is basically a transparent admission that this is exactly what his strategy is, that he feels that he's able to say whatever he wants, and that'll render the evidence invalid.
Because I could still say that, I still would say that it's either this or it's this, because everything is captured in a different manner. It's two different locations, two different cameras, different camera lenses, but it's not conclusive.
Now, any intellectually honest person should be willing to say ahead of time what the criteria would be for evidence that they would accept. So when asked what would be acceptable in this kind of situation, do you reckon that he actually tells us?
Well, yeah, multiple cameras, multiple lenses. Now, this is something I would do for your particular, go do an experiment that you would want me to try out. I would make sure that it's conclusive.
Ah, okay. Just do it and make sure that it's conclusive. Got it. These folks never actually provide any concrete acceptance criteria, even though it's the fair and honest thing to do, because it's a losing strategy if you're on the losing side of an argument. The moment that you nail down what you'd accept, you'll have nothing to say in response when they present exactly the evidence that satisfies your requirements. You, of course, need to keep it vague and leave yourself as much wiggle room as possible so that you can call into question everything presented as evidence. If we were to go back and take 5 photos instead of 1, well, that's still not enough to be a proper data set. We need more. But of course, I'll never tell you what that number is. What about different photos from the same camera with different lenses? Oh, well, even though they're different types of lenses, they're both Nikon lenses, so they behave in the same way and skew the results in the same way. Well, what if I use 3 different lenses, all different manufacturers, each on 2 different cameras in the same location, ending up with 6 photos all showing the exact same curve? Oh, well, those are both digital cameras, so naturally that's a problem, right? Now, even that would be too ridiculous for the flat earther to say.
Well, that's one thing. That's digital photography also. So I'm also talking about regular cameras as well. So that's why I say when you're really doing a full experiment, it's a really in-depth process. So I actually like the photograph, and I acknowledge the photograph. But it's also digital photography. It's not the original, standard old school photography and things. But and all of these things can play a certain part.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, and when I go out and take the photos with a real camera and then have to present these images in an online debate, I'm totally sure you're not going to question how the photos were developed or say that we need to scan these images into digital format using 3 different kinds of scanners, right? It's blatantly obvious that he's not approaching this discussion in good faith. If you think about it, it's really pretty messed up to go into a conversation under the guise of wanting to seek the truth, pretending like you're being rigorous and thorough, like you care about the science, and ask somebody to go through the effort of giving you explanations and evidence to support their position when you were never actually willing to accept anything in the first place.
Where is that picture being taken from? Like, what is that? What is he on? Is he down at the ocean level? Because all of that's needed. That's why I say when you say you're showing evidence, I'm not denying you. I'm just saying that you have to show the evidence. You have to show me the entire experiment, etc. And it has to be done the proper way.
Okay, so is he saying that if we now provide him the geographical coordinates and a picture of the experimental setup, that he'd actually consider the evidence and start talking about it rather than outright rejecting it?
I acknowledge I do see curvature in the photograph. I do. But it's 3 different photographs. So if you really want to bury the point, you can show the same photograph with different camera lenses, different cameras, different compression software, all showing the exact same thing. And you know what I mean? And at that point, that still is what I would consider to be still not a true experiment.
Well then, so there you have it. He just comes out and says it. Even if you satisfy every one of the goalpost shifted requirements that he keeps tacking on, he still wouldn't accept the evidence.
What's the verdict? I want to know what the verdict is on this. If he's going back to get more pictures, I want to know if that's settled then. If that proves, because technically if that proved it, then all that would be needed is 1 picture. And if he's going back to get more, then obviously I feel that I've thoroughly explained that that's not enough evidence. So is that right? Or are you not going to admit that I have a point?
Even when I feel like I've seen it all, I never fail to be surprised by the absurd lengths that flat earthers are willing to go to rationalize their insanity. At this point in the debate, they spent the better part of 2 hours talking about all of the things that the flat earther was demanding in order to even accept the evidence as valid evidence, let alone get on the same page as to the analysis about the evidence itself to determine what it tells us. And then after hearing that the original person who set this whole experiment up was willing to go back out of his way and take additional photos to try and satisfy their batshit requirements, the flat earther considers that as a win. Somebody was willing to put in the time and effort to genuinely test the moronic flat earther claims, who presented their findings and was met with absurd requests coming from a place of dishonesty, and then still offering to go out and do more in a gesture of good faith to humor these absurd requests. And the flat earther interprets this as them winning the debate. The mental gymnastics are incredible. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but it gets worse. What do you think his response is when you reference one of the most well-established and reproduced experiments in physics, the Cavendish experiment, which we just discussed earlier? Surely that has to be more compelling, right?
The same as if I asked you, how does gravity work, or, all things pulling to the center. Can you replicate that? You wouldn't be able to replicate that because you would need another Earth, or you would need this and you would need that, and it's just not doable.
No, we can replicate it, and it has been replicated. The Cavendish experiment is a replication of mass pulling to the center.
I've seen those. I like I said, that's something completely separate. I don't follow any of those at all. I don't even like the experiments. I don't understand how those experiments even, you know what I mean? I think all of that is just bogus, personally.
So he starts off by saying that we can't replicate the effects of gravity experimentally, is then told about one of the best demonstrations of exactly that, and his response is that even though he admits he doesn't follow it and he doesn't understand it, he still says with a straight face that it's bogus. He just spent more than an hour jumping through hoops to try to make himself seem reasonable, like he really values the rigorous nature of science, and then instantly dismisses one of the most fundamental experiments in physics as meaningless when it perfectly addresses the question that he's asking. He must have some pretty good evidence to support that, right? Considering that he's got such a high standard.
I've looked up a few things regarding that, and a lot of the stuff I've seen, it just, to me, the experiment just, it's just not enough.
Yes, of course, it's just not enough. And of course, let's not discount the fact that he went out of his way to look up a few things. I wonder if he has like a citation, some kind of evidence to back up literally any of the claims he's made throughout the entire debate.
As far as my standpoint on that in general, there's a lot of other things that have to play in and have to be 100% accurate for me to actually say Einstein's theory of relativity is accurate. I don't think his relativity is accurate. But a lot of ways I've seen a lot of people go into detail for hours, just completely shattering Einstein's theory.
Oh, of course, he's seen a lot of people go into detail for hours. Such convincing evidence he's presenting.
So me being an artist, I work with artists from France. I work with artists from China, from Korea. I work with artists all over the globe. Depending on where you are in your location, what got me into this was me discovering a lot of the lies that took place here and having family members. I actually have a family member that I have a cousin that actually works for NASA that I'm actually close with. So.
Ah, yes, you've got a cousin that works at NASA, just like that super hot girlfriend I had that went to another school. Both of these people for sure definitely exist.
None of the stuff that I'm just telling you right here is stuff that I've come up with on my own. This is stuff that I've talked with people about. I've interviewed people and studied for years.
Man, so you've interviewed all these people and you've been studying it for years. You'd think you'd be able to give us a single piece of evidence.
I've come to the conclusion that we can't really listen to just what NASA says or just what the space agency says.
You said about lies. I mean, what lies do you mean? Because you keep saying, it's about these lies. What lies do you mean?
That's the thing about it. It goes back to even when I, before I actually discovered Flat Earth, before I discovered anything like that, I've seen a lot of different documentaries, a lot of, just in general, which is the same as everyone. What I'm trying to say is that there's conclusive evidence. There's literally evidence. I have personally, I have evidence showing that what you perceive to be history is not accurate.
What kind of
evidence?
So
if you were, just certain, for instance, I literally have maps and some of the research that I've actually gone over showing real maps and things like that from the 1400s, from the 1500s, 1600s, etc. So when
Can you give me any specific examples of something that's been completely erased from the maps?
Yeah, but I don't think because it's such a huge topic. I don't know if you're going to be able to completely understand where
just one specific city or something that has been erased from maps.
Now, I've discovered a few red flags common with these folks that generally make it pretty easy to identify the type of person you're dealing with ahead of time. People that constantly say that they, quote-unquote, did their own research, that they're free thinkers, or that they're truth seekers, are ironically almost always the complete opposite. Literally none of those things are true. What they mean when they say they did their own research was that they binged Flat Earth Facebook memes and TikTok videos. What they mean by being a free thinker is that they blindly parrot all of the other people who call themselves free thinkers, all of the big names in the Flat Earth world. And when they say truth seekers, what they really mean is that they ignore everything that doesn't confirm their worldview.
What got me into this was me being able to check things for myself.
Mm-hmm.
If a person opens up a YouTube channel, no matter what their pedigree is, and they say, the establishment wants you to think this, but they're all wrong, I have the truth, and I'm on your side, there is no greater foundation for suspicion than that.
My similar rule of thumb is when someone has to tell you they're a critical thinker, head for the hills.
Yeah, exactly.
They're anything but.
Exactly.
So, I get my knowledge from all over. It's not just me just coming up with shit out my ass. I get my knowledge from all over, from other people, and yeah, I'm just the truther,
Okay, well, I don't really follow the flock. I kind of am an independent thinker, so I don't really go with the mainstream.
I've heard that repeated constantly from people. Let me drink a little Flurf tears. Hold on.
I want to debate you about the moon landings because you seem absolutely sure about the moon landings being fake, right?
The moon landings is level 1 stuff, and quite frankly, I don't go on and on about the moon landings. Were you there? Have you been to space in general? I'm just saying in general. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that in general is that you want to debate moon landings. The moon landings is that's just
Well, you said you have loads of evidence of that, and it's one thing that I really like to.
That's already been out here. It's been out here for years about that. Like more and more people are starting to understand that that all of that is fake. It's not even like
it's not that. That's what I'm saying. Show me some evidence that is fake. You haven't.
I mean, but how much evidence do you need for that?
Now, it's about at this point in these debates where I start frantically looking around for something adorable and furry to punt across the room because I'm genuinely infuriated that this motherfucker has the gall to ask, how much evidence do you need, when he pulled that bullshit earlier with the photos, and after all of this, he still hasn't presented a single shred of evidence of his own.
I've never seen any evidence that they're fake.
You're literally saying Eric Dubé, for instance. You brought him up about debunking him, his 200 proofs and stuff. I'm sure, like I think I've seen some videos of him in the past. I've seen videos of him in the past.
Hey, where was Eric Dubé's data sets?
All right, finally, I'm really looking forward to this answer. He's got such super strict standards of evidence for people that he disagrees with. Surely the first time he actually gives us anything remotely close to a citation to back up one of his claims, Eric Dubé, who also just so happens to be a nutjob anti-Semitic douchebag alongside being a flat earth YouTuber, surely he's been as rigorous and thorough with someone he agrees with, right? Double checking that all of his evidence is as conclusive and airtight as what he expected from us? Surely he's not going to be a giant fucking hypocrite, right?
Well, most of them are all back. You have to look at all of his stuff. Most of that stuff is backed up by his records, historical records, other experiments done by people that you can look up right on YouTube. Half the time you can find them when they actually run the experiments and stuff. But I'm not talking about his experiments in general. What I'm saying is that
Wow, who saw that coming?
And me being a truther, I wanted to find just truth. So I'm not doubting you in that. I'm just saying that that's stuff that I have to see for myself. And so far, I just haven't been able to actually see it to the point of it being that. So that's kind of where I build my complete standpoint on, my issue with NASA and my issue with all of that. I just want the truth out. That's pretty much it. I'm not here to make fun of Globers. I'm not here to do any of that because I was taught the exact same thing in school. You know what I mean? After researching all of the stuff from history, from NASA, from all the stuff they put out now, that NASA is 100%. I want to go on record saying this. They're 100% fake. I mean, they are literally fake. Everything that they say is 100% fake. 11 minutes later. So when I say NASA is a complete fraud, I'm not saying that every single thing that NASA does. So I'm not saying that NASA is going to create a fake image of the moon and then put out a fake image of the moon and say, hey, this is this. I'm not saying that. They're 100% fake. They are literally fake. Everything that they say is 100% fake. Because if it is a globe, I would love for your network to actually be able to convince every flat earther of that. I want to be convinced of that as well. I say I don't subscribe to NASA because they keep lying. I just want them to start telling the truth behind what they're doing.
That's a claim. You're making a claim there. NASA are lying. Provide evidence of that.
It's a lot of evidence.
Let's go back to your comment.
I know the type of tactics that you guys are trying to use to
we show evidence.
Some kind of a point.
We show evidence is our thing.
It's not evidence. You're showing pictures. I don't care about the pictures. I'm showing you evidence.
But you haven't shown me evidence of anything. You said a bunch of stuff is fake and nothing else.
But all of that was just one small demonstration of the larger, more widespread phenomenon that affects every single one of these discussions. All they're doing is asking for something that they don't actually want. That flat earthers will, without fail, immediately reject the very evidence they dishonestly claim to be seeking.
What kind of evidence would convince a flat earther? They keep asking for it, but deny it every time if it proves them wrong. I don't think that's true. I've seen no evidence to say, okay, yeah, the curvature exists. I would love to be shut up. I'd love to see that proof because it could go either way, but I don't think it's going to happen.
What would you accept as evidence for the shape of the Earth?
My direct acceptance of evidence at this point, I would like to see curvature of the Earth beyond what I've seen in high altitude balloons that do not curve.
Would you accept 290,000 feet?
Would I accept 290,000 feet to see curvature?
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Okay.
And
am I going to make a liar out of you is the next question. So there is where the drogue parachute is coming out. It's just added to the video. There you go. A little more clear one, still below center frame.
And that being said, if you are looking at the edge of a circle, I mean, you are going to have an accent of a curve there. So I'm truly an open-minded person. I'm trying to look at this as if this were a globe, but I also...
Is your back a little sore?
No, not
removing those goalposts.
Here's the difference, pal. You're using your footage. I'm using something that I captured off a documentary that's presented to millions of people. I can fabricate whatever I want. Grab something you can get off the media and use that. How about that, pal?
You tuck tail and run away and say, oh, it's manipulated, but it's not, because we can see that the straight edges are straight and the curved horizon is curved.
You hear what I said? I'm going to say it a third time. You can manipulate what you present. How about be transparent and grab something off a documentary, National Geographic, History Channel, their footage, and display curvature.
As requested, third-party images of the Earth. That's what you wanted, so I did it. I'm happy to provide.
Apples and oranges, pal. We're talking about a perspective with the horizon. That's a freaking phony baloney CGI.
The longest radar that we had during the 60s was between 30 and 50 miles. That this was what was on warcraft aircraft. All we got to look up is the longest radar detection transmission in the the 60s is what you said? I think, yeah, the 60s. That's all we got to do. And guess what? Show me anywhere in the 60s where they made a radar detection of 93 million miles with the technology they had in the 60s.
Well, I'm presenting the paper right now that they used the technology. You just saying radar couldn't go that far is just a claim when I have a scientific paper talking about the technology that they used for radar to go that far.
See, this is what's going on. You don't want to really have the conversation of the technology.
Please. No, I just gave you the technology with the specifics of the technology, and you're telling me I didn't give you that specific. Why are you doing that? Why are you literally lying about the thing that I just did? That's not very honest.
Okay, what you gave me doesn't prove that that radar was capable of detecting something 93 million miles away.
Okay, let me ask you, do you have any video that you've done that actually shows curve that according to your measuring formula?
Yes, there is.
Let's see it.
Okay, this is by a flat earther. The lens is a Sony FE 50mm f1.8. We would not want to use a fisheye lens or something with heavy barrel distortion. So I looked up this particular lens. This is a very rectilinear lens. Any curve that you see will be curved. Any straight that you see will be straight.
I know this video.
117,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So right there, and you can see the curve with your own eye.
See, there's your optical illusion right there, because where the sun hits in the center, you can take a flashlight to a shoebox.
What I asked you was, if I showed you an image taken by the guy who took it is Hans Baldwin, is a friend of mine. He was flying for Vietnam Airways in an A320 at 40,000 feet. He took this image with a cell phone through the front cockpit window, which is, flat pane of glass, if you know A320s, and it clearly shows the curvature of the Earth. Are you just going to say it's false, or are you going to come up with a reason for it?
Well, hey, I'm always open to learning. Show me.
It's pretty clear. You can see the curvature of the Earth.
I see no curve in there.
So there's your straight line. So now do you see it?
I see no curve. We don't know if that's a cloud formation or not.
I want you to say it again so that everybody hears about making a rainbow inside. What's necessary to make a rainbow?
Water, light, and a reflective surface.
And now you're saying a reflective surface is needed. That's just your claim. That's Ipsy-Dixit. It's that way because I say it's that way. Mm-hmm. Where's the citation for that? Other than you.
What do you think we learn off of? Our own personal observation. I mean, let's.
Okay, so you don't have a citation. It's just you. Okay, so now what if
you are a bit of a smartass?
What if I showed you a rainbow inside that didn't have something reflecting off of it?
Well, no, it would have to have a reflective surface.
Okay, so if I showed you something, what would you do?
I would say, "Wow, how'd you do that?"
Okay. Prepare yourself to say, "Wow, how'd you do that?"
All right.
And there you go.
Very cool.
A rainbow in the air with no reflective surface.
Well, I'm not there. I can't see that there's not a reflective surface.
No, this is where you say, "Wow, how'd you do that?"
You have a fixed experiment there. I am not there to verify anything.
Okay, so denialism and lying is what you're going for.
All right, now let's move on to our final case study. The flat earther J.M. Truth repeatedly made claims about certain aspects of the globe model not being possible, with one such claim being that this particular photo disproves the curvature of the Earth due to the reflection. Now, during a debate, the legitimacy of this photo was challenged.
I just want to know, where did you get that picture from?
Put it off the internet. Why?
Because it's photoshopped.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Dude, the moon in this picture is closer than the clouds.
Do you know where in particular you got that image from?
I don't remember, correct? No.
Do you understand why I think that it's photoshopped?
No, absolutely. I understand what you're saying.
Now, I tried finding the original source of this image with little success, outside of stock image websites, TikTok posts, and other clearly photoshopped images, although it shouldn't come as a surprise where I managed to find that it was used the most. Now, not 10 minutes later, he was asked this.
Have you ever tried actually simulating this? Have you ever made a model of this, either in a computer or more or less to scale, to actually show what?
So why would I make a model when I went out and photoed it?
Now, it seems to me that he is now sneakily trying to imply that he personally went out and photographed this exact phenomenon himself, despite never presenting his own photos as evidence. They then went on to discuss the value in using something like 3D rendering software or even a physical scale model to try to validate that what he claims is actually true. And then he states that he has, although there's a bit of a problem.
You would have to verify that what you're saying is true, and you do this by making a model. You basically compare the outcome of the model to the picture.
A CGI model does not verify anything.
You can use models, whether they are CGI or whether you actually built it. In reality, it doesn't matter because the effect will be the same. You can actually check on whether the prediction that you make, that this type of reflection only works on a completely flat surface, whether that holds up to scrutiny when building this model. If you don't see this, then you would actually have a point. But so far, you're just assuming that this would not work on a curved surface.
No, I've tested it on a curved surface. It doesn't work.
I've tested it on a
scale. It doesn't have to be to scale. Light physics is physics, Gio. It'll work on a macro level. It'll work on a micro level.
Do you actually understand what scaling is?
Now, spoiler alert, he doesn't, despite fancying himself some kind of expert.
Are you asking me to go look up the definition of scaling? I know what scaling is. Let's get to.
I'm trying to find out whether you. I'm trying to find out whether you understand it, and so far you don't seem to be able to define it, which makes me think that you in fact do not understand it.
Listen, Chief, I'm a filmmaker. I scale things all the time.
Now, as a filmmaker myself, I have to confirm what he's saying here, that this makes me an expert in physics. Now, while I'm only half kidding here, we never got any context about what exactly he was referring to when he was talking about scaling in filmmaking. But something tells me I'm not far off with this example, which is exactly the kind of conflation that flat earthers do all the time. Now, as an aside, my favorite example of this is probably the most meta thing that I've ever seen. Recall how we discussed earlier how flat earthers don't quite seem to understand abstractions. During one of the most unhinged debates I've ever seen, where this flat earther was laughably confused about basically everything, but more specifically, binary star systems, she was shown an article about the mergers of stars, published in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society. Now, this right here definitely takes the cake when it comes to demonstrating just how confused flat earthers get when they try to understand anything in the abstract.
This astronomer's opinion on the topic is actually the one that matters. He says that 56%.
Do you mean this abstract?
56%.
Abstract So I'm supposed to listen to that abstract. Okay.
Do you know
okay,
what an
I-
abstract is when you're looking at a
Yeah,
paper?
it means not real.
No, that's not what the abstract of a paper means. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Anyway, back to JM Truth. What do you reckon the chances are that any of what he claims he did actually happened? Naturally, somebody making such bold claims so confidently would be able to provide such evidence for their... Oh, fuck it, who am I kidding? You guys already know how this ends.
It's simply an optical illusion based on the distance from an object and something called atmospheric lensing and compression that causes the dome or the image to fall back towards the Earth.
Again, you have to present it.
But
You have to present.
You're
that.
asking me to
You
present
have to
something.
show. Yes, I'm asking you to present something, and how it's actually compatible with what we see.
I don't have that data in front of me to present it to you.
Okay, so you can't. Can you link me a
No,
source?
but I
maybe?
can't. I don't have. Yes, I can't. I don't have the videos at my fingertips to find. I'd have to go look.
Okay, can you link me a source?
I can, not at this very moment. No, but yeah, I can. All right, I'm not. This is ridiculousness, and this is a non-arguing issue. Get to the point.
Okay, so have you tried actually modeling this to scale and trying to find out whether your assertion that this would not work on a sphere is correct or not?
Yes.
Okay, show it, please.
No.
Man, what a shocker. Now, sometimes, when the stars on the dome align just right, we get a glimpse into the inner workings of the flat Earth workflow, a chance to see what actually happens in the extremely rare event that they actually do any real work to try and demonstrate or calculate anything they speak so confidently about. Later in this debate, JM Truth made a number of claims regarding how much of a mountain in a photograph should have been hidden by the Earth's curvature, based on his own calculations.
400 miles. That's still.
What, 443
That's
kilometers?
400 kilometers.
400 kilometers.
That's
It's not
yeah.
miles.
Yes.
It's in kilometers. It's 443 kilometers.
It's not only amazing. It's actually a globe killer.
Are you sure about this?
Let's discuss
Yeah,
that. That's a good point to discuss. Why do you think that is a globe killer? I'll give you a couple of minutes for you to explain, and then we'll let Gearschreiber respond to that.
A second. How many miles away is that?
Yeah, 275
275.26 miles. 275.26.
Okay. Assuming that my math is correct, mountain should be behind 50,416 feet.
What's the height of the observer? Because that's relevant.
Yeah, it is relevant. I don't know what.
Now, I'll be honest, I'm not exactly sure how he managed to get 50,416 feet here, because that would require him inputting a number that's close to the numbers they've talked about already, but not quite exact. So maybe he did some conversions back and forth or something? Who knows? And not only is he using a calculator that's notorious in the community for not taking atmospheric refraction into account, but he also just blindly put in 0 into the eye height field, despite the fact that this photo was taken on top of another mountain. Why would he just assume it was 0 and not ask? He so confidently called this photo a globe killer based on this calculation that's wrong on just about every level. Off to a pretty bad start, huh? You'd think after fucking it up pretty bad the first time, he'd be sure to be more careful the second time around. So would it be surprising if I told you that he does worse on his second go?
2,820 meters up.
Actually, my numbers were incorrect. It should be behind 3,938 feet of curve.
I'm going to be honest, we never really see how he comes up with this number, but I was able to use the same calculator he used, and I have a theory as to how he got the number he did. And given how things have been going this far, I wouldn't doubt that this is exactly what happened. Using the same value that he must have input in for target distance before, I can get the same number that he said, 3,938 feet, if I've put in 26,200 feet into the eye height field. The only way I can make sense of this is that he heard the observer height of 2,820 meters, still had the calculator set to imperial without knowing it, didn't do any conversions, and rather than typing in 2820, he fat-fingered the 8 as a 6 and accidentally added another 0 at the end. Now who the hell knows? But I think what happens next is evidence that I might be onto something.
Now, what was the height of the observer?
2,820. Yeah. 2820.
So it would be behind 65 miles of curve.
No, you're using the wrong formula there.
I'm on a curve calculator.
Can you show the curve calculator, please?
So on his third try, even though we're talking about target hidden height, he quotes the value for the distance to the horizon. How confused and sloppy could one person be? And then...
Target hidden height, 29,373 feet of curve.
Wait. Yeah, because you are in imperial and not in metric. You're given the height in feet, not in meters.
Yeah, I gave it in feet. Because that's what I worked with there, genius.
But it's wrong in feet. The height is 2,820 meters.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Do you know how many feet that is?
Now remember, keep all this in mind. Next time a flat earther tries to tell you that they've done any kind of analysis that thoroughly debunks the globe model. They almost certainly never actually do any of the things they claim they've done. They simply lie about it. And in the rare cases that we've been able to actually examine any of the work that they have done, they demonstrate painful levels of ignorance and incompetence. And once again, I have to emphasize, my focusing on the clown fiesta that we bear witness to every time we get a chance to peek behind the curtain is not to try to bully these folks. It's all in the context of them constantly telling us how much more intelligent and capable they are. Now finally, to finish up our look into JM Truth, let's take a look at what may very well be the greatest thing I've come across during my entire foray into the world of flat earthers. A real chef's kiss moment. In a debate between JM and YouTuber Red's Rhetoric, when discussing video footage that Reds and another great YouTuber, Astronomy Live, had released of a few SpaceX rocket launches and booster landings, JM refused to accept the legitimacy of the footage, accusing both Reds and Astronomy Live of multiple kinds of potential foul play, using his expertise to back it up.
For Falcon Heavy, I filmed an unbroken shot from launch to landing. This is not CGI. I was there.
CGI. Do you actually think that I can't tell with the naked eye that that's CGI?
Yes, I definitely am making that assertion that if you think this is CGI, then you are not the expert that you proclaim yourself to be.
Why? Because I'm calling you out and saying I don't believe this footage is real?
It genuinely seems like he doesn't understand the circumstances of the situation. Like he can't actually fathom an alternate worldview or empathize with the person he's talking to. He's acting as if he has the sense that he's infallible, as if there's no conceivable way he could be wrong. Think about it. Let's assume for a moment that Reds is telling the truth here, which we have no reason to doubt. There's only one person in the world that unequivocally knows the truth here, Red's Rhetoric. He was there, live, saw it with his own eyes, took the video with his own camera, and did not do any manipulation to the video in any way. So when someone comes to him and says, I'm an expert in CGI and I can tell that your video is fake, how could you not immediately dismiss their quote-unquote expert opinion entirely when you know for a fact with 100% certainty that he's wrong?
So that means that I'm not sincerely an expert with film because I don't believe this is real? I can't sit here and tell you that I had special effects training if I didn't have special effects training. Now, I don't know why... This is
okay. No, I just wanted to clarify what the training was.
I don't say I have expertise in something that I don't have expertise in.
JM Truth is genuinely acting as if he is the only one here capable of knowing the truth of whether or not that video is fake, more so than the guy who took it. It's one thing to think that somebody's lying to you and to call them out. That's not necessarily an unreasonable thing. But it's something else entirely to not understand why the person you're calling out would disagree with you, that they would dare question your expertise. The hubris is unprecedented and bordering on delusional. But not only does JM not seem to be capable of considering that, he doubles and triples down, saying both that he can easily determine it's CGI with his naked eye while watching a compressed YouTube video being even more compressed over a video call, something that basically anybody with even the most amateur video editing experience would tell you would cause the kinds of things that he's suspicious of. But then he says that he wants the raw video so that he can do his own expert professional analysis. How do you suspect that went?
I'm here to kill you.
Now, really quick, before we get into that, let's rewind back to another epic JM Truth CGI debunk from 3 years earlier. How'd that go? Well, long story short, it turns out he spent a while attempting to debunk a painting.
And again, the first thing I've noticed, their graphic design department really sucks because There's a couple of different issues here with this photo. First, interesting that in this photo we have stars. However, if you look right alongside here, there's no stars.
And then tries to play it off like NASA misrepresented it as a real photo.
When actual fact, what you did was you showed that a painting was in fact not a real picture, because no one ever claimed that was a real picture.
Claim it was real.
They didn't. In that picture,
when I took the picture off the stop! Don't tell me what I did when I did it myself. When I took the goddamn picture off the NASA website, NASA had claimed it's real. I don't give a it
No,
says
they
now.
didn't. They're saying it's an artist representation. They told everyone it was a painting.
They are now because we called them out on it.
No, they never said it was real.
So let's just say he already doesn't have a great track record when it comes to debunking CGI. Maybe he'll do better this time around.
But you don't want to throw me under the bus and say I don't have any authority to speak on this matter, when actually I'm the only one with any authority to speak on this matter.
Kenya, run!
When it comes to video footage and film and...
You think you could escape me?
Sound and that kind of stuff, that's kind of my purview. Special effects, VFX, that kind of stuff.
I'm going to ask you something. Have you ever heard of a movie called Total Recall?
I have.
Have you heard of Doctor Strange?
Yep.
Ex Machina, 2014.
Do you want to be my friend?
Of course. Now the question is, how does she feel about you? Did you design Ava's face based on my pornography profile?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Duncan Kennard. Duncan Kennard is my point. 20 years, visual effects artist now has the link to this show. And guess what? You weren't the only one that got sent the footage from the camera. I also sent it with him with 20 years of experience in the field. And unlike you, he actually has a record to back up his bullshit. So guess what? He will also send it. And he, I like being prepared.
Oh, no. I didn't. Craig, if you bring in anyone else on this show, I'm leaving.
I know, me too.
Go ahead, run away. Rage quit. Come on, run away. Run away.
Okay, so Nathan's just my producer. Okay, great.
He's not producing the show. Hey, hang on. DKG, are you polishing your Emmy?
Sorry, I'm just polishing my Emmy.
Spoiler alert, Duncan literally doesn't even need to speak during the entire discussion because JM's quote-unquote analysis is just about as brain-dead as you'd think. The VFX and CGI analysis that allegedly took JM Truth 2 full weeks to do can be summarized by 5 claims. The area where the boosters landed does not visually match the area where the rocket launched from.
So this rocket landed in the exact same place it took off from, correct?
No, it didn't.
Wait, what do you know? You've been telling everybody,
you dumbass. No, it didn't, you dumbass. That landed... Dude, you dumb dense motherfucker. The landing pad is over 9 miles away from where it started, you fuckface.
You told me in the other video that it landed directly where it took off. That's what you told me.
I never did such a thing.
What is it? Hey, dumbass, that's not just understanding. Everybody understood that.
No, everyone didn't understand that. That's not what's ever been said, dumbass.
Yes, that is what you said.
You cannot be fucking serious. You literally thought it took off and landed at the same place it took off. You literally thought that. Oh my God. You literally fucking thought that, didn't you?
Right. Hey, listen, if this is 9 miles away, you sure as fuck didn't move the camera 9 miles.
Oh, yeah, that is
You guys, this is the stupidest shit in the world.
Claim number 2. The smoke shown in the video after the landing is clearly fake.
Also, the smoke here is added. It's a special effect.
Is it?
No, it isn't added.
It is.
How? Who?
Where?
Well,
How?
smoke is transparent, correct?
Claim number 3. The camera could not have possibly panned or moved far enough to have been able to track the path of the rocket and boosters.
This is a launch pad. Do you see all the hardware, the towers, and shit like that? Go down here, and you'll see the SpaceX logo. See the total lack of structure that would support a launch but is perfectly adequate for a landing? This is the landing zone. This is what you confused as the same spot. Another thing that I wanted to show you here is this. Observation point. Notice how I can film this, and all I have to do is swing the camera to film this. I can film this, and then all I have to do while tracking the camera is turn the camera to film that. They are not the same location, you dense motherfucker.
JM, technically that's just known as a pan in the industry. I just thought you might never know.
Yeah, pan. But I'm sure JM fucking knew that, right?
I don't know what a pan is there, buddy. The problem is there was no... The distance at which you would have had to pan that camera did not take place.
How the fuck do you know? You were looking at sky, you dumbass.
Claim number 4. The rocket that took off was white, and the one that landed had a different paint job. Proof they weren't the same rocket.
This is about Red's CGIing this entire piece of footage. So can we try and stick with that? Where is the CGI?
VFX and CGI. However, the rocket here...
All of it.
This rocket is not the same rocket that was attached to the side of that other booster.
Even though it was a continuous shot.
The bar of this rocket, this black, is not soot. This is a paint job.
Yeah, sure it is. There's the LOX tank and the fuel tank. They're separated, aren't they?
Oh, there does seem to be some kind of physical container between them. Yes.
Yeah, they seem to be separated there. Hey, a question. Were the soot patterns on the rocket, are they aligning with where the tanks are located on the Falcon 9?
It would appear that way.
From a visual effects expert, I would say there's a definite delineation between green and blue.
And
interesting.
And it's not like that I've got a degree in physics or anything, but just an off-the-cuff thought would be, could the temperature of the LOX cause more ice to be building up when it goes into a colder temperature?
Yeah, interesting. And question, Craig, if soot were to collect on the ice and the ice were to, fall off because it's no longer being cooled by the LOX, that would leave a line there, right?
Yeah.
That would leave a line.
It really would.
A nice definitive line around the booster.
Who would have thought?
What do you mean?
Amazing.
A clean bit? A clean bit, you mean?
Damn.
Or devil's advocate for a second, did they, after it separated from the main module, have someone up there painting it?
Claim number 5. The duration of Red's video has a 20-second discrepancy when compared to the official SpaceX footage.
Hey, JM, did you say there's 20-second discrepancy?
Yeah.
Oh, there's also 9 miles discrepancy, so 20 seconds.
Here's the thing. A little birdie told me that you were going to say that. Would we like to watch it together in real time and compare the SpaceX one? Would that be hot and sexy?
Can we see it together, please?
We could do it at an elementary school theater if that suits you, Nathan.
Yo, guys, let me give you a flyer real quick.
One. Boom, bitches. Lift off of the Falcon Heavy on its way to deliver some flat Earth butt hurts. 27 Merlin 1D engines. Altitude 13 kilometers, speed 1,500 kilometers an hour. And we have separation of the port and starboard booster. Will it equal 20? Will it equal 20? Gonna time it from when I see the first booster land.
It's literally fucking to the second.
It's close. It's close.
No, it's literally to the fucking second. Reds, is there anything more beautiful than disproving a flat earther's claim live?
Where's your 20 seconds, JM? Where's your 20 fucking seconds, huh?
So, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That right there is what flat earthers consider expert analysis. Proof that video footage is fake. Justification to call the person that you're debating, who's actually gone out, gathered evidence, and presented it to you in good faith, a liar, while you claim to have proof despite never lifting a single finger to present a single speck of it. It really is quite sad. Now, I have a confession to make. I've been lying to you. A few years ago, before I had any real interest in the subject, one of my favorite channels on YouTube came out with a video about flat earthers. Dan Olson is one of those rare breeds of YouTuber that can make content about literally any topic, and even if I have zero prior knowledge or interest in the subject, I'll love every minute of it. I, like everybody else, was at the very least familiar with the flat earther worldview, and I've generally been interested for a long time in all things related to the perpetuation of pseudoscientific nonsense. So of course, I'm always in the mood for a good debunking video, and his was just that. Well, at least part 1 was. Halfway through, rather abruptly, the tone of the video changed. And I'll be honest, this is where he kind of lost me.
The bottom line is that Flat Earth has been slowly bleeding support for the last several years. Because they're all going to QAnon. QAnon is a fascist biblical esoterics apocalypse cult that believes an anonymous government agent known only as Q is leaking sensitive, above top secret information to patriots, revealing that the political and cultural opponents of Donald J. Trump, the so-called deep state and Hollywood elite, are minions of...
It felt, I don't know, almost like it was trying too hard to be political. Overanalyzing the people involved, reading way too much into a situation that was much less complicated than he needed to make it. I recall hovering over the YouTube timeline to see that there were only 2 main chapters to the video, and that this looked like it would be the rest of it, and thinking to myself that he must have really wanted to make a video about political wackos, and maybe Flat Earth was just his way of cleverly shoehorning in this topic into one of his videos. Fair enough. This just honestly wasn't really my cup of tea. Part 1 was the kind of stuff I loved, telling a story with science and history. Part 2 was the kind of thing I watched YouTube to escape from. So I didn't finish the video and kind of just moved on. Now fast forward 3 or 4 years, and doing the research for this video, and I stumble across his video once again, honestly forgetting what it was even about, and decided to rewatch it for any juicy quotes or clips, and when part 2 hit, I was immediately reminded of my disappointment from years before. But this time, I decided to stick around. I was doing this for research purposes, not for my own entertainment, so I stuck with it till the end. Now for context, at this point in my life, I had just spent multiple months deep in the world of flat earth debates. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of arguments about 300-year-old experiments, screaming matches between 2 adults back and forth, the same dozen tropes and memes parroted over and over. I knew every name in the community, I knew so much of the history, I could predict every flat earth rebuttal. I knew this debate like the back of my hand. And yet, looking back at it now, I realized I was too close to it. I couldn't see the forest for the trees. I'd buried my head so far into what turned out to be a pit of quicksand and had unknowingly been sucked in past the point of no return. I was, as the kids say, lost in the sauce. Now my problem with the flat earthers was this. I knew exactly what they were going to do and when. I knew the arguments they were going to make, the memes they'd show, the fallacies they'd commit, the lies they'd told, the rationalizations and the misinterpretations. I knew the who, the what, the when, and the where better than most people alive, but I felt no closer to understanding the why. There's something uniquely infuriating and confounding about people who seem to be immune to reason, who aren't swayed by evidence. The biggest challenge in the way of understanding what's at the heart of this phenomenon is that these folks tend to be so insufferable that you often get so distracted by your own frustrations with them that you literally forget that you're trying to understand them and just end up walking away, telling yourself it's not worth ever trying to do that again. It's not merely ignorance or lack of intelligence. We're all ignorant about an infinite number of topics, and yet most normal people across the intelligence and education spectrum are capable of learning new things. Even folks who we might not consider to be the smartest can be sat down and have even quite complicated topics broken down and explained in such a way that they can understand it to a reasonable degree. Most people are willing to engage in hypothetical discussions, imagine alternate realities merely for the sake of understanding some deeper ideas. They're willing to tell you what they'd accept that would change their mind, and can genuinely consider, even for a moment, that they could be wrong and what that would mean. I lied to you about why flat earthers become flat earthers. It's not because they're bad at math or science. It's not because they don't quite understand perspective, scale, or abstract concepts. No, that really doesn't explain it. These traits might be necessary conditions for somebody to become a flat earther, but they certainly aren't sufficient. There's an old saying that you can't reason somebody out of a belief that they never reasoned themselves into in the first place. Incredulity and superstitious thinking are two different ends of the same spectrum that are inexorably linked, almost certainly with evolutionary origins. Our brains are wired to see patterns in noise. We see faces in randomness. We hear voices in static, a phenomenon known as pareidolia. How we historically reacted to that perceived randomness, how we processed that information, played a huge role in how successful our ancestors were. Curiosity was punished. If your hypothesis is that the rustling in the brush that you just heard was the wind, testing that hypothesis to try to further your knowledge and understanding of the world could have serious, often fatal consequences. Assuming malicious intent in ambiguity is actually beneficial. Defaulting to the belief that everything is out to get you, even if that isn't necessarily a true reflection of reality, confers a tangible survival advantage. If we happen to be wrong and there really wasn't anything dangerous there, we would never know it and we won't be punished. It's simply safer to assume nefarious intentions are everywhere. Now, intellectual dishonesty doesn't come from nowhere. It needs some kind of motivation. There's always a source. When we're afraid, we get defensive and we double down, or we retreat, running away from the threat. When we're self-conscious, unsure of ourselves, or feel ashamed, we often project those feelings onto others. When we feel vulnerable or inadequate, when we feel small, we lie to ourselves and we lie to others. It makes us feel bigger, safer, more secure. It gives us back some semblance of control. Now, sometimes, though, we lie for other reasons. I lied because I wanted you to follow the same journey that I went on, to experience the laughs and the frustrations and the confusion that I did. To maybe, perhaps, somewhere in the back of your mind, come to the same realization, the same understanding that I did, that something isn't quite adding up here. None of it really makes sense. What you really need to behave like flat earthers do is something much deeper, much more foundational, much more ideological. It took nearly 1,000 hours of wading through the cesspool of flat earth content for it all to click. And it was watching this video again, this time armed with all of the knowledge and context afforded me from my research, that it suddenly all began to make sense.
The reason they aren't more bothered by Q constantly getting things wrong, why they aren't more bothered by the extreme inconsistencies and outright contradictions, by the claims that are just materially wrong, is because it gives them power over others who are bound by something as weak and flimsy as reality. They claim to be against corruption while hanging their hopes on an openly corrupt man, and that naked hypocrisy is the point. They will effortlessly carve out an exception because it makes them exceptional. They engage in wild hypocrisy as an act of domination, adhering to something demonstrably untrue out of spite, because they believe that power belongs to those with the greatest will to take it. And what greater sign of will than the ability to override truth? Their will is a hammer that they are using to beat reality itself into a shape of their choosing. A simple world where reality is exactly what it looks like through their eyes, devoid of complexity, devoid of change, where they are right and their enemies are silent. They are trying to build a flat earth.
Flat earthers will tell you that they're seeking the truth, that it was investigation and evidence and reason that won the day, convincing them of the truth of the shape of the earth. But that story is merely the pinnacle of their intellectual dishonesty, the ultimate lie behind the whole charade. The truth is, there's really only one reason they believe what they believe. And the moment you see beyond their carefully crafted facade is the moment that their confusing, infuriating, and dishonest behavior suddenly begins to make sense.
But what if, and again, this is speculation. I don't have any proof that there's anything beyond the shoreline of Antarctica, okay? But what if there's more land out here, Andrew? Extra territory? I would call the people that come from there extraterrestrials.
Children being educated, but I would say more brainwashed in pseudoscience theories, constantly not science fact. The nonsensical bolloth at the heart of it all.
Why don't you think that the elites of the world, that they would try to hide this from us? Why do you think that they would be honest about this? Because what do they go to war about? Land and resources. That is what they're fighting about, right? So what if there are more land?
I know the big picture, and I know the big picture doesn't correlate with the reality.
So, to translate, you don't have any evidence to support your belief system.
If I have evidence, I will be killed.
The people that are running it, I don't even think the people that we see that are running it, I think they're just the puppets of the real people that may live outside of Antarctica.
Say flat Earth is like a gateway conspiracy in a way. So, once you believe that, it's kind of like, well, if you're going to believe that, you're going to just believe everything. Even say anti-vax, when that sort of starts spreading, you'll notice that, all the flat earthers suddenly became anti-vax. It's because they just believed it as soon as it came in,
Okay, can we do another one of these on the COVID vaxes?
No.
What about 9/11?
Because I was watching some conspiracy, some Star Wars conspiracy, they suggested me flat earth video, and I was asked before, because I was into conspiracy like September 11 and chemtrail and shit.
We don't live in a bowl. They never went to the moon. The footage that they showed is absolutely invalid. It's fake. It's done in a movie studio. Still images and all that rubbish. They've lost the telemetry data to go back to the moon. Yet it was the technology was based on a Nintendo DS. Come on, guys, wake up.
People have been there.
People have been there, and you trust these people to tell you the truth. The same people.
I trust them more than I trust you, because you don't even know the laws of motion.
People that tell you to wear a mask and take a vaccine.
It has nothing to do with it, does it?
I will probably bring up the Titanic at some point tonight, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page regarding the Titanic. So it was a real boat, it really sunk, and it's really at the bottom of the ocean. Do we all agree on that?
I do not necessarily believe that.
It looks like something may have sank right after a science fiction book, All the Wreck of the Titan, was published. About the same exact story.
They can actually stop the rain. Rain is the number one enemy of 5G, and that's why it hasn't rained in California for a long, long time.
But YouTube and the powers that be, they know I'm onto it, because they're all run by the same freak masons at the top, are totally restricting my channel.
Here's my problem with the whole theory and conspiracies in general. If it's true, do you understand how many people have to be in on the lie? Like, Flat Earth is by far the biggest conspiracy ever conceived of, because there's millions of people, not just the government, not just the NSA, not just the FBI, people you wouldn't think of that have to be involved.
To be a flat earther, you have to understand as a flat earther that everyone's lying to you. That's the only way you can be a real flat earther, is if every single person in the world that is an authority, that teaches, that flies planes, that captains boats, they're all lying to you. Every single one.
The other then is they have to have a conspiratorial mindset, right? They have to be willing to accept the scope of the conspiracy that would be necessary. And you don't get there, you don't just get there, right? You have to have gone through a whole bunch of other ridiculous levels of conspiracy acceptance.
TVO channels, news, documentary channels such as History, Nature, Universe, even Ancient Aliens promoting the globe model.
We've been fighting for the entirety of human existence for land and resources. So imagine you're the first, or you discover that beyond a point, there's more of this, and you have the money to keep that a secret, you have the influence to keep that a secret from other people. It's a no-brainer to do that. It's essentially a cult. It's a cult of people who are hiding the secrets of the world from the rest of the people so that the people can live continuing their everyday slog through their 9-to-5 lives and not consider.
Who's doing the lying?
Well, that's a good question. NASA's definitely in on it. There's some Freemasonry involved, some Jesuits involved.
This is why I say that flat earth is almost a gateway drug of conspiracy theories. Because if everyone's lying to you, then of course every other conspiracy theory is true. And if you draw a Venn diagram of 9/11 truthers and anti-vaxxers and flat earthers, it's basically a circle. There is no separation. If you're a flat earther, you also believe all these other things because every single person is lying to you. And that means that every little rumor that comes out is the truth and it's the gospel. And anything that is against the official narrative is correct because, they've of course lied to you. Because everyone's lied to you.
Because our leadership has been infiltrated going back over half a decade by the Illuminati, who have used their agents to do what they've always done, which is to keep humanity away from the truth. And flat earthers, being their biggest enemy, the ones that could harm them the most.
Boat captains, every boat captain who's ever lived has to be sat down, and this has to be explained to... And I don't even mean just naval admirals. I mean every white trash Carnival cruise captain. They have to sit them down and go, look, you're going to be sailing across the ocean. You're going to see mountains. Just turn around, come back. Don't say anything.
What's the benefit of doing
Okay, the benefit of it. They make $52 million a day. Follow the money.
No, the little guy.
Follow the money.
The little guy.
That's what, then when you say all, okay.
But it didn't start out that way. And NASA was not founded to prove the Earth was a globe. It had nothing to do with the way they were founded.
Well, if you go and study
Are you sure?
Yeah, positive.
Essentially, almost everything that they show us is a lie. And that goes very deep, and it touches pretty much everything in society.
And I found that a lot of them arrived at flat Earth in some sort of a psychologically messed up state. And that flat Earth is a gill net that captures these people, that they can come around to it and say, I figured it all out. They have been lying to us, and I have the information. Everybody else is dumb. And the reason why, they think then this explains why they've had trouble in life, why they have whatever it is, if they're unemployable, they can't keep a job, if they never did good in school, if they didn't have good social life, if they didn't have a healthy relationship with their family or friends, then this is why, and now it all makes sense. And they have the power now because they have the knowledge.
When I became awake to the world, that's what allowed me to have hope and positivity to know that, oh my gosh, there's a dark force out there that's trying to corrupt the world. Like, my problems are so small. That was the best thing that ever broke.
For the first time, I am seeing why it is so appealing. It's really appealing to believe this, isn't it? And that's part of religious belief as well. It's very appealing to believe, don't worry if things aren't going well in this life, there's another life afterwards. Don't worry, you're going to somewhere else, there's something more. And the idea that there's like this other bit outside, that's like the TV shows on a cliffhanger and they just break through the wall, and it's very exciting. Can't you see that it is possible that your cognitive biases want you to believe in this?
No, that's just the benefit of understanding where you live, because then you're like, wow, there is more. Andrew, if you didn't have to pay for gas for your car, heat for your house, or air conditioning, would that make you happy? Probably. It'd be pretty cool, right?
I suppose it would.
Yeah.
I suppose
and
it would,
what if they're hiding free energy? What if they're hiding more land?
And you're still uncovering truths. Layers and layers and layers upon lies. And if you're making videos, don't get discouraged about people that are taking your videos and chopping them up and putting them on their channel and trying to make us look like fools. Because there'll be a day, and that day will come soon, where they're going to need us. And they're going to want to talk to us because they're going to be so fucking confused because they still think they live on a ball. When we know we live on a flat plane.
This is yet another diversion and distraction from the obvious truth that the earth is fixed, immovable, stationary, and flat with a dome overhead, just as the Lord Jesus Christ created and documented it to be. Flat earth matters not for its physical importance, but for its spiritual importance.
So here I am thinking the earth has got to be spinning around the sun, right? It's got to be doing what NASA says, right? All of a sudden, there's hundreds of videos about flat earth. So I start scrolling through the videos. One video jumped out to me was a video that was called, What on Flat Earth Does the Bible Say? As the narrator was quoting scripture, I knew immediately that it to be true. Because I said to myself, if God is in it, then it must be true.
I believe that there's a such thing as called spirits, and there's good spirits or angels, whatever you want to call them. There's bad ones. And there is a place of imprisonment in a place of a bottomless pit of darkness where there are several deceiving spirits. And I think they lure men into that darkness and deceive them.
So yeah, they might be bad at math. They might be not bad at math, terrible at math.
Yeah.
Right? They might have all these inabilities to visualize things in 3 dimensions. But prior to that, it's just this conspiracy mindset that they're looking for something to justify. In my opinion, they're looking for something to justify the failures of their life. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
We're the smartest people in the world knowing this information. This piece of the puzzle that has been a lie throughout in our entire lives. You know? I spent close to 40 years thinking we lived on a ball. But then a light bulb went off and I became the smartest person in the world, just like you are for being here.
Everybody needs community. They already were the crazy Uncle Joe, right? They just weren't talking about flat Earth yet. They were talking about a whatever else. Fill in your list of conspiracy theories. And now they found this, and it tends to become the all-consuming one. You know, I don't think that the 9/11 conspirators are like talk about it constantly all the time. Maybe there's some, but that's not their. I knew somebody. He was into that, but he didn't talk about it all the time. Flat Earthers, they can't stop.
You know, I mean, it's a drug. It really is a drug. You know, I mean, it's the safest drug you'll ever take. You know, once you get talking, there's just no stopping. And there's no stopping us.
Of course people are going to want to feel like they're part of something and not so insignificant. You know, that makes perfect sense. So yeah, when you realize that, and you realize that this world is much more special and you are much more special, then yeah, it makes a huge psychological impact.
So, at this point, you might be wondering, what is it that these people actually believe? Well, the answer is pretty simple. If there's such a thing as an official narrative or a general consensus, then they probably will believe whatever the opposite of that is. Now, as is the case with most of the Flat Earth movement, there's no officially agreed upon story or narrative to focus on. It's mostly just the incoherent ramblings of a few big names in the community that folks hear and run with. The same parroted misunderstandings of bizarre interpretations of historical events, and the bizarre imaginations of those dreaming them up. The number of stories you'll hear are as numerous as the number of flat earthers you talk to, but there are a few overarching points of commonality worth mentioning. Now, firstly, this is the model that, it seems, the vast majority of people believe is what the flat earthers believe. The notion that the Earth is like a little floating pizza pie out there in space, where gravity is just the disk constantly accelerating upwards, and if you walked far enough, you'd come to the edge and could just, fall off. Now, this may or may not have been accepted by some flat earthers at some point, but this appears to be almost entirely rejected by most of the modern FLERF movement. Now, this model was apparently popularized by the Flat Earth Society, which has seen its fair share of controversy, especially within the Flat Earth community. It seems to be almost unanimous amongst all of the Flat Earthers that I've heard comment on it that they do not believe the Flat Earth Society to be legitimate, but instead they're actually controlled opposition or some kind of psyop aimed at discrediting the entire FE movement. Now, I have no interest in litigating any of that.
Jesus Christ, dude!
The fact that their beliefs are so laughably stupid that it's indistinguishable from parody is nobody's fault but theirs, but we might touch on that later. Now, the confusing part is that the model they very often angrily reject is, as far as I can tell, largely indistinguishable from the one they all struggle to describe. As we briefly discussed earlier, this is the closest thing I've gotten to some approximation of what most FLERFs will agree is at least a reasonably accurate representation of the Earth as we know it. Although when it comes to literally any other detail about the world we live on, it seems to be impossible to get any two of them to agree. Most appear to believe what we'd roughly consider the North Pole to be at the center, and Antarctica is a giant ice ring around the perimeter. Now, I wish I had more specifics about this, but the honest truth is that it seems as though flat earthers simply don't want to talk about this, at least to me or any other globe earthers. I'll try my best to share bits and pieces from what I've seen from all of the debates I've watched and some of the flat earth content that I've forced myself to sit through, but I'm very sure that everything I say is going to be met with a large number of FLERFs saying, "We don't believe this," or "We don't say that." And hey, that might be true, at least for them. Though I'll just put it bluntly, if you want us, normal, non-conspiratorial-minded people to really understand you, then you have to actually explain yourselves. If you're not completely delusional liars and you really want the world to understand the truth, then for Christ's sake, say what you really believe. Stop lying, stop with the deflection, stop playing games. And until then, in the meantime, the best that we can do is try and decode your bullshit. Now, most of them seem to believe that there is a massive wall there. No, not like that one, this one. Except apparently quite a lot less impressive, according to some descriptions I've heard. So maybe it is actually closer to this one, just, I guess, icy. But anyway, what's beyond the wall? Well, again, I tried my best to get explanations for as many of these things as possible. But every time I did, I ended up deep down some really super dank rabbit hole. Like, you've got people who are attempting to explain the truths of the world to you, talking to you about magnetic mountain toroidal fields, while showing you what looks like some drafts for the MIST map before it was released on the Macintosh in '93. Or maybe like a discarded prototype map for the Lord of the Rings fanfiction that never made it to print. And like, you can never actually read any of the text on any of these maps. It's all just blurry, low-res garbage. Who made these? Are these in some known language, or is this shit Klingon? If it's not a real language, then who wrote it? Where did it come from? Are we supposed to believe that these maps are from some civilizations outside the wall? Now, I actually find it really frustrating that you can never actually read anything on any of the things that they show. None of them are labeled for the audience to have some way to reference it or look it up, and they never tell us what we're looking at or what the source is. I'm sure some of what we're looking at are real historical works that might actually be interesting enough to research the history of, but I can't do that when all they show me is a slideshow of low-quality JPEGs with zero context. They say they want me to do my own research, and yet they do everything in their power to prevent me from actually researching anything they say. And yes, many flat earthers subscribe to the notion that outside the wall, there's essentially an infinite plane with infinite land, infinite resources, and presumably infinite civilizations. Although, of course, they won't commit to anything specific, because they effectively have zero evidence for any of it. This is the first of two major theories for the what and the why. The big capital T they are hiding the shape of the Earth from us for what seems like economic reasons. They want to control the land and the resources so they can stay, like, rich, I guess? So at this point, I'm pretty much convinced that none of them have a single clue as to what they themselves believe.
There could be thousands of continents. There's definitely more than 7. I'll bet my life on it.
Relax. This is only a visual concept, although this is scientifically possible.
They have advanced aircraft that can do incredible things and move incredible speeds.
Oh god, yeah, this even gets into like alien shit. I'm just pretend like you didn't hear that. Back to the low-res JPEGs of the map I assume you get when you buy Settlers of Catan. I don't know, I never really played it. I get the impression that they just collect all of these weird images, use their imagination to dream up some low-rent George R.R. Martin universe outside the ice walls, and sort of just hope that somebody else figures it all out for them. Like, seriously though, what in the actual fuck is this? 500 years ago, our maps looked like this. And you mean to tell me that in the 1960s, somebody felt comfortable releasing this? And that you're just, like, cool showing it here in your little slideshow of representations of Earth? What are you guys doing over there? I really do get the impression that they're just too embarrassed to talk to any normies about it because they know how comically stupid it sounds. I tried looking, I went deeper and deeper, listened to some of the names that repeatedly came up, folks who were purportedly sources of special knowledge, like this guy. And then I come to find out that the fact that they openly drink their own piss is actually not remotely even close to the most disgusting thing about them.
I will insult you because you're a fucking donkey. You're a fucking
So you agree? You agree that you cannot explain it?
Fucking degenerate fucking dog cunt, and your mother's a fucking cunt and a fucking whore and a slut, and your father is a useless fucking and you are a hell-bound fucking degenerate pig.
Okay, so somebody disagrees with you, and that's your response.
No, I just tell people what they really are. That's all.
And how do you know that? Did you do some investigation?
Yeah, because of the way you're talking, you fucking faggot.
Yeah, so diving into this flat earth stuff really deep to try to understand it all always ends up leading down into some really gross stuff, as you'll see more of in a bit. It always ends up feeling similar to what I suspect the experience would be like going over for dinner to somebody's house that was featured on an episode of Extreme Hoarders. This is what the internet feels like over here in this neck of the woods. So that's largely why I'm really keeping most of this at a surface level. Sorry, not sorry. Now, theory number 2 seems to be that there's some kind of dome surrounding the whole thing, like a literal snow globe. What's outside of it? Who knows? What's under it? Who knows? The whole notion of the dome seems to be largely based on literalist interpretations of the Bible, which in my opinion is a giant fucking snooze fest, so I'll spare you. What's the dome made of? Some people say glass, some say it's the luminiferous ether, some say it's water. As far as I can tell, literally none of them are willing to state how high it is or why in all of this time none of them have been able to fly up there with a blimp or a helicopter or a rocket or a plane or something to get a sample of it, take a picture of it, or give us literally anything to accept such an asinine idea. They look at something like this and somehow come to the conclusion that everything we see in the sky, the stars, the moon, the sun, are not very far away physical objects in space, as science would have you believe, but instead are just luminaries, lights or projections or something on the inside of some kind of dome structure or firmament. They commonly point to images like this, as if these are proof that the sun is really, really close and not really as big as we thought. Now, I could never quite understand this argument, because again, if the sun really was where they are clearly implying it would be in this photo, then that would mean that somebody over there could just hop in a plane and do a flyby of it. Why are there no photos of it from remotely up close like they're claiming? Not to mention the fact that that idea completely contradicts the idea that it's just a projection on the dome. Why would it then be floating in the middle of these clouds as you think? As usual, none of this makes any sense. Once again, if they want to be taken seriously, they need to stop making such stupid claims that would be trivial to show if they were actually true. They need to admit to themselves and everybody else that what they're saying makes no sense at all, unless they want to simply give up and invoke magic. Now, related to this is one of my favorite flat earther arguments. One of the most patently stupid and hilarious ones. This is based on the idea that if the sun were 93 million miles away, then the light hitting us would be coming at an angle that was effectively parallel. So we shouldn't see this, something called crepuscular rays. They argue that the converging of the light rays prove that the source of light must be where they appear to converge, very, very close to us. But of course, this is demonstrably stupid. We know that parallel lines don't converge, by definition. And yet, it sure as heck appears as though these train tracks converge, right? Well, the same principle applies here. Look at these shadows. They clearly all appear to converge at a point roughly about here, right? Well, according to flat earthers, that proves that the light isn't parallel, which proves that the sun can't be far away. Well, what happens if we get a slightly different perspective on these shadows? Those sure do look parallel to me. Flurfs prove, once again, that they do not understand perspective. The best they've been able to do to provide us some substantive evidence that the dome is real is their misunderstandings of rocket videos. Like this one. Actually, wait, I have to explain one thing first. The principle that you're seeing here, the same one that ice skaters use to control the speed of their spins, is related to the conservation of angular momentum. And that's the underlying concept behind this thing here that has a funny as hell name, a yo-yo D-spin mechanism. The TLDR to the yo-yo D-spin is that rockets like this tend to be much more stable when they're spinning. And if you want to stop that spin, perhaps because you want to get some cool footage at the apex of your launch, the easiest way to do that is using one of these. A little contraption that basically has some tethers with some masses on the ends that act like the arms of the ice skater. They get released, extend out, slowing their rotation down completely. So with that out of the way, what is their best evidence for the dome? Well, it's this right here. Flat earthers see that and claim that what we just witnessed was the rocket colliding with the dome. Yes, you heard me right. They believe that that's what we're seeing here. The obvious usage of the yo-yo D-spin mechanism I just explained isn't that at all. It's actually the rocket hitting the top of their snow globe. I've never managed to hear any of them actually explain why this glorified tin can flying God knows how fast manages to allegedly hit their dome and not disintegrate, explode, or even just deflect off at some crazy angle. Just a few of the things you might expect to see if the rocket actually collided with whatever it is the dome is, and instead stays perfectly straight in the direction it was moving and simply stops rotating. Now, I suspect that their answer is probably magic, and admittedly, I don't really have much to say in response to that. I suppose that explains it. That's far more reasonable than the yo-yo D-spin mechanism that we knew was on the rocket.
Well, Dave, the SpaceX Falcon 9 is going to launch from Vandenberg Air Force Base, and it's going to launch in just about a minute, maybe a little less here. Just see the trail it's leaving behind. Absolutely amazing, and to describe it to you and you can see it, but from the ground, it almost looks as though
Some of these rockets look like they're scraping across a watery firmament, kind of like a boat dragging something through the water.
You see what resembles a speedboat going through water. You'll see the rocket hit the firmament, explode like watery, and then it will skim along the surface of the firmament. Why is that? Well, because it's hydrogen. It's water.
I'm not sure what they're doing, but they're not flying into space.
It's almost like they're just throwing it in your face. Look, we're running into a solid barrier. These rockets literally look like they're bouncing off the ocean, like a boat in the ocean, creating waves. Look at it. Look at the footage. Look at that. They're putting it in our face. It's soft disclosure. They can't just come out and say there's a firmament, we're on a flat earth or whatever else. They can't just come out and say it. They have to show breadcrumbs. They got to show a trail of breadcrumbs.
Ah, yes, you have to leave breadcrumbs for your secret plot. That makes perfect sense. Now, they're also all obsessed with the idea that you're not allowed to go to Antarctica, which I suppose is their explanation for why none of them have gone there to try and validate any of the claims they make. But that is just a flat-out lie. They point to the Antarctic Treaty and say that that is what's keeping everyone from going. But just like Mickelson-Morley, they never actually read the damn thing. It basically says anybody can go for any reason as long as it's for non-military purposes. Here, I'll show you. Article 1. Antarctica shall be used for peaceful purposes only. There shall be prohibited, inter alia, any measures of a military nature, such as the establishment of military bases and fortifications, the carrying out of military maneuvers, as well as the testing of any type of weapons. The present treaty shall not prevent the use of military personnel or equipment for scientific research or for any other peaceful purposes. I don't know about you, but that seems pretty clear and unambiguous to me. I'm not sure why they still parrot this stupid lie. People go to Antarctica all the time. The flat earthers are just covering their eyes and ears and going, nuh-uh. Now, speaking of lying, the only other evidence that I've seen that's been spread around countless times is this video, where they say that these dudes were on their way to Antarctica and were basically turned away by the military. Proof that they're hiding something past the wall. Here's an excerpt from one of the more prominent Flat Earth documentaries.
When people say, why the lie, one of the main answers is they're hiding more land.
What if we can truly become free? The whole reason for this is because of more land. Because think about it. If there's more real estate, if there's more resources, natural resources, if there's more food for our starving children, if there's more space, more room for us to get away from the trafficking, if there's places where we can go and other civilizations we can be a part of, where they don't charge you for water, they don't charge you for free energy, they don't charge you for property taxes. What if there is more land?
Nobody can go explore Antarctica, period.
There is evidence out there through old maps, namely the 1,000-year-old Japanese Kabawashi map, which shows continents and lands outwardly of what they call the ice shelf or the ice wall.
So why are they teaching the globe model?
Oh, God, not this creep again. All right, enough of this. The only problem is that these guys were absolutely not going to Antarctica. Just like, look at them. Look at the boat they're in. Look at the fishing poles. Do they look like they're on a nearly 2,000-mile journey to Antarctica? It literally says in the description of the original video that they were going out to sea on a public, unrestricted course that they've traversed hundreds of times before, and they got suddenly intercepted by the warship Hobart. Where they were is a common daily route for all recreational and local commercial vessels. They're clearly just some bros going to do some fishing that rolled up on some military ships doing some kind of military exercise in the area and got told to fuck off, which they promptly did, in exactly the direction they were going originally. They didn't even turn around. They just kept going. This has nothing to do with Antarctica at all. The flat earthers are just lying. Why they continue to so confidently and effortlessly make fools of themselves, I don't know. Well, actually, I have some ideas. I talked a little bit about labels earlier, and I still stand by everything there as a decent heuristic for judging where someone's coming from based on a few specific labels they might give themselves. But of course, labels are just labels, and there's quite a lot of ambiguity and overlap with how people portray themselves in this kind of discourse. Now, for example, I'll break my own rule here for the sake of discussion and say that if I was forced to put a label on myself in this context, then I would say the traditional label of scientific skeptic would do the trick. But wait a minute, how is a scientific skeptic really any different than a free-thinking truth seeker? Aren't they kind of saying the same thing? I guess I might as well address the elephant in the room. The fact that my channel name is literally Veritas, the Latin word for truth. Am I not guilty of doing exactly what I accuse them of? Well, allow me to offer up a little bit of a deeper explanation to explain the distinction. If the words free-thinking truth seeker were actually equivalent to the sum of their parts, somebody who thinks of themselves and wants to find the truth, and the people who describe themselves in that way actually acted as if that was what they cared about, we wouldn't have an issue. But where the problems come in is how, historically, the actions of the people who repeat these words like a mantra are anything but consistent with those ideals. What they've done is usurped these labels for their own purposes. Those words aren't actually being used to communicate their original meaning, to effectively convey those specific concepts or ideas, and instead, they're being used as tools. They want to convince other people to metaphorically buy what they're selling. They want your trust, your respect, and your deference. In very much the same way that marketing isn't always a true representation of the actual product, so too are these labels for these people. They communicate not what their actual philosophical or epistemological priorities are, but rather they function as propaganda. They are unplugged. They've been red-pilled. They're too clever and aware to be tricked, fleeced, or manipulated by the media or the authorities. They know how and where to get the most reliable information, and because of this, what they say must be true. Now, ironically, these folks tend to be the most easily manipulated. When it comes to evaluating somebody's belief system, in my opinion, what's more important than labels are actions. What I'm trying to communicate when I say scientific skepticism is a methodology. I'm not trying to convince you about some specific aspect of myself or to believe a claim that I'm presenting. I want you to understand my process. What the truthers want to do is convince you to accept their conclusion. They're giving you their answer by itself while telling you that, oh, this problem is super easy and they've done it a million times before. You can just trust me, or I mean, I guess like you could like try and go like do it yourself, but like, I don't know, you don't really have to.
I don't know why.
There you go, deferring to authority. You don't have the common sense. You don't have the education.
It's not deferring to authority. Hang on, I either defer to authority or I defer to you. Like,
you can look. We've done the work for you. Then you can go out and verify yourself.
Later that same evening.
Here are all the experiments. We've done them for you and showed you all the evidence and videoed it and documented it and proved it. And of course, if you don't believe it, you can go out and do it yourself. But most people, after watching these, going, "Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense," and I'm not gonna need to redo that.
When they say that they did their own research and that you should totally do your own research as well, they're hoping that you are just like them. They couldn't be bothered to actually do their own research. It's much easier to just take the answer from somebody else who claims that they did their own research.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. All worlds are the same. This is Greenland, and this is Mars.
What the fuck, dude? Come on. Don't fuck with me.
Brian, can I ask you a quick question, Brian, real quick? We're wrapping up.
No one's ever been to Mars. You know why? Because Mars isn't a place.
Because, I mean, they challenged me to go out and see for myself, so why would they lie about it if I could go out and easily prove them wrong? They're surely not just bluffing. They must have good reason. And then, of course, what's the difference between if they did the research or if I did the research? I mean, come on, we'd come to the same conclusion, right? So, I mean, I might as well just say that I did the research myself, right? What's the difference? The types of people who make claims without substantiating it with evidence that also tell you that you can easily research it for yourself are very likely just blindly believing somebody else. They've convinced themselves that their trust in this other person is equivalent to them actually putting in the work themselves to verify what they're talking about, and then they're basically just hoping that you won't call their bluff. They're effectively cheating off somebody else's test and are then pretending that they have the answers, offering to let you copy them. But the problem is, unbeknownst to you, they always make the mistake of cheating off the dumbest kid in the class. David Weiss, aka Flat Earth Dave, aka Dearth, aka Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, is one of the biggest flat earthers in the community, one of the most trusted resources for thousands of flat earthers, and his entire shtick for years has been the same. All he does is show memes and photos like this and lie about them. Now, all the while, he's been getting criticized and called out for the blatant lies and misrepresentations, and yet he still perpetuates them. One blatant example of this is the Mars versus Greenland images that we just saw. This image was taken from a video that I was unable to find the original source of, but it appears as though it was uploaded to this website back in 2012.
Welcome to the NASA training session for how to make a photograph for Mars. Now, folks, I have to keep giving this training session because we have to keep firing people.
The video is literally satire. It's a joke more than a decade old, and Dearth has known this for a very long time, and yet still presents this as if it was an image that NASA had released as an official image from Mars. He makes this and countless other claims exactly like it, and is never ever questioned about this by all of these so-called free-thinking skeptical truth seekers. They just accept it unquestioningly, because it confirms their worldview. To them, this is slam dunk evidence, and it's all based on a giant lie that this was an attempt from NASA to pass off the image as being from Mars. And remember, this is coming from the guy that says he did all his own research, and you can go check for yourself. He knows that none of the flat earthers, the victims of his grift, would ever call his bluff. When the scientific skeptic says they've done their own research, they'll put it down in front of you and say, check it, tell me where I went wrong. The significance of the difference between these two types of worldviews, the scientific skeptic and the conspiracy theorist, when it comes to their ability to successfully evaluate what's true about reality and what isn't, cannot be overstated. Now, when a new claim is presented, the first thing to do is an initial assessment. It's important to ensure that we have a proper understanding of the claim being made, what its scope is, and what the implications of it are, were it to be true. We then want to do a cursory check on the source of the information. Is it a comment from a friend, a random person on Twitter, some content creator that we might respect, a mainstream news outlet, maybe an underground news outlet, a presidential candidate, a foreign government? If the source of information is one that you don't trust, perhaps they're notoriously unreliable, then it might make sense to reject the claim. Now, the important part to remember here is that our rejection of the claim is tentative. We should always be open to revisiting the claim again in the future, should additional sources of information crop up or more evidence get presented. Now, if the source is generally unknown to you or is from one that's at least trustworthy enough to consider, then we should be considering the plausibility of the claim in question. Is the claim an extraordinary one? Something that, if true, would require a major paradigm shift in our understanding of the universe, or would be a major discovery that has life-changing implications? If we're talking about someone claiming that they invented a free energy machine, that they cured cancer, or were met by aliens last night, chances are you're safe to reject these claims for now. If any of these claims were actually true, then chances are it would come across your radar again and you could reevaluate. If we're talking about a major breakthrough in science coming out of something like a university's research lab, then we should perhaps take it a bit more seriously. If we're talking about a claim that, if true, would cause somebody to lose their job, break up a marriage, or get sent to prison, then we're likely going to need to be very careful about how we proceed with this as well. We should be considering both the plausibility of the claim and the source together within the context to make this determination. Either way, if we haven't outright rejected the claim yet, after we evaluate what the relevance and impact of the claim is, then we can determine if it's worth investing more time into or not, and if so, we can move on to the evaluation phase. Now, our next step should be to evaluate the reliability, quality, and reputation of the source of the claim. We need to be sure to be on the lookout for any biases, conflict of interest, or anything else that would call into question their credibility. We should be aiming to collect as much evidence as possible from as many different, reliable, independent sources as possible, individually assessing each piece of evidence in tandem with the reliability of the source on its own merit. Now, if we find the evidence both compelling and proportional to the claim itself, extraordinary claims requiring extraordinary evidence, then we can move on to the final phase, the critical analysis and peer review. Now, once again, we can consider how this claim fits into our understanding of the world in light of the evidence that we've just considered. What are the implications? We'll want to compare what our assessment is of the evidence to what the experts in the relevant field are saying. We shouldn't just blindly accept what the experts say or what consensus is. Experts are capable of being right, they're capable of being wrong, they're capable of lying, and everything in between. So obviously this needs to be taken on a case-by-case basis. But generally, respect should be given to professionals and experts within each discipline, and if your personal assessment happens to disagree with that of the consensus of the experts, the fact of the matter is it's simply far more likely that you've gone wrong somewhere along the way. It's certainly not impossible that you've got it right and they're all wrong. Stranger things have happened. So don't necessarily always eliminate this as a possibility. Just remember that the ones that are most likely to be making the paradigm-shifting discoveries are not from random people outside of each discipline, they're from the dissenting opinions working from within them. Now, if you come across such a case, then that needs to be critically analyzed separately. Now, very often what these cases end up being are the cranks on the fringes of these fields. The ones that aren't highly regarded in their communities, not really taken seriously, aren't publishing research, or are introducing pseudoscience into the mix. It really does take a special set of skills and a slightly deeper understanding of these fields to be able to discern the genius from the quack. And throughout history, we've seen a number of geniuses who have perhaps dipped their toes into some quackery at times, but just remember that these are the exceptions, not the rules. Now, I'm not sure if this is the software engineer in me showing or not, but I always like to do a final sanity check before I finish this kind of process. I run my conclusions past some folks I respect, especially ones that are willing to be critical, disagree, or play devil's advocate. I'll spot check the latest polls or headlines or journals to gauge where the general wind seems to be blowing on such a claim, and take everything into consideration along with all of the evidence I was able to gather, and then decide if there's a preponderance of evidence. Given what you know now, do you believe that it's more likely than not that the claim is true? If so, then you're probably justified in believing the claim to be true for now, until more information and evidence becomes available. And again, remember, our conclusions are always tentative. You should always be ready and willing to have your mind changed, but just be sure that the evidence is proportionate to the claim. Now, the way that conspiracy theorists operate is quite different. Let's put ourselves in their shoes and walk through the thought process. When a new claim is presented to us, the first thing we need to do is determine if it confirms or contradicts our existing worldview, because we're going to need to have different standards for handling each type of claim. The opposition are sneaky little snakes and deserve their own special treatment. Now, if the claim confirms our worldview, let's take a look and see if there's any evidence presented along with the claim. Now, if not, that's an obvious demonstration that there's some kind of cover-up going on and is exactly what we'd expect. They will do everything they can to prevent us from gathering and sharing our evidence, although sometimes we're able to get some. And of course, when there is some, there's really no need for us to look at it. I mean, I'm sure it's airtight, right? We already know the claim is true. Of course, given that we know the truth already, we can move on to accepting this unquestioningly. And at the same time, given that this claim is obviously going to be opposing the official narrative or the established consensus, the fact that we know it's true confirms that they're all liars and we've been right all along about everything else. Now, as for claims that contradict our worldview, the first thing we need to do is determine if there's any evidence presented. Because if there is, it's of course fake. Because how could it be real when we know the claim is untrue? Now, naturally, it follows that fabricated evidence is more proof that they are lying to us, which also happens to be the case if there's no evidence presented to us at all along with the claim. Either way, they're lying. Now, next, we need to examine the source of the claim, because we need to know who to blame. In the rare event that the claim is coming from one of us, someone who was a trusted member of our community at one point before, then they must have been compromised. They've either been bought and paid for, this is some kind of PSYOP disinformation campaign, or they're now controlled opposition. We're probably going to want to ostracize them from our community, given, of course, that they're one of them now. So now we want to see if they happen to be one of the types of people that we for sure don't trust. Are they Zionists? Well, then obviously they're lying. That's what they do, right? Do they work for the government or know anybody who was ever even loosely related to a Freemason? Obviously they're in on it. Are they somebody with credentials or a college degree in any science or engineering field? In that case, they're either in on it or they were brainwashed by academia and don't even realize it. Now, if they aren't in any of those groups that we know of, then that means they probably are a globalist, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink. Either way, we of course knew from the start that this claim was untrue. So we're both going to be rejecting it entirely and also using this to solidify our belief in all of the other conspiracies that we believe in. Now, the crux of this type of worldview is that they assume the conclusion from the start, apply confirmation bias to everything, accepting only what coincides with their existing worldview, and what's even worse is that the process is self-reinforcing. Their acceptance meter only goes in one direction, and if it happens to be the case that their initial judgment about the claim was wrong, there's no way out. There's no error-correcting mechanism. They're stuck in their own internal echo chamber, and in most cases, falling into a conspiratorial state of mind like this is like falling past the event horizon of a black hole. There's really no escaping.
Belief is easy. You can, you're a teacher to some kids that trust you. You can tell them something and they'll believe it without ever checking. So belief is easy. All you have to do is believe. Knowing takes time, effort, thought, critical thinking, and people become, lazy. We're all trusting beings, right? We're all kids are trusting. You tell a kid something, he's gonna be right on. Why would that person lie to me? Belief is easy. Now imagine if everyone on the earth was 100% honest. life would be amazing. It'd be so easy, right?
So? Yeah.
Because, all right, so-and-so said it. Has to be true, right? But there's so much deception in this world that unfortunately we can't do that. So, kids need to understand that, somebody tells you something, you can believe it, but then verify it yourself. What can you do to check?
That's what I like about your channel and things. There's like tons of experiments you can do yourself with the globe believers. There's not much you can do yourself to,
right.
When they're experiments,
there's nothing. Okay, how is this possible? How is the United States bigger than this one? It's like twice the size. And some people say, well, that's because of the focal length and this and that. That really doesn't add up.
Hey, Dearth, I know flat earthers seem to suffer from a condition that causes them to be unable to convert short-term memory to long-term memory, but I did demonstrate like 4 hours ago that anybody can do this with a globe or even a basketball in like 30 seconds. So thus far, all he's done is point out how gullible people are, especially kids, and how dishonest people can be, emphasizing the importance of thinking critically. So let's see this critical thinker, who is apparently some kind of teacher, in action.
But I do
just teach them to think critically and not just to believe and memorize. School is memorization and regurgitation. You want an A, all you got to do is memorize and not question anything.
Right.
And then the ones that memorize and regurgitate the best become the teachers, and they get to do the same thing to the next generation.
I hope that's not me. I try to keep an open mind in my school.
Yeah.
I do. I do teach critical thinking, as a matter of fact. It's interesting you mentioned that term, because I call it critical thinking. I teach the kids that. And that's a hard one for children. Critical thinking is kind of hard. It's kind of hard to, for the little.
Here's something for them. NASA does all of their training for the space station in an underwater pool. So here's the space station. You got scuba divers, right? And then they put on the green screen, and then they show us this.
Is that real? Those three?
Yeah, this is real. NASA does all of their training in it's called the National Buoyancy Lab.
Oh, that's mind-boggling. Okay, that's crazy. I'm gonna let you go. I think we're over time, aren't we?
So he asks him, is that real? Dearth answers with yep, and that's all he needs to accept the claim. It never ceases to amaze me how often people like Dave Weiss are able to look other people in the eyes, tell them exactly how people like them get tricked, and then proceeds to turn around and do it to them literally seconds later. There are countless examples of this spanning many, many years. The same exact thing everywhere. He points his little finger at a stupid flurf meme full of demonstrable lies, and over, it just blows these people's minds, with nobody ever questioning it. So, how should the scientific skeptic approach such a claim? Well, first, let's understand the scope and implications. If what Dearth claimed is true, then that would mean that NASA has shown us exactly how and where they fake space footage, effectively admitting to one of the biggest lies ever told. That's a pretty big deal. So, is this from a credible source? Well, coming from somebody who has a well-established history for repeating lies, that's a pretty easy no. But let's pretend that we don't know him, and approach this from a blank slate. Is the claim plausible? Well, there's nothing really technically challenging here. Hollywood does crazy special effects way better than what we see here, so I would say, sure, it's totally plausible. So given that, I think it definitely requires more research. Now, unfortunately, Dearth, like every flat earther and every meme they present, doesn't give us a source for this image. That's not a great start. Now, are there any obvious biases or conflicts of interest? Well, again, let's ignore that we know that this guy spends 30% of his time on these discussions actually trying to sell his shitty Flat Earth mobile app.
While the chats are coming in, anybody that's new to me, you can find all my information at flatearthdave.com. My app is there. It's only $3. And there's tons of information. It's the stuff that YouTube is hiding from you. But the app is $3 and it does a ton of stuff. It's $11 a year if you want to use the friend finder and message other people and get involved that way. But you don't need to do that.
And instead, let's go ahead and see if we can find any third-party evidence connected to this. Now, the best I was able to do was reverse image search each of these panels individually as well as together. And every single time I did, the images were traced back to Flat Earther Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter accounts. You know, the kinds of folks that have Santa Trump avatars and write, "Just for the giggles, I remember watching this spacewalk on TV, amazed by the technological advance of humanity. No, I'm awake and I feel like a fool." Yeah, he's awake all right. Now, what we do know is that the top image does seem to have been taken at NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab, and we know that it's used extensively, and as far as I can tell, exclusively for training purposes, not as some kind of film set. And what we also know is that when we compare the top and middle images, they're obviously the same, with the middle image seemingly having its background changed from blue to green in post. It's obvious that they didn't swap some green screens in for the blue walls in between photos. So if you think about what we're looking at, it makes absolutely zero sense. If you wanted to replace the background, you would never do it this way. The purpose of green screens are so that it's easier to digitally replace the background in post, as opposed to needing to isolate the foreground from the background frame by frame. So in order to do what we see in the middle frame, they would literally have had to have separately isolated the background just to turn it green. But if they have it isolated, then they could just delete it. You wouldn't have to make it green just to use some kind of chroma key to then replace the background. Again, this makes no sense, but of course, we already know that flurfs are pretty stupid when it comes to CGI and video editing, like the time they thought the text next to the mountains here in this video was super sus. Proof the video had been manipulated.
Yeah, so you don't even see the sun the whole time in that one, and the sun looks highly suspect. And if you look closely, you see the layer, the words in the video there. You'll see the words are actually behind the mountain, right? Which means the video has to be layered. Have the words actually behind the mountain. You're gonna have to have layers. As far as I know, with video editing, you can't layer the words like this. You can.
Nowhere was I able to corroborate the claim Dearth is making. Obviously, this evidence is not compelling or proportional to the claim. And as such, my tentative conclusion is that this claim is untrue. It was probably another flat earther that fabricated this image to either try and show how this could be done, or even try and pass it off as if it came directly from NASA. It seems far more likely to me that that green screen effect would have been added specifically to try and give the appearance that the neutral buoyancy lab was being used as some sort of film set. Who knows? Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I have a hunch my conclusion about this image is more accurate than Dearth's. And unlike him and every single flat earther that he's repeatedly sold a bill of goods to, I actually thought for myself, applied critical thinking, and did my own research. Not that much was really required here, but you get the point. And there's one last important thing to note here. I am perfectly willing to have my mind changed, to be proven wrong. I actually do care about the truth. All I'd need to see to have my mind changed is where NASA has allegedly made these claims, where the original source of these images came from. Is it a still from a video or photo from their website? Something that demonstrates what Dearth is claiming here. Something tells me, though, that if any of them were to actually try to look for it, they'd say that they swore it was up on NASA's website before, but now it's not there. A textbook case of absence of evidence being proof of a cover-up. I'm actually ready, willing, and able to take a look at any and all evidence that people want to present to try to substantiate this claim. Although something tells me that this is going to be one more example of the eternal paradox that we have when dealing with conspiracy theorists and pseudoscientists. We come to the reasonable and almost certainly correct conclusion, and yet still hold it tentatively, open to receiving evidence that will almost definitely never be presented. While they have come to batshit crazy conclusions without lifting a single brain cell in the process, and no amount of evidence could ever change their mind. If it wasn't so frustrating, it would be sad. Now, I hope now that I've at least made my case for what I believe is the distinction between myself, the scientific skeptic, and the conspiracy theorists who call themselves free thinkers or truthers. I don't believe that any of them have arrived at the conclusions that they have because they thought for themselves, or because they were actually seeking any kind of objective truth. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that I believe it's the opposite. Now, the ultimate conclusion of a worldview built on the foundations of conspiracy theories is actually something that's depressingly bleak. The end result, a kind of sinister automation, one that in many ways feels dystopian. For a long time, I thought most of them were lying, and their blatant hypocrisy was maddening and confounding. But the deeper I go, the more I'm beginning to think that there's another explanation. When you critically examine the actions and behaviors of the people who confidently speak demonstrable untruths and compare them against the words they use to describe themselves, you might, perhaps, begin to see things in an entirely different light.
But note that doublethink is not lying, and it's not hypocrisy. It's more profound. It is knowing that something is untruthful, but then forgetting this and believing that it is true, and then also forgetting that you have forgotten. In this labyrinthine world, whatever the party says is true becomes true, and through the use of doublethink, it is possible to reconcile these contradictions. So this is the idea that generates the constant rewriting of history, because, as the party slogan goes, Who controls the past controls the future, and who controls the present controls the past. And the way of controlling the present is by rewriting history and then exercising doublethink to ensure that you totally believe that lie to be true.
Now, I would argue that this process, or something very much like it, is what's truly at the heart of these kinds of worldviews. That may very well be a conscious process, or it could be a subconscious one, a defense mechanism against cognitive dissonance. Now, by itself, applying this kind of phenomenon to merely those in the Flat Earth movement alone might perhaps be a bit overkill. Surely there are those who aren't lost that deep in the sauce, and these kinds of things wouldn't necessarily apply to them. But the thing is, there's something about the Flat Earth worldview, or whatever intellectual mechanisms underpinning the whole thing that draw people towards it, that seems to necessitate jumping headfirst as deep down into the rabbit hole as you possibly can. One of the most depressing, yet simultaneously fascinating elements of this worldview is just how many layers it has. At first, it may seem like a meme, a joke, an elaborate troll, and it absolutely can be, sometimes, and we'll get to that, but not most of the time. When you dig a little bit deeper, you end up finding out just how closely connected it is with basically every other conspiracy theory that you would call mainstream, for lack of a better term. The anti-vax movement, 9/11 truthers, moon landing deniers, those sorts of things.
We've mentioned on the show that conspiracy theories help bring NFL locker rooms together. What are your conspiracy theories?
What percentage of the NFL believes in flat Earth, do you think?
Dude, honestly, there's at least 10 guys,
you would be
10
shocked.
to 15 guys in every locker room, I would imagine.
I think if you took
hardcore flat earthers.
if you took an anonymous poll, like nobody had to disclose their name or anything like that, you're over 15% of an NFL locker room.
It's crazy, dude.
What?
Maybe
I'm
over
telling
20.
you.
That's insane.
Dude, everyone gets hit in the head. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Now, if you somehow manage to stick around long enough, you will inevitably come to find out that these connections don't just stop there.
You watch a documentary, it will change your life, dude. There's cures for cancer, there's a cure for AIDS. I just became vegan this last year, bro. I'm like, Pepsi had aborted babies, like the little fecal cells inside of their flavoring.
Now, if you stick around for a little bit longer, you'll begin to see another pattern, an inescapable connection between flat earthdom and even more disgusting and problematic worldviews. The most common one being something that you've likely caught a whiff of already in little bits and pieces throughout this video. And it exists as a necessity, a requirement for a worldview based on a conspiracy of this proportion to be remotely viable or consistent, one that has no actual evidence to back it up. Somebody needs to be at the heart of it, someone with evil, selfish, and sinister motives. Somebody capable of a coordinated, multi-generational plot involving all world governments and billion-dollar corporations. Somebody with the connections, the will, and the resources required to pull it off. Somebody who just so happens to be at the heart of nearly every other global conspiracy they believe.
Conspiracy theories play a central role in extremist politics of all time, and anti-Semitism has a very strong traditional role within conspiracy theories. And this is why repeatedly we see anti-Semitism cropping up in the language, in the discourse of extremist movements of all times, whether they are far right, far left, radical Islamist movements, and even New Age movements. We often find anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
Now, it's not merely that conspiracy theories like Flat Earth share so many common threads with the worldview and mindset that enables anti-Semitism. It's that they're actually just cut from the same cloth.
French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre tried to get inside the minds of bigots with his famous essay, Anti-Semite and Jew. Sartre famously claimed that anti-Semitism is a fundamentally irrational passion. Anti-Semites say things for which there's no evidence, or they contradict what they said 5 minutes ago, or they just flat out don't make sense.
Right, so you guys call it Zionism. We're on page there. ADL attacks you. You automatically get points for that. That means you're probably saying something based, right? That's cool. MMX showed that the Earth wasn't moving, and then they bring in Einstein who gives Jewish mysticism to the world and says that time slows down and the ruler contracted but looks like it's the same size. Trust me, bro. And it made the earth look like a stationary. It's Jewish mysticism saying that the creator created a giant illusion to deceive us into the earth being stationary. Do you actually believe that?
Flashback.
Purely speculation. I don't know what the moon is at all. It's a very beautiful thing. The creator made the heavens so that you can't understand them, so that you have to acknowledge that he exists.
End of flashback.
The Jews are in fucking, they freaking control all of everything. I mean, 9/11, back to that.
Adolf Hitler, they have reincarnated him. He has been cloned. A little short guy with the funny mustache, about yay tall.
How do you stand on Hitler? Do you believe in, have you researched Hitler at all?
He realized that the flat earth model was correct and went to seize the gate of the south in what we call Antarctica, a place called New Berlin, Antarctica.
So Hitler discovered the flat earth theory and the Nazis built a city in Antarctica under the ice.
Now, I'm shamelessly going to share a few excerpts from the Wikipedia page for this book, because what's written there simply says it better than I could myself. As I read this, think about how what's being said applies to what we've seen over the last few hours of this video from the Flat Earthers. I personally find these similarities uncanny. For Sartre, the anti-Semite has escaped the insecurity of good faith, the impossibility of sincerity. He has abandoned reason and embraced passion. The rational man groans as he gropes for the truth. He knows that reasoning is no more than tentative, that other considerations may intervene to cast doubt on it. Anti-Semites are attracted by the durability of the stone. What frightens them is the uncertainty of truth. The anti-Semite has chosen hate because hate is a faith. He has escaped responsibility and doubt. He can blame anything on the Jew. He does not need to engage reason, for he has his faith. We have here a basic fear of oneself and of truth. Since they are afraid of reasoning, they wish to live the kind of life wherein reasoning and research play only a subordinate role, wherein one seeks only what he has already found, wherein one becomes only what he already was. Anti-Semitism, in short, is fear of the human condition. In 1945, George Orwell wrote an essay on anti-Semitism, and there are a few very poignant quotes that are examples of something I've noticed more and more throughout my research. That when discussing their belief systems, their habits, or their behaviors, labels like anti-Semite, QAnon follower, 9/11 truther, or flat earther, or whatever else, they're all effectively interchangeable. All we're really talking about here are different variations of the same underlying condition. Orwell wrote, "And naturally the anti-Semite thinks of himself as a reasonable being. These people always say, as Hitler says in Mein Kampf, that they started out with no anti-Jewish prejudice, but were driven into their present position by mere observation of the facts. Yet one of the marks of anti-Semitism is an ability to believe stories that could not possibly be true." So when confronted with the question of who has the capability and the desire to pull off the biggest lie in history, the obvious answer for the conspiracy theorist is always going to be the Jews. It's an automatic, almost reflexive response.
The idea of Zog, the Zionist occupation government, that there are Zionist or Jewish hidden powers behind our governments, was the most common one they found in the literature of all different extremist movements.
So I wanted to ask you, who created this gravity lie?
Demon-possessed individuals still, I believe, are amongst us.
We're in a spiritual war. I know that you don't believe that, but it's a war that the elite believe in. Okay, they're really evil people.
Who's doing the lying?
Well, that's a good question. NASA's definitely in on it. There's some Freemasonry involved, some Jesuits involved, and some gravelers, you know. Most Jewish people are just mom and pops, deli owners. What I use is the word Zionist. So these are people that are hell-bent on world domination, and most Gentiles are not very conspiratorial minded, so they don't think that the earth could be flat.
Of course, this explanation is painfully lacking, because it's simply not enough to account for the scope of the conspiracy that would be needed to pull this entire thing off. They need something more than the Jews, who you'll often hear them referring to with all kinds of code names to try to make their blatant anti-Semitism less obvious to the average person. Sometimes they're Zionists, sometimes they're globalists, but either way, they of course need connections in corporations all over the world and pretty much every government, especially those with space programs. And speaking of space programs, NASA is of course the perfect answer for what entity is responsible for the high-level implementation of the lie. the supposed propaganda, fake media, and misinformation. Now, of course, you have to forget that this whole globe conspiracy has allegedly been going on for hundreds of years, if not more, and NASA was only founded in the late 50s. But I guess they're just the latest ones to take the reins. Now, unfortunately for them, just the Jews and NASA aren't enough. What the conspiracy theorists need to keep this story remotely consistent is a way to explain how literally millions of people are either taking part willingly in the lie or are otherwise fleeced. And of course, they have a familiar explanation for how that can be done as well: a cult of personality. They understand how politicians and cult leaders and fake messiahs and snake oil salesmen are able to get people en masse to believe and do absurd shit. Although given that there's no evidence that such a person exists, they need to manufacture one. This idea needs a personification to be remotely powerful. In order for what they believe to make any kind of sense even to them, they need the globe to be a religious belief. And as such, they have to invent a god that they then assert that we worship. Now, from that same essay, Sartre wrote, "Far from experience producing his idea of the Jew, it was the latter which explained his experience. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him."
I would think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is definitely very big in that field. He's been on Joe Rogan. Like he's definitely one of the go-to guys.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse and others.
I've heard from your, one of your scientific priests there. They preach scientism.
We don't have any. There is no such thing as a scientific priest.
So Neil
religious...
deGrasse Tyson isn't
no.
one of your priests.
Which is Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Now, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
How come Neil deGrasse Tyson? So then this guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's basically a modern day high clergy member.
Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees with me. No, he doesn't.
In exactly the same way that no Globers have ever brought up NASA in debates about the shape of the Earth, they also never bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson. But flat earthers are incapable of going a few sentences without talking about either of them. It's an obsession that must be true in order for the framework of the conspiracy to hold together. If we aren't blindly following the globe priest Neil deGrasse Tyson, if we aren't on our knees praying to our NASA overlords, then the only other explanation for why we believe what we do is that we were programmed in school to believe it, which of course they do argue, but that isn't really compelling enough. Even they might have a hard time believing that at the scales required for this all to make sense. Despite the fact that we tell them time and time again that neither NASA nor Neil deGrasse Tyson have anything to do with our belief that the Earth is not flat, they'll look us straight in the eyes and tell us that we're lying. Once they assemble this evil straw man that they can direct all of their hatred towards, they then take these imaginary entities and project them onto others, all the folks they're debating against, blindly assuming that everybody who believes the Earth is round are blind followers of the government or NASA or Neil deGrasse Tyson is exactly the kind of simple-minded nonsense that's shown in North Korean propaganda films. They never ask us what we believe. They don't care why we believe it. They've already been told what we believe by somebody else, and what they should believe about us. It's the same kind of programmed otherism that enabled the wholesale extermination of millions of Jews, the thing that they've all been programmed to believe never happened. The fact that these folks live and breathe memes makes a lot more sense now. They point to the governments and the scientists and the average people and see all of the hallmarks of an Orwellian dystopia. They accuse us of doublespeak, and they envision some ministry of truth out there redefining words in the dictionary because they don't understand the difference between verbs and adjectives. They think there's some malevolent coordinated force out there changing the maps and trying to rewrite history. They see an impossible impending threat looming over them, all the while exhibiting every single one of the traits that they are projecting onto others. They think they see the signs of Big Brother everywhere around them, and they think that they're the forces fighting against it, without realizing that they've been the unwilling volunteers at the Flat Earth Ministry of Truth the entire time. They're the ones who have been brainwashed. They've been programmed. They're the ones parroting the same script of lies, the ones who are accepting things uncritically. They're not truth seekers, they're not free thinkers, they haven't done any research. They were told what to think by grifters and lunatics who simultaneously convinced them that they figured it out all on their own. And only the most intelligent, special people are able to pierce the veil, to see behind the curtain, to find the truth. You should be proud to be one of us, the main character at the center of it all.
But they just don't spell it out in straight English. For some reason, it's left for the wise ones to find. The common man just does not find it, does not see it. I am quite lucky and I can read it and I understand it. So I'm breaking the whole model down for everybody to see.
Once you break that and unplug, you stop feeding the system. And I don't believe that anybody can stop you.
I went home, pondered on it, and went back to my mundane job, doing my mundane tasks, and realized that, no, it is. The more you genuinely take time looking into it, the more it's like opening up Pandora's box. It's like you peel back one lie, and then you realize, oh, they haven't been completely honest about that either. But then why lie? Why do all that? Why not just be honest with us?
And so if your thoughts are contained, right, in a heliocentric world where we're going to get hit by an asteroid, a nuclear bomb's going to blow us up, wars, countries are fighting with each other, we're running out of food, we're running out of water. If you're living in fear, you lose your power.
Flat earthers and other conspiracy theorists would have you believe that it's NASA, the priests of scientism like Neil deGrasse Tyson, and probably the Jews too, that are the ones spreading the globe earth propaganda in schools and on TV. But the unfortunate irony here is that in this case, all of the misinformation and propaganda isn't coming from the government. The call is coming from inside the house. These folks glorify Hitler in all kinds of ways without considering that they're exactly the kinds of people that his propaganda was aimed at, that they are the sheep brainwashed to do someone else's bidding. They don't realize that someone like Hitler would have had them believe that they were the ones courageously swinging the hammer, when the truth is that they were the hammers themselves, being wielded by someone else. Or perhaps they do realize this and just don't see that as a problem. I actually don't know at this point. Now, unlike their conspiracy theories, I don't actually think anybody is behind what's going on here. I don't think there's some overarching plan, some coordinated effort with a greater goal in mind. I think this is the result of a few random cranks on YouTube that developed cults of personality around them and the advent of social media platforms and the algorithms that feed them. Honestly, I'm not sure what's scarier, a planned strategic plot carried out by some nefarious, nameless, faceless, rich and powerful people, or algorithms that are handcrafted with one goal in mind, serving you content that keeps you engaged in any way possible, an environment where different ideas and methods of communication compete for attention. Echo chambers filled with feedback loops where engagement is the primary goal. It's what's rewarded, where fear, anger, and outrage just so happen to be the organism most successful at survival and reproduction. The accidental creation of a system that behaves in a way that's nearly indistinguishable from an autonomous, unguided, self-replicating virus.
When I said that the reason why we explain evolution in terms of changes in gene frequencies, I said the reason for that was that only genes make exact copies of themselves through generations, and therefore only genes have a really significant difference between the successful ones and the unsuccessful ones. Now, in order to dramatize that point, in the last chapter of the first edition of The Selfish Gene, I wanted to make the point that actually anything which has that property that genes have of making exact copies of themselves, anything that has that property would do if on some other planet, if on Mars, there is life, then I put my shirt on the prediction that it will be found to be Darwinian life and that there will be something equivalent to genes. There will be something equivalent to DNA, which is very, very exactly copied, not absolutely exactly, but usually exactly copied. There'll be something equivalent to DNA, and it may well not be DNA, it may be nothing like DNA. But of course, we haven't been to distant planets to find other forms of life. And so I instead said, maybe there's another kind of replicator on this planet that potentially could be doing the same job as DNA. And that's where the meme came from. The meme is the unit of cultural inheritance. It's anything that behaves like a gene in human culture. The equivalent of the act of reproduction at the genetic level would be the act of copying an idea from one brain to another.
Now, the idea of memes as genes is, unfortunately for us, I think, a disturbingly profound insight. I want to re-emphasize here that while this is certainly applicable to actual memes, like pictures with meme font on top, this also applies to simple ideas and even phrases. Water finds its own level. Gas pressure requires a container. Gravity is density and buoyancy. The Earth is not a spinning wet ball. It's a flat and stationary topographical plane. In this context, the quote-unquote fitness of a gene, the likelihood that it will survive and reproduce, is not actually tied at all to its accuracy or its truthfulness. What maximizes its chances of being passed on to another generation is how useful it is at conveying a particular message, communicating some piece of information, or eliciting a particular emotional response. In Mein Kampf, when discussing the use of propaganda during World War I, Adolf Hitler wrote, "The more modest its intellectual ballast, the more exclusively it takes into consideration the emotions of the masses, the more effective it will be. And this is the best proof of the soundness or unsoundness of a propaganda campaign, and not success pleasing a few scholars or young aesthetics. The art of propaganda lies in understanding the emotional ideas of the great masses and finding, through a psychologically correct form, the way to the attention and thence to the heart of the broad masses. The fact that our bright boys do not understand this merely shows how mentally lazy and conceited they are. The receptivity of the great masses is very limited. Their intelligence is small, but their power of forgetting is enormous. In consequence of these facts, all effective propaganda must be limited to a very few points and must harp on these in slogans until the last member of the public understands what you want him to understand by your slogan. As soon as you sacrifice this slogan and try to be many-sided, the effect will piddle away, for the crowd can neither digest nor retain the material offered. In this way, the result is weakened and in the end, entirely canceled out. The function of propaganda is, for example, not to weigh and ponder the rights of different people, but exclusively to emphasize the one right which it is set out to argue for. Its task is not to make an objective study of the truth insofar as it favors the enemy, and then set it before the masses with academic fairness. Its task is to serve our own right, always and unflinchingly. Now, the scariest aspect of this metaphor is the scale that we're talking about here. When we're dealing with living things, the spread of their genes is limited by the organism's ability to find a suitable mate and to generate offspring, which is further limited by countless other factors like the lifespan or the fertility of the organism. If we're talking about a virus, its spread is limited by actual physical exposure, how many people you can cough or sneeze around. And as we've unfortunately seen recently, even with that limitation, this can lead to scary fast propagation throughout a population. And when we're dealing with memes, we're talking about genes that can be infinitely duplicated, instantly copied, and spread from a single person to literally millions of others with the click of a mouse, persisting out in the environment effectively forever with no limitation on lifespan, and for which errors in gene duplication almost never have any kind of negative impact on its survival or reproduction chances. I suspect that the extent to which what I just said horrified you is directly proportional to your personal understanding of evolution and natural selection.
So you literally don't even know the definitions of the words that represent the techniques that we use. So why are you even talking about it?
So my question is, spectroscopy needs to be in a container. Otherwise, you don't know what you're
Spectroscopy needs to be in a container. The study of how light interacts with matter needs to be in a container. What does that mean?
Otherwise, when you're looking at the moon, you don't know what gases you're seeing in between us and the moon.
Gases? The moon is solid. The moon is a solid object.
How do you know that the moon is solid? How come you can't see it during a new moon?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Okay, there's a lot of different conspiracy theories out there. There's a lot of worldviews, both legitimate and scams, that have the same "you have been lied to" pitch. So, why flat Earth? Modern flat Earth was essentially created by content algorithms trying to maximize retention and engagement by serving users suggestions for things that are effectively incrementally more concentrated versions of the thing they were already looking at. Bizarre cranks peddling random theories are an aspect of civilization that has always been with us, so it was inevitable that they would end up on YouTube, but the algorithm made sure they found an audience. These systems were accidentally identifying people susceptible to conspiratorial and reactionary thinking and sending them increasingly deeper into flat Earth evangelism. And within that was just a quirk of good timing, I guess. The right cranks were churning out huge volumes of low-effort content at just the right time for YouTube to prioritize it, and the moment it gained any traction at all, the system reinforced that success.
So what we're ultimately dealing with here are not just some science-illiterate people that are wrong about the shape of the Earth. We have people who act precisely as if they've been programmed by low-effort, low-quality pseudoscientific propaganda to believe anything and everything that justifies their fears, their failures, and their frustrations. They've been convinced to their core that there's a dark force out there working against them, hiding the truth of the world from the world, with these beliefs being internally consistent with and further justified by every other conspiracy theory there is. And the more you believe, the more you're justified in believing each one of them. And yet these internally consistent beliefs are entirely inconsistent with reality. And all the while, algorithms do everything in their power to keep them engaged, keep them inside of their echo chambers, rewarding the worst kind of behavior and the most depraved thoughts and ideas, turning each one of them into an Ouroboros of ignorance. And the memes at the heart of it all just reinforce every single stupid idea, misunderstanding, and lie. The moment that any of them let in an ounce of evidence or logic or reason, the entire house of cards would collapse. So they work consciously and unconsciously to maintain that internal consistency and then outwardly project what needs to be true for it to make it all make sense. Objectively demonstrable untruths. They fabricate their own identities and invent those of their enemies. The ultimate delusion. Their worldview is self-destructive and all-consuming. The number of people required to be in on the hundreds of conspiracies that they believe in would outnumber those who were the marks, the literal world against them, the big bad globe lie personified. How could you go grocery shopping, go to the doctor's office, hold down a normal job, enjoy a Thanksgiving dinner with your family, function like a normal, well-adjusted adult in literally any situation if you're convinced that everything is a lie and everybody around you is clueless? That some transcendent evil was winning, and you were one of a small few who were awake to the truth. All they can do is talk about it all the time to everybody. Friends, family members, co-workers, strangers on the street, and all of that naturally brings opposition, at which point their programming comes online. They see what they want to see in everybody they talk to, hear what they want to hear, project either the big bad wolf or the grandmother sheep onto everybody they talk to. And then when their toxic behavior is met with mockery and dismissal, that further reinforces their belief that the world is the enemy, that they are the problem, not me. When you see everybody as a caricature of a person, you have no ability or interest in showing empathy, seeing anything from anybody else's perspective, and you've been programmed into believing that they are all less than you, globetard sheeples controlled by the evil satanic Jewish elites. If you believe this, how could you actually function normally? If you actually believed the things that they believed, how could you ever be happy? Now, the inevitable dehumanization that happens as a result of all of this extends even further to ideas, concepts, and language. Not only are you a caricature, but so are your ideas. There's this innate drive to denigrate the ideas, to infantilize them. I reckon it's why anti-vaxxers are always so keen to refer to vaccines as the jab. They won't even give it the respect of calling it by a normal name. They need to mock it even in their most basic references to it, like a bully asserting dominance over their victim. The Earth isn't round, it's not a globe or a sphere or an oblate spheroid, it's a ball. A spinning wet ball. A stupid, silly, tilting, spinning water ball floating around in the nothingness of space, and I hate it, I hate it, I want it to go away! Now, the biggest victims of whatever the hell this phenomenon is are not only the people who fall into the almost inescapable black hole that is the world of conspiracy theories, but more so their friends and families. It's genuinely sad to see just how common it is that this worldview and everything that comes along with it actually ruins people's lives.
I'm going to be driving separate to Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Why?
Well, because there's family tension. They're all excited about living on the globe, and I say, I know that's a lie.
Before you became a flat earther, did you feel part of society?
No, increasingly I've removed myself from the society because it's a wicked society. It's evil in places. And my ex-wife actually thinks I'm crazy. She thinks I'm mentally ill. It's not craziness. It's literally what a true scientist should be like.
Just watch those videos. It's scientifically impossible to watch 3 of them and not become a flat earther. So don't watch it if you're not ready to be cut off from your family because you're a flat earther.
Where I lost my credibility is before I found flat earth, I was into a lot of other bullshit. You know, structures on the moon, John Teeter. Remember that time traveler? Yeah. You know, people like this, which I did bring up to people around me. So my credibility because of them, pretty much the circle around me was lost.
I have shared it with my mother, my daughter, 2 guys who I was dating who didn't want to date me anymore after I told them about my belief in the flat earth.
Are you off the market, or are you just not really looking?
Currently off the market.
Oh, all right.
Got some drama I don't want to get back into too soon. So,
You know, I have 4 children. My sons are grown. Them and their mother, who's my ex-wife, kind of think Dad's a little gone off his rocker.
That's the thing.
You're right. The heliocentric model is way too complicated. It's ridiculous. Flat Earth is simple. It's simple.
I know. I think you've just proved my point, David.
What?
It's simple, and it means that we get to, if we believe in it, we get to feel really clever, and we get to feel cleverer than all the clever people at school who made fun of us when we were younger.
Before this. Are you kidding me? I was way clever. Now I don't talk to my brother and sister. I lost friends. Okay.
Fuck me.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, you should get on with them. You should get on with them. You know, screw ideologies. Don't let them tear families apart. That's the main thing. Go and call your siblings after this.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Will you?
No.
Just finalized the divorce. I no longer speak to my parents, my brother, or anybody else other than people that are interested in doing truth research.
See, when you work and you have a family, you've got to hide in between. That's what you got to do, to put videos out and wake up people. You know, my significant other is supportive with me, but she's not quite there yet. You know, where I can just lay everything out. You know, and then she will be. I can promise you that. You know, my daughter's different. When I grew up, the solar system was stationary.
All right, honey, come on.
The sun was standing.
Just stop this bullshit.
Shouldn't you give me like 5 minutes?
No, you've had it all morning, and I'm just freezing and I'm hungry.
Hey guys, real quick. I got a flyer for you. Check it out. I can't give them a flyer? Hey guys, check this out real quick. Space is fake. You're not on a spinning ball. They're gonna teach you, listen guys, they're gonna teach you you live on a spinning ball. That doesn't make it true. It's not real. The floor is not moving 1,000 miles an hour. Okay?
Are you crazy?
Yo, guys, let me give you a flyer real quick. Here. I love you. Come take a flyer. I'm gonna flashback them. Guys, you don't live on a ball. The earth is flat. I got flyers for you right here. You can check out my YouTube, okay? Some of them picked them up. Hey, give them to the teachers. Hey, you can verify everything on my flyer. Large bodies of water do not curve. Hey guys, you're not on a ball in space. The earth is flat. Large bodies of water do not curve. Okay? Large bodies of water do not curve. Research flat earth. That's how you do it right there. Got them all right there. Jeez.
I really feel like I'm losing my best friend. Can't believe this could be the end.
The Flat Earth movement and what it represents is an actual problem for everybody, including those who have fallen into it, and problems need solutions. Now, I spent nearly every day for the last 4 months working on this project and entirely on my own, watching hundreds of videos, writing hundreds of pages of notes, reading research papers, learning about countless scientific concepts, handcrafting hundreds of assets, and not a day went by that I didn't wonder if I was making a massive mistake choosing this topic to cover. Wondering if the algorithm was going to completely destroy my chances of this video succeeding. Recording this voiceover now, the prospect of finally finishing in the next few days, and I still have no idea if the last 4 months of work will have been remotely worth it, entirely at the whim of YouTube's black box. Now this is, as far as I can tell, pretty much the only thing that flat earthers have actually gotten right. That YouTube and other platforms are actively doing something to limit the reach of their videos and or channels. Actual vindication of at least some of their conspiratorial suspicions. The real question we have to ask ourselves is this a good thing? Now I'm going to be totally honest with you, I genuinely don't know. On one hand, I very much hate the perpetuation of misinformation, people falling victim to pseudoscientific fraudsters and charlatans. And on the other hand, I wonder, who determines what's misinformation in the first place? In its current state, YouTube's content warnings surrounding controversial topics are pretty much aligned with my personal opinions. And that makes it really easy to support what they're attempting to do. But who's to say that this is always going to be the case? Who's to say that whoever's in charge of making these kinds of decisions at YouTube will always be on the right side of such an argument? Even when the rules just so happen to benefit you, I think it's a very important exercise to consider how such rules could potentially be used against you, and if that would perhaps change your opinion on them. This applies to freedom of speech in general, and also applies to these kinds of situations where privately owned platforms have much more leeway in how they're able to implement content guidelines and controls. The fact that this content is actively suppressed by the algorithm actually ended up being quite frustrating for me while working on this project. I'd be looking for a video that somebody else referenced, or even trying to find a video I had already seen and knew the title of, and couldn't find it without some amount of extra work. Unsure of if the video was gone, the channel had been deleted, or if it was just not showing up in the results. For example, I wanted to reference a few things from the Next Level documentary, so I searched for just that. And while YouTube did give me the channel that posted it as the first result, which I luckily recognized, otherwise I never would have clicked on it, it didn't actually serve me the video in the search results. I actually had to go to their channel to find the video. And more often than not, when searching for specific content from flat earthers so I could try and better understand them and their arguments, the search results were almost exclusively videos debunking them. When I was looking into the whole Bob Nodell saga, I googled Globebusters Flat Earth, and everything in the results was debunking related content, when all I wanted to do was find their YouTube channel. Now again, I'm glad that it's likely infinitely harder for people to accidentally stumble into these conspiratorial content wormholes. We may very well be better off with such a system. But again, we have to make sure we ask ourselves, at what cost? Something I noticed much later into the project was how much easier it was to find what I was looking for when using a platform like Rumble. Of course, as you might have guessed, having crazy conspiracy theory content easily at my fingertips comes at a price. These platforms know their audiences, and so do the advertisers. You have no idea how many of these garbage ads I had to sit through just to collect clips for this video. There were 2 or 3 of these on every single video I had to watch, and there were basically 2 kinds of ads on the platform. The first kind was alarmist bullshit playing off of people's fears and suspicions, trying to convince them that the apocalypse was on its way and this was their last chance to save themselves and their families from impending doom.
According to recently leaked intelligence from Homeland Security, this attack is a new kind of warfare that will attack our electric grid and could starve America into submission. Thankfully, a United States war hero, patriot, and Purple Heart recipient, my friend Teddy Daniels, has just released an emergency documentary that not only proves that America is on the cusp of the biggest power outage ever recorded in our history, but also provides solid evidence that it could start as soon as next week.
Now, the second kind is the pseudoscientific, woo-woo, fake nutritional supplement or medical treatment that genuinely seem like they'd be extremely dangerous for any gullible, establishment-distrusting folks to make use of, making claims they shouldn't even be legally allowed to make, always trying to capitalize on fear and ignorance, all the while urging you to stop taking real medicine to take their secret miracle cures. I saw ads for the 7-second secret for restoring perfect 20/20 vision that look like maybe they're telling you to saran wrap some fucking clams on your eyes or something. I have no idea what I'm looking at. And then another one telling you how to cure your diabetes in 2 weeks or less. Just make sure you stop going to the doctor. Because of course this miracle cure is one that Big Pharma wants to get banned. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier when I was pointing out how these free thinkers are the ones who are the most likely to get scammed, because they really only question the people they disagree with and are entirely unable to critically analyze the claims that these charlatans make. These are the kinds of people that pay Alex Jones $40 for a 30-day supply of vitamin B12 when they can buy a 40-day supply for less than half of that. Naturally, they trust the folks at InfoWars to know what they're doing when they recommend the ultra-concentrated dose of B12 that's 208,000% the daily recommended dose. You know, because why listen to the NIH when they recommend 2.4 micrograms a day when you can support crazy people like Alex Jones and take 5,000 micrograms instead? I wonder how much critical thinking goes into these purchases. You could argue that what they've done is almost turn platforms like this into a black market for content. The same kind of thing that happens when you criminalize sex work and recreational drugs. You end up creating a dark underworld where the no-holds-barred, zero-regulation, anything-goes attitude flourishes, sucking people into dangerous cycles that can end up ruining their lives. If flat earthers can't produce or consume content on platforms like YouTube, that'll invariably push them all away to these parts of the internet that undoubtedly both victimize and radicalize them even further, keeping them engaged and surrounded by only the most batshit crazy extremist nonsense. Are we actually better off if these people all congregate like a fungus, flourishing in the damp, dark depths of the internet? It's all well and good for everybody on the other platforms. The suburbs sure do feel a lot better now that the riffraff is gone. Until you drive into the city and cross paths with one of them in the real world, have to sit next to them at the dinner table, or are just trying to have fun out at recess with your friends. Are we really better off? I genuinely don't know the answer, but what I do know is that there's a pretty compelling argument that can be made that what YouTube and other platforms are doing is attempting to clean up the mess that they effectively created in the first place.
YouTube, without a shadow of doubt, is the main source of my awakening to flat Earth. I was giving up on TV, you know what I mean? You get the same old on television, so I turned to YouTube for alternative information. And I was very, very interested in the moon landings. So I spent a number of years researching the moon landings. And around about 4 years ago, I started seeing recommendations coming up on my YouTube feed for flat Earth videos. So, like you do, I clicked on one of the videos. Every single person I know who's a flat earther has come across it the same way that I came across it. They've obviously been looking into certain things, whether it's 9/11 conspiracies or whatever, and it's always led on to the flat Earth.
So, when did Flat Earth really start growing on YouTube?
Around about 2015, 2016, suddenly the movement catches fire and it starts to attract a huge amount more attention. And I think the point at which it starts to catch fire, you see the publishing of certain video series on YouTube. There are plenty of them who do say these were seminal moments in their journey to being a flat earther. They saw those videos and they thought, that's it, this makes total sense to me.
YouTube's algorithm accidentally created a monster, a breeding ground for the naive to become radicalized, and then had to try and tame their own creation. But did it work? I think the numbers speak for themselves. In the same way that interest in the Flat Earth movement saw a fairly rapid increase between 2015 and 2019, the changes that YouTube made to its algorithm in 2019 that curbed recommending Flat Earth and other conspiracy-related content to its users seemed to be quite effective in bringing the numbers down to 2016 levels, an undeniable success for the program, although the Flat Earth movement has been resilient, likely due in part to the rise of those alternative platforms, and has been slowly on the rise ever since. Google and YouTube clearly can't solve this problem alone, and what these numbers don't represent is the growth in search interest on the subject of Flat Earth on all of the other search engines that have become increasingly popular for conspiracy theorists and others who distrust Google to show them the quote-unquote truth. So, the real question is a solution even possible? As an engineer, one of the biggest challenges I saw that stood in the way of properly solving problems was the identification and understanding of the problems themselves. If you don't actually isolate the true underlying cause, then the solution that you design is unlikely to address the issue. And this same metaphor extends to when doctors attempt to treat complex medical conditions or when trying to solve a crime to bring a criminal to justice. If you don't fully understand the key components of the problem, your solution is almost guaranteed to fail.
Scientists don't take flat earthers seriously, and I can see where they're coming from, but I think it's a mistake. To me, flat earthers are the first symptom of a much bigger problem. They show us what happens when people realize they can't understand modern science, don't trust scientists, and therefore throw out even the most basic scientific knowledge on the rationale of skepticism. Flat earthers are somewhat extreme in that they're actually throwing out evidence that they could test themselves if they weren't so bad at science. But the underlying problem is much deeper, because in most of modern science, the average person can't test evidence for themselves. This is why I think it makes sense to identify the origin of this problem. And some scientists have actually studied this. They found that the scientific literacy of flat earthers tends to be well below population average, and at the same time, they're much more confident of their scientific knowledge than the average person. The trouble is that these two issues, lack of knowledge and an inability to recognize this lack of knowledge, are bound to become increasingly widespread, simply because, unfortunately, scientific knowledge isn't heritable. We're born without knowing anything of modern science. We have to learn everything, and the more sophisticated science becomes, the more learning that requires. Sometime in the middle of the 20th century or so, we reached a point where modern science just stopped being comprehensible to anyone without a special degree, and this is still the case. Another reason I think we should take flat earthers seriously is that a lack of science education is more of a societal failure than a personal one.
Sabine had a ton of insightful points to add to the conversation surrounding flat Earth. And one of those points was that flat earthers are the first symptom of a much bigger problem, the disconnect between modern science and the layman, especially those grossly lacking in science literacy. And rather than disagree, I have to take a page from Ariana's book and say, yes, and. I want to argue that what Sabine and other content creators, science communicators, and anybody else engaged in this conversation are saying about what causes flat earthism is itself a symptom of a bigger problem still. It seems to me that literally everyone is misdiagnosing the situation, which may, perhaps, be why we don't seem to be making any progress in addressing the problem. The only thing worse than misdiagnosing a problem is being unaware that it exists in the first place. The conclusion that science literacy is the problem, the one that I originally came to and the one that most folks seem to come to, is the conclusion that we arrive at when we've engaged just long enough in the flat earth conversation to be familiar with their arguments and tactics without having actually been engaged long enough to see that those arguments are largely irrelevant to their belief systems. They were obtained after they decided to become flat earthers. They're not the reason why they ended up there. It takes a particular kind of person to be able to tolerate this brand of anti-scientific intellectual dishonesty. And I reckon that those of us who can survive the intense levels of cringe and embrace the schadenfreude have the ability to get past the initial rage barrier. And folks like Sabine strike me as the types who are far too smart and don't have the necessary patience to waste their time listening to this type of content for the amount of time it would take to understand them at a truly deeper level. Long before they're able to sit through dozens of hours of debates to be able to start seeing the patterns they exhibit, without taking the time to dig a little deeper to see what these people are saying on social media, all the other anti-science and anti-Semitic rhetoric, especially on some of the alt platforms, a much less complicated answer will present itself. The same one that I walked you all through earlier in this video, that these people just need to be educated. That's all, right? Perhaps the reason why flat earthers haven't gone away is because we've been going about it all wrong. Returning to the crime analogy, when it comes to what seems to be the general consensus about flat earthers from the majority of people I hear from, I would argue that the reason why we've got all of these murders still going on is not because there's a bunch of copycat killers. It's because we had the wrong guy all along. We put an innocent man in jail, and the real culprit is still out there. The thesis of this project is that science education, evidence, logic, and reason are not the solutions to the larger flat earth phenomenon. This strategy might have worked in very limited circumstances that are quite fascinating to see. There are some notable cases where flat earth content creators were brought back from the brink of insanity in seemingly this way, although I'd argue that it might be the case that they really never got deep enough and instead always had a foot in the door to reality. Ignoring those cases, I would argue that I do not think that engaging in this kind of way is the answer. Debate, whether formally on a live stream or podcast or informally like at the Thanksgiving dinner table, is effectively never going to change a true believer's mind. Now, don't get me wrong, what folks like MCToon and Fight the Flat Earth are doing is extremely valuable. The education and entertainment they provide seems to me to be an overall net positive, and they themselves are clear that their goal is to provide just that, rather than to change the minds of flat earthers. In the same essay I read from earlier, Orwell wrote, "Clearly, if people will believe a thing, one will not get much further by arguing with them. The only useful approach is to discover why they can swallow absurdities on one particular subject while remaining sane on others. Only when you're able to make this discovery will you be able to properly attempt to address the problem. And with my newly discovered and still evolving understanding of this phenomenon, I've come up with a proposed solution that I'd argue is somewhat novel to the conversation, something that it seems that not many people are really talking about. My core argument is that because their worldviews are not actually based on foundations of science illiteracy, education is not the solution. Instead, their worldviews grew from darker, much more insidious, much more deeply ingrained ideological roots. And as such, whatever the solution to the problem is, I believe it'll resemble something probably less intense than, but much closer to, the methods we use to deprogram people from cults."
Basically, a cult intervention takes 3 to 4 days, 8 hours a day. So we're talking about 24 to 32 hours of work. Like a drug or alcohol intervention, the family's there. And I'm going to cover 4 basic blocks during that intervention. Number 1, I'm going to talk with them about what defines a destructive cult, or an abusive controlling relationship, or a narcissistic personality profile. What research is there to document that? And how might it parallel that person's situation that they find themselves in? Number 2, how does coercive persuasion really work? What we call brainwashing is really a synthesis of influence techniques, thought reform, and coercive persuasion. So we examine that, the mechanics of that, the social isolation, the control of information, the demand for personal confession. And then you ask the question, is it coercive persuasion? What is the indoctrination process really all about in this group or in this situation that you're involved in? And then 3, what information has the group withheld from you? What secrets are there that you don't know, but you should know if you're going to continue with this organization or with this leader? And then finally, why did your family stage this intervention? What do they see that maybe you don't see? What are they worried about? What problems have they experienced or estrangement do they feel has occurred as a result of your involvement with this group? So you go through those 4 blocks, and it's really an educational process and a dialogue, a discussion. And the family is offering their firsthand accounts, their observations. And what you're hoping is that you can have a kind of ignition point where the person's critical thinking comes into play and they literally think their way out of the group, of the situation.
The moderation and algorithm changes made by platforms like YouTube in recent years may very well have pushed many of these people even further into isolation, deeper down the rabbit hole, full speed ahead towards the self-reinforcing cycle of conspiratorial thinking, now surrounded only by dangerously like-minded people with even less accountability when it comes to the truth, as well as less visibility from those of us on the outside. Now, I worry that this set of circumstances, combined with everything else in our increasingly polarizing socio-political climate, could result in groups like the Flat Earth movement being pushed further and further down the cult-like spectrum. There's already a number of aspects of the Flat Earth movement that are eerily similar, if not identical to, the properties of cults. Although this is obviously a subject far deeper and more intricate than I think I have time to really get into. And it of course deserves attention from folks infinitely more knowledgeable about the relevant psychological and sociological aspects than myself. I have my own hunches and suspicions about some of these topics, although without insider knowledge, perhaps from some of the ex-Flat Earthers, or by doing something like attempting to infiltrate these groups and invest time into observing and understanding the internal dynamics, it would be almost entirely speculation at this point. All I can do, and have attempted to do throughout this project, is shine a spotlight on the patterns of behavior that Flat Earthers openly exhibit when they interact with the wider community, attempting to better understand what's actually going on under the covers, on both an individual psychological level, as well as a larger sociological level. Now, I hope that the perspective I've provided will shift the focus of the conversation into one a lot more fruitful, While both groups can sit and laugh at how stupid they think the other group is, mocking them for the absurdity of their beliefs, something that I'm absolutely guilty of participating in, one of the most important things we need to try not to forget, especially when engaging with those we disagree with on platforms that do nothing but exacerbate our tendency to want to dehumanize other people, is that we're all human beings. Nobody is unworthy of help or compassion. Nobody is beyond saving. Sometimes it's far more valuable for everybody if we just take a step back, chill the fuck out, and be honest with ourselves and others. Genuinely try to understand somebody else's point of view. If you have made it through the entire video, whether you agree with me or not, I want to thank you. In order to make this video, I had to teach myself quite a lot. A bunch of new concepts and history that I never knew. And I'm sure I've made a mistake or two along the way. I'm hoping that many of you learned something new from the video, or at the very least were entertained by it. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts about it all, from all sides of the conversation, and hope that I've helped contribute something of value to the greater conversation around not just flat Earth, but about science, pseudoscience, conspiracy theories, and the impact of social media on all of it. It's likely wishful thinking to imagine that any flat earthers have sat through this entire video, let alone actually have had their minds changed about anything at all. But if that actually happens to be the case, I would very much love to know if I've made any impact on your worldview in any way. I know that the flat earthers are going to have countless responses and rebuttals to my arguments and my presentation, and I look forward to hearing them all. And to anybody else on the fence, don't forget how trivial it is to debunk the claims that they make. To see through the lie that they know more than all of the scientists and engineers, that they understand the physics and mechanics better than them all. But if they can't even confidently tell us the size and shape of Australia, then why take them seriously when they're talking about the shape of the Earth? What they want is to replace centuries of scientific progress with nothing more than cardboard, cotton balls, and their religious faith, simply because they're unwilling to accept the demonstrable truth that we do, in fact, live on a spinning wet ball. Flat Earth is a conspiratorial pseudoscientific cult run by a bunch of glorified used car salesmen, using exactly the same kinds of sales tactics to try to win you over. Don't let yourself fall for it. I'll say exactly the same thing that they do. Do your own research. But in my case, I actually mean it. Learn about how real science actually works from real scientists, not people like me or the flat earthers cosplaying as one. Now, I suspect that their response to this video is going to be the same as every response they have to every valid argument and piece of evidence that's ever been presented to them. He's totally lying to you and it's all fake. Check out these totally real photos that prove just how dishonest they are. Don't believe anything they tell you. Everybody lies to you all the time. Trust me. Do your own research. Check out this playlist of all of the Flat Earth videos I put together. Don't you want to be a truth seeker like me? Don't you want to be a free thinker? Check out all these memes that tell you exactly how to think to prevent yourself from being programmed. And also, on a completely unrelated note, can I interest you in a pamphlet?
So what was the other one?
Telescopes aren't phones.
I understand that, bro. Telescopes have CGI filters in them.
No, they do not.
That's what NASA uses.
Delco's
my IQ's 130, so
Delco says was that
the most? No,
or did you have it officially tested?
When I was a kid, I did. I was gifted as a kid.
But what happened?
Is this the same globe or is this two different globes?
Talk about a straw man. I don't even believe it's a globe. You have to get there first.
No. The picture I am showing you. Is this a picture of the same globe or is this two pictures of two different globes?
I'm assuming it's just the opposite side.
No, it's exactly... Africa isn't on two different sides.
I'm looking at both sides, I'm assuming.
Even on your globe model, there's a magnetic disturbance in that area.
Where?
Right here. Over Africa.
That's not Africa, that's South America.
Compass goes...
Are you trying to type compass goes berserk?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep trying.
All right.
Yeah, BIZZZK.
And what are the phases of the moon? Like sometimes we see a half moon, a full moon, a no moon. Like what's that all about?
Are you serial? You don't know?
No, I'm just from a globe perspective. I know like the phases of the moon also is the same as the cycle for the woman or something. Like there's some kind of connection.
All women are different.
Compared to the prediction of it predicts 7 to 8, and it was measured 4.5. So
Measured. How did they measure it?
A seismometer.
Seismometer? A seismometer.
Okay.
Everything inherently is dielectric because it has matter, and then it has a relationship within the medium, the universal background, the absolute frame of reference, the field of energy that is the ether. It receives energy from that.
Pretty much what our moon is. It is something that is hollow and it's filled full of helium or hydrogen, perhaps, is the only way it could exist, because the satellites would also have to be doing these same speeds, and they can't also be down this same well that you're talking about in your bent space-time ridiculous theory that you pulled out your ass. That it's made out of, say, something that came from Earth, which I suggest the Giant's Mine from what we now call the Grand Canyon.
Nonsense! Wake the fuck up! This is all bullshit. All of it. It's there to make you think you still live on a spinning wet ball. That's all it is. That's why they put a planet in every fucking movie. Every fucking movie you can imagine. There's always something there, something round.
Look at that, man. Really does look nice. Oh, and there go the chemtrails. Well, that's a small guy. That's a small guy right there. But anyway, I'm glad I could share this with you. Let's just take a quick look at the moon. If I can find it, yeah, there it is.
Because your eyesight, when you look up, do you still see things in a flat line? The clouds are still in a flat line. Chemtrails are still in a flat line.
Contrails.
Because your eyesight. No, chemtrails.
Contrails.
Chemtrails. They're poisoning us.
Yeah. Let's go on to the next person. Because the rest of all the shit here.
So I went and looked at it. It zooms into cloud level. So think about it. You've got a telescope, a satellite, 1 million miles away. Think about the ridiculousness of it. You got a telescope satellite 1 million miles away that zooms in, takes a 24-hour time lapse to the moon going across the Earth, and they can't zoom in to people upside down in a bowl.
Like the end of the Bible, the last book, John, he said that he saw a beast, he called it, and it had 2 horns, and it spake as a dragon.
So you think that the Bible had a prophecy about the Falcon 9?
That's what I think it is. And there's
why not the Saturn 5?
None of them made fire come back down. I'm just saying.
When you launch a rocket, the fire is always shooting down.
Yeah.
If Pluto is 4 billion miles from the sun, it would eventually trail behind because the gravity is elastic like the orbit of the moon. Over millions of years, even if it's just asteroids, even if it's just whatever, a puddle of water in the universe, because, you know, that's what happens. There is random elements in the universe. There is random pockets of stuff. So when that matter gathers, okay, I'm not going to use puddle. Let's just say the water gathers in space. Okay, that's a fact. You can look it up. There are puddles of hydrogen, you know, that have not yet become stars. There are puddles of helium.
Yeah, clouds.
Let's just call it clouds. A gathering. Well, clouds work for gas, but they don't work for water, you know. So let's call it a gathering of molecules. Okay.
Okay.
Let me say something. We measure miles the same way we do like time, and it, you know, equally spaced ticks. You know, tick, 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 that's an inch. Tick, 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 that's a foot. Tick, 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 that's a mile. So what location is directly under Polaris that you have tick, 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 that you know it's a nautical mile?
So like I said, if you're at 45 degrees north and you don't yet know
you can't assign north yet.
Not even one sentence away from
you cannot assign north, south, east, and west.
I didn't even get to the
until you
I didn't even get to say one
codes.
sentence before you jumped in, Marissa. Okay, this is FE. We call it free education.
Okay.
Once,
go right ahead.
Once you've determined that your angle is 45 degrees, it's about
are you
one sentence.
Are you going to tell me
sentence?
Are you going to tell me what physical location is under Polaris and how you can tell
what you're
that
going to
it is
have
there?
to do is stop interrupting me in order for you to get the FE that I'm offering you.
Okay.
Right? So I'm at 45 degrees north. You don't yet know how far a nautical mile is yet. That's fine.
I don't
You
even
can
know where
then-
north is
Wait,
yet.
I wasn't even done.
Everything's numbers, ones and zeros. The penis and the vagina. Ones and zeros, dudes. I mean, wakey, man. You really need to wake up, guys. You tell me where there's a curve.
You mean from the horizon you want directly in front of you? I'll show you that first, and then we'll go side to side. How's that?
Oh, then go on then. Come on then. Show me your heliocentric
Because
trick.
I want to make sure you understand that I asked you for your best piece of evidence for the flat Earth. The best piece of evidence that we live on a magical land tortilla with a fucking salad bowl on it, and you haven't shown shit yet. Now you're asking me to show something. I'm ready. Where are you?
I'm down here in the panhandle. All right, man.
Does this game prove that the Earth is not flat?
I think so.
I think so too.
I want to be clear. Do you think you're smarter than Einstein?
Yeah.
Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Jeran, we waiting for Jeran. Jeran, we waiting for Jeran.
Wait no more, for I'm here. Welcome everybody to the show. Got another fun one for you today. Should be short. We're going to go through a launch that I did yesterday. But I am having a couple issues here, but hopefully not too bad. I filmed the SpaceX launch last night. I'll show you from where here in a moment. Let me see what's the best way to do this. I have one of my monitors is not working, so I'm a little bit discombobulated, but it should work. Let me make sure the sound is good. Can somebody give me a 5x? Looks good. Looks good. Not clipping. All right, we're good. So anyway, we were 177 miles away, so we're going to do the math together to make sure that we are correct, which usually if it's me, it may not be correct. So what are you going to do? I saw somebody in the chat say, oh, Jaron sold his soul. So that's what happens when you are honest. If you're a truther and tell the truth, people think you sold your soul. Can you imagine? I can't, but it's all right. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? All you can do is be honest with yourself, be honest to others, and whatever happens on the flip side happens on the flip side. We do have another show coming up after this at 6 o'clock. Let me see if I've got the thumbnail for that. We do. That's coming up with MCToon is going to be presenting the first 5 of the, I don't know what there is, 15 or 14 or something, experiments or tests that were done in Antarctica. I don't know all of them off the top of my head. I know we're doing celestial South Pole, magnetic strength, and I don't remember the other ones, but he's doing some other ones. What is the other ones? Maybe, sunrise, sunset times in Punta Arenas. Length of measuring longitude lines, I believe. So anyway, lots of fun stuff going on there. That's coming up at 6. Okay, 6 p.m. Pacific time. So let me show you over here where I was, and we're going to do a little profile. Let me bring this up for you. All right, so this is our Google Earth. And just showing you this spot here, I'll back out so you can see where I'm at here on the street. We are just at a street here off of Planada, basically. I'm going to put a little marker here. Okay, so we're right here at the side of this road. Thank you. And we're going to draw a straight line, and I'll show you how from the video you can tell where I'm at. But we're going to go from here to Vandenberg. So we're going to come way out here. Vandenberg is going to be straight south here. It'd actually be easier if I just type it in. Vandenberg. Thank you. All right, so we're going to bring it over here to the launch complex, and there's a little thing over here. Where is it? Okay, is that space 10 and complex 2? Oh, I think it's complex 4, but I don't know where it's at. Complex 4 is, am I just not seeing it? 1 east. Okay, I'm just going to put it to here. I don't know which one it is, but I think it's this one. This is 1. Yeah, it's one of these anyway. These don't have names on them. I believe it's this one, though, from what I remember last time. Okay, so on this one here, we're going to... what I should do it as, I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to do it as a... Let me go save and save here. Okay, so I'm going to do it as a line with a elevation profile, because what we're checking here is we're going to make sure that there's nothing in my way. Obviously, if there's a 10,000 foot mountain, then that's going to impact this, right? So we're going to now draw a path from here all the way up to where I'm at here. Let's get in there. Okay, so there's that. We're going to add the elevation profile. It's going to bring that up, and you can't see it. Lovely. 1 second, we're going to fix this so you can see it a little better. Still not high enough. A little higher. Still not enough for you to see this part. There. That's good enough. All right. So you see there's the elevation profile down here. And you'll see that we have a max height 3508. I don't know if you see that, 3508. So I'm going to write that down. That is the mountain that's in between us. 3508 feet. And we want to find out how far away that is. And it's, you can see here, at that exact point, it is, come on, 109 miles. Make sure it's not higher. Okay, so 109 miles from here. Okay, so we need to go 109 miles in, and then we're going to make sure that we know that that is 3457. Okay, so we're going to go 109 miles in. Okay, and the reason we're going to do that is now we're going to go to GeoGebra, and we're going to draw out this profile so we can see which one it matches better. GeoGebra. So we're going to, I'm not going to draw the sphere Earth because we can just use the calculator and get that right. But for the flat Earth, we're going to need to draw this out a little bit. GeoGebra is a free site if you want to use it. Go right ahead. I give you permission. All right, so we're going to go start calculator. Okay, so the first thing we're doing is we're doing our 177 miles. Okay, so 177 times 5280. Oops, that's not the right button. Calculator, thank you. So we're going 177 times 5280 equals 934,560. So on GeoGebra, we're just going to put down our first marker here. We're going to go with a line segment. We're going to start here, and we're going to go all the way to 934,560. So we're doing feet. Oops. Let me get this thing over here. And there we go. This is kind of a pain in the butt sometimes. You have to do this a couple times to make sure you get to the numbers you need, but we'll be there pretty fast. We're getting to what? 934,560. 934,560. That's 150,000. So we're going to go 934. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put the mountain and see where we would be able to see the rocket first. So we got 9 here. So we're 934,560. So there's 934,560 is going to be here. It's getting a little closer. Oh, you can't see that either. Jeez, let me try and move this up. It's a little better. Try that. All right, 934. Let's get in here and make sure we get to 560. 934. 934, 5 here. 934, 560. Okay, so there's 934, 560 there. Okay, so there's our distance of 177 miles. We said that 109 miles in, which I should have done the math on that. We're going to do 109 miles in. 109 times 5280 equals 575, 520. So we're going to 575, 520. Excuse me. I get way out of here. 575, 520. 575 is right in here. Okay, 575 is going to be here. 575, 520. 570, whoops. 575, 575, 520. Okay, we're going to put a point there. Let's put a, well, we're going to have to put, that's where we're going to put a, like a little mountain. So we're going to use a, I don't know, we can use a, what do they have, parallel? Wait, more. Usually have like a, some sort of drawing tool. There we go, this one. Polygon. All right, so 575, 520, we're going to be doing, which is about here. We're going to do a mountain, and we said that that mountain is 30508. Okay, so there's 500, 2,000, 3,000. 35 is going to be about here. We'll fix it 1 second if we have to move that. There's our mountain. Okay. And let's go make sure this top dot is at the right spot. Change over to this tool. And so we'd have to do 3508. So that is at 35, pretty close. 3520 is there. 3508 is going to be there. Okay, so there's our 3508. there's our mountain that's going to be between us and the launch. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, if we go back to here, we'll notice that the elevation of this rocket takeoff is, as you see at the bottom. Why does it say 0? Oh, because I got terrain turned off. There we go. Terrain's turned on. So the elevation there, hello, is 144. Does that seem right? 164, 164. Okay, so 160 we'll say. And then the elevation where I'm at is, so what do we say, 160, and my elevation is, from here is 253. Okay. So we'll go mark those real quick on our GeoGebra. Move this. Oops, that's the wrong thing. That's fine, it can go there. All right, so there's our mountain. We're going to go to the end here and add a little platform for us of 160 feet. And this is where the rocket will take off. 160. Okay, so we'll do another parallel. I mean, a polygon. Where'd it go? There, polygon. Okay, and we're going to do a little, what do we say? 160. So that is 150. 160 be here. Yes. Okay, there's 160. We're going to go down to here. And so this is like where the rocket is sitting on this high. Not a box, but close enough. I'm going to move that down. Okay. There we go. And we're also going to be doing the base where we're taking off from. And then we're just going to draw a array, if you will. I think that's what it's called. And just see what, if it clips the top of that mountain, where do we first see the mountain if it's a flat earth? So we're getting in here. We said we're doing 253 as the height here. 250. Okay, there's 250. So let's go 253. All right. 250. I'm sorry. Yeah, 253. Okay, about there. And that's where I'll be standing, is on top of that. Okay, we're good. We got that now. And this closed. Okay. Oops. Don't know what happened. All right, so now we're going to grab one of these. What is it called? A segment, a line, array, a vector, array. Okay, so we're grabbing array, and we're going to be looking from here as we peer off into the distance. And let me go back up here and grab this. Okay, so here's our array, and we just need to make sure that that passes the very tiptoe, the very tippy top of the mountain halfway there, or wherever it was, 109 miles away. Let's grab this, pull it out. Okay, so there's our mountain. Let's get in there. And we just want it to just cross right at the tippy top. Okay, because that's our line of sight, so we can't see anything beyond that. So we're going to pull this down right to that D. There we go. So now we've got our line of sight, and now we just need to go see where does this line cross the launch. And that would be the only way we could see it, which is here. Okay, so let's measure the distance of this ray from our segment. So we're doing a segment from the very bottom here. Do I do it from the ground or from the takeoff spot? Okay, so we're doing it from here, and we're going up to the line that's crossing. Okay, we'll do it there, and then we're going to go measure that line with the measuring tool. Where's measuring tool? Somewhere in here. There, come on. Distance, there it is, distance length. All right, so the distance is, 5,358. Okay, so what that is that would be the soonest you'd be able to see the rocket. Would be 5,358 feet on a flat earth. Okay, if we go to the curve calculator, because we want to figure out what did M say, do we just go metabunk curve, I believe? That's probably the easiest one. Metabunk curve calculator. Okay, so we are doing 177 miles. We can do a 6-foot viewer height. Okay, and we're going to look at here. So we've got now I don't think we need to use refraction at all. I wouldn't use it because we are looking off into the distance, and it's not above water. I don't know. I think we're okay without it, but you can see the difference here. So let's go here. We see the geometric drop is 20,901 feet. Okay, So what that means is that if it's a flat Earth, we should see the rocket at 5358. If it's a curved Earth, we should expect to see it at 20,901, say 21,000 or thereabouts. Okay, so let's see, that's 5358 on a flat and 21,000 on a globe. Okay, now let me see if I can fix this issue I was having earlier. Is this still working? No, just tab. Hold on 1 second. Let's see if I can tab over there. No. One of my monitors is just like frozen or something. I can't get my mouse over there. All right, we're gonna have to put it on here. Let me grab this. What do we want to do here? Where's it at? So just 1 second. I'm just gonna have to upload the video to my. I usually play at my player, but it's not. My player's stuck over there, so can't use that. So we're gonna have to do it over here. This will work. This will fine. Good. All right, so I'm just adding this, and I'm going to add the video that I took. Oh, and then I did render it with the... I synced it up. I'll show you how I did that. Let's go with the media source. Yes, thank you. All right, there we go. This PC, A drive. Okay, and this one. All right. Wait, where is it? No, I said A drive. Weird. There we go. And there. All right, so this is the one. I'll show you both, but this I did infrared as well, but it didn't come out great because it's nighttime. So obviously that's not the best time to use infrared. Let me see if this comes up here. Oh, I don't want to loop it. I don't want to use that. And I close file. Okay. Let's see. This might be way big for a second. I'm just going to try and move this. Yeah. So give me a second as I readjust it.
Stage 2 lock float is complete.
Okay. So this is on the lower left, we've got the SpaceX feed. On the lower right, we've got an infrared. Straight ahead, we've got just a regular camera.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
With that call from SpaceX, we're now just awaiting the SpaceX launch director to give their go for launch.
This is going to be
LD is go for launch. And with that call, we're going to go ahead and listen to the final 30 seconds of the count.
Oh, geez.
Step back and join the
I didn't know that I accidentally kept the car sounds in there. They were supposed to come out of the final render. They didn't. All right. So let me show you. You can see right here. Pause. Notice these telephone poles here. We're going to switch back and show you where I'm standing. Just keep an eye on those telephone poles. You got the double one there first, and then they kind of go off in the distance, the little shack there. So now if we go back here, I'm going to show you that that's exactly where I'm standing. On here. And we're going to get down in here. Drop our guy. And as we turn around, you're going to notice the exact same thing. Okay, actually, maybe be a little bit this way. Come on. Okay, so we're about here. And we're going to be zoomed in, obviously. It's going to look more like this. All right, so you can see that that's the same spot, right? So we got the two things. You got the little shack here and telephone poles again. If we switch back to the video, you'll notice it's the same. Where did I put that video? Scene 2. There we go. All right, so that is the same here, you'll notice. And you can see that shed there in the back. So basically that's it. We're looking at 186 degrees south. Okay, and let's go. Let's play. And we'll see the timing, and I'll show you how we sync this up. Here we go. Sorry about the car sounds. That's going to be kind of annoying. No, don't want to do that. There's not too many cars. So you're going to see this light out here. Where can you see my mouse? You can't, huh?
T-minus 10, 9, 8.
Okay, so here goes our launch.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Okay, so on the lower left, obviously, that's what we're watching as it takes off.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
I had the infrared just on the tripod, and then I was holding the main camera. I swear when I was out there, I kept thinking this light. I was like, what is that? Is that light hit? But obviously it's not. When you see actually where it is, that's like really close to me. It's inside of that little, like a little shed that they've got there or something, a little tent. Kind of funny that I didn't know what that was. So we're already at 43 seconds.
Power and telemetry nominal.
50 seconds. Let's pause it real quick. So it says that the craft is 7.3 kilometers right now. Let's go. What is 7.3 kilometers to feet? So as of right now, it's 23,000 feet, the rocket. 23,000. So we certainly have not seen it past 5,000. Now, according to my numbers, we were supposed to see it if it's a globe around 21,000. So we're a little bit behind as of right now. Let's see what goes.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
You'll see that the infrared picked it up first. So just remember, I mean, this took off from my horizon, or, you know, right there. And it took a minute to get between here and here, technically. Oh, you can't see my mouse. So you have to think, it took a minute to get just out of the horizon. Or else maybe the Earth is curved, at which point you would not see it until it got past the limb of the Earth, if you will. I'm not the best filmer. This is my first time ever filming a launch. No Red's rhetoric, all right? So give me a break.
And about a minute and a half into flight now. So far, all going nominally with this Falcon. Falcon 9 mission.
Now you'll notice the sync up here.
They are thermally conditioning the Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage of the vehicle in preparation for the start of its burn. Coming upon a few events in fairly rapid succession. We'll see first stage main engine cutoff for MECO at about T plus 2 minutes and 25 seconds. That'll be followed by stage separation a few seconds after that, and then the ignition of that Merlin vacuum engine. Payload fairings will be deployed a little before the 3-minute mark. Now more than 2 minutes into flight.
It's very cool, very pretty. I mean, it was just after sunset, so it was, I think 6:09 was the launch time. And so you can see here that it's synced when he goes main engine cutoff and then reignite. Watch the light here.
Main engine cutoff.
So everything's out. This falls off.
Stage separation confirmed.
Notice there's no fire here, nothing burning. And then when it reignites, this is going to reignite at the same time.
And back ignition.
Reignite. There it is. And then I'll show you another way we can know that it's synced up. You can see the infrared's not real good at the bottom right. You can't really see it great.
There you see the deployment of the hypersonic grid fins on the Falcon first stage booster, preparing for fairing deployment.
And then in a second, you're going to actually see the flashes in the lower left right now that the booster is displaying.
Fairing separation confirmed.
We're going to be able to match those up with the flashes here in a second to see that it's synced. And here I kind of zoom out and then I zoom back in, and that's when we pick them all up. We can actually see the rocket falling, the booster falling.
Both vehicles are on nominal trajectories.
Okay, so as I zoom in here, keep an eye on the lower part of that sperm, if you will, sperm head.
Nice view of the orbital sunset as the
look at the bottom of it.
Falcon 9 continues on with its
see that booster. Now watch as it flashes. It'll match the flash on the lower left. Flash. Watch it. Watch it.
Coming up next will
flash.
be the
see that?
ignition
So they're
of
synced.
3 of the engines
watch
on
it.
the Falcon 9 first stage booster.
Flash.
Marking the beginning of the entry burn to slow the vehicle down.
And flash. Okay. So pretty synced. I don't have any problems with the syncing.
Entry burn today lasting about 24 seconds in total.
So clearly, if we're looking at what is how many feet, so we said we should see it at what time for the flat Earth? We should see it at 5358 feet. So I'm going to type in that 5358 feet is 1.6 kilometers. So I'm going to just rewind this to where we were at when we were at 1.6.
And lift off. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
So right here, it would still be behind that mountain. Still be behind the mountain. Yep, on a flat Earth.
Propulsion is nominal.
We're at 1.0, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 1.6, 1.7. So right about there, if the Earth was flat, it has surpassed the top of the mountain. That's 5358. I'm sorry, that's not right. The mountain was 3508. Oh, yeah, but 5358 is where we're supposed to see it. Got you. So we're not seeing that there. And this is at what? T plus 29. So it's about another 30 seconds then. If we wait. I don't remember recording what time it was. It was probably a little bit after a minute. And so I know that those lights kind of, they threw me off too. I was like, what is that light? Is that something? But it's not. Even though the light comes from behind that, it's nothing. It's inside a little structure that's there, like a window. So we're at 59.
Is supersonic.
Okay, so now at 101, 102. And then you can see this picked it up first. And then you can see it there. So there is, some questions for sure. Let me see if I can actually, I'm going to have to makeshift some stuff this time because I don't have my normal windows open, or it's not letting me use one of my monitors. White. Okay, I just wanted to bring this up so I can show you. So I'm just taking this little sliver of whiteness here. Alt, and bring this down. All right, and can you see that if I do that? So I'd say that probably the horizon is about here somewhere. If you're talking about, and I mean, even if it's there, maybe just a little bit higher. So from that spot to the time that we see it is a minute, right? Let's press play on this. Or will it let me press play? So that's here. Oh, this one. Okay. Sorry, no, the whiteboard's now in the bad place. So we zoom in. So, and it's moving pretty good. I tried to calculate how far it's been. Let's go. So if we saw it at what? Well, let's go double the distance.
About a minute and a half into flight now so far, all
Hold on,
going
see this
nominally with this Falcon.
So I want to see what distance it was when we saw it. The infrared looks like it comes in early there.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
So 101, 102. I'd say about there. Let's just okay, there. So 104 is, I think that says 10 kilometers. So 10 kilometers is 32,000 feet, 32,808 feet. And if it's 32,808, so it went basically, what I want to do is I want to see how high it is at 64,000 feet. So we can double the height and see, because for instance, if double the height is way up here, so we're now looking for 64, which would be then 20, right? We just want 20 kilometers. Yep. Okay, so we're going to go to 20 kilometers and see how high this is. So kind of look where this is on the screen. And then we're going to see how high it is at, which is right at the horizon. Now we're going to go till it gets to 20 kilometers. So 13, 15, 18, 20.3. All right, so now you can see where the rocket is compared to the horizon line. So now put the other half of the distance there, right? So you're almost talking like the bottom of the screen. is where the rocket would have had to start if it went that high. Now, clearly it went the second 32,000 feet way faster, but that doesn't matter what we're doing. We're just saying, look at the distance between the rocket and the horizon, and then picture that same distance the rocket had to cover, but it never left the horizon if it's a flat Earth, right? That's the way I see it. Maybe somebody else sees it a different way. Let me bring up this real quick so I can show you what I mean. Let's go to the color. Yes, again. And alt this down. Okay, so what I mean is move. And this one out. All right, so if it went this distance, okay, I'll transition this over. So it went this white box worth of distance in the in the second half. So if I just move that box down, it's going to be here now. And you'll see that that's technically where it should have started. So the question becomes, did this rocket conform to the flat Earth at all in any way? I don't see that as a possibility unless you believe in, I don't know what you would call this area, vanished land. So you'd have to believe that in this region, let me make sure I draw here so you can see what I mean. Alt down. Okay, so what you'd have to believe is that in this region here, that the rocket just lingers there for 45 seconds in that white zone and just sits there. Does that make any sense? That the first 32,000 feet are just in that white zone. And then the second 32,000 feet are put it up in the air. I don't know. That doesn't make much sense to me. So, I mean, I do want to do this again because I do see there's some more launches coming up. I think that a week from today, or a week from yesterday, one or the other, is another launch. And I'm going to go film it again and see if I can get better, at least maybe better positioning. I still think that's about the best you're going to get, although I might look closer to see if I can find a spot that doesn't have mountains in the way. But who knows? But clearly there's no, if we go back over here, there's no mountain that could have gotten in the way to block it all the way till that height. Let me show you. We're going to go to this one again, browser, and bring this up. So let's just check this real quick. So if we exit here, we're just going to go along here with the, oops, don't do that. I said exit. Okay, so I'm just going to draw again with the tool that gives us the path, which is you do this button here, path, and then show elevation profile. And what I want to do is just make sure that there's nothing in that area that's even close to something tall enough to get in the way. So that that's not becoming a, so if we kind of do, I'm just going to do like a little squiggle here. I'm going to kind of go this way a little bit, up, and this way a little bit, this way, passing that line back and forth, just to see if any mountains in that area are of considerable size. All right, so if we now move this, come on, move. All right, so you'll see that even in this path that I just drew the squiggly lines, the highest we can get is even shorter than we just did. So 3290 is the highest I see, which means we didn't cross actually the same path as we did. Let's try and do it again this way. So I'm just trying to see if there's any mountains that could be possibly blocking me in any way. So we're just going to kind of draw these a little bit this way. Okay, now we look again. Tallest one, 33. Wait, what's that? No, sorry, 3876. Isn't going to make much of a difference. What do we do? 35 something. So think about that. If we just add 300 feet, it's not going to change the final result by more than a couple hundred, which still puts it in the 5,000s. Any mountains over in this region? Same thing. So yeah, so on either side of this line that we actually used, we don't see anything that can be a problem. Let's go there. That one goes to 3200, 3246. And we'll just do one time on the other side of this red line. And then you'd be in agreement that there's no mountain blocking it. So we have to invent something that causes things to stay on the horizon for minutes when it There's no reason for that. Somebody might say, oh, well, the distance is too far, so the item's too small. Well, what about going up makes the item not too small? Nothing. That wouldn't change the... So what do we have here? About 3,700, looks like. So yeah, so our 3,500 was good. There is no mountains in the direction that I'm looking. This is the mountain that you're actually seeing, is this one here. This is the mountain that's high. Oops. Oh, this thing's all screwed up. But that's the one that gives us the big one that we used. So that's pretty cool. Let me clear that. We have that now. All right, so I might check the chat in a second. I'm just going to recap real quick. So we have a launch yesterday, 6:09 p.m. I observed it from here in Planada, which is close to my hometown. The reason I took this is it's the best place I could find of a clear view of the southern. Again, if you come this way, you're going to have all kinds of stuff in your way. And then from my house, there's the stuff behind it and a school behind it that gets in the way. But from here, this is our best view. The launch took off this way. Oops, don't do that, please. It was going this way, out towards the south. Hello. Trying to see upwards a little bit. There we go. So it kind of took off this way. That's what you're seeing as it goes off to the south. And so what you have to believe then is that the rocket took off, and for the first 30 seconds, it literally stayed where for the first minute. For the first minute, it stayed where the hand is. It never got, the hand's not even small enough to put where, it's kind of more like this, right? So that hand now is kind of the size of that mountain, which is the 3,000 foot mountain that we're seeing over. So the hand had to encompass the first 1 minute of flight, but then we looked at the second same distance and it was way up in the sky. So clearly to me, this was a evidence of the globe Earth. Again, there's no bias here other than I went to observe it to see what we would see. I knew that we were looking in the 186 south direction, as you can see here. I knew that we were going to see it launch. I knew that I had to do it record early because, of course, if you're watching on YouTube or something, there's a delay. So I just started recording when I felt like they should be going launched pretty soon, and then heard those guys after. Ended up being about a 22-second delay. And again, then it goes back up here. So one more time, we'll go back to that video. And where'd you go? Here. Hold on, I want to make sure this is the right one. What did I do with that video? Yeah, here. Should be this. Go, transition. How weird. What happened? Here, video, YouTube source. Oh, here it is. So it's a different scene. Okay, let's turn this down now.
Stage 2
Let me get rid of that bar. So I'll run it by a couple people just to see if they see anything different. People that have done this before. Maybe they think I timed it wrong. Basically, it was a little bit more difficult than normal because... Let me turn this off. It was a little more difficult than normal to time it because usually they have stage separation on screen. So I can see it. But you'll notice here, when it gets to stage separation, they have the wrong camera on. Listen, we'll get there. Okay, so there it takes off. Again, we figured out that the first 32,000 feet took a minute, and we saw how far that went. And then the next 32,000 feet took way less than a minute because it's obviously going faster, but it was way up in the sky as well. But we're just talking feet. We're not talking speed here. So let me show you here as we get closer to it showing up. What are we at? Oops. Well, we'll go back here. There we go. So again, this is at 55 seconds. We should have already seen it at 29 seconds if it was a flat Earth. We're at 1 minute. So there we see it. And I'll just show you again why I timed it the way I did. Turn this up.
Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage of the vehicle in preparation for the start of its...
Went way too far. We want to go to about 2.5 minutes. It's 1.5.
This Falcon
started.
134.
Started.
Vehicle.
Okay, here's 142.
For the start of its burn. Coming up on a few events in fairly rapid succession, we'll see first stage main engine cutoff for Miko at about T plus 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
So he said Miko at 225.
Followed by stage separation a few seconds after that, and then
Let me see what I got
it
it at.
Merlin vacuum engine.
225.
Payload fairings will be deployed a little before the.
You'll notice they switched the cameras to inside the craft right as they do Miko, so I really can't tell. I had to kind of guesstimate, and then I found one that worked with the flashes. But I needed to see the camera on the craft as it separated, but they didn't do that. So you'll see he takes the camera will go off this here at 2:30. So in about 8 seconds. But I watched for engine cutoff.
Main engine cutoff.
So he says it, and then they switch the camera, see?
Stage separation confirmed.
But then I watch this and watch when it reignites. That's when I reignite.
And back ignition.
Boom. And then it lights up. So I don't think it can be off. I'd be surprised if it was. And then to have that match up with the flashes later seemed to be the right recipe.
Deployment of the hypersonic grid fins on the Falcon first stage booster.
So this is 177 miles. I just want you to think to yourself, have you ever filmed something from 177 miles away? And the answer is probably absolutely not. Who's done that? Besides me. No, I'm just kidding. There's people who've done it from farther. We've shown that gentleman's channel that he's filmed it from 225. I believe that this could have been seen for 100 miles further back than me. So somebody could have filmed it from 277 miles away if they wanted. The next one is, I believe, for those of you in California, if you just type in Vandenberg launch, then there'll be a site that's called Space Launch. Oops, that's not right. Yeah, spacelaunchschedule.com. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Move this over. I'll check super chats 1 second. I see a couple of them coming through. So this page here is nice because you can go to, here's the upcoming launch schedule. So you'll see this is today's or yesterday's. So Falcon 9, this is the one I filmed. So Monday, February 10th at 6:09 p.m. So the next one that just got added is Monday, February 17th. So a week from yesterday at 5:38 a.m. Oh, I got to get up early. That's actually a really good time. That's still dark. It's going to be great. So if anybody's in California and you want to get up early on Monday the 17th, do that from anywhere in California. There's people in Arizona. There's people in Utah that filmed it. I believe if you type in SpaceX Utah and then search by date. Oops, where's more? Tools. Anytime, go last 24 hours. Then you'll see all these people who saw it from Utah. Aliens are not invading, but what was the lights over Utah? Starlink launch from California results in stunning, mysterious sight in night sky. SpaceX seen across southern Utah. Now, am I just dumb or I need to see a map? Where the hell is Utah that you would see this? Let me just back up here. I want to see what we're looking at here. Why would you be able to see this in Utah? The hell is Utah at? Let's go. Let's turn this way. I only know the map if I'm looking the right way. So Utah is what? I don't get how that's even possible. I guess. Wow, that's pretty far. Where in Utah were they seeing it? I just want to see what the so distance from here to Utah. I mean, that's a minimum 400 miles. Way more up here, but minimum 400. It's pretty crazy. They could have been seeing southern Utah, but still, it's still going to be 400, huh? Yeah, 400 miles. So that's pretty incredible. They should have seen it way late. And it would be, again, if we look at any pictures, it should be right above the horizon, maybe. SpaceX launch seen storing across Utah. Let's look at this. Certainly lower. That's from Utah? Sorry, I'm just reading this. Southern Utah residents caught quite a sight. Wow. Because, I mean, you could see this. I'm trying to think. How far for 400? I just want to go check real quick. What's the curve on 400 miles? 400 miles gives us a refracted hidden. Sorry, this one. Geometric drop of 106,000 feet. 106,000 feet. Does that seem right? 106,000 feet. 2 kilometers. So I can see where that was at. That's 32 kilometers. I just want to see where that's at on this launch real quick. 32 kilometers. We need to go to our video here. Scene 2. I want to see where that is at. We're going to go back here. Where's that? So what did I say? 32 kilometers?
Merlin vacuum vehicle.
Oh, that's pretty quick.
The start of its burn. Coming upon a few events in fairly rapid succession.
Oh, wow. It actually matches.
First stage main engine cutoff for Miko.
So that's 32 kilometers right there. So that is 106,000 feet. And it's before the separation. What I was bringing that up is because if you look over here on this image, you can see the separation happen. So you're going to see it a little bit, then the separation. It seems like it matches perfect. We can press play again.
About T plus 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
See, so you're seeing it for
stage separation a few seconds out.
You're seeing it for a short time before the cutoff.
Merlin vacuum engine. Payload fairings will be deployed a little before the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, so it's way up high right now.
2 minutes into flight.
Okay, makes sense. I'll flip back 1 second. I just want to see this thing take. Because now it's way high. It's right now at. It's 200,000 feet right there.
Main engine cutoff.
Yeah, so that's way before. So see if we go back here and look.
Stage separation confirmed.
It kind of matches this. Which is going to be, you're not seeing it. Then we saw it for a little bit as it hit that 100,000 feet. And then it does the stage separation at 200,000 feet. Continues on this way. This does show an increase in altitude, not a decrease. It seems to me to show an increase. So I know from our perspective, it might look like it's going down. From their perspective, it doesn't. So that's pretty crazy. Let me look at the super chats. Appreciate you guys being here and all that fun stuff. We got 6 o'clock coming up here shortly. And we will listen to MCToon give us the what have you on the experiments. So let's see what we got here. Get overlay. No, that's wrong. That's not what you want to do. You want to do live chat. Nope, you don't want to do that either. You want to do fan funding. There we go. All right, let's take a couple of these. We got Mike Jones says, how do you imagine people survive antipodal to each other on your spinning ball in a vacuum other than some sort of magic that you can't explain? That's pretty accurate. I mean, if you just want to disregard everything else, then sure, you can say that. I mean, I would say that it's more likely once you've realized there's a South Celestial Pole. Okay, well, that is a problem for flat Earth, which means there's a South Pole, which is a problem for flat Earth. And you realize that the Tropic of Capricorn goes left, not right. That's a problem for flat Earth. And you notice that the sun goes backwards and upside down. The moon goes backwards and upside down. There is a south, and the south is the exact opposite of the north. All those things combined mean that silly little sayings like antipodal to each other, spinning ball backwards. An antipode isn't a problem if the world works the way that they say. I don't know what to tell you. And again, who am I to say that, oh, we can't have people upside down to each other? Well, they're not upside down to each other. When I was in Antarctica, I was right side up. Now, if you were in the United States, you were right side up. How does that work? Well, it's because down is towards the middle of a sphere, not towards the bottom of nothingness or whatever we might have formerly believed. Here's the thing about flat Earth that is baffling to me is that people should know that flat Earth was based off the idea that the South was a lie. That's what it was based off of. That's why maybe you guys came around later and didn't notice that. But if something's going to work in the physical world, it has to match physical observations. And so were there some issues with flat Earth early? Yes, there was. But if we went down there, for example, and we saw the sunset, that would prove or at least disqualify the globe and make the flat Earth much more viable, if not the going truth, because there's no rhyme or reason for there to be a sunset in Antarctica in December, that deep in. So again, Mike, I appreciate the $5, but I think you should just think a little bit, and hopefully you're not religious, because if you are religious, I just want to warn people, that God created a sphere. And if you are in the habit of laughing at it, just know that you're doing the opposite of what you think you're doing. You think you're protecting God or something because you think that he made a flat earth. And I'm just telling you that you can tell that he didn't. It took me 10 years. I feel bad, but unfortunately, I thought a lot of the South stuff was lies. I thought that we were being lied to. I thought that there was no footage for a reason. I thought that Stephen Hawking lying about his experiment was because the earth was flat. I thought that Nat Geo lying about their experiment was because the earth was flat. It turns out that they were just lying because they were dirtballs. I don't know what reason they're lying, but it's not because the earth is flat. Because if it was flat, it would have all these things that would work for it. And here's the last thing, Mike, that you should get, is that, as I've shown before, all the sunrise times and sunset times everywhere on Earth, for no matter where you go, matches the globe model. And on the flat Earth model, there isn't one sunrise or sunset time that can be predicted with the flat Earth map, nor angle. They're all off. So I don't think anymore that it's even possible to lie to people about where they live if you move the location and expect observations to match. So just think about that. Think of a flat place, maybe my desk here. I'm thinking like, okay, I put a bunch of people here, they live there, and there's a sun that goes around them on top. Okay, great. If I wanted to be sinister and I said I want to put them on a ball and make them think they live there, I could do that. And I could probably map it pretty well that they would never know. However, when it comes to observations of the lights in the sky, that's when they would know. They would look around, they would watch the sun, and they would say, wait, that sun doesn't match what would happen on a sphere. And it's because, of course not. How would it be? How would I, unless I can manipulate the sun and make it do something differently than it does, the sun is going to still orbit above their heads on a flat Earth, which means it will not jive with a sphere. First of all, there would never be an upside down sun. There would never be a backwards moving sun. Those things can only happen because something happened like wonky. Either the sun turned upside down, or the sun went backwards, or you went upside down. Which of those do you think is more likely the truth? I think it's pretty simple to figure it out. And then here's the thing. I mean, once you realize that there can be no South Pole on a flat Earth map, because the South Pole must be everywhere. It's away from this everywhere. Well, that doesn't work because we know that there's now a South Celestial Pole. I saw it. Every one of us saw it. It stays still in the night sky. Okay, so in the south, you're looking at a southern celestial pole where the stars turn around it the opposite direction that they do in the north. And if we have a north pole and above it is the north celestial pole, and we have a south celestial pole, what do you think is below the south celestial pole? If you can answer that question, you know whether or not flat Earth is viable or tenable. It's that simple. Think about it. Would God put random nothingness below the South Celestial Pole? Does that make any sense? Nope, it would be land, right? It would be a land location. And people could all walk in that direction, and they would all end up at the same spot. Not away from each other. They wouldn't all walk towards the South Pole and end up away from each other. That wouldn't work. And again, how did I figure all this out? Well, because you can watch the sun, and you can see what the sun does, and it's the exact opposite of what it does in the north. It does in the south. And then you start thinking, well, wait a second, if as above, so below, all these things. And then you're like, well, if the south is the complete opposite of the north, that's not something you can fake. You cannot make a map and say, okay, we're going to make the north. Now we have to make the south identical to, because again, it's not going to match observations. Can't do it. So the fact that our observations match as far as the sunrise sunset times leads me to believe that that must be the place where we live. Otherwise, it wouldn't match. And for people who say, oh, but it's a backwards reflecting, superfluidity, reverse osmosis, refraction, reflection, I get it. But the problem with that is, of course, we didn't see any signs of reflection. And also, why would God be a deceiver? Why would he make the earth so that it can be answered with one word, sphere? Why would he do that if that's not the right answer? The right answer is backwards moving, upwards refracted, dome refraction of 20,000 mile displacement for an apparent sun. Apparently. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. I don't think of a creator that way. I think that we would have been given a world that we could figure out on our own. And here's the thing. Everybody who says we always got to trust NASA, you don't have to trust NASA for anything I just said. Call somebody who lives in Australia or take a trip there. Call Flatzoid. Okay? And ask him, because he lives in South Africa and can't figure it out, I guess, that there's a South Celestial Pole. He can go outside and he can look south, and he'll see a south celestial pole where all the stars turn around. And the answer of, but there's no star there, Octanus can't be seen, makes no difference. Makes no difference. Guess what? Polaris isn't the center either. Okay, Polaris is off center, so it actually goes around the celestial pole as well. So if we've got a north celestial pole and 180 degrees from it, a south celestial pole, then we know what's under the north celestial pole. What do you think's under the south celestial pole? So, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but flat Earth, be muerto. Everybody hang your heads and say a prayer for its final resting place. Okay, goodbye. All right, it's good. Let's go to the next one. We got Mike Jones again. Oh, great. Hey, Jaron, your chat claims they can explain it without invoking magic. None of them can type out, though. God bless them. Well, again, if you're going to call it magic, then you've already presupposed your outcome. So I don't know what you want from anybody else. You've already said it's magic. So anything that they say, and I get it. Did I believe in gravity? Do I believe in all that? Right now, what I care about is getting the shape of the land correct. Because otherwise, you're teaching your children things that are not true. You are teaching people things that are not true. So this one more day, if I went saying the earth was flat, I would be teaching something that is not true and will not be true. It's not coming true. Nothing will make the earth flat. It's just not possible. It's not possible for the earth to be flat and to observe what I observed. And those people who have now jumped onto this, the sun must be fake, or the sun must be, again, flat earthers are the ones who always bring up Richard Feynman. What does Richard Feynman say? If your theories don't match the observations, change the theory. You have to scratch it, throw it away. So the observations of the earth do not match the flat earth in any way. It needs to be thrown in the basura and called what it is, mierda, and then we go from there. Thanks, Mike. Mike again. Jaron, how long did it take you to decide to completely dismiss bizarre optical phenomenon in favor of competing impossible physical phenomenon? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what that means. How long did it take you to decide to completely dismiss bizarre optical phenomenon? Yeah, because some things are bizarre. Some things look weird. Sometimes we can see far. Oh, so what? You see too far, we see 20 miles. The Earth is 24,901 miles. It's not really impressive to me that we see a little farther than we should because things refract, light bends. Those things I can accept. Did I think that they were the truth 3 months ago, 2 months ago? No. But after you're shown that your model is completely wrong and that there is a south pole and there is a south celestial pole and the sun does stay up in the sky and it does stay up in the sky for months, that doesn't work on a flat earth. Once you see that the southern tropic curves to the left, how could it curve to the left? That's where the land has to be. So it means Australia is down to the left. It means everywhere is down to the left, which means that's a globe. Because the flat earth runs out there. That's the end of the flat earth. How would it be going over there? So it doesn't even make sense. We've got Nick, who says, from my brother, Nofold 33, he can't afford to pay you, but hopes you never leave YouTube. Thank you very much, Nick. That's very nice of you. We've got, Signusto? Oh boy. I don't know what that is. Singus, STSP. That's probably better. I say we all send Jaron thousands of dollars to make Nofold jealous and more angry. I'm all for that. Courtesy Nofold 33. Great job. Thank you for the $9.99. JD 63. We've got the Roriga for the Man of Truth. Surprising that, there's Austin Thompson is another one who's definitely coming along, or not coming along. He's under the same impression I am, that the final experiment did invalidate the flat earth that certainly we taught. And again, many people say, but Jaron, you don't know if there can be another flat earth. No, I do know, because we know the continents, we know the tropics, we know the equinox. Once you know those things, every time you try and lay down a flat map, it will be the AE map. That's it. There's nothing else. You can't just place continents out in La La Land and be like, well, now it's not an AE map. Well, now it doesn't match any observations. At least if you put the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer and the equator there, at least you're matching some observations, because we know that that's the case. We know that the sun doesn't go further than the tropics because those are the only places it gets no shadow on the solstices. So anyway, we've got Nofold 33 would like to conceive more children with you. Is Nofold a female or a male? Just asking. And we've got Rhino in the house. Rhino, what's up? Did you record? Probably not. Keep crushing, brother. Yeah, the next one, Rhino, if you want to do it from Monterey, that'd be awesome. Right there. I think that I would like to have somebody do it from further up north. So I'll reach out. I got a buddy up there that's Enrique. Everyone remembers Enrique. So, all right, let's skedaddle because I got to get ready for the next show. We've got MCToon and 5 of the final experiments, which I feel this is the first time they've been presented. So I'm going to be challenging him on anything that I think needs to be challenged. Or will we see a excellent record? We'll have to see. I have not seen 2 or 3 of these experiments. I've not seen anything with the magnetic flux yet, so that's all new to me. But I think some good ones that you should pay attention to are the South Celestial Pole, the Southern Sunrise-Sunset times and angles, and the other one was Tropic of Capricorn, maybe? One of those. So I appreciate you guys' support, and see you in a half hour. MCToon will be here, and we will get through the first 5 of the final experiments. The final experiments, I believe that's called. And then we also have coming, we'll talk about it on the next one, but next 2 weeks from today, we've got the final experiment rewind, and that'll be live on the final experiment channel. And we'll do our remembrances, and we'll do our debunkings if we have to still debunk stuff or people still going crazy. The trip was 100% real. I've never lied to you before. I'm not going to start today. Trip was 100% legit. It is what it is. And the sun circles, and the sun circles for months in that location. I still think people are a little confused. Somebody messaged me yesterday about why is it that some places in Antarctica don't have 24-hour sun? Because the places, if you're at the South Pole, you get 6 months of 24-hour sun. But the second you move off the South Pole, it goes quickly down to, well, that's not true. As soon as you move away from that circle, and this is what matters is the time, right? So if you're talking about December 21st, then almost all of Antarctica, I believe all the land, if I'm not mistaken, almost all the land gets 24-hour sun as of December 21st. But quickly, as the months go on, you start to bring that circle in. And I even think right now, Union Glacier would be very close to not getting it. Oh no, what did they say? End of February? So they've got about 2 weeks left, 3 weeks left, and then that will disappear. It will dip down the horizon. It will set and rise again. And then, or does it just set once from there? No, I guess it's the South Pole. Because the South Pole would set once, right? So anyway, that's, if you have any more questions as far as that goes, some people still not understanding that the camp was, people still think I said set or something. Again, it doesn't matter what I said. I'm telling you now that it never set. So if you think I hung a lemon or you think that I tried to code that it did set, that's ridiculous. There's 70 employees down there. I talked to about 12 of them, and every one of them didn't mince words at all by saying, oh, I'm down here every year, November through February, and the sun doesn't set. So if all those people are lying, it doesn't even make sense. How is the whole area lit up? How a fake sun is so ridiculous to me that anybody would ever postulate that. And the other thing that baffles me is the people that I've been trying to talk to about the North Pole and South Pole, their new line is when I say, okay, so we know the North Pole exists, right? They say, have you been there? No, I have not been to the North Pole. I've not been to Australia either. It exists. I've not been to China. It exists. Okay. They're like, no, but if you haven't been there, how do we know for sure? I said, because Polaris is there. What do you think's below Polaris? We know that you move 69 miles, the stars change by 1 degree. So if I'm at 37 degrees north, that's 37 degrees to the pole star. 37 times 69 would be exactly my distance to the North Pole, 3,500 something, right? So we know that that's what the celestial pole is and what's underneath it. And we know that man can't change that. Man can't change the stars. So Polaris is either the axis of the sky rotation or the axis of the Earth rotation, one or the other. And 180 degrees from it is Sigma Octantis, or the empty area that contains Sigma Octantis, and all the stars turn around it the opposite direction. And that is all she wrote. If you have a North Pole and a North Celestial Pole and a South Pole and a South Celestial Pole and a sun that flips upside down and a moon that flips upside down, and both of those go backwards in the sky, then you have to start asking yourself, could it be possible that we were wrong about the flat Earth? Considering the important things about the flat Earth is nobody can go to Antarctica. There's a no 24-hour sun, that it sets there. They can't let people know that. That has been found out to be wrong. Was it a gaslight? Was it some sort of psyop? Probably. But that's not important to me. What's important to me is that we get to the truth. The truth is that the Earth is a sphere. Does it suck? Well, for those of us who spent 10 years thinking it was something else, yeah, it sucks a little bit. But on the other hand, at least we know the truth now. It's not questioning it. And we know that we can worry about more important things. And there's a lot more important things. And I think a lot of people may have wasted a lot of time on this idea. And that's why I'm making it kind of a mission to make sure I let people know that talking to Austin Thompson, and we're going to do a show together just to kind of talk some of this out. He also describes like beer goggles, or the opposite of the they live sunglasses, which is when you're in this conspiracy, when you believe in the flat earth, there is a mental block that gets placed there. I don't know how. I don't know why, if it's my brain that was protecting me or what, but you just stop listening to people from the alternate camp. And that is not safe. It's just not safe. Now, again, you might say, but the Globers don't listen to us. And I get it. The difference is they're right. Do you understand? That's what allows people. Don't be an asshole, but if you're going to be an asshole, at least be right. You don't want to be an asshole and be wrong, or else your name is Jaron. So don't do that. All right, guys, we'll see you shortly. I remind you, do your own research, because when you do, you'll realize that you can tell the shape of the ground by the lights in the sky. Man, imagine that. You don't get just to make up your own rules and say you can't do what? That's like you being a murder detective and being like, we can't tell the murderer by the splatter of the paint of the blood on the wall. It's like, well, no, it's evidence. We should probably look into that. No, we can't. We can't do it. We can't tell the shape of the ground by the lights in the sky. Well, it's evidence though. Let's look into it. Let's check it out. Might you be saying that because it disproves the flat earth? So then we just eliminate that altogether? All right, you're right. Yeah, because that does prove it. So then forget it. Never mind. We can't use that as proof, so don't do it. Yeah, no, leave it alone. All right, guys. I love you. Till next time. Oops. Do we have some? Oh, no, that's it. Do I have an outro to play? I don't think so. We don't. Do we have an outro here? We'll try and press play on this. Who knows what it'll be. Till next time. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah. It was nice just hanging out. Now go and hit the bell. Share it with the homies so that they could grow as well. They missing out. Jaren leaves no doubt. If you know what we bout, it's never for the clout, don't fuck around. Hey, not for the clout, that's too cap, we calling them out. Balls get flat when you cover the route. Jeranism all in your mouth. Truth gets lost like all on the couch, but it's time to get up and make them get out. Uncover the route. Jeranism, we are the crown. Telecasting worldwide.
Check the flat earth, it's falsified.
All the scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI. All just scientism lies.
Who this be? What he about? You say spinning, he said out. About flat earth, it's flat out. He's still standing when you passed out. Glober's pound, scream and shout. He can turn you inside out. Yeah, surface deep, he's fell throughout. And he stay grounded, you spaced out.
We gotta run nowhere when we come fact check your facts and match your data. Concept is too abstract, what matters? Trying to tune in, but the note get flatter. Tell me I'm flattered. Flatter than pancake batter, now we landed. Jeranism, I'm your captain. Speaking, telecasting world.
Check the flat earth, it's falsified.
All just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI. All just scientism lies. You know equations to the things you make the symbols for, but ain't really explaining what the symbols for.
I'll just make a point to say, don't listen to the words of the song. They're incorrect. They need to be changed. And I don't know what to change them to, but I will soon. So just listen to it and pretend to remember the old days.
It's certain, that's what life look like when your mind is certain. Okay, gotta buy the truth and now it's certain. That's what life look like when your mind is certain. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, thanks to the north side, way down to the south side. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, big ups to the north side, way down to the south side. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies.
Hey everyone, as most of you are aware, the first thing I ever debunked on my channel was that absolute dumbest of all hoaxes in human history, Flat Earth. The Globe Busters dragged me into an interaction, I made this gem that's still the most viewed video on my entire channel, and the rest is history. Well, everything is now coming full circle for these frauds in the most hilarious way due to a recent development. Let me tell you all about it. On February 13th of this year, a rather cryptic video was uploaded to YouTube on a channel called The Final Experiment. Pretty mysterious, no? Kind of looks like another dumb flat earther, huh? Well, over the weeks that followed, the uploads continued. The second video summarized some past experiments, both real and fake. A classic one is an idiot named D. Marble who tried to debunk the globe by bringing a spirit level on a plane, demonstrating simultaneously that he doesn't know how planes work or what the word level means.
If we're living on a spinning ball, or a globe, that's 25,000 miles in circumference around the equator. According to curvature math, then the plane should be constantly dipping its nose forward in order to compensate for the curvature.
I don't feel like explaining how stupid this is for the 10th time, so just go watch my debunk of Eric Dubé's 200 flat earth proofs if that's what you're looking for, since that's the crap all these bozos regurgitate. Now, the third video got a bit more specific, inviting some people to participate in an experiment of some kind. Okay, 48 people. Who are they? Hey, it's Dave Weiss, that guy I humiliated in a debate that one time. What's he saying?
And the container for that water is the higher land that surrounds it. The higher land that surrounds it. All of the continents are surrounded by water, but all of the water is surrounded by Antarctica. Antarctica is not an island at the bottom of a ball.
Antarctica is not a continent. It's a huge ice wall that surrounds the whole world. Yeah, in case you weren't aware, that's one of the very dumb things they say, which will be the focal point of this video. Then it's debunker Simon Dan. Then it's Eric Dubé, the idiot I humiliated in that video I just told you about, who, by the way, really hates Jews a lot.
There's fucking flat, Holocaust denied. Hitler was cool and not a bad guy. Talmudic Jews in control of your mind. Masons are tools singing Shalom Lahaim.
But let's continue. Hey, look, it's me. Yeah, I did debunk Flat Earth a little bit, didn't I? Then it's Jaron from the Globe Busters, another idiot I humiliated in that one video you've all seen. And it continues like this, alternating between debunkers and flat earthers, like Austin Whitsitt, who I also humiliated in a debate recently. Man, I've humiliated a lot of these guys. Quick aside on Austin, he's been doing damage control since that debate where I obliterated him with my very first point on the apparent rotation of the celestial sphere. Here's this pathetic mischaracterization of our exchange during some Q&A on a recent debate.
This one from Alex says, Whitsitt, have you not changed your mind on flat earth at all after getting destroyed by Professor Dave? Oh my goodness.
It's such a cope, and I hope people just go watch it. Yeah. This dude said that I was wrong about this. Watch. So you see how this is turning one way? Well, if you're on the other side, it's turning the opposite way, right? He said that wasn't true. Like if you draw a circle on a window, you'll see it from the opposite. If you're outside the window, you'll see it going the opposite way. Or if a bicycle spins and you're in a garage on both sides, you'll see it spinning the opposite way, even though it's only... He said that wasn't true.
Austin, that's not what we were talking about, now was it? I said in the northern hemisphere, the sky rotates counterclockwise around the north celestial pole, and in the southern hemisphere, the sky rotates clockwise around the south celestial pole. Why would the sky rotate in different directions depending on where you're standing? He said that in the north, all you have to do is turn around and it'll spin the other way, to which I responded, Put a clock on the ceiling and tell me which way I have to face to make the hands go counterclockwise, a thing which is obviously impossible.
Explain the observations of the celestial sphere. In the north, you get counterclockwise rotation. In the south, you get clockwise rotation. Explain that to me on your default flat plane. Explain it.
Yeah, so the counterclockwise and clockwise direction is super simple. It's based on looking different directions. Your better question is, why does it go around a singular point, is what you're trying to say.
No. I'm asking about the direction. I'm asking about the direction.
Just looking opposite directions would make them go the opposite directions. They all go east to west.
If you put a clock on your ceiling, which way can you face to make the hands go counterclockwise? Tell me which way you can face.
Not analogous. The stars drop.
It is though, because the hands on a clock. The hands on a clock.
You don't get it.
He just crapped his pants and said the word perspective over and over again. He's now pretending this is solved by being on the other side of the thing that is rotating, as though you can get to the other side of the stars, and that's what we were talking about, instead of the thing we were actually talking about. Of course, this moron can't even tell the difference between clockwise and counterclockwise, so what do you expect?
Which way is this turning? Which way is this going, buddy? Which way is this going?
I don't know. Which way is it going?
Yeah, which way is it turning?
Who cares? What
is the... Astounding. Anyway, more on Austin Witless a bit later. After him, references made to a bunch of other flat earthers I've never heard of, because why would I? So let's move on to the next video, which tells us where the experiment will take place.
These two locations hold inherent significance in the flat Earth model of the cosmos, because Antarctica is the elevated outer rim, encompassing and extending around all the other continents.
That's right, you heard neo-Nazi Eric Dubé, just like you heard from aspiring door-to-door vacuum cleaner salesman Dave Weiss a bit earlier. Antarctica is the key. Flat Earthers think it's this huge dumb ring. Normal people know it's a continent. They can't both be right, so let's go there and find out. You flat earthers are up for that, right? You're interested in truth, right?
And the dome, if we are able to, say, get to Antarctica, that is a celestial thing that will become terrestrial if we can reach it, and touch it and have empirical verification of it. So that's why I'm always pushing for full independent exploration of the realm, especially Antarctica.
Neo-Nazi Eric Dubé agrees. We have to explore the realm and go to Antarctica. Well, that's great news. But what will we do when we get there? I mean, in the past, I've outlined many things we can do without even setting foot on the continent, such as circumnavigating in a boat, a thing that is done by hundreds of people in a sailing race every year, where they constantly turn towards the land rather than away from it, which already proves it's not a giant ice wall perimeter. But that race is fake, right? Anything flat earthers don't like is fake NASA CGI. We have to go there ourselves, something I've also been telling them for years now. Here's me in July of 2022.
And everything about it demolishes them, so they just say, you can't go there. Well, yes, you can. You can get jobs at the South Pole. You can. People have traversed. Civilians have traversed Antarctica. Some guy did it by himself a couple years ago. You can go. No, you can't. No, you can't go to Antarctica. Well, yes, you can. No, you can't. You can't go there. It's like, you can, and you should go. You could make videos about it, and you'd be heroes in your flat Earth community for going to Antarctica. And we're going to go, and we're going to find those NASA people with the guns, and we're going to show them that we're not going to take it. But of course, they don't do it.
Well, it sounds like flat earthers are finally going to get their chance. But what will they do when they get there? The next video reveals the nature of the experiment. It's true, this is another thing I've brought up before. They have no ability to explain long days in the southern hemisphere. They like to show the sun doing huge donuts on their pizza land, which should leave most of Antarctica all the way on the other side of the world and therefore totally dark most of the day. And yet, at the South Pole, there is 24-hour daylight for months every year. Flat earthers always complain that nobody can go to the South Pole, which of course is a lie anyway, but that's why I brought up towns at very southerly latitudes, like Ushuaia, where where people live and anyone can go. They wouldn't go there either. But now they have an opportunity to go to Antarctica and see the real deal.
If you want to know for sure if the Earth is spherical or not, go to Antarctica during the summer and see if you can watch the sun for 24 hours.
You know, this would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
On the pizza land, once again, there absolutely can't be 24 hours of daylight while the sun does huge donuts around the perimeter of the pizza. There is no way light could reach the other end of the pizza while regions towards the center experience 24-hour night. And no, their dumb coffee cup caustic thing doesn't work. In their middle school science fair demonstration, they use a toy that's made of solid glass. And air is not glass. Also, there is no dome. 24-hour daylight in Antarctica crushes the flat Earth whether you can see the sun or not, but especially if you can see the sun the whole time, which you can. On a globe, it makes perfect sense, due to the tilt in Earth's rotational axis. During a certain part of Earth's orbit, the most southerly latitudes will be facing the sun at all times as the Earth rotates. That's why the sun never sets. Easy enough for even a child to understand. So if the sun were to set during that time, that would mean Earth is not a globe. Of course, once again, people are stationed there doing research, and anyone can go there and even apply for jobs there. So we know there's a 24-hour sun. But to flat earthers, it's all fake NASA CGI because reasons.
In order to fit the heliocentric globe model, this midnight sun phenomenon must also occur for observers south of the Antarctic Circle during winter solstice. Depending how far south the observer is, the sun should be seen for several days or weeks, never fully setting, just like it does in the north. In reality, however, there is never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica at any time of year.
Well, neo-Nazi Eric Dubé, yes there is, and now it's time for you and your idiot cronies to see it with your own eyes. Government NASA Jew penguins be damned.
Let's say we are trying to prove the globe or trying to prove it's flat. Should be very, very easy, right? I mean, on a globe, we would have a 24-hour sun in the southern summer. That means that the sun would circle the continent. That's quite different from the flat Earth model where the sun circles the entire Earth from above, and since Antarctica is around the outside, well, that doesn't include a circling sun, at least not around you at the bottom continent.
You mentioned the sun, right? Like the idea is, yeah, if you see the sun in the sky for 24 hours, that's what the globe predicts, and how would the flat Earth explain that? But that's not what happens.
One of the arguments that people give is on a flat Earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree. But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
In the flat Earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't.
I want you to pay special attention to the fact that, for the most part, these buffoons are all flat out stating that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica debunks the flat Earth. And aw shucks gee whiz, it's too bad that the global lizard person government won't let us go down there and check for ourselves. That's going to bite them all in the ass, as you'll see a bit later. Now, I should note that as these videos were being released, the person making them was emailing all the flat earthers and flat earth debunkers, including me. And I'll be honest, I didn't know what to make of it. It felt like they were from some random flat earther, and therefore a scam in one way or another, so I just ignored them and went about my business. But then in the next video, the identity of the orchestrator was revealed.
I'm Will Duffy, and I pastor a small church in Colorado. And driving is where I do most of my deep thinking. And I decided on that drive that I was going to come up with a way to settle this debate. This would be the final experiment in the flat Earth versus globe debate.
But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
That's it. Antarctica and the 24-hour sun. But most importantly, Dave Weiss made me realize the single most important thing when it comes to the final experiment is that both sides agree. I do believe we live on a globe, but I came up with the final experiment because I can't prove it. And we simply perform the experiment together, side by side, with an agreement ahead of time that there either will be a 24-hour sun or there won't be. And what it means depending on which one we find while we're there. And we will be paying for one person from each side to go to Antarctica for the final experiment. Who is going to go back on what they've been saying all along? If they do, that means they really don't believe what they've been saying to their followers.
Wow, this fellow named Will Duffy is gonna pay for a flat earther to go to Antarctica. And you heard those guys, they're all dying to go, so I'm sure they'll be lining up to take advantage of this generous offer, right? I mean, of course they would. Why would they say they want to go to Antarctica and then refuse a free trip to Antarctica? I mean, that would be insane. That would make them pathetic, hypocritical, lying frauds, right? And flat earthers are famous for their intellectual integrity, so I am 100% positive that all of them will want to go. I mean, how could this go any other way? Well, we are now in the month of May in our timeline, and the next video involved a public poll to see which flat earther should get the trip. Guess who won? Flat Earth Dave, aka Dave Weiss. Oh my goodness, he's gonna be so excited.
Is we created this poll on YouTube and this one on X, asking people if they thought Dave Weiss would accept a free trip to Antarctica. And as you can see, the results were very similar to each other, but also surprising. So we got almost 1,000 votes combined between YouTube and X, and a major 91% of people on YouTube and 92% of people on X believed that Dave Weiss would not accept a free trip to Antarctica.
For shame. You guys are totally out of line. Weiss is a man of honor. He said he would go to Antarctica, and he's going to stick to his word, obviously.
Dave Weiss and I have been in communication, and he has said no. He's unwilling to go to Antarctica. So whatever you guys all knew, all of you who voted and said no, you were right. Now, there's probably going to be speculation as to why he said no. And I want to kind of stay away from all of that. So I'm just going to tell you and show you here on the screen his exact words to me as to why he's unwilling to go to Antarctica. Here's what he said. Here's his original email. And he said this: as I said before, I want nothing to do with you whatsoever. He's talking to me. I don't trust you at all. The people you hang with are demons and liars, in my opinion. There's his answer.
Now, that is shocking. Who would think that a guy who lies about the shape of the earth to make money on the internet would decline an opportunity to disprove his own grift? Truly unexpected. But hey, at least he had a good reason. I mean, demons are scary and also real. You don't want to mess with demons, which, again, are a real thing. It's better for Widow Boy Davy to stay home, I guess. So where do we go from here?
We're now going to move on to the next person in line, who is Jaron Campanella.
The second choice is Jaron, who, once again, you may remember as the globebuster who humiliated himself the least in my response to them. That's an achievement, I guess. In the meantime, a poll was run to choose the normal person who would go, and that went to Flat Earth debunker Dave McKeegan.
So we ran this poll right here on YouTube. We received almost 1,000 votes, and the voting wasn't even close. As you can see, Dave McKeegan won the vote.
I guess this Dave isn't afraid of demons. What a brave warrior. So the Globe representative is locked in. Now back to Jaron.
Jaron has asked me to make a public video stating that I will cover all of his expenses for our trip to Antarctica this December. There's going to be additional expenses like flying to South America and food and lodging in South America before the flight to Antarctica. Jaron thinks that these added expenses could get all the way up to $45,000. I don't think they'll go that high, but yes, if they do go that high, Jaron, I will cover all of your expenses. I believe you're in California, and so you probably don't have any winter clothing. That will be required as well. So all expenses will be covered even if it goes all the way up to $45,000.
$45,000, Jaron? Are you going to charter a private jet to get to South America and eat Almas caviar the whole way there? Pretty freaking ridiculous, and a very obvious attempt to weasel out of going by throwing out an unreasonable number that nobody in their right mind would be willing to pay. And yet, Will delivers. Now what? Oh yeah, Jaron can whine about having to go alone. He needs a buddy.
But I wouldn't accept it yet because of the fact that I would want another person to go. I don't want to stay in a tent with Dave McKeegan. That sounds like a nightmare. If there was another flat earther that you were to select, that you were to send both of us down there, and then we could request to stay in the same tent. So now I'm staying in the same tent as this flat earther.
But I'm ready to commit to pay for you and one other person.
You ready to commit?
One other flat earther.
And all expenses for both.
That's right.
Okay.
Will is just coming through like a champion. Need extra money to get down there? No problem. Need to utilize the buddy system? No problem. Will agrees, and Jaron is right back in the same predicament. What else could these tools whine about?
We've been getting a lot of comments and emails from flat earthers stating that we are not going to be able to prove that we are actually in Antarctica this December.
Yeah, you tricky globehead, you're gonna just say it's Antarctica, but in actuality, it'll be some other frozen, barren wasteland that is somehow right on the South Magnetic Pole. You can't fool us.
This is where the trip will begin. So we are going to be at the southern tip of South America. And then this star here is Punta Arenas, Chile, which is where we are going to begin. Now, we are going to be taking a flight from Punta Arenas that's about a 4.5-hour flight in order to get to Antarctica. So my challenge for anybody that is wondering how we know we will be in Antarctica or how we can prove that we are flying to Antarctica is to explain to me where we can get to on a 4.5-hour flight from Punta Arenas.
Not much else needs to be said here. There is no other place on Earth that is like Antarctica, and there's nowhere they can get to other than Antarctica by flying south from the southern tip of South America. This is the most pathetic excuse imaginable. Flat Earth debunkers like MCToon, on the other hand, went on the record saying that if everyone went and the sun was to set during their stay, that he would delete his content and become a flat earther.
If the sun sets or if it stays north within a particular variance, I will say that the Earth is flat. I will upload a video to my channel saying that the Earth is flat, to both of my channels saying the Earth is flat, and then I will delete all of my other videos.
His website has a list of similar promises made by other debunkers. And why don't I add myself to this list? My plucky little flurf balls, if you go down to Antarctica in December and the sun sets, I will delete all my flat earth debunks from my channel. And I will upload a video saying that the earth is flat and that I'm a big dumb shill. Come on, morons, don't you want to see evil Professor Dave admit that he's a big shill? You gotta get down there. But no, the excuses just kept coming. It was at this point that flat earthers really started losing their minds as they desperately scrambled for any reason they could possibly come up with to avoid going. Here's a flat earther who's come up with an interesting idea.
Austin is a shill. He has been a shill all along. And Austin is a shill. He gets Jaron alive to dead in Antarctica. He comes back from there saying there is a 360 degrees sun.
That's right. Austin was a shill all along, and he's going to murder Jaron. I love how they're already preemptively throwing these guys under the bus, since they know they're absolutely going to see the 24-hour sun if they can find the courage to go. So they have to resort to calling them shills and casting them out of the flat earth community so that they can continue spewing their stupidity unfazed. Immaculate. Other flat earthers began frantically backpedaling on their admission that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica debunks the flat earth, inventing gibberish and soiling themselves for half an hour at a whiteboard.
The male meets the sun becomes a hermaphrodite. That's the only time they can actually create spiritual children. It's through the solar eclipse. It's when the spiritual sperm, check out my Patreon page.
Cutting edge science you have there, lunatic. Sounds like you've been studying under Terrence Howard.
And they call that a bisexual tone.
Energy is being reproduced. There's a sexual mating.
Groundbreaking stuff. I'll be sure to support you on Patreon right away. Other flat earthers started claiming that NASA is going to put a sun simulator in the sky to trick the flat earthers.
NASA simulates the sun's power on Earth to test. Let's go look at it. Look at that. So they're already simulating the power. This is the European Space Agency Solar Simulator. Are you seeing this? Okay. Because I know you're seeing it. I'm seeing it. Okay. This is their solar. Look how big it is. Look at all those wires.
Yeah, a sun simulator. Hey, that's kind of like Simulated Sun, my musical project that everyone should go check out and subscribe to, and which sounds like this.
It knows your face and what you wanna be, whispering a blade of fantasy. We'll be lost in
time. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Anyway, if these boners are so worried about a fake spotlight sun in the sky, they can just bring a telescope with a solar filter pointed at the sun and see that it's the same sun everyone else on Earth is seeing. They can verify this by recording the locations of sunspots and comparing them to observations made by a friend back home to confirm that they're seeing the same sunspots. They can record the direction it rotates, which changes based on latitude, just like how the orientation of the moon changes based on latitude. They can even make a prediction and either verify or falsify it on location, since they're such whiny toddlers regarding what qualifies as an experiment. Beef it up a little, guys. Oh right, they have no real interest in doing science. Then in July, some guy named Alex Stein got into the mix. Who is that? I didn't know either, but it's this guy.
Hello, Council. My name's Primetime 99 Alex Stein, and I have a little presentation for you today. I have a little audio accompaniment. Prime time 99 on the grind all the time. Go insane for Ukraine.
Sick track, bro. What is it with flat earthers and terrible rapping? Anyway, apparently he's a flat earther, and alt-right beanie baby Tim Pool agreed on the air to pay for him to go to Antarctica.
If you want to go on an expedition, ain't nobody stopping you.
That's not true.
Where are you? Like, where does this story come from that you can't go to Antarctica?
You can go to Antarctica. There's no independent exploration. So if I go to Antarctica, it's government approved.
Let's fund it.
Well, I would do.
Right now.
There's actually people that are trying to do that. I'll be the first one to go, and then you need to send me to space too. I want to go to the International Space Station.
Well,
as well.
How much do you think we need to get you to traverse Antarctica?
I don't know. It's probably $100,000, I'm guessing.
That's it. Let's do it. Done.
I'll go to Antarctica right.
It's a rare day when someone can make walking foreskin Tim Pool seem intelligent, but this bozo made it happen. And you can see how sheepish he gets when he, like Jaron a bit earlier, throws out some huge number to sabotage his own suggestion, and the other person agrees to pay it anyway. He's been dead silent on this matter since that day, in case you were wondering. By the way, Tim was right. Anyone can traverse Antarctica. Many people have done so, and several have even done it by themselves. Every flat earther who claims people can't freely explore Antarctica is completely full of shit. In the meantime, the rest of the flat earthers were panicking and pleading with Jaron not to go, because the simplest solution is for all of them to just ignore all of this, never go anywhere or do anything, and continue spewing the same dumb script forever.
Don't do it, Jaron. Don't you dare do it. So they're gonna do two brandings. One is going to be the 24-hour sun, and then they're going to flip it to the midnight sun. And then they're going to edit you guys saying, yeah, you can see the sun at midnight. And then when you don't see the 24-hour sun, they're just going to say, well, it was a midnight sun. They're going to flip it on you. That's what they always do.
Yeah, you're totally right, young ZZ Top. They are going to sit in a dark, windowless room the entire time and only go outside right at midnight for 10 seconds. They're definitely not going to look at the sky for 24 hours straight, the exact thing they're going there to do. And of course, most of the others just completely turn on Jaron, as we mentioned before.
And I'm hoping somebody as smart as Jaron, he's a motherfucker, if you ask me.
Lying son of a bitch. If anybody goes there, I hope they're going to use their brain, if they have one, to figure out, maybe that's not the actual sun. Why am I seeing two suns in the sky? Because if they're having a sun simulator, there's going to be two suns in the sky at some point.
Now I know what you're thinking. Here's a guy who's really got his head on straight. Two suns in the sky, a thing we've totally all seen before, and not just on Tatooine. He's nailing it. But some other moments in this little soliloquy don't hit quite as hard.
And I'm going to do, actually I should do this tonight, because now it's not windy. I'm going to show you, oh wait, I think I hear the trumpets. Just a little bit of advice. Oh wait, hold on. Is that the firmament? Is that the trumpets? I will give you my example. Oh wait. I think they were supposed to come around early tonight, the trumpets. We might have to go look for them.
I genuinely couldn't write a monologue this insane if I tried. And trust me, I have.
Oh, let's pick a specific day. Okay. Whatever. Why not all the month of December? Why not the Christmas week, the week of December? Why not December 18th? Why not December 27th? Why not do it for 2 weeks? Why not do it for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days? Interesting.
Yes, random bald idiot, why don't they all just permanently move to the South Pole? Because they're really government shills? I think I've subjected you to enough of that. And anyway, it's time to pivot once again to Flat Earth guru, neo-Nazi Eric Dubé. After 5 months, he finally decided to speak up about the matter.
So what is Will's brilliant idea? What is his ingenious experiment to finally silence all globe skepticism? Invite 12 Flat Earth YouTubers and 12 Globe Earth YouTubers to Antarctica in December to see if there's a midnight sun. In other words, the final experiment is not an experiment, and not even a demonstration, but merely an observation. In typical Globe Defender strawman fashion, Will is conflating a celestial observation with our terrestrial foundation. He's claiming that the motion of a light in the sky overhead somehow gives proof of the shape of the ground underfoot.
It's not a Flat Earth video without someone shouting straw man for no reason and whining about observations of the sky that definitely disprove a flat Earth.
The only reason this straw man argument even has any legs to stand on are because a couple suspicious, shilly, so-called flat earthers who I have repeatedly called out as disinformation agents, like Jaron from Jeranism, have claimed that they believe a midnight sun in Antarctica somehow does prove the globe.
You guys, so much fighting. You're supposed to be on the same dumb team. Of course, this pageantry is all very transparent, since there are countless examples of Eric singing a very different tune about Antarctica and what should be seen there.
Well, why can't I, similar to like Antarctica, but why can't I go see for myself? Why are you just telling me, oh, it's a globe, it's a little continent on the bottom, you don't fall off because of gravity, you're good, don't bother going there. Well, why can't I go and see? Excluding overpriced, chaperoned penguin tours and government-approved contractors, nobody is allowed to step foot in Antarctica, especially not during winter solstice, when there should supposedly be constant 24-hour sunlight. In reality, however, there is never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica at any time of year. There is, in fact, never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica, because even when the sun reaches its outermost circuit over the Tropic of Capricorn, the entirety of the Antarctic circumference cannot be reached by its light at any one time, and so it will still set every day.
You seem pretty confident about that, Eric. Don't you think it'd be a good idea to go and check for yourself? As you've stated many times you're dying to do, and which you have no excuse to not do with someone paying for you to go? Oh, right, if you did the thing you've been pretending to want to do for years, you'd just be a big shill like Jaron.
If someone is telling you that it doesn't matter if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, they are lying to you. So I'd like to think if you're here watching this show, you are actually a truth seeker. And if you are a truth seeker, then you shouldn't appreciate other truthers lying to your face. Listen again, anybody telling you that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't matter is a fucking liar. Why? Because it's impossible on our motherfucking model.
I suppose you can give Jaron an ounce of credit for displaying a modicum of integrity here, though I would wager that he's just sick of the grift and sees this as a way to jump ship and reclaim some semblance of respect from normal humans. But either way, we can at least say that he's a better person than all the other idiots in his camp. He's the only one who is remaining consistent on a position that virtually all of them have specifically expressed for years.
All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball. But if the sun comes in this way and then leaves that way, then it's not.
Is that what it's saying?
Not, and they admit it's doctrine.
So then why can't we go and just see it for ourselves?
Well, let's just see if they'll let us.
Oh, they will let us. I've already checked into it. Right. They'll absolutely let us.
Let's go.
They will absolutely let us.
Now, when I heard this firsthand, I was shocked. This was the exact same thing that I was already working on. And by the way, this excitement wasn't just during the debate. Check out what Robot Polisher said on X on Twitter after the debate. He said, "Let's settle this whole flat earth thing once and for all. To Antarctica."
Let's settle it once and for all. But no, wait, let's not actually do it, because it will be settled, and we will have to all admit the earth isn't flat. A bunch of toddlers.
The same Robot Polisher guy who stood with Dean Odell and said we should go to Antarctica to settle the flat earth debate, then posted this tweet a couple months ago about me and TFE. He says, leave it to the Globies to come up with the brilliant idea of traveling to Antarctica on a guided tour to look at the sky in order to determine the shape of the ground. You supported his brilliant idea and you wanted to do it. What changed?
It's cartoonish. They are like dumb people in a cartoon, and we should all treat them as such. Anyone who contradicts themselves in such a transparent and toxic manner should never be taken seriously for the rest of their lives. Not that anyone takes flat earthers seriously in the first place. Instead of actually doing something with their time and flying to Antarctica like big boys, they just make dumb songs like this.
You do the globy pokey, and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
If Dubé's Jew-hating wasn't enough for you, toss some blatant homophobia into the mix, I suppose. Also, call me pedantic, but you can get better Photoshop work on Fiverr. By the way, the guy who made this is the same idiot who flip-flopped in his tweets a minute ago, and specifically as a response to being called out for flip-flopping in those tweets. Astounding. Anyway, moving along in the timeline, we arrive at late August. What's the status at this point with who's going on the trip?
And you will quickly notice there is a pattern emerging. The colors quickly show you and tell you a story. On the globe side, all you have there are people who have agreed to go to Antarctica or who paid to go to Antarctica or who are crowdfunding to go to Antarctica. Now contrast that with the flat earth side, whose list is getting quite long. On the flat earth side so far, all we have is people either declining or free trips being offered to them that are just pending. So the offer has been made and all they have to do is accept it. All they have to do is say yes and receive it, and then they will get to go to Antarctica without spending a dime.
Please try to contain your disbelief. It's true, none of the flat earthers have formally accepted the trip yet, not even Jaron. Offers kept pouring in for people willing to pay for specific flat earthers to go, like Nathan Oakley, probably the most obnoxious of all of these half-wits, apart from being genuinely extremely stupid and also a child abuser.
I missed that. Oh my God. Right. Go on.
Careful, careful.
Anything that's moving with regard to something else is.
No.
Nathan, question. You ready? How do you convert meters into kilometers?
I don't know. How do you convert meters into kilometers?
What's the correct way?
You tell me.
The correct way is divide meters by 1,000. You didn't do that.
So if you have a meter and I divide that meter by 1,000, you don't think that would give you millimeters?
Meters into kilometers, Nathan.
You just said
That's
you
what I'm
divide
talking
meters by 1,000 to get kilometers. So you're saying I divide something that is 1 meter long by 1,000, and that will come out to a kilometer value.
Nathan,
it sounds like you are quite
track.
literally retarded
Let's
with that
keep
statement.
on track.
You do not divide
Let's
meters
keep on track.
to come out with kilometers.
Hard to believe that's a real person, huh? Kind of seems like a Monty Python character, huh? Anyway, what reason could this wanker have to not take the trip?
But he said he doesn't want to go with us to Antarctica because he says the final experiment is not an experiment, but is actually fraud. Yes, he says it's fraud, and he doesn't want to participate in fraud. Don't believe me that he said this? Hear for yourself.
Now he's inviting me to go along, and I'm saying I don't need to go along because you're affirming the consequent with a pseudoscience fraud. Now, not only have I said I don't want to go with him, I've called him a fraud. Because he is. He's saying he's got an experiment. No, you're a fraud. You want to know why I won't go down to Antarctica? Interview me about him. Because I don't associate with frauds. Why is he a fraud? He said he's got an experiment.
Well, that doesn't reek of desperation at all, especially since he too has gone on the record saying this.
In the one model, the heliocentric model, it would necessitate having a 24-hour sun in the south. Now, further to the fact that we do have a 24-hour sun in the south, the north, we do not have a 24-hour sun in the south. So the reality of our world is that in both models, we're supposed to have a 24-hour sun. In the flat earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't. And there is a 24-hour sun in the north, and there is.
Pretty sure of yourself there, eh, Nate Dogg?
Someone named Robbie O'Hare asked someone, fancy a trip to the South Pole? And Nathan replied to that comment saying, yes, I'd love to go, but you have to take an escorted trip. So Nathan previously said we need to go to Antarctica and that he would love to go to Antarctica. But now that someone is willing to pay for him to go, he does not want to go anymore.
Just like the rest of them, including this German flat earther named Volker Meyer.
Well, Mr. Meyer is a prominent flat earther on Facebook. He resides in Germany and has been proudly defending flat earth on Facebook for quite a while. Now, when Mark Harmon heard about TFE, he issued this public challenge to Volker. He offered to pay for both of them to go to Antarctica this December, and he sweetened the deal by agreeing to pay Mr. Meyer an additional $25,000 US if there was no 24-hour sun. After I communicated that to Mr. Meyer, I noticed that he just disappeared. Poof, gone. No sign anywhere of our German flat earth friend. Account deleted.
Shocking. Where does that put us?
I've tried from the very beginning of TFE to help bring both sides of this debate together, but the flat earth side consistently is just making themselves look bad. But turning down a trip to Antarctica, when you've been saying how much you want to go to Antarctica, and when you've been saying Antarctica holds the key to the shape of the earth, and Austin Whitsitt saying over 6 months ago that he was already planning a trip to Antarctica this December to see if there's a 24-hour sun or not, this is not a good look. That's actually something that will never be forgotten and will be forever attached to your reputation.
That's right, guys. You're having your shining reputation sullied. You are known worldwide as brave iconoclasts. Statues will be torn down if you don't get it together real fast. It sounds like Jaron and Austin are sort of trying to get it together.
So I met with both Jaron and Austin over Zoom last night, and they both did reiterate their commitment to going. The current holdup is the contract. Now, people have this impression, not from me, people have the impression that I am making them sign a contract, that I'm asking them to sign a contract. Nothing could be further from the truth. They asked me for a contract. Let me say that again. They asked me for a contract. Not only that, they gave me a detailed list of what they wanted in the contract, and I simply forwarded that list to my attorney, and he drafted an agreement based on their requests. Well, now they have all sorts of issues with it, and I'm a little perplexed, as they're the ones who asked me for it in the first place.
Are you seeing a pattern of ridiculous demands that are then swiftly met, only for them to continue evading a firm response? Meanwhile, the other idiots are still crapping their pants and revising their entire worldview.
But you do have to go, Dave, though, right? So
What, to Antarctica? I never said I want to go to Antarctica and stare up at the sky. I said go to Antarctica, take 2 airplanes, and fly around the coast and meet on the other side. Right. I said that's a task, but I never said I want to go look at the lights in the sky. I did say 10 years ago that there's no circling sun in Antarctica. I still believe that today, right? But if the sun sets in Antarctica, the Earth is not a globe. That's just a fact, because the globe has its set parameters. If the sun sets, the Earth is not a globe. If the sun doesn't set, flat earthers can go, we don't know what the hell the sky is. That's it. It doesn't disprove flat Earth. It just disproves our understanding of the sky. Sorry, Globers, but that's the way it is. Doesn't seem fair, but that's the way it is, because we don't have a set model like you do.
You have to love this moron flat out admitting they don't have a model, which means they have zero ability to explain how anything could possibly work on a flat Earth, something I've been telling them continually since my very first flat Earth debunk.
Therein lies the problem with the flat Earth model. You don't have one.
The fact that Weiss says this as some sort of flex is beyond hilarious. Other less stable flat earthers, however, are beginning to completely unravel psychologically because of this Antarctica trip.
And he's just gonna have this mental apish breakdown. They're going to try to get that, then that's going to go, and then he's going to go on mainstream. And he's going to be on Good Morning America. The guy who used to think the Earth was flat, Jaron Cavanella, come out here, I thought it was flat, and everybody will laugh. And you guys are fucking around, even giving time to these nerds. I'm the guy who did it. I'm the king of this thing, okay? And you need to follow your king. I'm the king of the flat Earth. There's no delusion here. They want to call me that. Thank you. Crown. I'm the guy. They brought in me. And I openly say it now. The artist that is known for painting space, outer space, and the globe, and the originator of the flat Earth, the modern day flat Earth. I put that now. Just look at me. Look at this guy.
Yeah, we're looking, buddy. Get some help. In the meantime, the stakes are being raised as per the participants.
This guy messages me, and this is what he says. His name is Will Duffy. He said, I heard you recently talking about the flat Earth versus the globe debate. I'm a pastor from Colorado, and I've created something called The Final Experiment. It's a trip to Antarctica this December to settle the debate once and for all. It would be really cool if you and or George joined us in Antarctica. But if not, I would be more than happy to come on your show to talk about it.
And I'm very excited to announce that although Candace Owens will not be able to go with us, she is sending her director with us, and she will be reporting on our trip this December through her director, who will be her boots on the ground in Antarctica, reporting back to her whether or not there was a 24-hour sun or if the sun rises and sets each day. Super cool.
Candace, of course, had a viral clip where she admitted she wasn't convinced the Earth is a sphere just to appear as insane as possible. So this is a nice way for her to backpedal to sanity. But it's also admittedly a nice addition to the attendance list, and flat earthers are freaking out about it. It makes it absolutely impossible for them to deny what the participants see when they go down there, and the 24-hour sun will be documented and publicized more than ever before. Then there was the guy who offered to pay for Nathan Oakley to go, who spinelessly turned it down. This invitation is now being extended to any other flat earther, so Will took applications and chose one live.
And we have a winner.
Oh my God, thank you, God!
Well, someone's excited, but it turned out that the golden ticket offer was from a scornful flat earther playing a prank.
I'm embarrassed to admit that I was scammed. I was deceived and duped by a flat earther concerning TFE's golden ticket offer. It was not a real offer. I was being lied to.
Not to worry, Will decided to crowdfund the golden ticket instead.
There's a link to Liz GoFundMe below. Once we hit the goal, which I have no doubt we'll hit, I will announce the real golden ticket has now been found. Super exciting update today. Lisbeth Acosta's real golden ticket has been found.
And you won't be surprised to learn that it wasn't flat earthers who put the money down. In the meantime, the big name flat earthers, if that could be considered a thing that exists, just keep turning the trip down one by one, such as arguably the most recognizable name in flat earth, Mark Sargent.
I see with all the attention that you must be Mark Sargent.
I am Mark Sargent.
Mark Sargent is one of the leading voices in the flat earth movement.
So are you certain this is what the Earth looks like?
Pretty sure. Almost. I mean, there are some details to be worked out, sure, but the basic concept is sound.
Wow, this guy seems like he would want to know the truth, right? He's a real pro.
I was invited to the to do the Antarctic experiment down with Jaron and Whitsitt. Flat earthers and round earthers don't mix. They never have. And that trip, would I go with an all flat earth cast? Sure. But having trolls, dedicated round earth trolls, for an extended trip like this, that's a nightmare. Ask anybody, it's like, no, it's white on white on white. Photographer, no, you guys are going to figure that out really quick. McKeegan, my God.
And just cold and miserable.
It's horrible.
Aw, Mark is scared of the mean globies who would ruin the free trip to Antarctica that otherwise should prove the Earth is flat, the thing he's been trying to do his entire adult life. What a baby.
I don't trust this man.
Me either.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark's already building a fire for him.
Yeah, Mark, you making us s'mores? Like, what's going on?
Sorry, I keep hearing Will Duffy's name, and I just think flames. So that's for you. That's for you, Will.
Burn the witch. She turned me into a newt. I got better. To wrap things up, neo-Nazi Eric Dubé finally formally declined as well. Sad face emoji.
Okay. With that out of the way, let's talk about Eric Dubé. He is not easy to get a hold of. He doesn't respond to my emails. He doesn't attempt to reach out to me. I am very easy to get a hold of, as so many people can attest to. And so getting an answer from him was not easy. But the other day I noticed he released a new video. And so I commented and was one of the first people to comment. Here is what I said. Are you going to Antarctica with us? Someone has offered to pay for you. That, of course, was Mark Harmon. And Eric responded to me. He said, I already know the Earth is flat, Will, and so do you.
Actually, we all know the Earth is a sphere, including you, Eric. That's why you're passing on the opportunity to be the guy who conclusively debunked the globe. If you weren't a massive fraud, you'd say yes. Yoga pose!
If the Earth is flat, we can end the globe by showing a setting sun in Antarctica where there is supposed to be a 24-hour sun. Hear me out. Imagine we are all in Antarctica together. Me, Jaron, Dave McKeegan, Austin Whitsitt, MCToon, Lisbeth, and Critical Think. And the globe side gets all their camera gear set up because they are just so confident that the sun will never set. And then the sun sets. How powerful would that be? Jaron and Austin and Lise need to grab their own cameras and walk up to Dave McKeegan and say, Dave, where's the sun? They need to walk up to MCToon and say, where's the sun, Toon? And walk up to Critical Think and say, where's the sun? Just point it out for me. Come on, where is it? I don't know about you, but I think that would be some incredible footage to have. Don't you?
It can't be expressed any more clearly than this. Anyone who actually believes the Earth is flat would definitely want to be there to personally prove it and rub it in the faces of the flat Earth debunkers who also will be there and have to react to the devastating result in real time. Therefore, any flat earther who is declining this fully funded trip knows that the Earth isn't flat. End of story. And that's also the end of my summary of this knee-slappingly hilarious series of events. The big trip is less than 2 months away now, so why don't we check in with Will Duffy himself about the status? Who definitely is going, who definitely is not going, and are there any more surprises or changes that we can expect as the trip approaches? Here's that conversation now. Okay, everybody, we're here with Will. I've just got you up to speed on the final experiment. We're here now with the architect himself. Will, how's it going?
Great. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. So now that everybody knows what's going on, I also would like to know, where are we at right now? Who is for sure going? Who is not going? I think I have an idea, but I'm not exactly sure what's been going on behind the scenes. So fill us in terms of that.
Yeah, so on the Flat Earth side, we've got Jaron Campanella, who runs Jeranism, Austin Whitsitt, who runs Whitsitt Gets It, and then Lisbeth Acosta. Those are the flat earthers that are confirmed, signed up to go to Antarctica. Then on the Globe side, we've got Dave McKeegan, MCToon, and Critical Think. They all run debunking channels on YouTube. And so it's three. So far, it's three from each side, which is pretty exciting.
Okay. So Jaron and Austin you're paying for. And then, sorry, what's her name again? Lisbeth?
Lisbeth, yeah.
She got a crowdfunded ticket, and then Dave you're paying for, and then the other two guys they crowdfunded or something, or they're covering themselves, or
they're both crowdfunding, and then whatever shortage they have, they'll pay for themselves.
Got it. Interesting. Okay, so I totally believe that Lisbeth is going because she seemed super duper excited. Do you really believe that Jaron and Austin are going to go?
I do. A lot of people have told me that they think they'll back out at the last minute. I hope that's not true, but time will tell.
I would put some money on that, but also, I don't know, they want to do this heroic thing. What do you think? So you're down there. Okay, first of all the flat earthers that are going to say, oh, it's not really Antarctica, or it's a different time or a day or something, or like, what do you anticipate in terms of their ridiculous excuses, and do you have any plans already to preemptively counter those?
Yeah, so I've tried to tell the flat earthers this entire time, if you see a potential issue or you think that we're going to lie or something's going to go wrong, give me the solution.
Right.
So that we can make sure that this doesn't happen, but they don't do that. So for example, I hear a lot that we're not going to be in Antarctica. And it's like, okay, well, then where will we be? And the only answer I hear is Greenland or somewhere near the North Pole. And it's like, okay, well, even in your model in December, there's no sun there. And so we're trying to see if there's a 24-hour sun. So we're going to be at the southern tip of Chile. We'll be able to prove that to you guys. And then we're flying south from there. There's nowhere we can be that's covered in snow and ice other than Antarctica.
No, you're using a funky, globy, weirdo compass. You're not really going south. Also, how the hell are you going to get to Greenland in 3 hours from the southern tip of... Oh, my goodness. So what are the dates? What are the actual dates that you're going to be there? What's the duration?
It's 5 days. It's December 14th through the 18th are the days we'll actually be boots on the ground in Antarctica.
Yeah, and it will be sun visible in the sky the whole time, right? Even if there's like one overcast day or something, there's no way, right? You're definitely going to get the full 24 hours and certainly probably a lot more than that of just direct visibility of the sun. What is everyone planning on doing? I mean, obviously, they're not just going to stand there and go, yep, I saw it, or no, I didn't, right? Everybody's going to be filming something, right? I'm hoping that Jaron and Austin are going to be filming something, right? Have they said anything about their plans? Or
A little bit, not a lot. I think they're going to either invest in like a 360-degree camera or some sort of a camera mount that will move with the sun.
Yeah.
We're hoping to do a lot of live streaming down there with Starlink. And so, yeah, I think we're going to have terabytes of video when we come back.
Yeah, each of them should be live streaming 24 hours, looking at the sun, right? That would be the most honorable thing to do. What do you think? I'm just trying to what are they going to say? Like, in my mind, like Jaron and Austin are both like doing this as a way out of flat Earth, so they can, like, Austin's been doing like politics stuff and that whole thing. So maybe he'll just completely pivot and he'll go, "Oh, I used to be a flat earther, and now I do this other stuff." How do you think they're going to react? Like, maybe it's not for you to guess how they will react to seeing the 24-hour sun. Any idea? Has Jaron given you any indication of what he'll do?
A little bit. I mean, I've communicated with Jaron more than any other flat earther, way more than Austin. Austin barely responds to my texts or emails.
Mm-hmm.
I do think Jaron is, as they call themselves, truthers. And I think he is seeking truth. And so if he sees the 24-hour sun, I think he'll say, "Hey, guys, this doesn't work on a flat earth."
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm dubious. I don't know about this truther thing. But, okay. And then in terms of, I mean, I think what probably may end up happening is they are just then rejected by the flat earth community, who will all make up any reason imaginable to call them shills, and then just, Dubé is already doing that. That guy is freaking hilarious. Let's see. So what else? What do you plan to do? Obviously, you're going to come back and you're going to make a lot of content about it. You'll do a bunch of pieces probably highlighting what you did down there. What do you have? Do you have any plans for after all of this?
The only plan I have is to try to take a break. So this has taken up way more of my time than I originally anticipated.
Yeah.
Something I've noticed, which I think is fascinating and would be fascinating to your audience, is that flat earth content is extremely long. It's so long, I can't even keep up with it. I was trying to make sure I know what they're saying, if they have questions for me, but like the average flat earth YouTube video is multiple hours long.
Yeah, 2-3 hours. They do their live streams because that's how they get their super chats and everything. Yeah, I mean, time consuming in terms of that, and then obviously time consuming in terms of wrangling flat earthers. What has been your experience I mean, obviously I probably know the answer to the question, but in terms of interacting with flat earthers versus the flat earth debunkers, what's that been like?
Yeah, so it's been night and day different. The globe side has been very nice to me. They have told me, like, Will, like, we don't need to prove the globe. It's already been proven 1,000 times over, but it's okay. This is a valid experiment. The flat earth side is really just a lot of vitriol, a lot of hatred, a lot of name calling, a lot of lies made up about me.
Yeah.
They just make stuff up about me.
Gee, what a surprise. Flat earthers making stuff up. It's interesting. I mean, if I had known what this all was when you first started sending out those emails, I might have been more enthusiastic, and then I might have been included on that poll, and I might have won the free trip. So that's my loss. But I think my wife would have killed me if she's like, "You're going, what are you doing? Why are you doing that?" We have 2 little kids. Like, you don't go to Antarctica. But it would have been cool. What's, my one chance to have a free trip to Antarctica. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything else. Do you have anything else you want to add, or concerns or goals or things that you're most excited about? Obviously, I mean, you're excited to go on the trip as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. So one of the main reasons I came up with this was because I think there is way too much time spent and energy wasted debating the shape of the earth. There are valid things to debate, like especially debating things that happened in the past, because we can't travel to the past. And so we have to look for clues and put our minds together to figure it out. This is something that is the shape of an object that happens to be the largest object we come in contact with on a daily basis. This is something, in my opinion, a child should be able to figure out. And so I want to end this debate and then hopefully have people channel their energies into something that will benefit humanity.
Well, yeah, I think that you probably will get a certain percentage of flat earthers. Sadly, I think that a good chunk will remain. But who knows? Maybe it'll just end the whole thing. I definitely tried. I tried my best to end it all, and it just kept going. So maybe this will be the thing. Well, anyway, yeah, I think I find it hilarious. Actually, making this video, I didn't know how hilarious it was going to be. I mean, I knew like what the main guys were saying, but there are all those peripheral characters that are just losing it. It's just the funniest thing, and I'm pretty sure my viewers found it to be pretty funny. So we'll be waiting. If anything really interesting or unexpected happens, I can definitely do a follow-up video where I can talk about what happened down there and then talk to you again and get your impression of it. But other than that, I think everyone wants to thank you probably for being the one to put up a big chunk of money to hopefully shut these guys up for good. And it's quite a service. So we thank you for it.
For sure. I'll keep you guys updated.